guys, what do you say we just hop right into it? Lots to get to, not a lot of time to get to it. I do appreciate you guys for joining me here on Blood Politics. Once again, I'm Boston Brian. If you haven't joined me before, thank you for giving me the opportunity to bring you the news, the highlights, the information, whatever it is. Please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. What's up to everybody over there on this space? Thank you to the mods and thank you to Matt. Thank you to all the creators that are involved. Very much appreciated. As always, what do you say we say hi to the old Chatsky before we bring the old stories in? How's everybody doing today? Appreciate you guys. What's up, Ask? How are you? What's up, Yakov? What's up, Roxanne? Tina? How are you? What's up, JD? What's going on? Denview? What does that say? Denuv. Hi, Denuv. I'm sorry. I mispronounced that at least twice before I got it right. How are you? What's going on, Flipper? What's going on, Deb? How are you? What's going on, everybody? What's up, Gamer? Appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in. Very much appreciated. But yeah, lots to get to. Obviously, we're going to be talking about Donald Trump's trip to the Ford plant. Didn't really go as planned for him. We'll be talking about what the repercussions were for that Ford employee that everybody seems to be applauding at this point. I just have a feeling he's gonna come out on top somehow in that whole aspect. So we'll be talking about that. We'll be bringing up, obviously, the interview. There's a couple clips of an interview that Donald Trump did with CBS there. Didn't go as well as he thought it was going to go. Donald Trump's also here. Let me bring this. I'll put this on the screen. Might go a little better with you guys being able to see this. But yeah, we'll talk about this as well. Trump's True Social post speaking about Greenland, again, as if it's a national security threat, and talking about the Golden Dome. The guy's just off his rocker, and that continues here as he's talking about similar aspects on Air Force One. We got kind of, I don't know if you'd call this a conspiracy theory, but there was this video that I ran across on Instagram that kind of gives a good, I guess, theory on why Greenland is so important, or, seems to be so important to the United States as of right now. And it's, it doesn't have to do with the techno state or whatever the fuck that was, and Elon's grandfather, at least from what I've been told. But I just kind of wanted to dive into that a little bit. We also have the right wingers are going in on Dan Bongino, ladies and gentlemen. They're not going to let Dan Bongino just slide back into his podcast role like nothing ever happened. Right? Like he didn't tell everybody that he was going to release these files, and he'd go in there and wring necks, and he'd crack backs, and he'd do whatever it took to get this information out there. And quite clearly, the only thing that he actually did with his time in the FBI is help redact the Epstein files. So this is, again, our boy over there, Nate at Valhalla, and, again, America First, Nick Fuentes viewer, going after Dan Bongino. And I have a feeling that this is going to be the sentiment kind of felt broadly on the right. They're just not going to be like, okay, yeah, we'll hop right back into your podcast audience without actually acknowledging the fact that you had just had a prime spot in the FBI in a prime role, and being able to actually, seek some justice, find some people accountable, but you totally gave that up for one reason or another. We got that to dive into. And then obviously this is tough. Anybody, I'm sure you guys have been talking about it. I'm sure you've seen it on social media. If not, we'll be discussing the Sasha Riley recordings here, if you want to call them. I believe there are 6 different recordings that I listened to with some really horrendous and disturbing and just vile shit on them. But it's, at this point, it's kind of difficult for me to know kind of how to, I guess, as long as we put the overwhelming allegedlys and unconfirmed at this point, just until we can get more of that, determination, more, whether it be, I know people were talking about if it's military, fucking documents or whatever it may be that kind of corroborate the story to some degree or to whatever extent, then, we'll be happy to report it here. But I think we kind of have to be careful to some extent on how we report it. I mean, that's just me. I just, I don't want to be the one out there kind of throwing caution to the wind and just, kind of steamrolling through this. But yeah, we are going to dive into, I have a couple clips that I posted on Blue Sky, a couple, just kind of like updates and timestamps on it, in case people don't want to listen to it, in which different people were mentioned, Lindsey Graham, Clarence Thomas, describing of stories of Donald Trump wanting to kill somebody at a party, but, they didn't want him to kill somebody, so they gave him puppies to kill instead. And then one by one, Donald Trump either strangled them or snapped their necks or drowned them. I mean, I'm telling you, this is the stuff that's in this recording. And, from what I've listened to, and again, I listened to the recordings, all of them, it seems like this guy has been through some absolutely deeply traumatic stuff in his life. I mean, just the fact that his father was willing to do and include other people and allow them to do things to his son the way that it was allowed to happen is just, it's beyond comprehension. It really is. And that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg as it pertains to these recordings. So again, it's going to be different. A lot of it, I don't know if you even can play as far as like YouTube's guidelines and stuff like that. It's that bad. It really is that bad. So we'll go through as much as we possibly can. Like I said, I might have to rely on the blue sky where I just kind of, like I said, 31 minutes in, you hear this, 9 minutes in, you hear this, just to kind of give everybody an idea without having to drag everybody through it. Again, some people do want to listen to it. Some people have listened to it. Some people adamantly do not ever want to hear it, but also want to stay involved and kind of stay up to speed on what's going on and taking place. But they don't want to be put through that traumatic circumstance. They don't want to hear the absolute fucking degradation of humanity that goes on at these parties, or that these individuals like Trump and Epstein and the rest of these fucking sickos were involved in. Right. So I appreciate you guys. Hit that like button. And again, we'll get into that. But first, let's dive into a couple of these, quick clips that we can fly through. And then we'll get on to, again, the more important aspects of that. And also the Greenland. We'll talk about the Iran protests and what Donald Trump's planning there. I mean, as you're talking about thousands and thousands of people being brutally murdered in the streets, you have the United States president, like, actively, telling them to continue to protest. Right, where it's not his fucking place. If they want to, absolutely, it's going to continue. But if they feel that the regime is like murdering too many of them and they want to come approach it a different way, like, it's not up to the United States president to be like, okay, stay in the streets, keep getting murdered by the fucking regime, and we'll come help you at some point. We'll come help you at some point, right? I mean, not to even think about what that entails and what that would mean as far as, insecurity in that region, insecurity on the world stage, instability on the world stage. If we put boots on the ground, and I mean, the thought of it, boots on the ground in Greenland and a war with NATO, you'd think I was fucking just popped out of the grave and was like, it took a couple hits of LSD, right? A couple fucking tabs of ecstasy. Like, you'd think I was tripping if you heard that. If you weren't paying attention, I was like, hey, did you hear we're gonna invade Greenland, and if we invade, we're gonna be at war with NATO. Not to mention the partnerships and the allied ships. What is it? Sorry. Not to mention the partnerships and the allied ships between the nations there, right? Denmark, Finland, like all those people, they're not just going to sit by and let that fucking take place. It's just not going to happen. So I'm going to dive into this, though, because this was a funny story, obviously, that people were pointing out as it pertains to Donald Trump's trip to the Ford factory. I'm sure you've probably seen this go by as well on your social media feed, and you've probably given a thumbs up, and you've probably given a little like golf clap in your house to this guy for what he did. But let's just play this. This is just a quick clip from TMZ, and this is obviously when Donald Trump had to flip off one of the Ford workers for pointing out that he's a pedophile protector. Again, one of the better moments. And again, this trip did not go how Donald Trump thought it was going to go. And then you put together the lies, from the Ford factory themselves, from the Ford CEO himself, and fucking, we look at the layoffs, we look at the plant closings, we look at going from EV to gas, but and then you'll hear again in the ensuing interview, Donald Trump talk about how awesome the economy is going to be, while also saying that it's going to be a lot of fucking robots, as we all knew was coming, right? So, all right, let's check this clip out. This is a real quick clip of Donald Trump getting called a pedophile protector and then flipping off the Ford worker. Let's jump into it. You see his little baby finger? I think that's the funniest part about it. His little baby finger. Watch. It's like when a little chubby baby gives you the finger, like when you teach a little fucking, like, your little nephew or your little niece or something, a little chubby baby, how to give the middle finger. Like that's what happens. Like, it's just like can't even get it up all the way. You know what I mean? Doesn't have really the strength to get it up all the way. You can't really distinguish that between the rest of the fingers. One more time. I'm sorry. One more time. Give me one more time. I want to catch the finger. Can I catch it? Watch. It is. I still don't know if that's the right finger, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still not sure that's the correct finger. It almost looks like he's holding up the ring finger, right? He's an absolute moron. An absolute fucking moron. Jesus Christ. But again, he went on to show that. And the problem is, if you look at this, what the problem that I really have with this whole clip is if you look at the Ford worker, well, I'm assuming is a Ford worker in some extent, in some capacity, if not a Secret Service agent. I don't know why he'd be so upset if he was a Secret Service agent, though. But take a look at this guy. This guy here, right here. You know what I mean? Watch how upset he gets. And like he starts pointing out the guy on the ground. And again, I don't know if he's a Ford exec or to me, that's what he looks like. Doesn't look much like a Secret Service person in that aspect. But take a look at his reaction to it. Right there. This guy up here. Watch him. See him pointing him out? You can see he's angry. You can see he's pissed off. Like, wouldn't you be more pissed off that you have to stand next to an actual pedophile protector, somebody listed in the Epstein files? I'm sorry, right? Like been on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, owns one of Jeffrey Epstein's jet, was best friends with him for over 20 years, said they both like him. Like, wouldn't that be the disgusting part? Like, why are you so upset about one of your workers who actually used his First Amendment right to actually spit out the truth that everybody in that plant should be saying, that everybody in that plant should be pissed off about? And you got that fucking, again, I'm speculating as to whether or not he's a Ford employee, but I would assume him to be, the way he kind of, reacted to it and the way he kind of pointed down to the guy, like, oh yeah, we're going to get you. Like, that's what I got out of his reaction. Much. Donald Trump says, fuck you twice. And then you can see this guy, right? His immediate reaction, pointed out the guy just before the camera panned over. And then you can see he's like grilling the guy. And then if you look here, I mean, obviously, I'm sure you guys knew this already, but the guy that did speak out, the guy that did say pedophile protector, was suspended. But again, seems to be coming out on top, like we suspected would happen, because this is a Guardian article saying that suspended Michigan auto worker who heckled Trump gets outpouring of donations, which you love to fucking see. You love to see, and that's going to be like, what's comparable? Okay, the woman that called the I forget if it was a teen or an adult, but they called the African American the N-word, and then they ended up getting the GoFundMe raised for them, and raised something. What was it, like $1 million or something crazy, something stupid, right? Like how upset and pissed off that makes people on the left, and people that actually can see racism and bigotry, and then people being rewarded for that, and how like frustrated that should make you. Like, that's kind of the opposite effect here. Like, I can picture Donald Trump reading this, or somebody being like, all right, Donald, we did tell you that the worker got suspended, but unfortunately he's now got $17 million through a GoFundMe because the entire fucking world just donated to his bank account. Like, that would be perfect. So it says here, TJ Sabula raises tens of thousands after he reportedly called Trump a pedophile protector during the Ford plant tour. Tens of thousands of tens of thousands of dollars have been raised for an auto worker at Ford plant in Michigan who was suspended without pay after heckling Donald Trump. I mean, that's just ridiculous that this company is not only, doing this whole propaganda tour for Donald Trump, again, as they're closing down factories or switching from EV, to mainly robotic use, and not, they can't find people to use to get the jobs that are open to begin with. And again, that's more of that'll be in the interview that we'll look at. But it says TJ Sabula is said to have called the president a pedophile protector. He absolutely did. And then he's absolutely not apologetic about it either. He has no shame, which is even better in this whole aspect. As he toured the automotive giant's River Rouge complex on Tuesday, Trump appeared to give Sabula the middle finger. He tried to, at least, according to a video published by Celebrity News and gossip site TMZ, which claimed that Trump also yelled obscenities prior to making the gesture. I think it's pretty clear to see by his reaction what he said in that fucking clip. I mean, it's not only did he say it once, but I'm pretty sure he said it twice at least. In an interview with the Washington Post, Sabula said, quote, as far as calling him out, he had, quote, definitely no regrets whatsoever, which is exactly what you want to see. Chef's kiss on that one. But he said he was concerned about his job security after the incident, claiming he had been targeted for political retribution for embarrassing Trump in front of his friends. I don't feel as though fate looks upon you often. When it does, you better be ready to seize the opportunity, Sabula said, added in an interview. After today, I think I did that. So basically saying, when else are you going to get the chance right? When else are you going to get the opportunity to, in like a quiet fucking factory with that many people watching, where you could actually yell something out, it would echo loud enough, you know he's going to hear it, you get an immediate reaction. Cameras are there. Like he hit that spotlight right on the money, right? He knew it. A GoFundMe was created on behalf of that to help cover the cost of income from the suspension. So as of Wednesday morning, it had raised more than $70,000 with purported donors, including the band Dropkick Murphys, Ken Casey, who we just had on the show. So please go check out our conversation with Ken Casey. That would be amazing. So big respects out to the Dropkick Murphys, if indeed that is the case, which I have no reason to doubt. That is absolutely something that they would be involved in and support. I mean, things just like that are right up their alley. So TJ is a father of 2 young children, a husband, and is a proud United Auto worker, local 600 line worker. Again, Dropkick Murphys and union support and blue collar, it just goes hand in hand. Another reason why I wouldn't dispute that. Funds donated will support TJ and his family to cover expenses during the time of uncertainty that GoFundMe campaign cites. Ford did not immediately respond to requests for comment. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung didn't confirm whether Trump flashed his middle finger, but argued in a statement to The Guardian that the president had given a quote, appropriate and unambiguous response when a lunatic was wildly screaming expletives in a complete fit of rage. I wish they asked him to clarify what was said. That would have been even better to hear Stephen Chung have to repeat pedophile protector back to The Guardian. Trump had been touring the Ford complex, yada, yada, yada. I think we know the rest on that story. But again, the fact, is there a link to this? I'd love to be able to drop a link. Let me see. Is there a link to his GoFundMe in here? Let's see here. You'd think they'd put one in there, right? Wouldn't that just make sense? At this unsettling time, is this it? No, that's for The Guardian. No, they got one in there for themselves, but not for TJ. Boo. All right, well, if anybody does have that, I'll see if I can find that before the end of the show. We'll throw that in there. If anybody has $1 or $2 to kick into TJ, I'm sure he would greatly appreciate it. But again, staying on topic and on, in that same factory here, Donald Trump spoke with, I don't know, we're going to have to come up with some sort of acronym for CBS. We're going to have to figure out something with I don't know, what do we got? Like cunts, bitches, and stupid people or something like that. We'll have to figure something out. We'll work on that. That was a rough draft. So unfortunately, they are now probably the biggest and most useful propaganda arm, next to Fox News for Donald Trump and his regime, unfortunately. But let's see here. So this is when Donald Trump's talking to him, and he's whoever this asshole is that's interviewing him says, when I travel the country, they tell me that they don't feel it because grocery prices are up. So he's basically doing his most meager, attempt to try to go after Donald Trump for his lies about, lowering all the prices of everything on day one. So, and then let's see what Donald Trump has to say. Again, you might have to turn this up because Twitter sucks and their audio is horrendous. And that's just, there's nothing I can do about it. Everything is up all the way on my end, and I'll let it play. It's just a really short clip, and we'll talk about it on the other end.
While we have you here, the inflation numbers came out. Overall, not bad, but grocery prices.
No, overall, very good. Good for us. Good for our country. Joe Biden had the highest inflation numbers in history, correct?
The direction
I have him down.
Now, if you were an actual journalist, right? If you actually wanted to do your job and keep the American people informed and be like, you know what? I know what you're saying, but there's actually a reason behind that. And to not step in and be like, well, yes, sir, that has to do with a worldwide pandemic. The entire globe shut down. And I'm pretty certain that, yeah, if I do recall, it was you that was in the White House when that spread happened, and you didn't take it seriously, and you said it was going to be the humidity and the heat and the light and the sun and the bleach and everything that was going to kill it, everything but, telling your people to do the right thing. So again, if we're going to address, that high inflation that absolutely did take place in this country, we're also going to have to address how Joe Biden actually lowered that inflation to the rate in which you took over at. So again, wouldn't that be like what an actual journalist, what a reporter would do? You'd step in that instinct, in that aspect, and be like, hey, guess what? You're trying to mislead my viewers. You're trying to mislead the people that watch this show. So why don't I step in here and lay the fucking facts out on the line so that people can stay on track, remain educated to what we're talking about, right? But no, they don't do that because they don't want to get sued.
To a level that they haven't seen in about 9 years.
And Mr. President, help me understand, when I travel the country and I go all over the place and I talk to everyday Americans, they tell me they don't feel it because grocery prices
might not,
are up.
but they're going to now. I've only been here for 11 months.
I've only been here for 11 months. Did you hear that? Did he give? No, do you think he gave Joe Biden 11 months into his presidency to change things? Or do you think they were hammering Joe Biden and his administration the second he stepped into that fucking White House? You think they were like amicable and they were like, okay, let's give him at least a year and a half. We won't go after him. We won't say anything negative because, of course, you can't. What president could get anything done, anything accomplished in 11 months in office? It's just impossible, right? I mean, that's what Donald Trump wants you to believe, at least. But I mean, the role reversal and the hypocrisy in this, and how many clips we could pull up of him, going, not only that, but also taking credit for Joe Biden's economy in some aspect in the first couple days of, the administration. I'm sure he did it to, to Obama as well. You know what I mean? And it's unbelievable. It's fucking unbelievable that he has to, and he continues here.
Okay. And, the first few months were really rough. If you look at them, because I inherited a mess. I inherited a mess of crime. I inherited a mess of inflation. I inherited
that crime rate that was on the decline. That's what you're saying. You inherited that. The decline's good. You understand that, right? And again, if you look at it long term, from the 90s till now, it's even a sharper decline. But again, see how the lies, goes along with like China doesn't have any wind farms, right? I mean, how long did it take us the other day here? Remember, I don't know if you guys saw this, but remember when Donald Trump said China, I won't play the clip just for the sake of time, but I mean, for the people that saw it, remember when Donald Trump said the other day that China doesn't have any wind farms? We're the only people stupid enough to have wind farms. China builds them, but they don't put them up. Okay. What do you think you're looking at on your screen? Just in case you didn't join us yesterday, and I'll be quick for the people that did already see this. What do you think you're looking at? And again, it looks like a big ass desert in China, right? Just a big ass motherfucking desert in China is probably what you're looking at. Nothing out there. Of course there's nothing out there. Donald Trump thinks there's stupid people, right? No, well, they actually have a tourism resort at this fucking wind power place. It's so large, they actually have a tourism resort for this place. So if you zoom in, and again, I'll do it quick because I know we showed the same thing yesterday, and I don't want to be repetitive, but if you zoom in, I just want to, what are these things? What is that? What does that look like to you? What is that a good representation of? What is that? I mean, I've seen those before. They do have a name. It's like a wind something, and then if you put them all together, it's almost like you have a farm of them, so you call it like a wind farm. It's something like that. But again, if I pan out just a touch, ladies and gentlemen, you'll get an idea of how many are here. Look at this. All these lines you see, all windmills. All these lines you see, all windmills. Look at that. Every single one of those dots, and all windmills. And these are all solar panels. All solar panels. All windmills, all solar panels, right? Ready? And you're like, wow, that's amazing. That's huge. Nope, hadn't seen shit yet. Have you, Chief? Look at all this. You're out of your tree. The guy is out of his tree. And again, this is just one aspect. That's one of these farms. And again, if I took just probably 5 more minutes to pull up about 3, 4, 5, 6 more of these things and put them together and put together the size and the output, it's staggering. It's fucking crazy. Yesterday I sat on with our interview with Brian Andrews. And again, if you haven't checked that one out, go back and check that out. That we're cooked. And I'm not like this typical, like the U.S. is cooked type of guy, but fucking, Jesus, you look at that, it's tough to be like, oh, okay, we're hanging on here.
Of places closing up and going to other countries, and now we have the hottest country in the world. Tony, we have now the hottest country in the world. And
how long do you think that's going to last before the riots in the streets? The farmers that quite literally want to be banging on the White House door because of how terrible they've been treated by Donald Trump, and how hurtful the policies have been, and how China's not really living up to that second deal like they didn't live up to the first deal in its first administration. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different aspects. Like, how long do you think he's going to be able to get away with, and his advisors and his people are going to allow him on television to continue to say that we're the hottest country, unless he means like the fires from the riots? I'm not sure. Is that what he means by the hottest? Because at that point he might be correct.
A year and a half ago, our country was dead. We had a dead country. You wouldn't have a job right now. If she got in,
yeah, the CBS fucking reporter wouldn't have a job right now if Donald Trump didn't win the election. What?
Probably wouldn't have a job right now. Your boss, who's an amazing guy, might be bust.
Oh my God. Again, just for the sake of time, we'll go on to this next ridiculous clip here. And I just want to show you and prove to everybody that with the lack of jobs right? And then with the the push to automation, obviously in these factories that has been there and existent for a long time, that is going to continuously ramp up with the use of AI, right? This is what Donald Trump is telling people out loud, while also promising the people of this country, all of us, everybody, like good, high paying, fucking, good benefit jobs. And basically they're all going to be filled by robots at the end of the day. So here you go. This is, he's being asked. The CEO of Ford said he's got 5,000 open mechanic jobs. He can't find people. And again, just one of the many lies told by both Donald Trump and that CEO. And again, Trump says that's a good thing. He says it's a good thing that there's 5,000 open mechanic jobs and that the CEO of Ford can't find people to fill those jobs. It's good. Good. Okay, so let me check this one out.
President, I'm just trying to be fair here. I'm just trying to do my job, and I want to talk about this assembly line here.
He's such a little bitch. Oh my God. Like, just even before they ask what they deem to be like a difficult question or a question that Donald Trump may not like, they have to be like, oh, please, I'm just doing my job, sir. Like, don't get mad. Please. Like, I'm going to break out in hives. I'm sweating already. Feel my palms. Oh my God. Like, shut the fuck up. Ask your questions. Stop being a little bitch. You're a journalist. That's what your job is.
To me, it's vibrant. Listen to the sound.
It's incredible, right?
I love the sound of an assembly line.
It's incredible. But they've got one not far from here. They just idled the electric vehicle plant.
Well, yeah, but
so he says they got one not far from here. They just idled the electric vehicle plant. And then Donald Trump chimes in and says, yes, they have plans to make it a gasoline. They'll be making gasoline vehicles now. But again, if they can't find 5,000 people to fill the mechanic jobs, it doesn't seem like they're going to have very much luck filling those other jobs. And inevitably that are going to change, switching over from EV to gas. Not to mention the fact that they've had layoffs, right? Let's see here. Ford, just real quick. Recent layoffs. Because yesterday he wanted you to believe, the CEO of Ford wanted you to believe everything's been hunky-dory. Nothing's been better since Donald Trump took over. See if I can throw this on the screen. Ford's recent layoffs involve significant cuts at its Kentucky battery plant. Over 1,500 workers started early 2025 due to retooling for energy storage, plus smaller cuts in software roles, around 350 in May 2025, and impacts from lower European EV demand, around 1,000 in Germany in late 2025, all part of an ongoing restructuring for EV transition and cost cutting. Let's see. There's probably Ford layoffs are projected to continue into 2026. Ford extends layoffs at Dearborn Truck and Rouge EV Center. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Ford outlines timing of 1,500 plus layoffs at Blue Oval, SK in Kentucky. Ford layoff hundreds in Kansas City plant. Yeah, that's going good so far. All 1,600 Kentucky battery plant employees laid off as Ford pivots away from EV business. I believe that may be the one he was just referencing. Let's see here. UAW Local 862 helped workers affected by looming Ford layoffs. I mean, does this sound like the reality? Does this sound like what the Ford CEO was trying to get across? Like, we're booming here. We've never been better. It's a great economy. We're hiring people left and right. Okay, well, this guy quite literally standing in your factory just said your quote of having 5,000 empty mechanic jobs that you can't even fill that. Not to mention that he's about to go on and say that robots are going to be the future. Again, not news, probably news to Donald Trump, but not news to anybody else. But that's, again, what we've been telling people is to not, I mean, even the bullshit that Donald Trump has managed to squeeze through the screen, like these stupid factories or whatever he's trying to have these people set up, even if they do get going, like, it's not going to help the American people. It's not going to benefit the American people. It's going to hurt. It's definitely going to help the billionaires. It's definitely going to help the CEOs and the people invested in it, but it's not going to help the people around there in the surrounding areas when it's completely run by robots and there's one person that has to go in and fucking turn the lights on and off or plug in the robots, every morning or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, that's not a big help to the community. That's not a big help to the neighborhood and the surrounding areas. As good as it sounds to say, oh, we're opening this and we're doing this and it's, 25 million square feet. Well, great. Well, there's 77 million robots in there and about 2 people making $10 an hour. So tell me how that's a benefit to these surrounding businesses.
It's going to gasoline vehicles.
Yeah, it's going to go to gasoline.
But why don't you say that, Tony? You can't say.
You're going to give me a chance. I'm coming there. I'm coming around.
I agree. I said I want electric and I want gasoline and I want hybrids. I want everything. But you are going to be forced under the mandate to buy an electric car in a very short period. the time. I didn't want that, and I ended that. Now people can have electric, they can have gasoline, they can have hybrid.
But are they going to have people to build these cars? The CEO.
Now that's the question right there. There's the question right there. Are there going to be people to build them? Are there going to be people to build them? The whole point of doing this is to benefit the surrounding area, to benefit the people, to give them good, hardworking, good-paying jobs, right, with good benefits, to sustain the community so that people can make a paycheck, right? They could pay their rent, which goes back into the community, and then they can take the extra money that they have and they can go shopping, right? And they go to the grocery store, and that helps the community. That helps feed the economy, right? And then that grocery store helps to, expand, and then they can help more people. And then that person takes their money that they still have left over, and they go buy some shoes at the local store. And that local shoe store then gets to provide to more people because they can expand their. It's like, you see how that works? You see how it works when you pay people a good wage? Like how that's like the real trickle down aspect, and not what they actually want you to believe. But listen, this is where they get into the robots.
Ford said not long ago he's got 5,000 open mechanic jobs. He can't find people willing and able to
that's
fill them.
a good thing, Tony. That means it's vibrant.
He's got 5,000 open mechanic jobs that he cannot fill. And the response from the president of the United States is, that's a good thing, Tony. Check this out.
These cars. The CEO of Ford said not long ago he's got 5,000 open mechanic jobs. He can't find people willing and able to fill them.
That's a good thing, Tony. That means it's vibrant.
That's a good thing, Tony. That means it's vibrant. Not quite sure you're reading that graph correctly. You might have the graph upside down. I do remember that interview with Jonathan Swan, where I'm pretty sure you had the graph upside down, which does drastically affect the results. I could see how that could happen if you got it up it would drastically. But 5,000 open jobs anywhere that the CEO of any company can't find people to fill, never a good thing. Never a good thing, unless you want that company to fold, right? And again, a company that big is probably not in danger of that just by that many jobs, obviously, anyway. But I'm saying any corner spot that had, a certain percentage of its jobs open and they couldn't fill it by any means, no matter what they did to try to recruit people, I don't think that's going to benefit them. I don't think they're going to be like, oh, yeah, we're booming, baby. That means there's what's the word to use?
He can't find people willing and able to fill them.
That's a good thing, Tony. That means it's vibrant.
It's vibrant. Yep, that's what it means.
Things where you have so many people and they can't get jobs. It's true. We are doing so well. It's hard. Now, what's going to happen is people are being trained rapidly, and you're going to have a thing called robots. And
people are being trained rapidly, but you're going to have a thing called robots. Oh, okay, so let me ask you a question. Who the fuck? Why are you training people then? Or do you mean that you're training a person to control 10,000 robots? Because again, that doesn't benefit people the way that you want them to believe it's going to benefit them, right? Like these people, these schmucks that voted for you, like sitting around scratching their fucking belly button lint, waiting for this plant to open up in their neighborhood, just so when it does open up, they can waltz in and see that it's run by quite literally fucking 77,000 robots and a person sitting in a rocking chair picking his dick. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? How is that a benefit to you again? Just curious, if you could put that in the chat, let me know how that's going to benefit your community. If you're a MAGA, you know what I mean? If you're a righty, if you're America First, whatever it is, let me know how that's going to benefit you.
Robots are going to be a big factor. I predict that robots are going to be a big factor in the future, and it's going to help out.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, Nostradamus. I mean, God, nobody's ever made that prediction before. Donald Trump is quite clearly the first person, the brainiac that he is, right? I think hold on, I got something for that. The brainiac that Donald Trump is got to be the first person to ever predict that robots would be a premier feature of the future of this world. I mean, we got to hand it to him. I've never heard that before. Have you guys ever heard that before? I don't think I've ever heard that before. I mean, nobody has ever once told me that robots might be like a main factor, right? They might have like a huge part in the future of, I don't know, automotive production or just production in general, or just the world in general at that point. But Donald Trump, no, he knew it.
China has total respect for Donald Trump and for Donald Trump's very, very large brain.
Right. I mean, the thing is, you really do have to be acclimated in order to give like a coherent thought like that. You really do have to be acclimated.
They're just getting acclimated. You know what that means? Acclimated.
All right. So now that we're acclimated and Donald Trump made this like outlandish prediction that he's going out on a wicked limb about, like, I mean, just the fucking limb you have to be standing on to predict robots in the future is outrageous. I mean, just what a leap of faith you'd need to take in order to predict that for the future. Wait, I mean, you could possibly look like a fool on that one, I'm sure. Oh my good God. All right. So we go on because that fool is still, again, the current president of the United States. And he's still making statements like this, ladies and gentlemen. He's still making statements like this. This is, let me see. This was when, just to get it correct, January 14th, 2026, 3:39 a.m. Always when you want to be hearing like battle plans and like threatening aggressive language towards another country, not even another country, a NATO ally, right? That's always when you want the president of the United States up there firing off Truth Socials at fucking 4 a.m. when you know he's sundowning at 4 p.m. But anyway, I digress. But basically, he put on Truth Social, Truth Stinkhole. The United States needs Greenland for the purpose of national security. It is vital for the Golden Dome that we are building. Does he know? Like, does he still not know what the Golden Dome is? I'm like, does he still honestly believe we're going to have this like huge, enormous iron dome covering the United States, like this wicked fucking big metal thing hanging over, blocking out the sun? Or does he honestly believe that we're going to install like missile batteries along the entire coastline of the United States? Because I have an inkling that might affect seaside property, like real estate values. You know what I mean? I have a thought like, hey, it's a beautiful home you got down there in the Cape. Beautiful home you got down there in North Carolina, right on the water. It's beautiful, wicked fucking pissa. It's nice as hell. But unfortunately, every now and again, you do have that missile silo that opens on the beach. So, and it's loud. It sounds like a freight train, but again, it's just practice. They're only drilling. It's nothing to worry about. Just keep your kids away from that big hatch with the big missile comes out of that. You might not want to, just keep the kids away. No volleyball in that area would be great. I mean, it just might have some effect, I'd think, on the property values. Again, if you got a fucking missile battery, I don't know how. Like, I would assume with the length of the coastline, the length of like territory that would need to fucking cover, that you would have to have a substantial amount of these batteries located throughout the coastline, right? Or at least in the main areas you think the attacks would be coming from. So again, the way Donald Trump says it, are we going to just have missile batteries lined the entire fucking coast of the United States of America? I feel like some people might have an issue with that. I don't know. I'm suspecting that. I'm just guessing. But then he says, if we don't, Russia or China will, talking about going into Greenland. And that is not going to happen. Militarily, without the vast power of the United States, much of which I built during my first term and now bringing to a new and even higher level, NATO would not be effective force or deterrent. Not even close. They know that, and so do I. NATO becomes far more formidable and effective with Greenland in the hands of the United States. Anything less than that is unacceptable. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald John Dickhead. I mean, that's just nut jobs, right? You got to be a nut job in order to post that out, fire that out at 3:45 in the fucking morning, being like, you know what, we definitely need Greenland for our national security. That's what we need. That's what we need. I need another cheeseburger, a Diet Coke in Greenland. Lindsay, what do you need? Cuba? Okay, let's do Cuba too. Like, what are these fucking guys talking about? He's quite literally talking about going to war with NATO that he helped build. So let's stipulate, which is ridiculous to begin with. Let's even give Donald Trump the credit that he could like pat himself on the back some way, somehow, some shape or form with like, I don't know, some remote piece of success of, I don't fucking know, just give him something. Like, why in turn would you then be threatening that entire alliance during a full-scale invasion of one of our allies, in which NATO is such a huge and substantial part in like thwarting and defending against what Russia is doing? Not to mention just the long-lasting, important partnerships that have been forged and formed through this alliedship, through NATO, to begin with, and how important they are for, stabilization of world trade. You know what I mean? Like fucking shipping lanes, that entire, like all of it. I don't even know how, like, at what point does it become like unexplainable? And he goes on too. And again, just a quick clip here, because I know we're running out of time. I'm going to try to fly through these. Here he is, just to get his tone, his sense. I mean, I'm sure you've probably seen it, but just for those that haven't, here he is. And then I want you to look at Caroline KKK Levitt's fucking face as he's saying this like ridiculous nonsense, like Greenland's only defense right now. Again, NATO defense Not that they have to have it on Greenland, but again, we know the alliances that they have. We know what the NATO defense is capable of. And he's talking about how the only defense Greenland has is like a couple fucking, what does he say, dog sleds or something stupid. Here, listen to this dumb shit.
Greenland should make the deal because Greenland does not want to see Russia or China take over. They don't go there. It's very far away from Greenland. And Greenland, basically, their defense is 2 dog sleds. Do you know that? You know,
this is the president of the United States saying that. And again, he's at the same sentence, in the same sentence as he's saying that Russia and China are trying to get in there, that Russia and China, and he'll go on to say, have destroyers and submarines all over the place. He's quite literally announcing to the world, if true, and again, not true, but even if it were, let's think of how crazy it would be for the president to then announce what the defense like mechanisms were for Greenland, if that's what the fucking case was, right? You know what I mean? Hey, Russia and China, just to let you know, if you go in on the east, it's good because they only got 2 dog sleds and a rifle, so you should be okay going on that side. It's basically what he's just telling people. You know what I mean? But listen to what he says.
Their defense is 2 dog sleds. In the meantime,
look at her smug, fucking gross-ass, lip-looking face in the background. Here, watch her smug face when he says when he says that. Ready?
And Greenland, basically, their defense is 2 dog sleds. Do you know that? You know what their defense is?
Oh, yeah, it's so funny, Caroline. It's so funny. It's like, oh my God. What's even funny is I look 50, but I'm actually like 22. It's great. It's pot. Oh, look at these lips.
In the meantime, you have Russian destroyers.
Looks like she licks her lips.
And submarines, and China destroyers and submarines all over the place.
There you go. We got Chinese destroyers and Russian destroyers and submarines all over the place. But just to let you know, Russia and China, their only defense is 2 dog sleds and a fucking mushing team. So have at it again. It's like, even if you give him like all of this nonsense and crazy fucking like out of this world rhetoric and fucking things that he tries to say are taking place, his actions still don't line up. They still do not make sense in what you would do, even in that situation, which isn't the situation, which isn't reality. But even if it were, his actions and rhetoric still wouldn't make sense. That's how like messed up our timeline is right now. It's ridiculous. It really is. And I think he also had one. I think he was on, the tarmac here. I think he had another one.
Sir, the premier of Greenland said today, we prefer to stay with Denmark. Do you see that as the final
said
word?
that?
The premier of Greenland.
Well, that's their problem. That's their problem. I disagree with him. I don't know who he is. Don't know anything about him.
The premier. Again, as a head of state, you might want to know who the premier is of a country that you're trying to actively, I don't know, take over would probably be good, especially when they're saying that they don't want to be taken over by any stretch of the imagination, and that they will defend themselves, and they still do actively have like a shoot first policy taking place, and anybody that tries to land, in like an aggressive manner, an aggressive maneuver, regardless of who the fuck they are, is gonna get it. And this ain't gonna be this like Caracas walk in the park, let's fly in the big, slow and low with all our great troops on it, because we know apparently all of these guns were either taken away or weren't manned or, agreed not to fire or whatever the fuck happened in Venezuela. But I don't think you're going to get the cakewalk that you got in Venezuela and Caracas that you're going to get if you go into Greenland and have to face, again, NATO countries because of the alliances that they have. Again, even above and beyond NATO. Like, these aren't the only security guarantees, security alliances that these people have. So you fight one, much like in NATO and Article 5, that's going to include more countries. Like, not just the one. One will step up and defend the other. Do you see how that works? That's how that works. So again, and then there's this one kind of, I know we're pressed on time, and I'll see if I can fly through this really quickly. But this was, and it says, credit where credit is due. This is Pissed Magistus, I guess is the name. I'm not entirely familiar with him. I've seen 1 or 2 of his videos, seem to be, pretty well researched, pretty well thought out. But check out his kind of theory on why Greenland is kind of like this hotspot or area of importance right now. And let me know what you guys think about it in the chat. Again, I haven't come to any full determination on what my beliefs are or what may be the one thing kind of pinpointing why this is taking place. But just let me know what you think of this. Let me see if I can point it back at the beginning, and here we go. So this is trying to explain why Greenland is basically a point of contention right now,
which has opened up a whole bunch of new trade route opportunities. See, it used to be.
Now, how do you start? Let me see if how do you start the video over is what I want to know. Let me see if I can refresh. It'll start over. Nope, that's not it. All right, so let's go back to his videos, right? I'm going to go to Pissed Magnus, and that way you can get it from the beginning. All right, here we go. No, you can't, because the sound doesn't come off right away. All right, here we go.
From a national security situation.
Why do they want Greenland so badly? Ironically, one of the answers is kind of climate change.
How they call it climate change, because they said it's going to get warmer, it was getting colder. Then it was going to get colder, it's getting warmer.
No, they said it was going to get warmer over time, and it got warmer over time, which is why a lot of Arctic ice has melted, which has opened up a whole bunch of new trade route opportunities. See?
So again, just kind of like an overall, like generic kind of broad statement on what the video is about. Basically, he's saying that because of climate change, because of the melting of like the polar ice caps and obviously the temperature rise, like it has opened up, excuse me, different areas around Greenland that could be, very exploitative and very lucrative as far as trade routes. Again, similar to, different ways of getting stuff from, and he'll go on to explain how like, the Suez Canal and different areas like that are heavily utilized to save people money, from going around different areas and cutting trips in half, cutting down the time of trips. So it's similar to that aspect. Like, and we know how important the trade is now to the world. So to be able to control these trade routes could be extremely profitable to people. So again, I'll let him go on, but that's kind of like the gist of it. And that's why Russia and China, like Donald Trump saying, are kind of fighting or vying for this area as well. But Donald Trump can't really tell you why, because then it would have to, then the United States would be like copping out to climate change, right? They would be admitting the effects of climate change and how it's affected, the stability of the world and the security of the world and what regions people are going for. But let's continue on this. And again, I want to know your thoughts in the chat.
See, it used to be if you wanted to bring goods from Eastern Asia into Europe, you had to go down this way and come up through the Suez Canal, which incidentally, this region that you have to pass through is also rife with conflicts and genocides and territorial disputes and wars and military coups and general Western interference. I'm sure that's totally a coincidence, though. So now that the ice is melting, controlling this general territory is about to become a lot more strategically and economically valuable. Because as it turns out, in a global consumer capitalist infrastructure, controlling the flow of resources and goods is, pretty valuable. It is rather strange that we're in a political age where global leaders are openly denying that the temperature is rising whilst simultaneously basing major policy decisions around the fact that the temperature is rising at the same time. They have,
like, again, so that would have to be like his stipulation on this case would have to be true for that to be true. But again, if they're making decisions based off of climate change and how it's affected the world, at the same time they're denying climate change, it kind of gives you a little insight into the hypocrisy and what they actually know, not just the oil companies, the energy companies, and what they've been doing to the planet for quite some time now, and how it's had its effect. So they're clearly aware and up to speed on it. If again, we're stipulating all is true in this video.
They have acknowledged that the Chinese and the Russians are suddenly all over this region, but they can't openly acknowledge why, because then they have to acknowledge that they were wrong about the temperature rising. Now, there is also the value of the resources on Greenland itself, but personally, I think controlling movement through the region is of greater importance. As for the opinion of Greenlanders, polling shows that they are far more interested in remaining Danish than becoming American, although they're also far, far more interested in becoming independent, which personally I believe if the population in a region want to be independent, I don't see any reason to stop them other than just tyranny. That's a bit about why they might want Greenland, but the question of why they're handling it in the media the way they are, I think should be obvious. Not just Greenland, right? First they say they're going to run Venezuela, then they say they want Greenland, then they say they might invade Cuba, then they say they might invade Canada, then they say they might invade Mexico. Because, you know, the more scared and confused generally the population are, the less energy they have to focus on things that they don't want them focusing on, preventing them from collectively discussing things that perhaps haven't been given, you know, a sufficient amount of public attention. I'm just going to leave this here for like a second.
We need Greenland.
All right. So again, I just theories out there. Want to know your thoughts on it. It was just kind of something I ran across. Figured it would be interesting for us to kind of dive over again, all kind of relating back to the, you know, the Epstein files, the distraction to it, you know, causing as much chaos all over the globe. You know, this kind of, like we talked about with Brian, this like, I don't give a fuck attitude, like nothing to lose attitude that they have right now. They have more power than they'll ever have kind of consolidated or have consolidated in a long time and for a long time. So they better utilize that to the best of their ability to keep people out of trouble if they're related or inside the Epstein files or the Sasha, Riley files, which a lot of other people were named, right? The recordings and such, which a lot of other politicians, a lot of other prominent people were named in those. So again, if we're trying to protect these people, it's a good way to just create as much chaos as possible, send the military into the streets of the people, you know, into the cities of the United States, tell ICE to be as brutal as possible. You keep the media on that. You got the unrest at home and people talking about that. You got Greenland and Cuba and Canada and Mexico and China and Colombia and everything about that. Like, you know what I mean? It all kind of goes hand in hand. And a lot is, you know, it kind of goes back to this guy as well. And this is just a quick clip on how the right is now treating Dan Bongino, Dan Bag of Dicks Bongino, after, you know, basically, you know, what do you want to call it? Deserting his position that he said he was going to go in and crack skulls and break backs and snap fingers and lick toes. I don't know if he said lick toes, but he probably did that. I'm not going to lie. But he wanted to go in there and like heads were going to roll to get the Epstein files released. And they were going to, you know, unredacted and all this bullshit. So now he quit. I don't know how long his actual, like how many days he actually lasted in there, but he's quit and he's back to his podcast now. And people on the right, the America First crowd, we'll have to dive into what the, you know, the still MAGA crowd actually think and what it's saying about it. But here's just a little taste of what the America First crowd and people, along the lines of him are talking about Dan Bongino and how they're discussing it. Check this out real quick. We won't go into too much, but check this out.
Double leg, the jump kick, the side kick, the roundhouse, the tie kick. Body.
I want you to kick me. Come on, kick me. Okay, do it again. Do it again. Okay, you'll block it every time. Have a seat.
And again, this is right wingers making fun of Dan Bongino, just to kind of reiterate. And we don't have to go through that. We'll just another second or two, and it'll give you the insights that you need. Again, we don't have to dive into too much, nor would I subject you to too much. But here we go. Ready?
As there's an old sheriff back.
Oh, can we just take a second to revel in this, please? Can we just take a second to just give that a chef's kiss? Again, on right-wing media, conservative media, America First media, the Nick Fuentes lover, he's now being labeled as Captain Israel. And Jeffrey Epstein's hero, dressed in an all, like, looks like a Captain Israel, let's just call it for what it is, Captain Israel uniform, and Captain Israel saves the day in a depiction of Jeffrey Epstein and Dan Bongino. Oh, baby.
In town, yes. Dan Tough Guy Bongino's just finished up his time as deputy director of the FBI. And in about 10 months, his biggest claim to fame there is helping redact and cover up files to protect files. Yes, Dan in his time at the FBI was about as useful as a shit-flavored lollipop, and he's now decided that he's coming back to the podcast scene, baby, and he's declaring war on literally everyone who's not Israel first.
So remember how we told you guys, a lot of it comes back to Israel. A lot of it comes back to the Epstein files, and a lot of it comes back to Charlie Kirk, right? So we got two of them in two out of three we got in this one instance, right? So they're mad at him for being, not pro-America, not America first, but pro-Israel and Israel first, and they're mad at him about the Epstein file. So two huge things now creating the rift in this MAGA civil war, and the rift between the America First crew and the still MAGAs, whatever you want to call them. That's literally, you can break it down so easily into like those three main categories. And again, as we talked about with Hal on Hal's show, the affordability aspect of it as well. Like, people on the right are now more willing to talk about how expensive things are, and how, Donald Trump failed, at least in his 14,000 times he promised to get prices down on day one, and the 27,000 times he promised to have the the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine ended in 24 hours, not within being put in office, within elected, from the time he was elected, not inaugurated, right? So people on the right are now more willing, more able, because of the the slip on the grip of power that Donald Trump has seen recently. More people are getting away with kind of making fun of him, talking shit about him, or that type of thing that people haven't been willing to do on the right for quite some time, because of the backlash, because of how tight-knit MAGA once was, and they could be sure they were going to get threats and be kicked off and excommunicated from this, that, or the other thing. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see that they're now continuously attacking their own as well. One other thing that we wanted to dive into and at least mention, obviously, is the ongoing protests in Iran, as far as not only the brutal and the horrendous and the saddening and the heartbreaking nature that just for the deaths and the protests that they are, but also Donald Trump's actions in relation to this, and still threatening United States interaction, still actively trying to get the protesters to continue their ongoing protests, to stay out into the streets, even though, again, they're being killed by the thousands. But yeah, Donald Trump continues his rhetoric of saying, excuse my nose is itchy, of saying that, yes, he is going to absolutely go in and at some point, as he continues to say on Truth Social, go in and help these people, but, to continue the fight. And again, the numbers are, I mean, again, this one just says here, just for kind of reference, Iran protest death toll jumps to 1,850. Rights group says, with even more than that expected, and probably, again, that's more on the low side, as people have been reporting to talk about. So a very horrendous scene, multiple horrendous scene, that ongoing horrendous scene that continues to be so. But we also have to continue to watch Donald Trump's rhetoric on this and what his position is and what he plans to do. Because, again, boots on the ground in Iran, I'm sure Bibi Netanyahu would love nothing more than another war. I mean, just something to keep his ass in power and away from the courtroom and out of the Hague, out of paying for his international war crimes, his crimes against humanity. So it's crazy. And again, I'm going to throw this link in the chat for you guys. Again, it's tough for me to know kind of how to cover this because of not only the, I don't want to say salacious, but it's very, very disturbing nature of it. So as far as it pertains to guidelines, as far as it pertains to, again, people that have been through traumatic experiences, I would I'll point you in the direction. And if it's something that you want to listen to, you can. If not, then feel free to just kind of listen to the coverage of people going over it. And again, we'll continue to talk about, parts of this story that have been confirmed, parts that we can, again, talk about as not being confirmed, as well as we continue to find out more and more about this. But definitely something I recommend you guys at least diving into to get the basic outline, the basic summary of what's being discussed, of some of the information, some of the people that are involved in that sort of thing. But again, I'm trying to do my best to protect not only the viewers, but also, again, stuff that has not been quite confirmed yet to this point, something that we absolutely need to know about, talk about, highlight, and spotlight, but also need to make sure that we do it in the right manner. So I'm going to throw this in the chat one more time, just so everybody can get this. This is to the direct link for the Substack that this was posted on, titled "Don't Worry, Boys Are Hard to Find," Part 1 of 2, and it is by Lisa Noel Volding. Let me throw this on the screen just so everybody can kind of look at what it's, just so you can see what it looks like, so you know that you're looking at the right one when you get to it. And again, Lisa Noel Volding posted this November 23rd, 2025. And it's, again, 6 parts speaking with Sasha Riley. So again, just for, again, not, let's see here. Evie's aunt says, I'm a survivor of an attempt essay. I didn't report, but I had great support from my mom. Again, yes, it's very important to recognize that, you know, some people react and do react to different circumstances and different information, and different, like, you know, horrendous descriptions of like things that have taken place differently. So I want to be mindful. I want to be careful, and I want to, you know, I don't want to breeze past it by any means, and not, you know, not to touch base on it, but just I want to do it kind of respectfully if I can. So I threw that in the chat. Just want to make sure. And again, we have our tonight. We got the show tonight, the podcast tonight. So we'll see if maybe any more information comes out from now till then, and then we could definitely cover that as well. So I really do appreciate you guys. I'm going to toss it over to Jeff. If my man Jeff is over there on this space today, I really do appreciate Matt, the mods, and everybody over there on this space for everything that you guys do, continue to do, all the help going into midterms, all the, you know, the coverage of what's going on the streets and in places all over the country. So Jeff, take it away, my man. Everybody stick around here on Blunt Politics so I can thank you guys on Venmo. Thank you guys, everybody that contributed in the chat today. So please stick around. And yeah, everybody on this space, you have a wonderful day. Make sure you hit that like button over there. And thank you to everybody. Take it away, Jeff. I appreciate you, brother.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively, massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Jeff Waldorf, and you're watching Logically Left right here on this space Wednesday. So I got some really in-depth stories I want to talk about, including what happened when a journalist tried to sign up for ICE. You're going to love that story. Also, it's going to infuriate you, and it's going to show you exactly the kind of caliber of people they are hiring. I mean, really. Then we've got. I'm going to talk about how some heroes don't wear capes, but are working class folks. So I'm pretty sure y'all know what that's about already, but trust me, we're going to have fun with it. We've got criticism at the Democrats. Gavin Newsom working with the billionaires to crush a wealth tax. Not all Democrats are great. In fact, a lot of them are captured by corporate interests, and this is a great example of how. And then I'm going to go after the CBS and their propaganda and the fact that they are attempting to brand themselves as against the elites and all that. It's bullshit. So let's get into it. First, we're going to start out with the ICE story. What happens? What happens when a journalist tries to join a very prominent anti-ICE journalist, by the way? What happens? Well, here's the story. Let's do it. So imagine this. You're a journalist, and you've written publicly about how dangerous ICE is. You've criticized their raids, their abuses, the whole entire deportation machine. And you decide, as an investigation, of course, hey, let's see what happens when I actually apply to work for ICE. So you show up, you apply, but you don't finish the paperwork. You don't even complete the screenings, okay? And you are, again, on record as being against ICE. And the response from the federal government is basically, congratulations, here's your badge and your gun. There you go. What? Wait, what? Now combine that, because that really happened, with what just happened in Minneapolis, okay, where a 37-year-old mother named Renee Nicole Good was shot and killed by an ICE agent during one of Donald Trump's big flashy immigration surges, okay? That is not a coincidence. That's what we call cause and effect. See, we need to talk about how a broken, chaotic, disastrous hiring system is getting people killed. So let's zoom out. Let's start with the big picture, okay? Donald Trump is desperately trying to deliver on his largest deportation operation in American history. And to do that, you need bodies. Lots of them. Not trained professionals. No, not people who understand the law. Are you kidding me? No, why would we want that? Not anybody who is trained in de-escalation or even in basic human rights. No. Just warm bodies in uniforms who will do what they're told. That's it. So ICE launches this massive recruitment surge, right? More agents, faster, quicker hiring, shortened training, rush vetting, even if there is any vetting. Okay. Look, they're basically not building a careful law enforcement apparatus. No, they're building a private army. Trump's private army. And like every authoritarian project, of course, the first thing to go that goes right out the window is basic standards. And so that's where the Slate reporter story comes into play. See, this is not a MAGA superfan who, grew up dreaming of busting down doors with immigration, going after the illegals. No, this is a critic. Somebody who's written extensively, publicly, about the abuses performed by ICE. Her name is Laura Jadid, and she wrote in Slate. She applied for an ICE job as part of her reporting project, testing the system. They wanted to see that, hey, does ICE actually take vetting seriously? Are they checking the backgrounds? Do they even read the records? And what happens? Well, the process is a mess. Required screening steps are skipped or mishandled. Forms go missing. Follow-ups don't really happen. The kind of basic bureaucracy you'd expect if you were applying at a job, for example, I don't know, Costco. ICE can't even manage that. Yeah, that's right. The reporter doesn't finish all the screenings. They don't even clear all the hurdles. And they're very clearly not playing by the standard job applicant script. And yet, the ICE machine just keeps from rolling. They're essentially told, yeah, you're good, welcome aboard. Welcome to ICE. I mean, This is the South Park thing, okay? Playing out in real time. We don't care. We don't care at all. If you're fat and lazy or crazy, or it doesn't matter. Here's your badge. Here's your gun. There is no meaningful conversation about the very public criticism of this agency. No serious pause over any incomplete documentation, no red flags about hiring somebody whose entire professional record screams, I think this agency is dangerous and maybe out of control. That is not just incompetence. It is desperation. If you are so committed to Donald Trump's deportation surge that you will effectively wade through somebody who hates what you do, if you do a 5-minute Google search or 5-second Google search, you would find all the stuff that Laura has written about ICE, and it is not complimentary. And I happen to agree with all of it. So, I mean, look, they just want to slap another name on the ICE roster. So if they do that, what do you think you're doing with people who actually want to abuse power? Because if the bar is so low, and it is, that a known critic can just slide right under it, then, well, what about somebody with a history of violence or domestic abuse? What do you think, or extremist politics? They ain't just slipping through, man. They are being welcomed. They're being welcomed with a big old neon sign. It's welcome to ICE. You're exactly who we want. Look, man, this isn't just about embarrassing paperwork or bumbling, idiotic bureaucrats, okay? This is about who we're handing a government gun to. When you have rush background checks, incomplete psychological screenings, little to no serious attempt to filter out racist, fascist, and angry men looking for legal cover to harm people, training that is shortened, simplified, and framed around you are the front line in a war. A war. You're going to get exactly what you'd expect, man. Trigger-happy psychos claiming federal immunity. It's exactly who they want. And remember, this is not happening in a vacuum. This is happening while Trump is telling these people that immigrants are invaders, that we're in a war for the country. Stephen Miller saying the same thing, having Nazi signs, Nazi slogans, and saying that, law enforcement has been betrayed. They need to take the gloves off. And that's exactly what Trump has done. Hey, if you tell enough people that they're soldiers in a war, and you barely vet them, you rush them through the training, and then you drop them into American neighborhoods with guns and unmarked SUVs, what do you think is going to happen if they feel just a tiny little bit scared? They ain't going to de-escalate. We've already seen that. They don't slow down. They don't think, is this proportional? They squeeze the trigger. And that takes us to Minneapolis. On January 7th, 2026 in Minneapolis, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was shot and killed by an ICE agent during a federal immigration enforcement operation. Renee was a mother of 3. Federal authorities quickly pushed out this familiar bullshit script. Oh, the agent was fearing for his life. She used your car as a weapon. He had no choice. Look, we've heard this story so many times. It could have been auto-generated by AI. It probably was. Let's be honest. But then, of course, you have video that surfaced, witnesses that have spoken out, and surprise to no one, the narrative from ICE does not match. Of course not. It never does. By multiple accounts, including video, Renee was turning her car away and not ramming into that agent. She is trying to get out of a terrifying situation. The agent fires anyway, multiple shots in a city that has already lived through the police murder of George Floyd. Now, any normal functional justice system would say, okay, that's serious. We do need an independent investigation here. We need to do something about this. We need to look at this from every single angle and find out the truth so that we can get accountability. Instead, what's happening? The Department of Justice announced that it sees no basis for a civil rights investigation. None. And it's so outrageous that federal prosecutors, people inside the system, reportedly resign in protest over how this case is being handled. Think about how bad it has to be for federal prosecutors to say, oof, I can't be a part of this no more, guys. So what we have is a woman dead, a community in the streets that is protesting, evidence that contradicts the official story, the official narrative, and a federal government shrugging and saying, don't care, looks fine, moving on. We got Greenland to go invade. I mean, again, this is not one bad apple. Okay, this is what happens when you build an entire enforcement machine around speed, ideology, and impunity. That's it. So now let's connect this back to the Slate reporter. Okay, on one end of the pipeline, you have an agency that is so chaotic and desperate for warm bodies that they are effectively ready to hire someone who didn't complete the screenings. And it was written publicly about how dangerous this agency is. And on the other end, you have an ICE agent killing a mother of 3 in Minneapolis with evidence that undercuts the story and a federal system bending over backwards to protect them from real accountability. These are not separate stories. These are the same story, just at different stages. Lax chaotic hiring means people who should never be allowed near a badge are getting badges. Training that is about aggression, not restraint. Supervision that is weak because everything is moving so fast. And the message from the top is, don't worry about it. You're doing God's work. You're under attack. Don't let anyone tie your hands. And when someone dies, well, the same system that failed on the front end fails in the back end. The investigators are the colleagues. The DOJ, of course, is politically captured. And the priority is protecting the mission, not the public. This is how authoritarian systems operate in real life. Renee Nicole Good is dead because the system, from recruitment to deployment to accountability, has been designed to protect itself first, not us. And we need to be very clear about this. It's not an accident. You see, when Trump and his allies talk about mass deportation, giant detention camps, using the military at the border and in our cities, they need an apparatus that is willing to execute that vision. And when you have that, well, you don't really have time to build a professional, ethical workforce. So they need yes men. They need true believers. Right now. They need it now. So standards, drop, gone, training, rushed, vetting, basically a rubber stamp at this point. And if a few extremists with militia fantasies slip through, if a few abusers get a government gun, from the perspective of an authoritarian project, that is not a bug. It is a feature. Because who's going to be more eager to raid homes at 4 a.m., to drag people out in front of their kids, to drag U.S. citizens out in front of their kids, to open fire on terrified women in the road? Not someone who went into law enforcement to actually serve the public. No, someone who went in simply because they want power and a target to use it on. If this is what ICE looks like now, well, with reporters being able to slip through the hiring pipeline and agents killing people in Minneapolis, imagine what it's going to look like in 2, maybe 3 years. They want this system turbocharged, bigger, meaner, and even less accountable than it already is. More Renees, more families destroyed, more prosecutors either quitting or learning to keep their heads down, more communities told that the video that they're watching with their own eyes somehow isn't the reality. So what do we do? Well, first, we got to stop pretending that this is just about a few bad agents or training issues. This is structural. It's political. It's intentional. Second, we do need to pay attention locally. ICE does not operate in a vacuum. They work with local police, sheriffs, jails. So your sheriff's race matters. Okay. Your city council stance in cooperating with ICE matters. Sanctuary policies matter. If your local officials keep rolling out the red carpet for ICE, that's a choice. Third, you have to understand that a broken, desperate, chaotic hiring system is a tool. It's a tool that Trump is using to hire loyalists who are and will be ready to enforce his will. Full stop. This is the building of a private army. Look, at the end of the day, Renee Nicole Good should be alive today. Her kid should have a mother. And an agency that can be barely bothered to vet its own agent should not be trusted with life and death power over millions of people. It shouldn't even exist. It shouldn't even exist. And so if your politicians, regardless of what side of the aisle that they're on, if they're not calling for the abolition of ICE today, after everything that has happened so far, they should be primaried and replaced. Simple as that. Okay. Moving on here. So President Trump goes to a Ford factory in Michigan. And, he was planning a nice little photo op about jobs and the economy. And instead gets absolutely bodied by a line worker who calls him very clearly a pedophile protector. Take a look. So Trump had a little bit of a meltdown. And as a result of that, the worker who called him out gets suspended. But wait, the internet responds by raising, get this, over $220,000 for the guy in just a matter of hours. That's amazing. So this is a story, of course, about TJ Cibula, Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and why calling Trump a pedophile protector is hitting way too close to home for the orange one. So now Trump, as I mentioned, recently visited a Ford plant in Dearborn, Michigan. It's supposed to be a nice little controlled environment, as they usually are, corporate backdrop, handpicked workers, applause on cue, all that stuff. But buried in a sea of hard hats is one man who did what a lot of us wish that we could do to Trump's face. Tell him exactly what he is. TJ Cibula, a United Auto Workers Local 600 line worker, waits for his moment. Donald Trump walks by. The cameras are rolling. Secret Service is there. Ford execs are smiling. And TJ is like, pedophile protector. That's what you are. Again, it was not mumbled, wasn't under his breath. You could hear it very, very clearly. In fact, he told the Washington Post that he made sure that Donald Trump could hear him very, very, very clearly. And you could see that he did. Trump stopped, visibly mouthed F you, and flipped him off. Totally normal behavior by the President of the United States, by the way. So let's be honest. There are a lot of things that you could yell at Donald Trump. Okay, racist, fascist, insurrectionist, tax cheat, rapist. I mean, take your pick, right? But this guy, TJ, went with pedophile protector. Why is that? Well, it's because Trump has been doing everything he can to duck transparency around his ties to the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. There's literal video of Trump partying it up with Epstein, laughing, pointing at girls, young girls. I mean, he once called him, we all know this, a terrific guy who likes beautiful women as much as I do. Many of them are on the younger side. That's a real quote. Now, fast forward to now, or should I say in December, when Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which literally required the Department of Justice to release all the Epstein files by December 19th. That's a law. It was passed. And yet the DOJ hasn't followed that. They claim that they've only reviewed less than 1% of those documents. So in other words, the government, Trump's government, is literally sitting on a mountain of information about who enabled, covered for, or participated in Epstein's abuse of girls. And they're moving about the speed of a DMV office after getting hit with Doge cuts. So when TJ yells out, pedophile protector, he is pointing straight at a real ongoing cover-up of who was involved with a serial child rapist. And Trump is right there, right in the middle of it all. So of course it got under his skin. So now what happened next is basically a perfect little parable of power versus solidarity. So Ford's official line is, well, we're proud of how our employees represented Ford. One of our core values is respect. We don't condone saying anything inappropriate in our facilities. We have a process to deal with that. Let me tell you what, as someone who has worked in the automotive sector before, in the factories, we're all about that kind of language. But corporate, the corporate offices, not so much. So the translation to that corporate speak is, yeah, we saw the video and we're kind of afraid of the president and his power. We don't really want to be targeted. We don't want to lose tax breaks, et cetera, et cetera. And so TJ gets suspended from his job. You know, it's kind of funny how we're holding line workers more accountable than the president of the United States. Real interesting. All for correctly describing Trump's role in stonewalling justice around a child sex trafficking. I remember when QAnon was supposed to be after that, wanting to put a stop to that. Yeah. Where are they now? Now, outside the factory walls, of course, regular people responded to this. A GoFundMe pops up almost immediately, calling TJ a patriot for triggering Donald Trump, which is great. The goal was $150,000. By the next morning, it immediately blew past that. Over $222,000 raised in just a few hours. The description of that fundraiser is pretty blunt. TJ correctly called Trump a pedophile protector. He got suspended. Let's help him pay the bills. And while we're at it, let's crank up the pressure to release the Trump Epstein files. The organizer says that he is in touch with TJ, figuring out how to get him the money and how to best use the momentum. Think about what that means. A random line worker mouths off at the most powerful fascist in the country, and within about 24 hours, hundreds of thousands of dollars show up from people who are done watching this man bully everyone with just about no pushback. I mean, imagine if it were actually Democratic politicians that had just an ounce of the bravery TJ had. Now, how does the Trump machine respond? Well, White House Communications Director Stephen Chung put out a statement calling TJ a quote-unquote lunatic, wildly screaming expletives in a complete fit of rage, and said that Trump had given an appropriate and unambiguous response. Well, first off, projection much? You have a man who tried to overturn a lawful election, incited a violent mob on January 6th, and spends his days rage posting in all caps about vermin and poison bloodlines. He's calling someone else a lunatic in a fit of rage? Seriously. And secondly, let's talk about the appropriate and unambiguous response. Talking about the president of the United States on an official tour in a union auto plant, flipping off a worker because his fifis got hurt. Oh, how sad. Look, that is who these people are. They're not actually strongmen. I know I like to call Trump a strongman, and a lot of people like to call him, but really, he's not. He is a thin-skinned bully who loses his mind. The second anyone punctures his little ego bubble. Okay? And I love that there is video of it, because this is what authoritarian tough guy cosplay really looks like. A billionaire snowflake having a tantrum because a guy on a factory floor spoke the actual truth. Now, here's the thing. We really need to stay on this Epstein angle here, okay? Because that's the part that they really do not want us talking about. Again, the Epstein Files Transparency Act is law. It says, release the files, all of them. But instead, the DOJ claims that it only looked at less than 1%. What are you doing? Well, what are you spending your time on? I think, in reality, they are taking so long with this because they are doing a whole lot of redactions. Pedophile protector is an accurate description of what it means to sit on those files, drag your feet, and shield the most powerful men in the country from being fully exposed. And Trump knows it. He knows that if those files come out completely unredacted, it damns his entire world, his friends, his donors, his allies, and likely even himself. Now, look, at the end of the day, TJ said, quote, I don't feel as though fate looks upon you often, and when it does, you better be ready to seize the opportunity. And today, I think it did that. Well, he's right. He absolutely did. Most of us are never going to end up face-to-face with Trump on a factory floor. But we are going to have chances online in our workplaces and our unions, in our communities, to decide whether we're going to play along with this fake respectability game or to tell the truth about who these people really are. Donald Trump is a man who flipped off a worker for pointing out his connection to a child sex trafficking cover-up. That is who he is. That is who he has always been. And if you are happy that somebody finally said it to his face, I would say celebrate. Okay, make some noise. Talk about the Epstein files, most importantly, and demand that they be released fully, not 1% at a time, and not just filled with black bars. And also remember, heroes, not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes they're wearing a hard hat. Hats off to you, TJ. All right. Let's move on. Let's go to making fun of the Democrats. Actually, you know what? Why don't we do something kind of related to the previous story, and then we'll get to Newsom. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Tony Dokapil just learned the hard way that you cannot cosplay as a man of the people while cashing a billionaire's paycheck and parroting MAGA-coded talking points on CBS. So his first week in the big chair at CBS Evening News was such a ratings faceplant that he ended it by begging viewers to just trust him after they'd already turned off the TV. Now, let's talk about CBS's new anti-elite anchor, who went to a $53,000 a year prep school, lives in a Brooklyn townhouse, and is tanking the numbers faster than his billionaire boss's PR department can spin. So let's start with the numbers, because capitalism worships them, okay? Dokapil's debut pulled in around 4.4 million viewers. By night 4, that was down about 3.9 million. That's still a lot, true, but not good. Not good at all. Overall, the show dropped more than 11% in his first week. In the key 25 to 54 demo, the one that advertisers actually give a crap about, it was worse, much worse. Nearly a 20% drop from Monday to Thursday. This ain't just a slow start. His predecessors, John Dickerson and Maurice Dubois, did almost 800,000 more viewers in their debut week. Same time slot, same network, same country. The difference is the guy in the chair and the message coming out his mouth. CBS looked at that and said, oh, perfect, let's double down. By Tuesday, after that brutal slide, Dokapil ends his show with this needy little monologue.
I may not agree with everything you hear on this broadcast, but we trust you to listen and we trust you to decide for yourself. And that's another day in America. I'm Tony DeCopel, live from Detroit.
That right there is pure consultant brain. I mean, you can kind of feel the meeting that birthed that line, okay? Tony, you need a signature sign-off, man. It sounds deep, but doesn't actually commit to anything. Think Cronkite, but with vibes. Oh, really? Now, the problem is, of course, is that Cronkite never had to plead with the viewers to trust him. He earned it by doing, get this, journalism. Journalism that actually tried to challenge power. DeCopel is trying to earn it with branding while the show is literally bleeding viewers in real time. It's a good job. Before he even took a seat, by the way, he did this New Year's video where he had railed against legacy media, the very thing that he is on, for listening to quote unquote advocates and academics and not average Americans. Sound familiar? Well, it should, because this is the Fox News MAGA script. Okay. You sneer at the elites and the academics, the smart people, that don't do very well with Donald Trump. Pretend that you're the only one who cares about the regular people and never, ever mention the billionaire who signs your paycheck. He says, I'm not going to answer to advertisers, politicians, or corporate interests, including the new owners of CPS. You know what I say? Adorable. That is adorable. Because the very person who picked him for that seat is Barry Weiss, a professional anti-woke pundit, installed as editor-in-chief by David Ellison, a very Trump-friendly billionaire Nepo baby. Look, this is not a grassroots newsroom revolt. This is a top-down billionaire-engineered populism in a suit and tie. That's what that is. Let's talk about this average American that he claims to be speaking for. DeCopel went to a $53,000 a year prep school, then to George Washington University, then Columbia. He and his wife, MSNBC anchor Katie Tour, live in a 4-story townhouse in one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Brooklyn. Now, hey, good for them, I guess. They got their bag. I'm not saying rich people can't also care about the plight of the poor. I mean, there are the patriotic millionaires. There are politicians like Bernie Sanders, who, despite his assets, and he's got assets now, made a lot of money from selling books. Turns out he is still not fabulously wealthy compared to his colleagues. So, millionaires and rich people can be on the side of working people. They can be. They just choose not to be. So, and this guy definitely not one of those people. So spare me the I'm just like you anti-elite routine when your entire career is nothing more than a one long LinkedIn flex. Okay. But this is what billionaire media owners are doing now. They're trying to cash in on that anti-elite sentiment. But they do so by taking a guy marinated in elite institutions and try to slap a label of anti-establishment on them. I guess it worked for Donald Trump. They're telling the viewers, oh, see, we fixed the media now. You can trust us. Viewers, of course, are responding the only way that they can, by changing the channel. Y'all remember when CBS News at least pretended to be about doing real journalism? Yeah, I know. Well, that's over. And it's long over. Barry Weiss, who built her brand whining about cancel culture and woke mobs, is the one running CBS News. She is the one who gave DeKoppel the seat. And she does not hide her politics. She has been very cozy with the intellectual dark web crowd and parrots right-wing narratives about campuses and social justice. Now, over her sits David Ellison, a Trump-friendly billionaire heir, now owning the whole operation. So when DeKoppel tells you that he's not serving corporate interests, understand how absolutely insulting that is. Because the entire structure above him is nothing more than one giant corporate interest. And let me tell you, this is what oligarchic media capture looks like in the year 2026. A Trump-adjacent billionaire buys a legacy network and installs an anti-woke crusader as the news boss, puts a rebranded man of the people in Cronkite's chair, and hopes the costume change fools enough viewers to protect profits and Trump-era access. So far, though, the ratings say, not working. Not working. Now, you might say, and if you're still here, great. But you might be thinking, who cares, man? It's just one guy on one show. Well, this is a test case. Okay? If Ellison and Weiss can successfully morph CBS Evening News into a MAGA-friendly, billionaire-safe product without seeing massive viewer revolt, understand that every other network owner is watching. They'd love to trot out the, oh yeah, we're also anti-elite now branding, while quietly pushing pro-corporate, pro-Trump, pro-authoritarian narratives. Now, the good news here, and there is good news, is that the audience isn't as dumb as they think. When the new anchor spends his first week stumbling over the teleprompter, comparing himself to Cronkite, and delivering a Trump interview where the audio is literally drowned out by factory noise, people notice. They see the gap here between the promise of you come first, not corporate interests, and the reality, which is I work for a Trump-friendly billionaire and anti-woke editor who hired me to fix their image problem. So yeah, DeKoppel wants you to trust him and decide for yourself. I agree. Decide for yourself. Decide whether you trust a news operation run by a Trump billionaire and anti-woke culture warrior or independent outlets, unionized newsrooms, and independent creators who do not have a corporate HR department writing all of their sign-off lines. And there you go. Okay. Moving on here. Last story. All corporate media is garbage by and for the billionaires. Very, very true. That is very true. They do have a tendency to support corporate narratives because they are all corporations, for-profit corporations. Isn't that amazing? We live in a country where all the news is dominated by giant companies who have a massive profit motive, not in truth, but just in viewership, and selling as many ads as they can, as well as taking money from campaigns, political campaigns, and blasting their ads, which are filled with all sorts of untruths, lies, whatever you want to call them, all over the airwaves. They get paid for that. No wonder they never will stop the flood of money into our political system. we pay for our own oppression and exploitation. I cannot disagree with that. I cannot disagree with that. Okay. Last story here. Let's talk about how, it actually does matter which blue you vote for. Okay. Because it turns out that, blue, no matter who, odds are you're going to get a very corporate friendly Democrat like Gavin Newsom. California Governor Gavin Newsom just made it crystal clear who he actually works for. California healthcare workers came up with a plan to make billionaires pay a tiny little bit of their hoarded wealth to keep people alive. And Newsom's response wasn't, oh, how can we make this work? It was, how fast can I kill this plan for my donors? That's right. This so-called progressive governor is fighting harder for billionaires than for patients and nurses. And I'm not calling him a progressive governor, by the way. I've always known who Newsom really is. But for those of you who are not familiar with Newsom, well, here you go. This one's for you. So here's what's on the table. Unions representing healthcare workers in California, led by the SEIU-UHW, are pushing a ballot initiative for 2026. A one-time 5% tax on fortunes over $1 billion. Not on small business, not on middle-class homeowners, but on the ultra-rich who are sitting on obscene levels of wealth, while hospitals are understaffed and communities are losing their healthcare. That money would go to shoring up healthcare in California as federal funding gets slashed and their costs skyrocket. It is a direct response to a system that lets billionaires ride rockets to space while your ER closes. That's the proposal. 5% one time on assets over $1 billion. These people affected by this, a very, very small amount of people, they would still be billionaires the next morning. But how does Newsom respond? According to reports, Newsom and his team have been working for months behind the scenes to try to stop this billionaire tax from even reaching the voters. That's right. Publicly, he called it really damaging to the state and says that it makes no sense. Privately, he leans on allies, donors, anyone he can to try to shut it down before Californians even get a chance to vote on it. Now, remember, this is who Newsom is. He's a man who loves to posture on TV about standing up to Donald Trump and the far right. But when nurses and janitors ask billionaires to kick in an extra 5% one time to keep hospitals funded, suddenly this man is discovering his inner Larry Summers. He is showing you exactly who he really is, who he has always been. Newsom's main line, of course, is, we can't do this at the state level. Billionaires, they're going to leave, and it's going to hurt California's competitiveness. Ugh. Same old excuse, right? So, a couple points here. As I mentioned, same old tired threat that CEOs always trot out every time anyone talks about taxing them fairly. Oh, if you make us pay anything, we're going to move. We're going to move. Okay, cool. Go ahead. Go sit in Florida's humidity with Ron DeSantis in his boots while, and his collapsing insurance market. I'm sure you'll love it there. Secondly, Newsom says he prefers to have a national conversation about a wealth tax instead. The translation, of course, is let's kick this upstairs to a level where nothing will ever happen. But I can still sound like I'm a progressive on MS Now. Yeah. Now, if this man If he actually believed in taxing extreme wealth, he'd be treating this state effort as a model, a pressure point. Instead, he is treating this as a threat to be neutralized. Because the real issue here isn't about competitiveness. It is donor class panic. The second you can prove that you can tax billionaires at the same level and that people like it, because it's overwhelmingly popular, that model spreads. And the people writing the big check to Newsom's political operation know this. Look, let's look at who is actually getting squeezed here. Healthcare workers are already fighting against federal cuts and privatization. Corporate hospital chains that are demanding more profit with fewer staff. Burnout. Lots of that, especially after COVID. Short staffing. Unsafe conditions. So they try to use the one tool regular people have left in California. The ballot initiative. They gather signatures. They build a campaign and say, fine, if DC won't help, we'll tax the billionaires right here and we'll fund this ourselves. And now they're not just fighting against Donald Trump's austerity agenda and the corporate greed. They're fighting against their own Democratic governor, who supposedly shares their values. But he doesn't, of course. Just ask any transgender person how many times Newsom has thrown you under the bus. Look, this is how oligarchy actually operates. It ain't just Republicans openly doing the bidding of the rich. It is Democrats in blue states quietly making sure that nothing fundamentally changes for their donors. Now, Newsom loves that national attention. Oh boy, he positions himself as, I'm the anti-Trump. I'm the man who will save democracy from the MAGA movement. But democracy isn't just about beating Republicans in elections. It is about whether regular people can use the political system to take on concentrated wealth and power. And on that front, Newsom has just told us exactly where he stands. Given a choice between a democratic process where voters decide whether billionaires should pay 5% to fund healthcare or protecting billionaire comfort and keeping their money untouched, Newsom has chosen the billionaires. He is not afraid that this is going to hurt the state. He's afraid that it will hurt his relationship with the people who bankroll campaigns, foundation, consulting gigs, and whatever national ambitions this man's cooking up. I mean, presidential run? A primary? Probably. And by the way, this isn't really about Gavin Newsom's personal morals. It's about the class he represents. You can put a slick liberal veneer on all this stuff. You can talk about equity and inclusion and innovation, whatever. But when push comes to shove, these men will always protect concentrated wealth over working people every single time. The nurses, the techs, the janitors, patients backing this wealth tax, they are not radicals. They're not trying to burn it all down. They're just saying, hey, billionaires made a killing off this system. We're asking for a slice to keep people from literally dying. It's one time, 5%, not radical. You're still going to be rich beyond imagination. I mean, this is not even the compromise position. This is the conservative position. 5% to keep hospitals running? Or up to me, 90%. 100%. If you're any dollar over $1 billion, I'm taking all of it. I'm going to redistribute it to the people, okay? That's what I would do. You wouldn't want me in office, billionaires. You wouldn't want me. And even if I was and was able to do everything that I wanted to do, you would still be massively rich. I mean, at this point, people who hoard that much money, they have a mental illness. There is something wrong with them massively. Look, if you can't get a Democratic governor in a deep blue state to back something as simple as a one-time 5% wealth tax, what does that tell you about how captured this party is by the donor class? So the next time that you hear Gavin Newsom talking about standing up against the extremists and defending democracy, well, remember this. When working class people tried to use democracy to tax billionaires to fund healthcare, he didn't stand with them. He stood in their way. If you live in California, pay attention to this ballot fight. Don't let them quietly smother it with BS consultant talking points about staying competitive. No, ask your local, your legislatures and your local Democratic clubs straight up. Do you support taxing billionaires to fund healthcare? Yes or no? It's a simple answer. Because this is the real divide now. Okay. It is not just Democrats versus Republicans. It is billionaire power versus everyone else. And Gavin Newsom, well, Newsom continues to show us which side he has always been on. Okay. That's all I've got here. I'm going to read some comments. Shows the raw truth of the DNC. Absolutely true. He's scared of the precedent that we can actually tax wealth and that it's popular. Exactly. They do not want that to happen. They don't want that to happen. They want to make sure that the rich continue to sit on their mountain of money, their hoard, like their Smog from, the Hobbit. Okay. The great dragon. It's got to continue to sit on its hoard. Can't touch it or you're going to get burned. Well, we are going to touch it. We're coming for it. Okay. We're coming right for it. Let's see. Fat dragons. They are. They absolutely are. Put it on the ballot. Let the people decide. And that's exactly what Newsom is trying to prevent happening. So, I mean, yeah, when you do put these things to the people, generally the people are going to be in favor of it and the politicians not so much. And we're absolutely seeing that in this case. Absolutely seeing that in this case. And so I look forward to this, to seeing what happens with this ballot initiative, if they're going to be able to successfully gaslight people or get the people to not vote in favor of it. I mean, because you never really know. You never really know. Propaganda is incredibly effective. And I mean, that's kind of the sad truth of living in America these days, that propaganda is so incredibly effective, especially when it is propaganda that helps the rich and divides everyone else. Few steps towards creating a democracy in the U.S. Ban on the wealthy running for office, low ceiling on money spent in elections, and a ban on all donations greater than $20. I would just get all corporate and union money out of elections, period. Full public financing of elections. And that would just eliminate the corruption. Just go balls to the wall. Go the full way. Ask for the full loaf. Okay. And you might end up with a system more akin to what you're saying, where there are significant limits. But do remember, too, that we had once significant limits on campaign finance, and that was, stripped away by some very important, very consequential Supreme Court rulings back during the Nixon administration and the Reagan administration, where they made corporations people and allowed them to have full speech rights. We've got to get rid of those. We have to get rid of those. If we want our country back, we've got to get that corruption out of our government and get that money out of politics. If we don't, then, well, we're going to continue to be where we are at right now. And where are we? Well, that, you're going to find out, is Fville. Coming up next.
Hello? Is this thing on? Testing. Testing. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Hello and welcome to another episodic installation of Going Crazy in Public. I'm going crazy in public. Let's turn that light off. It's hurting my eyes. Live on stream. I'm going insane on pretty much a weekly basis. I would like to start today's show by saying I will not be here tonight on Wednesday's show that I'm usually a part of. I will not be here tonight, so I'm just starting that off. Enjoy it without me, as I will not be here tonight. But today I will be talking about how we live in a post-Republican state. You could call it limbo. You could call it purgatory of some kind. And it's really, the revolution is here, whether you like it or not. The shadow government of fascist billionaires are doing this revolution, whether we like it or not. They are revolting against the pseudo-Republican system of governance that the United States, the so-called United States, have existed in, And you can either participate in that revolution on the side of the revolters by joining ICE, or you can defend against the revolution by doing something. And we'll get into that a little bit more throughout the rest of today's program. But really, this is our last chance here to kind of do something about this. And when I say our, I mean people that are not in the executive branch of the United States government, as it is so called, the occupiers of the White House. We are in the same boat as most members of Congress, whether or not they want to appreciate that fact or not. They have no power. The Congress is null and void. The judicial system is null and void. It does not currently have any power. The revolters in the occupied White House have made sure of that. So in a way, we're on the same side as Congress. But Congress, of course, they're usually going to dance like jesters for the Mad King. That's what they did in Rome, and that's what they're going to do here. The Senate is just a collection of rich trust fund babies, and maybe one or two people that aren't trust fund babies, but they're rich. And they all really, really want to be either the king or on the king's side. You see the entirety of the Republican Party join Team Pedophile over the last year of our lives. Of course, they've been on Team Pedophile for a long time, but now it's out in the open, I guess. Democrats are also, they are really hankering. Their mouths are salivating, thinking about joining Team Pedophile. You see Chuck Schumer basically saying, I got problems with ICE, but I think they're good people. You see all kinds of Democrats failing to meet the moment. Whether or not we as people on the internet in lefty spaces like them or don't like them, we see the governor of Minnesota right now, if we want to mention current events, Tim Walz is going on a public fellatio tour, trying to suck any cock that is related to corporate interests, related to police interests. He's going around on a dick sucking tour. He may do press conferences where he says, like, this is unacceptable, blah, blah, blah. But is he doing anything about it? No, he doesn't give a fuck. Because really the best we can do, I think that probably Tim Walz is one of the best governors in this country. But he's a governor in the classical sense of that term. He's someone who governs. He is not someone who actually gives a fuck about making sure that the government that he is governing is actually protecting the citizens. He doesn't really give a fuck about power moves. He doesn't really give a fuck about any of that. He just wants to sign papers and go on TV. That's most politicians, including Tim Walz. Now, I know a lot of people on the left like him or whatever because of the last election or whatever. They think he's endearing. But this is the same guy who mobilized the National Guard to destroy and desecrate civilian lives in 2020. And now, over the last week, he's started talking tough, saying, I'm going to prep the National Guard. For what? He's saying, oh, if Trump invades our city anymore, we're going to send in the guard to do what? Unclear. And he's just pretended he never said that. He hasn't really said anything since that. And he's just kind of hoping we all forgot that he at one point pledged to use the National Guard to support the citizens of his state that apparently he cares so deeply about. Again, the revolution is here. Whether or not you want to participate, it doesn't matter, because as many people online have famously said, the facts do not care about your feelings. In Minnesota, particularly Minneapolis and St. Paul, ICE, if you want to call it that, the secret police of the occupying force in the White House, is going door to door and dragging people out of their homes. They are dragging people out of their cars. They are shooting people in the face. They are gassing school students so much that Minneapolis schools have shut down in some areas and are offering online learning. Now, are they going to offer online learning during a pandemic that's been going on for 7 years? Probably not, because they don't really care about their kids. Most parents don't actually care about their kids, right? But we're in a position right now where parents are being broadcast on TV, publicly not giving a fuck, in a way that other parents are going to say, little weird, you're kind of giving the game away. So now they're going to offer online learning when ICE comes to town to terrorize people. When it's pathogens or school shootings, sorry, nothing we can do. Get the fuck into the schools. But when ICE comes to town, somehow there's political willpower to offer remote learning. So that's very interesting. We'll put a pin in that because I don't know. I find that to be an interesting situation to analyze, but we don't really have the time here to analyze that situation, I guess, because there's more important stuff going on, such as the fact that ICE has shot people in Portland, has shot people, potentially killed people in Los Angeles, and they've basically done a full-scale invasion on most cities in this country. There is no such thing as the Constitution. From a philosophical standpoint, there never was. But from a governmental standpoint, there isn't anymore. The Constitution is gone. The right to bear arms? No such thing. The right to freedom of speech. Again, I know I would argue never existed, but just bear with me. No such thing. We have amendments like the 3rd and 4th. People often forget about those that are being violated. We have military secret police barging into people's houses, doing unreasonable searches and seizures, And a lot of the times that I've seen videos of, they're just hanging out in people's houses. You could call that quartering. Just, oh yeah, we're going to sit here and take a lunch break in your living room after we bash your fucking door in. So again, regardless of what you want to pretend, regardless of the fiction that you have created around you, your family, your situation, the revolution is here, and their goal is to kill us being literally everyone on Earth who is not a rich billionaire. Palantir, a government, also a corporation entity. It's kind of weird. I don't know which one it is at this point. I guess it's more of a corporate entity, but again, they're sharing all their resources with the occupiers in the White House. So, but Palantir has had their C-suite executives basically go out and give talks about how their goals are to kill people, specifically leftists, communists, and liberals. We have not just one, I've seen three C-suite executives of the company Palantir publicly. This is not like, oh, it was a text exchange leaked. They literally get in auditoriums of rich people saying that their only goal is to kill communists. And of course, when they say communists, they mean, Hillary Clinton, famous communist, Joseph Biden, an avowed communist, Barack Obama, the most famous communist to have ever lived. That's what they mean by communist. If you're a real communist, like someone who actually supports the tenets of communism, they're not really equipped to handle that kind of scenario. They're going to kill you, of course. They're going to murder you and your entire family and then call you a domestic terrorist. But really, they're also focused on liberals. They're focused on literally everybody. That is their stated goal. Now, we can all pretend, oh, they don't really mean that. Donald Trump doesn't really mean that. We can all do this song and dance for another 10 years. It's been working wonders over the last 10 motherfucking years. This whole, oh, he's just pretending. He's just having a fun laugh. I'm sorry, what? So again, we have the merging of corporate interests and government interests. The government has basically been taken over by a shadow government of billionaires that are dictatorially occupying the White House and enforcing their law across the land, utilizing the secret police force to exercise that. I want everyone to understand, regardless of what you were taught in school, which, by the way, how funny would it be to go to school right now and learn that America has 3 co-equal branches of government? Like, they teach you that shit in schools. Like, that's a joke. Like, in school, like, probably right now. I don't know. I mean, maybe on the West Coast. In school right now, there are children being taught by teachers right now lies such as the U.S. government has 3 co-equal branches of government. Right? So, again, whether or not you want to participate, that's a separate question. But the revolution is here. The billionaires, the corporate fascist class have occupied the White House. Of course, my opinion is, and I can debate this till the cows come home, but again, maybe we'll dwell on that another time. They stole the 2024 election. There were over 3.5 million ballots totally destroyed, not to mention the over 70 bomb threats that originate from Russia and Israel and other places in major democratic urban populations. They stole the 2024 election. I'm sorry. Can we just stop pretending like this is somehow hypocritical or whatever, this mental gymnastics people go through in order to convince themselves that somehow all the evidence points to them stealing the election, but I'm just going to believe they didn't because of magical fairies in the sky, right? Literally, everything that they have been doing has been telegraphed. You can read it. They talk about it in public. That's the thing that makes me feel insane, right? When you have the CEO of Palantir do a fucking interview talking about how he thinks humanity deserves to die in our generation. He was asked, do you think humanity deserves to live in the future? And he was like, I don't know. You don't know? You don't know if humanity deserves to survive into the future? Right? So again, and then you tell people this, and then they go, oh, you're crazy. They don't really mean that. They don't really mean that. But again, ICE is now shooting mothers in the face in broad daylight and no one cares. Now you might be saying people in Minneapolis care because they're forced to care. They are forced to care because ICE is currently doing an invasion of their city. Did Minneapolis give a fuck about any of this, right? Over the course of 2024 or 3 or 2 when they were ramping all of this stuff up? No, no one cared. I was going on my show talking about how if Trump wins, we're all going to get fucked and it's not going to be in the good dick way. A lot of people didn't give a fuck. They don't give a shit. Even now, many people do not give a fuck. Because when I was telling people that Donald Trump was a pedophile racist or rapist or both, whatever, why would I say that? Oh, because Jeffrey Epstein has a public interview where he said such a thing, where he said that Donald Trump was his best friend. This is public. We know this. Oh, because in 2016, there was a tape that came out that he proudly said that he sexually assaults people in public all the time and then defended it on the debate stage. But when you tell people something that Trump has publicly stated and defended multiple times, they look at you like you're fucking crazy. Well, guess what? I don't want to just sit here and tell you how right I am all the time, but I was right all the time. But, I don't like at this point, we're at a point where petty grievances can be left at the door, right? Because we either need to participate and defend ourselves by any, thing we can think of, anything you can contribute to the cause, whether that be making videos online for as long as we still can, telling people that they're not alone. There are a lot of people out there that feel alone in this fascistic, atomized culture that we call America. They've been abandoned. Disabled people, for example, elderly people have been abandoned by the mainstream left that pretends to have solidarity while they ignore the pandemic. How many people are going to get sick in these protests without wearing respirators and then not be able to do any sort of protesting in the future? This is why I take pandemic precautions extremely seriously. How many people in 2020 that were at the George Floyd protests in every city, how many of those people now have chronic fatigue, have brain fog, have chronic inflammation? A lot of people might say, I spend too much time thinking about it. It's not that serious. It's just not serious when every single person on Earth loses 5 IQ points. Who cares? What could possibly go wrong? It's just not serious when everyone on Earth has a destroyed immune system. And then now the flu is killing people at record rates because their immune system is shot and most people have proto-AIDS. It's almost like maybe I saw this shit coming, and now we have a weakened population that is significantly less likely to mount any form of a resistance. It's almost like, I don't know, I saw all this coming and I told everyone about it and they said I was crazy because, oh, Taylor Swift is in town. I got to go to Applebee's. I'm sorry. I know. I got to come up with a new one. I don't know, man. But so again, petty grievances can be left at the door here. Because most people, I think, have realized something is not right. Something is going on, and I don't know, does someone want to do something about it? I think people have realized we need to do something. The problem is we don't have any form of a leadership position, of intellectual leadership in left-wing spaces. That doesn't exist. We had someone like Bernie Sanders. He was kind of that guy for a lot of lefties in the United States. And then he kind of just he disappeared or whatever. No one really cares about him. He doesn't really do much anymore. You might see him at rallies or whatever, but he's not, apparently he had record rallies last year. Record rallies. And what does that do? What did that do? Nothing. So he gets up and has everyone listen to him. And then what? They go home? Great fucking rally. It's a good use of your mobilization effort, right? So again, people are hungry. They're desperate for a cohesive, coherent narrative and leader to rally around. And this is why, again, I harp on stuff like COVID. We are in the 7th year of a pandemic. Imagine an alternate universe where everyone acknowledged the pandemic is real, and we utilize this collective acknowledgement to push for things like universal health care, because we're all getting sicker and becoming indentured servants into this apartheid health insurance system. Why do you think health insurance companies are loving the last 7 years? Because everyone's getting sicker and sicker and sicker, dumber and dumber and dumber, and more reliant on their mafia-style corporate interests, right? So again, we need to get our shit together, but also we need to learn how to put petty grievances aside. Now, again, I would argue something like pandemic precautions are not petty grievances, but other people might have a different opinion. Other people might say, oh, so what if I killed my grandma? It's just a matter of opinion. I don't know. That's a whole separate thing. But my point being here is the population is at a point where we are desperate for some sort of pressure relief valve, right? Historically, that has been the concept of the Republic. The Res Publica originated in concept as a way to give the lower class people, the people that were not senators, the aristocrats, the king class, to give them a way to feel like they are participating in the system so that they just, don't get pitchforks and go stab someone in public square. That is the way why they invented the concept of the Republic. The concept of the Republic was not invented to liberate the lower class. The concept of the Republic was not invented to ameliorate the problems of the overall citizenry. The concept of the Republic was invented so that the rich could maintain their riches in a fucked up system and then give the people lower than them on the ladder some sort of vents so that they don't, kill all the senators, and instead, they write their local congressman. Yeah, we're going to call your representative. Yeah, let's call your rep. Call your rep. But that no longer has any value in the current American Republic that for which it stood. It's not here anymore. If you call your representative, what do they... First of all, does your representative ever pick up the phone? Or is it a secretary? How do you even get in contact with your representative? Like serious, sincere contact. Well, maybe you can book a meeting. Maybe you can sit in their office for 10 minutes while they stare through your soul, while you fucking plead, while you plead and beg at their feet for them to do literally anything at all. And then they'll say, well, we'll see what I can do. And then they'll send you on your merry way. So when all of the meticulously designed, again, the concept of the Republic is at least 2,500 years old. This is 2,500 years of meticulous designing of a society where the rich maintain their power. That's all it is. That is the Republic. That is what we have been in for the last 2,500 years, is a very well-maintained, right, style of mass psychosis that is enacted from the rich to the poor, where you give the poor some sort of reason to believe that magically, if they call the representative, that somehow that's going to solve the problem. So instead of buying guns and storming the Capitol, they're going to call the governor's office and leave a note or whatever, a little, post-it note, right? But again, people are realizing that's not a thing. It hasn't been a thing in the United States, I would say maybe since the 1980s, I would say. But at least, at the very least, you could say anyone who's alive right now under the age of 50 has never, ever actually genuinely lived in a Republican government. Now, I want to be clear. A lot of people don't know what Republican means versus the political party. The political party took the name, and that's a whole different concept. But a Republican style of government exists as a way to basically do mass psychosis on the lower class and make them feel like they have ways to help themselves when they really kind of don't. It's like a maze. It's like you call up the pharmacy and then it tells you like, hey, do you want this? And then you say no, and then it goes to another phone tree, and then it's like, oh, press 1, press 3, and then you press 3, and then it sends you to the other one, and then it sends you to corporate, and then they send you back to the wrong store. Like, that's basically what the Republic is, right? But you need to have you need to actually pretend, right? Look at the civil rights movement, for example. The civil rights movement is the quintessential, mass psychosis of the Republic. That is why the Republic as a concept exists for things like the civil rights movement, right? You had motherfuckers that were about to just start shooting everybody for equal rights. And then you had someone who puts on a suit and tie and does it the right way. And then because they did it the right way, the president and the Congress were like, oh, thank you for doing it the right way. So now we're going to give you a small little breadcrumb of equal rights or whatever. We're going to pretend. We're going to call something the Civil Rights Act, and we're just going to pretend like that's some big deal. And we're going to say, thank you for doing it the right way. So now we have a generation of people who have no idea what the fuck was going on in the 1960s, which is the last time America even kind of pretended to have a real protest movement. Again, American protests have always been utterly pathetic, but in the 1960s, there was at least a semblance of an attempt at actually getting change. But they didn't actually get change. They didn't. They got the illusion of change. And then everyone went home, and then everyone pretended like the militant organizations that actually kind of pushed that change from behind the scenes, they never existed. While the federal government was going out of their way to assassinate everyone, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Martin Luther King Jr., all assassinated by the government after they had done their role. After Martin Luther King Jr. put on a suit and tie and did his speech, and then we gave him a pretend Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act that didn't really change the power dynamics all that much, then you assassinate him because his job is done. His job was to convince America that in order to get change, you have to put on a suit and tie and peacefully protest. You got to go get a parade permit from your local police department and just do a little peaceful demonstration. That's how you get change. That's what people have been taught in school, right? This is how you get change in the Republic. Well, no longer does protesting work. Protesting, again, I don't think has ever worked in the American style. Americans just honestly just don't know how to protest, right? So if protesting doesn't work, okay, let's just replace protesting with parades. Most protests, as Americans call them, are parades, okay? So parades don't work. Voting doesn't work. Calling your Congress people doesn't work. What is it? Let's say paying taxes and, I don't know, like voting on what your tax shit goes to in state ballots. That doesn't really work. Think about it. What other systems that exist in the Republican style of government have actually been effective at all since the 1980s? None. We haven't had any goddamn change since the 1980s, right? So again, people are realizing that. But most people are not literate. Most people are not historically well-read. Most people are not compassionate. Most people are not empathetic. But what does motivate people to make some sort of action is self-interest. Again, I hate it. I hate being here where people don't give a fuck about you or themselves, but really they don't give a fuck about themselves, but they give a fuck about their appearance. They give a fuck about their airs, their status that they put off. And so when someone looks at you and sees you as someone who doesn't take care of themselves, that is worse than actually not taking care of yourself. Minor tangent. For example, if you are anorexic, but you wear clothes that make you don't appear anorexic, people will assume you are taking care of yourself because you're thin. If you're overweight, people will, you really let yourself go. And oh my God, look at that. Most people have a shitty diet. Most people in America, about 92% of Americans don't eat fiber. They don't eat vegetables. So that would mean 92% of Americans are not taking care of themselves. But again, it doesn't matter. It's about status. Are you thin? Do you appear thin? It doesn't matter if you're healthy. Do you appear thin? Oh, well, okay. The status checks say that you're taking care of yourself because it's all about appearance, right? But we're in a position now where Americans are now being seen as the pathetic little slime that they are. People hate Americans. I, as someone who lived in the United States of America for a large period of my life, hate Americans. Most Americans hate Americans. And it's starting to get to the American psyche a little bit. It's starting to kind of, eat away at you a little bit, that everyone thinks you're a pathetic fucking loser. And you are. We are losers. Look at what's happening in Iran, for example. Now, we don't know too much about what's going on in Iran. There is a large media blackout. It's hard to get accurate information. But Iranians live in a conservative, religious theocracy. And I believe I read a news story about how the theocrats that control Iran are now going to start doing executions in public. So that's cool. But again, that's a protest. Say what you will about the whole geopolitical affairs of Iran, and it's one hot tamale, to be sure. But they're protesting their government. They're actually going to fucking protest their government. Americans' form of protesting is standing on the sidelines like this. Why are you doing that? Shame on you. Shame on you. That's 90% of Americans what they think of a protest. Oh, don't you know you're bad? Shame on you. Peace will overcome. Oh, that's most Americans protesting. So say what you will about Iran. They're actually trying. They're going for it, okay? Again, whatever. Ignore the whole geopolitical can of worms for a moment. They're actually protesting in Iran. And in Minneapolis, you're seeing a little bit of that. But I've been to a lot of protests in my time. And almost every protest you go to, there are going to be two factions. There are going to be the police. And I'm not talking about the people that wear blue and shoot people with guns. I'm talking about people that wear plain clothes. They're not affiliated with the police department in any way, but they are the police of protests. If you've been to a protest, you know what I'm talking about. We're talking about like that fucking 43-year-old who has no idea what the fuck they're doing, going like, oh, calm down. We got to do this the right way. We're talking about like the fucking, the 21-year-old who's like, I was reading in school about how we need to peacefully protest. We can't do this. Every protest has two factions. The people that actually are there to do something, and then the people that want to do a parade and feel like they're doing something and make sure no one else does anything important. You see this play out when it comes to the worst governor in all of human history, Tim Walz. I'm sorry. Maybe he's not the worst governor in all of human history. But as far as what he should be doing and the moment that he is in, he is failing to meet the moment to such an epic degree that it's kind of hard to it's kind of hard to overstate how big of a fuck up he is. Imagine a world where Renee Good was shot and killed on live public TV. And then he immediately mobilized the State National Guard and then immediately got them to expel ICE. And then let's say ICE responds. And then let's say the National Guard starts having a firefight with the federal agents. Does that look like a situation anyone wants to see? Don't answer that question. But whatever he's doing right now is just kicking the can down the road. Tim Walz, he's not even running for re-election anymore. So what is he doing? He's being a liberal for the love of the game because he's a fucking cop, right? This is why he goes out on his press conference and says, they're trying to play us and we won't take the bait. You ever hear this? We won't take the bait. That's Tim Walz's big speech. We won't take the bait. They're trying to bait us into fighting back, and we won't take the bait. So let me get this straight. So ICE comes in, gasses students in school, just gasses them, right? Starts shooting fucking like teachers in the face with rubber balls, okay? Then they shoot and kill someone on the way home from dropping their kid off at school on live public TV, right? But somehow, right, like, I don't know, like, somehow, I don't know, like, Americans are expected to put on the suit and tie and sing, we will not overcome, or whatever the fuck, we will overcome, and sit there and fucking, I don't know, what the fuck? Like, are you fucking kidding me? We won't take the bait. Someone was shot and fucking killed in the face on live TV. The vice president, within 24 hours, said that all federal agents have absolute immunity to kill, to rape, to pillage, to do whatever the fuck they want. And then Tim Walz goes on his fucking platform and says, they're trying to bait us. Dude, the bait was 10 years ago. This is war. And anyone who does not understand that the federal government is enacting war against the population, honestly, is in a way too dumb to be in any position of speakership, right? You should put duct tape on your mouth. You should get duct tape on your mouth and kind of sew it in together with your skin so you never fucking talk again because you're fucking useless. People like Tim Walz, Jacob Frey, these fuck-ass mayors. I'm even throwing Zoran Mamdani under the bus because he's a total fucking failure when it comes to the same thing too. These people are fucking capable of meeting the moment we're in. We are not in a position where you can govern like usual and I just want to sign my paperwork and deploy a committee and, you know, that's not the world we live in. We live in a world where these state governments are currently getting their shit kicked in by the federal government, right? We have 50 state governments. A lot of them don't really exist, you know, like Republican state governments, that is to say the Republican Party. Red state governments, they're not real. They're not really governments. They're more just like kind of someone in there to kind of rubber stamp everything. They're not a real government. But places like Minnesota, California, they have actual functioning state governments, okay? And that is something that you should know. The federal government is declaring war against state governments and their state populations. And then the state governmental figures are not doing fucking anything about it. Now, I have a question for you, right? If this were, let's say, 3345 before Christ, right? And you live in a little village and your king is the king of the castle or whatever. And then someone enters your village and starts beating the shit out of everyone while the king is just kind of watching. He's just kind of sitting there watching. Wouldn't you want to overthrow the king? Like, sure, let's deal with the problem. Let's get the invaders out. But like the king watched the invaders come in and then just watched as they killed everyone. That's Tim Walz. He is the governor. While he is watching on TV, his own citizens get gassed, get murdered, get disabled, get shot in all parts of their body. And he is watching on TV to police his own people saying, do not do anything. So again, most protests they devolve into two fucking factions. The people who actually are there to do something and the people who are there to stop anyone from doing anything at all costs, while both are pretending like they're protesting. Right. And this is why, you know, I'm so against disinformation because, and I'm so against like changing definitions of words willy-nilly because protest has a meaning. It is a defined term. If you get a permit with your local police department to do a parade, but then on the parade, you have a megaphone and you say, no justice, no peace. That's not a protest. By definition, it is not a protest. You could say it's a demonstration, maybe, but it's not a protest, right? So again, a protest by definition is not peaceful. But let's look at the word peaceful because most people don't know what the fuck that means either. Peaceful does not mean nonviolent. I believe that protests, as someone on the internet who is speaking in a recorded fashion, I believe that protests should be nonviolent. That does not mean they should be peaceful. Stop the traffic. Don't go into work. That's not peaceful at all. You know what happens if you work at a restaurant and you are a chef and you don't go into work? Peace is not happening, okay? It is also not violent, but it is not peaceful. If Americans stopped going to work, if Americans stopped obeying all of this shit that they're obeying, if they stopped complying with this fascistic takeover of this world, that is a non-peaceful, non-violent method of revolution or counter-revolution. But again, Americans are so fucking dumb, they don't even understand that that's an option. because Americans, one, don't know what a protest is, and they, two, do not know what the word peaceful means. And that's a problem. I don't know, man. That's a fucking problem. I've been to a lot of protests in a lot of different states. Washington, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, you know, other states too. But like, I've been in a lot of different states. South, Northeast, right? Mostly. And it's always the two factions. It's the people there to actually do something and the people there to stop everyone else from doing something. And it's hard to fucking discern who's on which side. Like when you're in a giant sea of people, you don't know which one is which, right? That's why you hear the phrase, you need to destroy the police inside of your head. You need to destroy the abusive alcoholic parent inside of your mind so that they stop tormenting you when you live your life, okay? Because that's what happens. Then you go to a protest and you tell other people who actually want to do something, oh, we shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. You should, why? Well, you shouldn't. That's not good. That's not peaceful. We got to be peaceful because they taught me in the history books that Martin Luther King Jr. was peaceful. By the way, he wasn't. Not true. But like, they taught me that he was peaceful, and so now we have to do that. Right? Like that's, and it sucks. But you're seeing it play out in Minneapolis. You're seeing the state government take that line of policing their own people. I'm sorry, Tim Walz has more in common with Renee Good than the Donald Trump administration, if you want to call it that. They would not even blink or hesitate if Tim Walz was shot dead. They didn't blink or hesitate when Tim Walz had people in his state, members of the state house or Senate, one of them, shot dead. No one gave a fuck. Think about that. Tim Walz saw people he knows personally in politics shot dead, assassinated, and then the right celebrated it. Celebrated it. They cheered when the Hortman family was shot. And now Tim Walz is doing the same fucking shit that the federal government was doing when it comes to his own people. Right? He is there to, like, he doesn't give a fuck. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about the crocodile tears, okay? If you are able to withstand your own people getting shot and killed and then the opposing team celebrating in broad daylight and you still are on the side of opposing your own population, you need to go. Get the fuck out. We would be better off if everyone in the state governments just resigned and we just have no one sitting in the house. I mean, honestly, it's a better situation than what we have now. It's pathetic. And it all goes in to say that this is the last time that we have, really potentially in all of human history. I mean, think about it. You know, the Romans didn't have nuclear weapons. The Ottomans did not have an air force, okay? Oh, at one point they did, but it didn't last very long, okay? But like, my point being that the level of destruction, weapons and warfare and control and research that has been done, right, that the rich has access to, they have nuclear bombs, right? Like, there's no way we can go up against it and win, right? There is just no fucking way you can go up against a cabal of pedophile rapists that have nuclear weapons. One thing I think about as a minor tangent is when Donald Trump, or was it Elon Musk, I forget which one was acting president at the time, fired everyone in terms of in the nuclear security across the United States. Just fired a bunch of nuclear security people. During the fall of the Soviet Union, a lot of nuclear armaments became untraceable. People don't know what happened to them after the Soviet Union collapsed. And I find that there is a high likelihood that during the gap in time where Donald Trump fired a bunch of nuclear safety people, that it's very possible that Palantir got nuclear weapons in that moment. It's very possible that Elon Musk got nuclear weapons in that moment. Why not? We have a cabal of pedophile rapists with nuclear weapons, and our choices are to do nothing and let them fuck us until we die, or to at least try to do something while it's still possible. In 10 years, I don't think a revolution of any kind will be possible. Peaceful, non-violent, whatever. I don't think it's going to be possible once they take over the world with their nuclear armaments. I really don't. If Peter Thiel just says, I will nuke the entirety of the USA, if the USA doesn't, I don't know, give me a mega city in Greenland, I don't know, then we're fucked. I mean, we're fucked, right? So, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like this is the last moment. Not today, but like this 5-year time. I'm sorry, I got a little hiccup action. We got acid reflux, I should say. We've got maybe about 5 to 10 years, the way I see it, before whatever hope we had is completely and utterly gone. And my position, what I want to do in this time period, well, you know, again, I am doing a show on the internet that is being recorded. But what I want to do is I want to inform and educate people to the best of my ability, and to also, you know, inspire people to do their own education. That's what I want to do as a public facing figure, as someone who comes on here and faces the public. That is what I want to do. But there are a lot of people who are not public facing figures. There are a lot of people that have all kinds of different backgrounds and different positions in life. And we all have ways that we can contribute toward the downfall of this pedophile rape cabal. And it's now or never. It really is. I mean, think of the technological advents of the last 30, 40 years. Think of the Holocaust. The Holocaust was only possible because of technological advancements that the German leaders decided, you know, they could bureaucratically enact a genocide. They could do it with rubber stamps. They could do it with pens and papers. They could have people push a button in a room where they didn't even see what was happening on the other side. And that's how they could do genocide. Something that really wasn't possible before that. I mean, you could do genocide, but you couldn't do it in such a technological fashion, such an orderly fashion. Since the Holocaust, since World War II, the Nazis didn't go anywhere. There's this common myth of German denazification. That never happened. There was no denazification. The Nuremberg trials, similar to a republic, in that they provided pressure relief. The Nuremberg trials were a show. It was a cartoon. It was a play. It was a theatrical performance. We're going to hang a couple guys that were in charge. We'll hang a couple soldiers too, say, you know, so just following orders isn't a good defense. But did the German government after World War II, did they hang all the Nazis? What did they do with the Hitler Youth? Nothing. They did not do anything. They did broad denazification programs, which, by the way, were mostly led by Americans. America, at the time in the 1940s, was Adolf Hitler's inspiration for Germany. He cited America and Jim Crow USA as the, quote, perfect society that he was trying desperately to emulate. Adolf Hitler said that in his wildest imaginations could he turn Germany into such a perfect state, such as America. So when Americans are in charge of denazification, I got news for you. That shit never happened, right? So globally, fascists, they took 80 years off to research, to plan their next attack on the planet, to wait around until nuclear weapons were all over the place. Imagine if Adolf Hitler had nuclear weapons. Well, he does now. He does now. We live in a world where there are dozens, if not hundreds, of Adolf Hitlers that have nuclear weapons. Right? So again, they've just been staying in the background, a shadow government ready to strike. And they struck. In 2024, they struck. They stole the election in the United States. They did a coup d'etat, and they instituted a dictatorial regime that ignores Congress, ignores the courts, as a secret police force that goes door to door and kills Americans. It is now or never, folks, before we get our shit together. Right? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't have any solutions here. I'm here to just tell you some fun stuff for an hour. But we got to do something here, buddy. Okay? We got to do something here. Because if our best example is the Nuremberg trials, I'm sorry, that is the moderate position. The Nuremberg trials cannot be what we look for and what to do in America. If we can manage to stop the bleeding, we need to do a lot better than Nuremberg. Nuremberg stopped very, very short of doing anything to actually change the power dynamics in the world. They did just enough to make Germany get taken seriously again. They did just enough so that they could declare victory and roll around, but they didn't really solve the problem. Right? And so I ask you this. How do we deal with 70 million people that voted for pedophile rape cults to be in charge of the U.S. government? I've said this before. Whether you are the one in front of the camera doing whatever, or you are the one holding the camera and putting the tape in the camera and posting the video online, as far as I care, you are both pedophiles, okay? The 70 million people that voted for this cult are the ones holding the camera and posting the tape online. They are all in the pedophile cult. Now, do they get the same amount of gains? No, they don't. But they can if they join ICE. I need people to understand that you can join ICE literally whenever you want. Anyone can join ICE. When you join ICE, you get $50,000 of a decaying currency, but that's a whole different story. $50,000. When people are saying stuff like Republicans are so bad, they're killing their own constituents. No, they are not. Republicans, the party, have given their constituents an off-ramp. You join the secret police and we will take care of you. $50,000 is like 2 or 3 years' salary in America. Depending on where you live, that could be enough money to live for 3, 5, 6 years, especially if you invest it properly. They are giving all Republicans, all Nazis, they are giving Nazis $50,000 apiece. In 2020, and I think it was early 2021, we got those, remember the stimmies, the stimulus checks? Every Nazi in the United States is getting a $50,000 stimulus check. I want you to think about this, okay? Every single Nazi in the United States, and there's at maximum, I guess, 70 million of them. Maybe you could say maybe there's more than that. But at least 70 million Nazis have the ability to take $50,000 of your money. Your money. They're stealing your money. And they are going to live, and their families are going to live, and their families are going to grow up and rich and prosperous in this new American Nazi regime. Right? So again, when people use this argument of Republicans turning on their own, no, they are not. They are giving all of their constituents $50,000 to kill Democrats, to kill liberals. This is not something that might happen. This is what is happening. Okay? This is what is happening. If you want to, you can get $50,000. You can get paid to go and hunt anyone you want with government resources. Your ex-girlfriend from college, you have a grudge. 30 years ago, whatever. You join ICE, you get $50,000, you look her up, you find where she lives, you stalk her, you kidnap her, you rape her, you kill her. This is happening all across the country. There have been hundreds of documented cases of ICE agents stalking and raping people. We don't know if they kill them all. There's hundreds of people that have been disappeared. Look at missing persons data. People that don't even ever get registered as being anywhere near ICE, right? They're just missing persons. Look at the surge in missing persons in the United States. Again, this is the revolution. They are revolting against the liberal status quo, which is not good. And we can either defend the liberal status quo or we can come up with a replacement plan now so that we can defend against it and get a new system. Because if what we're looking at is doing the Nuremberg trials in America, we did that. It's called Reconstruction. Reconstruction in the United States history is the same thing as the Nuremberg trials. We won the Civil War, quote unquote. You know, then Lincoln got shot, and then Johnson kind of was like, never mind. Actually, the Confederates are awesome. And gave a bunch of Confederates amnesty. By the way, one of the most successful political assassinations of all time, like Abraham Lincoln. And then we did a show trial. We did a show where we were like, oh, a couple of the elite Confederates, you're bad. You're exiled. You're banished. And then all the Confederates that were true believers in the slave state and slave economy, they taught their kids that slavery was good. Or they taught their kids that maybe slavery was bad, but, you know, there's just something off about those people that aren't white. They're just not, they're not like us. They're more subservient, and they deserve to be on the lower rung of the ladder. That's what they taught people. And the problem never went away. Just like the problem in Germany never went away. They did a big show trial, a show song and dance called Nuremberg, pretended like that was the coolest thing in the world since sliced bread, which was very recent at that time. And then they just said, I don't really feel like finishing my plan here. I don't really feel like finishing it. You ever just watch a movie and you just get kind of bored and you're like, I don't really feel like finishing the movie. That's what Nuremberg was. That's what Reconstruction was. And that's what we need to avoid in the future. But again, I want people to understand, if there's any takeaway from this today's show, this is the last time America, the population, will have any sort of fighting chance. And you know what? Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. Maybe Donald Trump would drop a nuke on Minneapolis. Think about it. A tactical nuke. They've come up with this new term, a tactical nuke. Maybe he would. I don't know. Maybe Peter Thiel would. Maybe Stephen Miller would. We don't really know. Maybe it is already too late. But I can tell you, the odds are not going to get any better in 10 years. And the revolution that these people have wrought against this world is not complete yet. They have not cemented all of their power quite yet. There's still the question of a post-Trump revolution, a fascistic revolution. What does that look like after Trump? Are they all going to fight each other for power and end up squandering their political capital? Maybe. Are they all going to get their shit together and then just rally around whoever and just, you know, do things for practicality's sake? Maybe. But we shouldn't count on that. Our only hope should not be that they just stumble out of winning the easiest game they've ever had to play. They got a layup. They got a free game. It's like they're playing a game with God mode on. They have no stopgaps. No one cares to even pretend to push back. So I don't know. I'm a little concerned about the future of this world. But again, America, that's the culture I was born in. That's the one I'm the most familiar with. So it's going to be one that I focus on when it comes to the end of the world. But again, it's not looking so good. We are not in a republic state of government anymore. We are in a dictatorship. And either we can sit around and let them kill us, or we can figure something out while we still can. Anyway, that's my show today. Thank you all for watching. Coming up next is not Left of the Box, which is off this week. We will be having a pre-recorded episode of Leftist Mafia, which is a show that exists, and we are going to syndicate that show on this space in approximately 2 minutes. Tonight is Left Past 10. I will not be attending the show tonight. I have to get up early in the morning for reasons. And so I will not be there tonight. So I believe that people will be there. I believe Sandee and Jake at the minimum, maybe Matt Strackbein, the one and only. He might be there. It's possible, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But I will not be there tonight. I just want to let it be known for the record. I have had perfect attendance on Left Past 10 since this space launched. All right. So I'm using up my free space. I'm using up my card. And I'm going to take the day off. So thank you for watching my show today. And anyway, goodbye.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
All type of hustles and all type of grips, pushing all stereotypes and all type of myths. Look how they talk it fast, yep, they type it swift. They got to get the gab and know just how to recite a script, the formula to keep you mad. Tell you why your life's a bitch. These awful hypocrites with lies dripping off their lips. But they could give a shit about what you really dealing with. It's all for the bag, all for the cash, all for the drip. They here to get rich, but I ain't here to trip. Just all for my analysis and watch the stones start to get thrown at glass palaces. Cause when they spit that bullshit, I gotta challenge it, man. I manhandle it, break it down, dismantle it. Cause if it ain't true, then my dude, I can't stand on it. I can't stand with it. The stance is against it. Witnessing the slaughter of innocent Palestinians like cowboys and settlers killing off the indigenous. Y'all claim y'all in the right, but it's all wrong. I can't rock with you. Something fishy going on. This stench is strong. Tilapia, so we formed a coalition here. Our main mission is stopping you. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
The mob wants victory, but more than that, it wants the total humiliation of its enemies.
Hey, we are back. Nice to see everybody. 2026. It's going to be a great year. It's off to an amazing start so far. Hopefully you all had a wonderful New Year celebration and Christmas / whatever holiday you celebrate. Mine was great.
Yeah, Mike, how was yours? You took a lot of time off. Did you get to rekindle your empathy goo and heal?
Yeah, I mean, I was telling David before we jumped on, I kind of felt like I always struggle with like seasonal depression this time of the year in particular. So I tried my best to not follow the news, and I did that, but I kind of felt like not talking about it is also a little bit hard for me because, like, I mean, I follow the news, but like not as closely as I usually do. But not being able to forcing myself to not talk about it is also kind of damaging because it's therapeutic to, I don't know, vocalize it. So like the show in a way is therapy, but it's also cancerous. I don't know. I feel refreshed-ish, but I would very much like to still not be in front of the camera. I don't know. It's a really rough start, man. The year's been a lot.
My first video this year was Mamdani being sworn in. And in the video, I'm like, nothing bad's going to happen from here on out. And then like the next day, it was like, I forgot. Like, I think the next day was like Venezuela. And there's, I don't know, it was just like rolled on from there. Just horrible.
Yeah. How about you, Lance? Did you have some time to kind of recoup?
Yeah, I mean, I tried working on some movie stuff and went into a deep dive into taking down Stranger Things, and then that led
Which was amazing, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I watched it.
that led to politics again, because you can't even talk about Stranger Things without talking about, genocide in Palestine.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of, the world is inescapable. I've never understood people who were like, I'm apolitical. I was, how do you achieve such enlightenment? So centrist of you. I mean, please tell us.
The only way to be apolitical is to be born into money and have no empathy. I think those two, you have to have those two things.
Or you get lobotomized at this point, because how else would you be apolitical? Everything is political. It's always been that way, but now I think more so than ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Matt is not on the show this week. He is at CES. He'll be back next week. Rebecca will as well. Ariana should be joining us here in a little bit. So I'm happy to see you all again. I missed you all, both David and Lance, as well as the audience, the faces that I imagine when we talk. Like you're all there in my mind, and I missed seeing that image of you.
The beautiful blob, the amalgamation.
The blob, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I feel like I just had to be on this week just to like talk to other normal people that are sane.
Yeah.
Like working alone is in this kind of world is horrible because it's just like there's no one else to like to shoulder the weight of like the garbage I gotta fucking consume every fucking day. So it's just like getting to talk to other people who are also sane is great, and it's a nice reminder that. I do think most of us are not crazy. It's just that the people that have power are crazy, which makes the rest of our lives horrible.
And it makes you feel like you're going crazy when crazy people are in power, because, I mean, all of the gaslighting, I mean, we'll get into it, I'm sure, but just like the lies that they can tell so boldly about a video that we can see, it's just, I honestly feel, it's, it feels like I've been, hit with a fucking stun grenade. I don't know how to process that information. And like the sheer cruelty is just so draining. It's just terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, at least the normies are getting radicalized pretty rapidly. David, you were just talking about how sometimes when I talk to normal people, I was like, in the past 24 hours alone, I've seen a lot of people who I normally would just see posting things like, just tried the new KFC double triple or whatever, hurt me. And then I know today it's like, the fires of the revolution rise, comrades. We must take to the streets. And you're like, oh wow, all right. However you got there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how you got here. What matters is that you're here. I love that we see a lot of normies and wine moms. They're basically they're posting through it, and I really enjoy it. I think that the wine mom has been one of my favorite genres of tweets, just to see them talk about how like the blood of the streets must run red with the tyrants. It's like it's so funny, like the rise of Jennifer Welch and just like people who you view as like a nice aunt, just seeing them shit post as if they're like leftist edgelords on Twitter. I shouldn't say shit post, but like the shit talk, like they're posting on Twitter as like edgy leftists.
There's also
it's so funny.
The wine dads, like Ken Jennings. So I think he has been more political as far as I know, but he on Blue Sky he put out the quote, prosecute the former regime at every level candidate has my vote in 2028. This is the Jeopardy guy.
I love that.
Wow.
And like that, he's bang on. Like that, yes, that should be the energy going into the next election. And I know we can talk about if that's even going to be a real election, but like that's the kind of political leaders I think people want to see now. Like you can't just deal with this shit. Oh, we'll just turn the page. Like, no, this is not fucking, no. There's no turning the page. And that's why these people are so desperate to hold on to power. Like the way they're acting are like people that know the next election, or people that know that they're going to try and rig the next election. Because you don't act this way knowingly, full of like the obvious lies. Oh, this guy's the ice guy's in the hospital, be hit by the car. He's walking around in the video. Like, are you like, who are you fooling? Like, you don't blatantly lie like this without thinking that you may face some repercussions if you're no longer in office, unless you're not worried about no longer being in office. Like they clearly have some idea of how the next election is going to go. So people need to be aware of that.
Yeah. Yeah. I was so taken aback by Trump's tweet that it went over my head, like in my video about Renee Good and her murder. When I went over Trump's tweet, I didn't even talk about that part where he's like, the guy's in the hospital, because it didn't even register to me. I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I have no idea. Is he talking about like a different video or something else? Like, no, he's talking about Jonathan Ross, the murderer who shot a woman in the face 3 times. He says that guy got injured and is in the hospital. What am I supposed to do, like, with that information? Like, the lies are so far removed from reality that it doesn't even make sense at this point. Like, I don't even know what they're trying to say. They're just so shameless and brazen. And it's possible that Trump was like hallucinating some video, because we also know that he's losing his cognitive abilities as well. But I don't know how to process the shit that's happening.
No, I that's where I'm at. Like, I don't know how to emotionally process it. Like that's
no.
In my video I said that today. Like I'm talking about this stuff, but I don't know how to consume this stuff and stay sane. And like, because everything we're seeing is so crazy and these people have so much power. It's hard to know how to process what the obvious lies, like the Twitter, like the White House Twitter account, DHS Twitter account. These are insane accounts posting consistently posting absolutely insane garbage. These are the official government accounts from the most powerful government in the world. Like, how do you process this as a sane person?
Run by groypers. Like, it's all groyper memes. And I'm like, oh, great. The groypers are in power now.
Yeah. And I think
say, I just want to quickly say, I think part of the goal is to make you debate it, is to get everyone to constantly second guess it and spend time. Like, every second that you spend debating frame by frame when you go on the video, being like, well, did he actually step in front of the car? Did she back up first? Did she turn right first? Every second spent on that is one less second that you were actually active, taking actual action against like ICE, against, the fascist takeover of the US, any of that shit. Like, you're just spending time arguing with people who don't care about reality or truth. They're like, oh, well, here's a new narrative. She had pronouns in her bio, so she was a radical leftist
Laura
poet.
Loomer said that. So did I think Jesse Waters. Like,
that's a justification for her, state-sanctioned execution. According
the
to
Newsmax guy was like, look at the stickers in the back of her truck. It's like the Kansas City women's soccer team. The others are like national parks. Like, have you seen the MAGA stickers on fucking lunatics trucks? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, what is this conversation?
Yeah. It's hard because the year just like started off with such a bang. I want to say relatively, just compared to now, we kind of ended last year's show on like a more positive note, like where the right wingers were battling each other and they were tearing themselves to shreds. And now we come back. Trump's invading Venezuela. ICE is doing terrorism, now extrajudicially murdering citizens. And it's such an important point that you made, Lance, because these distractions work. Nobody's talking about the Epstein files after Trump invaded Venezuela. Because how could you focus on that when he's saying, oh, now we're going for Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Greenland. Canada is obviously still on the table.
We're on the table.
I just want to say, as the only American on the panel right now, I am so fucking sorry. You all had zero say in this election, and everybody else in the world, they have to live with the repercussions of dumb fuck Americans.
We
and I just hate
apologize
it
to
because
Canadians. We don't process this.
I just can't. It's so embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. I saw this meme on Reddit about somebody. It was a Canadian who said, my face when, I'm in Mexico and somebody says they're an American, and it was like, I don't know who it was. It was like somebody making a stink face. And I'm like, that's me, and I'm an American. It's embarrassing because the people who are affected the most by U.S. imperialism and our policies, they have no say. They have absolutely no say whatsoever. They don't get to vote. Either they're immigrants or they live in a different country. They have no say whatsoever. So because we have the biggest military, we just get to swing our dicks internationally around wherever, terrorize people, threaten our allies, our neighbors. It's just so unacceptable. And Trump today just said that he doesn't need international law. So like the post World War II order is completely like it's gone, it's collapsed, and we're back to the days of Hitler where you just like do what the fuck you want. You invade whatever country because might makes right. And the thing that really differentiates them from liberals and even Bush is that it's very naked in the way that they approach imperialism. There's no like, oh, well, we care about human rights. It's like, actually, we just want their oil. Fuck it. And there's something about that that's like refreshing because at least they're honest. But I kind of, in some ways, appreciated like them lying to us because at least they respect us enough to want us to approve of what they're doing and have some, fucking semblance of legitimacy. But they're
you
just
miss
like
yellow cake uranium, eh? You miss Condoleezza Rice. You miss Colin Powell. You miss all of them. Rumsfeld.
It's exhausting to just see them like, yeah, we're taking the oil. Suck my dick. What are you gonna do about it? It's just, man, it's like we're watching a fucking nightmare horror show train wreck. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it.
The ramping up of the bloodlust on the right, like all the anti-interventionists. Like I was thinking, who is this more embarrassing for? Glenn Greenwald, Matt Taibbi, or like Cenk? In that, like every single one of the right wingers who were like anti-war, anti-interventionists, they are blood drunk. Like I don't know if you saw Matt Walsh's latest video. It is like, we need to colonize Greenland. It is time. The American empire needs to expand. It's just like like this is Letterhack, like the Nazi land acquisition platform, and he's just putting it into a YouTube video and putting it out there and being like, yeah, Greenland's going to be ours soon, like it or not. We can do this now. There's no more rules. Which I mean, what's the point of the world's biggest military if you don't use it, right? Why not get some money?
Yeah. The whole Venezuela situation, to me, it still doesn't make sense. Aside from what happened, which was fucking insane, it's crazy that they were able to pull this off so surprisingly competently. No shots were fired. There was nothing. It was just the U.S. military came in, they kidnapped the president of another country, and that's that. I saw. I didn't read the article. I saw a headline that some Greenland politician had said something to the effect of like, listen, if this happens, if the United States invades, we're going to defend ourselves.
And it was shoot first, ask questions later. Apparently. Right. was the quote. Yeah.
And I don't know why that wasn't the philosophy in Venezuela, because you have sovereignty, you have the right to defend yourself. And I get that you're going up against the behemoth that is the U.S. military, but how do you do that? Yeah, as people are saying in the comments, 80 people died. This includes not just military members, but civilians.
It was just like it's straight up bombs and missiles dropping in a highly dense, city. It's
2 million people in Caracas, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that people in the West, they got a version of events where it was like, this was a precise strategic military procedure, in and out, that was it. And like, if you look at the footage from the evening, it was like an actual major city with like fucking bombs raining on them, people screaming. Like it looked as horrifying as you'd imagine. And yeah, it's one of those things where ultimately I think the US, like, in Canada, because you were talking about how embarrassing and sorry you are, Mike, about America and what they're doing. You shouldn't let Canada off the hook, because like immediately every conservative and right winger and some of the fucking the Democrat style liberals over here, they got blood drunk too. Like they were like the conservatives and the far right were posting to begging for America to invade them. They're like, yeah, fucking do Canada next, get rid of Mark Carney, invade us, blah blah blah. And then the other half of the people were like, that was beautiful precision. The leader of the conservatives was just like,
congratulations, Donald Trump. Like, I'm glad he said that. Now we have that quote for fucking ever.
Yeah,
fuck Pierre Poilievre.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Like, does he not realize that could be them? I just...
Well, not to mention, like, he's the oil guy. And then what happened right away? A whole bunch of money got poured out of the Canadian energy sector. Like, they went down by 7 to 11%, like, just overnight. And now, all of a sudden, the leader is basically saying, we need pipelines.
Yeah, he's been tweeting nonstop about needing pipelines. It's like, you congratulate... I screenshotted that congratulations, his own tweet under his own under his own tweets about oil, like the past 3 days, just to remind everybody this guy's a clown. Like it's just unbelievable how like it makes it hard. It makes it harder for accurate criticisms of Mark Carney to stick when Pierre Poilievre is as bad as he is. Like he would help his case. Pierre Poilievre would help his case if he just shut the fuck up, but he can't.
Yeah, I think it was progressives kind of uniquely in the U.S. and Canada who are actually calling this out for what it was. Like, illegal invasion, war crimes, the sovereign nation never attacked the U.S. Like, you just kidnapped the fucking president, and he's gone. It's just right.
The leader of the interim leader of the NDP like went over like the UN, like what is it, Article 2, Section 4, like discussing like. Yeah, this is completely illegal internationally. Like, there's no precedent for. There's no reason to do any of this. And Mark Hard, like, his response was like, Maduro's terrible, all this stuff. But he stopped short of like congratulating Trump, and he's like, all parties must follow international law. I'm like, the fucking Trump didn't. That's why he did this. Like, what are you talking about? Like this talking around. Like, people will say, oh, but he's the prime minister. He has to be careful. What like. So he has to ignore reality and pretend that Trump didn't clearly do what Carney's claiming people shouldn't be doing. Like, it's the whole thing. It makes you feel insane because we know what happened. We saw what happened, and it's very clear. International law was broken. Not to mention U.S. law was broken. Like, just out of nowhere, deciding to do this. Like, my understanding is you can't do that. there's Congress. You're supposed to be going through. Like, it's just so insane.
Traditionally, yes. They are supposed to get congressional approval before starting wars. That was under the old regime. That was before we had regime change with dictator Don. One thing that I've got to say is agonizing to hear is the liberal response to this as well. Like you mentioned, Mark Carney and whatnot, but like the liberals in the U.S. Oh my God! Like you see Olivia Giuliana posting, "I'm not mad that Maduro is overthrown. I'm mad it wasn't done sooner." And
why did she feel the need?
Yeah. Like, who's making you do this?
Who's that for?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't even know who that's for. Like, is she posting for Chuck Schumer? Like, what is the audience for that?
I don't even know who Chuck Schumer is posting for. There was like a 2020...
he was upset that he wasn't briefed. Wasn't that it? Wasn't he like, my big contention here was Donald Trump didn't let me know he was going to do that. And I was like, well, it's almost like he's behaving like a rapist pedophile. I don't know. He doesn't seem like the most trustworthy of people that I would put my stock in right now.
But like Chuck in 2020 was criticizing Donald Trump because he didn't overthrow Maduro. And now Trump did it, and he's like, you didn't tell us that you were going to do it, so I'm mad. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? How is this the opposition? We are so cooked. Like, they're going to throw all of us in a fucking blender. These are the people defending us? I just don't know what to make of all of it. It's so frustrating because there's nobody but us to, like, advocate for what's right, what's obviously right. The media is all just captured by Trump billionaires. All leaders around the world, in the fucking UK, in Canada, in France, they're all in lockstep with what Trump is doing because how could you go against the US? You don't want to, piss off King Trump.
Comments were so pathetic too.
Despicable. Yeah. Just everything's gone to shit. And it's because this disgusting war criminal, corrupt pedophile in the United States gets to set the international standards and everybody else has to follow along because he's the fucking HBIC, the head bitch in charge internationally since he's the president of the US. It's so fucking sick that this cartoon character, reality TV show fucking bloated buffoon gets to create the standards of the world, the rules that we all follow by. I hate it. I don't want any part of this. It's just disgusting. I want to tap out. Send me to Mars. Fuck.
And you see that video of like Lindsey Graham on the plane with him where someone asked him about Cuba, and Instagram's like, yes, yeah, like he's like a little fuck, like a little like goblin, like grob, like it's just so. What is wrong with that man? Like Trump, he's insane. But Lindsey Graham he's such a weird person. Like
he is.
I don't like what kind of creature is he? He's just such a weird person. Why is he so obsessed with like imperialism? Like it's so bizarre.
That his behavior, I've never seen him glowing like that. Like his panties were soaked with pre-cum as Trump was talking about Cuba and fucking Greenland, and like the way that he was sitting and the moment where he's like, yeah, that to me honestly made me want to execute myself when I saw him say that. Like the happiness that he felt to me was so like offensive to my being that I wanted to kill myself. I just can't.
It's possible we misjudged him, and he's not a closet homosexual. He's just like an imperial sexual or something. Like he gets off on like just like war with other countries.
Kink shame that. You are allowed to kink shame.
Yeah,
imperial fetishists.
Yeah,
my theory
that fetish is
that,
not okay.
No,
my theory is that he is indeed a homosexual. Like he's attracted to men, but like a anthropomorphic fucking like missile, like a big missile with like a dildo on it, and that's what he wants to.
Maybe
fuck
that's
him.
what it's. Yeah, that's what he
like
imagines when he thinks about this stuff.
Kind of thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
or it's like a strong man who's like pressing a red button over and over, and the button is on his ass, so he's getting slapped and fucked. Like that's what he's into. Like there is definitely an element to his orientation that's like not ammosexual, like they say for like the gun nuts, but it's like warosexual. Like maybe the comments can help us out.
So many people in the chat's like, what the fuck did I just walk into?
Welcome back.
Yeah, 2026. It's gonna be a long year.
We have a lot of thoughts clearly that we've been saving for you all, so you're welcome. Yeah, I just, man, looking at Lindsey Graham and that, it honestly makes me nauseous. Like, I've just never seen a more revolting human being. And I say that as he's standing next to Donald Trump with his bruised hands, which Lindsey Graham's boner probably almost brushed up against because he was so fucking hard at the thought of warfare. I genuinely don't know how he gets off unless he thinks about, like, war and people being murdered. There's no other way. Like, he's truly a pervert in every sense of the word.
How does he keep winning elections?
Yeah.
How?
It doesn't make any sense to me.
If you're in his state, why would you vote for him? Aren't there better, I'm not saying like better Republicans, but like, I don't know, Republicans that aren't repulsive in every fucking way. Not even like politically, just, I mean, like, I don't know, performatively, like something, there has to be a better option. Like he's just so
about Ted Cruz for a long time. I'm like, I don't see the appeal even from a conservative standpoint. Is
No,
it just that he says the right things. Is it just like,
but you know what?
Like, cool.
Give me Ted Cruz over Lindsey Graham. That's how disgusting Lindsey Graham is. I'll take 2 Ted Cruzes over Lindsey Graham.
2.
I'll take 2.
It depends on the day. I've definitely like had moments where I'm like, Ted Cruz is so fucking gross. Like,
yeah.
So, I think it depends on the news cycle and who's currently in it. But they're both terrible.
That's fair. So we're all talking about how demented everybody has become, but I did see a rant from Jesse Ventura that I thought was really cathartic. This is the ex-governor of Minnesota, for those who don't know, and also star of 90s action films, all around amazing person. I really like hearing him because I feel like he is one of the few people who really puts things into perspective in a very concise and blunt way. And sometimes you just need to cut through the bullshit. So I wanted to play this for everybody so you can react.
Body.
You want to know something? I'll give you a quote. We're a third world country now. You want to know why? I'm an expert. I've been to them. I spent 17 months in Southeast Asia while the draft dodger was playing golf. Right? You know how I know we're a third world country? Because in third world countries, they have the military doing their police work in the cities when you walk around. I was in the Philippines the day Ferdinand Marcos declared martial law and went under dictatorship. We went from nobody to a guy with a machine gun on every corner. That's what happens in a dictatorship. In comes the military. That's what's happening here. And people better wake up to it. You want to read something? Then read your history of Germany and start comparing the tactics of what happened in 1930s Germany to what's happening here. Read history. You learn from history. Anytime you have the loss of life that needlessly happens, that's tragedy. And what occurred yesterday did not have to happen.
Yeah, I think
he's great.
He's amazing. It's nice to hear somebody like him say that, who was a governor, who is principled, and who's like rightfully indignant about the situation. Because, I mean, this just happened yesterday, but the video is so haunting, and it's the aftermath that like really stuck with me, like of the guy yelling murderer, murderer. And then there's other videos that I saw after Renee Good was assassinated of like her wife. And you see some guy talking to her, she's off camera and she's like, oh my God, they shot my wife. They shot my fucking wife. And it's like, to see that and juxtapose it with like Jesse Waters on Fox News, just like scornfully talking about her as a self-described poet. She had a lesbian partner, just like, you know, she's the kind of person that we all agree should be executed, so it's fine. Just the degeneracy and the lengths that they're going to gaslight us about this video is so gross. Nancy Mace said that the guy who shot her, the murderer, Jonathan Ross, was limping away. She said you could see that on video. Trump said that he's in the hospital because of the injury that he sustained. Maybe like the trigger was too hard and he got carpal tunnel pulling it. I don't know what the fuck. Just the level of lies. It's just, I cannot get over it. How
he's on video walking away.
truth.
Like the idea that he was hospitalized. He's on video after, by the way, he shot through her side open window. Like he was never in danger. The New York Times has there's 1,000 good breakdowns, but New York Times has like a really thorough like breakdown, every single angle, everything. They show like his feet are to the side of the truck as her wheel is turned the other way, and he's shooting. He shot one through like the windshield at the side, and then two through her open side window. How are you in danger? How's the car coming at you if you're shooting through the side window? Like there's again, Lance, you're right. Like there's no point debating any of this because they're so insane. But it's just the lengths they go to just lie, like just blatant things that we see with our eyes. Like there's no debating any of it.
Yeah, I know that we're all hardcore ACAB commies, and so we don't care much about police procedure. But everything I've read says that like if a car is coming towards you, shooting the driver is not what the training typically would tell you to do, because the car is going to keep moving towards you. You're supposed to get out of the way of the vehicle. If you've gotten out of the way of the vehicle, then at that point the officer was safe, so he just unloaded his clip, right? Like you see it as clear as day. He gets out of the way of the car, and then at that point starts to execute her. I'll
try to find the clip. There's a breakdown from somebody who used to work in law enforcement. But yeah, you're right. Like he talks about how in the DHS own handbook, they say to not do what that guy did. They say, get out of the way of the car. Don't shoot at it because it can become a weapon. It can hit other pedestrians and other cars. Right. And to simply get out of the way of the vehicle, which he did. But again, he wasn't even in the way. Like he was moved and then shot her.
Oh yeah, she reverses first.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And apparently she was getting multiple different instructions too. Like people keep saying like, well, why didn't you comply? Why won't you comply? And it's like, there are multiple witnesses, including this, like you can hear audio on the video. She's getting instructions in two different directions from two different people. One person is saying, hey, pull your car over right now. The other person's like, get out. And then it's like, okay, what do I do? The other person's like, move along. And then it's like, okay, like, I don't know.
There's even a video for like waving somebody by beforehand. Like she,
right.
Meanwhile, Trump is like, she was a violent agitator. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Blocking the road. No, she wasn't.
No.
And even if you take everything that they're saying as the truth, which you should not, none of that is a justification to execute her.
Yeah,
I know.
This is a state-sanctioned.
That's what's so dumb about this whole debate. Even if she was exactly what you're claiming she was, you still are not supposed to shoot and murder her.
No, no, like it doesn't call for an execution.
Right. We've gotten so far away from like the fucking plot that what we're talking about is it doesn't even make sense. Like the fact that we, like to your point, Lance, that we have to go back and like be overly scrupulous here and debate these finer details just so that way they can justify it and not hold this murderer accountable. It's so infuriating because any person with common sense who watches that just needs to see it once. And what happened is very, very evident.
Yeah. I think also that it's going to be something where, I mean, people are asking in the chats if there's any updates from Portland. I don't know, Mike, you're closer to anyone. Is there anything that's come out of that yet?
Yeah, as far as I know, the two people who were shot are injured, but they're alive. Let me get a quick update from K2 really quick.
I mean, that's good at least.
Yes, last time I checked at least. This is 42 minutes ago. Both people are wounded, but they are alive. So let me just bring in the article actually, so that way people know what we're talking about. Because this broke just before we went live, but in Portland, Oregon.
Who were accused of being Agua. Of course.
Okay.
Going to be shoot first and then
that
name
tracks.
whatever organization they're a part of afterwards, right? Like, yeah, that's MS-13.
Exactly.
It is. That was Hamas. Oh yeah, I just ran over Hezbollah. Yeah, that's keeping everyone
But remember,
safe.
because of NSPM 7, basically all of us are, like, the government is able to dedicate resources to track us because we could be potential terrorists. So, you know, it's just a different flavor. What flavor of terrorist are you? Are you the immigrant flavor terrorist? Are you the alphabet mafia flavor terrorist? Like, what are you, just like a general commie terrorist? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you are not them, you are terrorist. But this is from K2 News. A U.S. Customs and Border Protection agent shot and wounded 2 people in Portland on Thursday afternoon, according to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, which said the shooting was in self-defense, of course, when the driver of a vehicle that the agents had pulled over tried to run them over. So since this is what they are reporting, I'm assuming that the opposite is true, because this is now one of many times that they have tried to say that somebody tried to run them over. In fact, there's a different, let me pull it in. There's a different story of somebody else that they accused of trying to run them over, and she was acquitted, I believe. Let me find the exact details here. And I'll bring it in. So this is
Well, he's looking for that. I just
CBS
wanted
News,
to.
November of last year. Yeah, so real quick, they dropped charges against this woman who was shot by a CBP agent, and they justified the shooting of this individual by saying that, like, oh, they were trying to, she was trying to run them over. So it's the same thing. She boxed in federal immigration agents in her vehicle. He fired 5 shots at her. It was a lie then. So they just, anything that they say, you have to assume by default they're lying.
And I've seen 2 different videos. I'm sure there's more, of ICE agents trying to or hitting people with their cars. So are those people in the right to then shoot them? Like, or is it only okay when an ICE official shoots an innocent woman in her car? Like, it's depraved.
What's the standard in Florida? Because there is a law effectively decriminalizing running over protesters. So if your car is getting blocked, and you fear for your life.
Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, is that a different situation there, or no? Like, they want to just be able to, like, pass a law nationally that's, hey, we get to kill lefties if we see fit. Like, they just, that's what they want to do.
And, you know, this wasn't an avowed activist, by the way. I just want to be completely clear. Like, Renee Good did not have a long history of being like an Antifa agitator / political Marxist, communist. Like, you know, on paper, this is a woman who, you know, was a Christian, was a, you know, a proud community member, was a white woman. You know, it should also be mentioned because people keep bringing up the fact that, like, how are things like this happening? And it's like, well, I mean, it should go to show you that, like, you can be white, but the system is still going to be working against you. It's not as if, like, you know, white supremacy universally benefits all white people. You can be white and poor, and you're going to die just as likely as you're going to die from, you know, a violent police encounter as you would in another racialized group, right? Not as likely, but, like, you can still die. And it just seems like a situation where people are a little bit thrown back by that, as in, like, why is it that, like, you know, in this particular instance, this happened? And it's like, because you should see, like, it's the intersection between capitalism and white supremacy, essentially.
Yeah, great point.
Hi.
Hey, Ariana.
Hey.
How are you?
How you doing?
Good.
Doing amazing. Happy New Year. Happy holidays.
Happy New Year.
Yes,
I
Happy
miss
New
your
Year.
beautiful faces.
Yay.
And Ron DeSantis. I just wanted to play this video quickly because
plus a jump scare.
It's like,
This is the policy that he.
Okay, fine. Wake up. Which episode is this?
153.
153.
Perfect. All right, go on.
And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida.
It's crazy. They're not saying this about Renee Good. She had the right to defend herself from this ICE mob. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It's amazing.
I mean, wait, didn't Lance say that 2 more people got shot in Portland, or am I imagining that?
No, it did happen. Yeah, so they're alive. They're wounded, but am I breaking up?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
They're wounded. That's the last update that I can see, at least from K2 News. Maybe the chat will let us know if anything else happens. But yeah, they're wounded, but they're alive. And CBP is the perpetrators of the shooting, and they're predictably, claiming that the reason for the shooting was that they're trying to run them over in their car. So that's always their go-to. You could just shoot and injure anybody or kill anybody if you claim that they're trying to run you over and you feared for your life.
So I saw this on Threads, and I need to verify this because Threads has become a cesspool of just misinformation. But someone threaded that he threatened to knock on people's doors one by one once he gets enough feds hired. I don't know if that's true, to see if
Oh, JD Vance said this actually. He did say, I can confirm this, that they're going door to door.
Okay. Yeah, it's giving Nazi Germany.
Right.
Isn't this the government tyranny that they were so fearful about under like Obama and like Biden?
Yeah. Big government people are nowhere to be found. In fact, some of them are defending the state-sanctioned murder of a U.S. citizen as well. There was one woman, I can't remember who she is. She's like a smaller influencer on Twitter, and she was talking about how, this Renee, should have obeyed their orders. And then like her only bio mention is just big government sucks. It's like, okay, like I guess you don't notice the
there's
contradiction.
No.
Just these people can't be fixed. Let's put it that way.
It's hard to fix stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, especially at this level when they all they function as a hive mind at this point where they're all thinking the same way. They're all saying the same thing. They all get on the page with the same talking points. Get on the same page, I should say, with the same talking points. Like that, how are we supposed to deal with this when you've got a third of the country, basically this fascist death cult, who are comparable to Nazis? Like they are openly celebrating the murder by the state of citizens. They don't ever stop to think, oh my God, what would happen if, a Democratic president acted this way? What would happen if a foreign country did this to us? If China chose to kidnap Donald Trump, just swoop into Mar-a-Lago, bring his fat ass to fucking China. They don't think about these things.
You're making a request.
You know what? It's not a bad idea.
If you're listening, activate.
I made this joke in my video when I talked about it, but imagine what we would say if China just came in and they kidnapped Donald Trump. Just imagine that for a second.
No, it's the American entitlement when it comes to everything that happened, because there was a whole build up to Maduro getting captured, which I don't think many people were following.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, our naval ships completely surrounded Venezuela for weeks. I mean, can you imagine if Chinese naval ships started surrounding us completely, for a week? Can you imagine the public outcry that would have? I mean, that would have just never happened, first of all. But it's just this premise.
Everyone lost their mind over a balloon, over a Chinese.
Yeah, oh my God, I forgot about that.
Balloon. Meanwhile, we're sending our warships to basically trap this whole entire country. Now, do I agree with Maduro? No, he had a lot of pretty credible allegations, but bro, I just wish Americans were I wish we were all on the same page about something. Like for me, it's like when I say that it's none of my business and I don't want to invade other countries, I dead ass mean it. I don't care if you're a dictator. I don't care if you're fucking Kim Jong-un. Like I want my my money to go towards my healthcare. I don't want to pay a premium that's now $1,000 because Trump decided to cut Obamacare. Like, and as an independent creator, I have to be on Obamacare. So like, I would much rather my money selfishly going to me, or at the least the veterans that are on the street dying, at least take care of them if you don't want to give it to me, rather than going and like extract. Also, I don't know if you guys saw the video, the graphic, that there were some people that made graphics and they showed exactly how they extracted Maduro, and it's fucking insane. They basically bombed the shit out of Venezuela until there was so much noise and chaos. And then by the time all the bombing was done, Maduro was long gone. Like they had taken him away. Like basically all the bombing was just like a distraction to get him out and to build like noise and like chaos barrier so that they can have like their SEALs go in and like grab him. But it's like, yeah, my money is getting wasted on stupid shit like that. Like respectfully, I'm sorry. I agree with y'all. Maduro's terrible, but like, I don't want my taxpayer money getting spent on shit like this. Respectfully, like I just don't.
Maduro is not in the Epstein files, and so I'll say this: if a precursor to being able to invade a sovereign nation, bomb the fuck out of its civilians, kill a bunch of people, and steal someone, I mean, Trump's a rapist pedophile, right? So it's just, by the rules, if it's how it's supposed to be done, I mean, again,
I mean, they're both dictators.
Yeah.
One has, objectively speaking, killed more people. One has, objectively speaking, raped more people. I mean, by those standards, if we could invade another country because, oh, it's a bad person, then fuck, we're never going to have another president again that doesn't get swooped off in the middle of the night, because every single American president, at least in my lifetime, they're all war criminals. Like, U.S. imperialism alone has led to the deaths of millions of fucking people. By our own standards, we should have been regime changed decades ago. It's just the amount of pain and suffering that we cause around the world is just, it's incalculable. Like the people that are ruined because of what we've done, and there's not even like not a fucking acknowledgement from the American people, not even a sorry. Like the thought of paying reparations to the people of Iraq is like, it's laughable, because we are such an immoral country. We have no moral compass whatsoever. It's just, it's all about us. Fuck everybody else. But like, that mentality has very clearly reached its logical conclusion to where like the country is circling the drain, and now the elites have that mentality, and the people are like, hey, what about me? It's like, well, I mean, we all kind of enabled this collectively, you know? This is what happens when you elect somebody who admits that he wants an autocracy, that tried to overthrow the last government. Like there was somebody who was a witness to the murder of Renee Good. It was a right winger. I played this clip, and he said something like, you know, he talked about how horrifying it was, and he's like, I'm leaning right, and this is not the way that things are supposed to be done. And it's like, sweetheart, I'm so happy that you said that, but you see, when you vote for somebody who is saying we're going to do mass deportations, and who is openly broadcasting his intent to shut down democracy, you can't really talk about how things are supposed to be. That ship has fucking sailed. That ship sailed with Reagan, arguably. That ship sailed with Buckley v. Vallejo back in the 70s when we decided to commodify elections in this country. So it's just kind of like, it feels like the chickens have come home to roost, and it might be too little too late. Like, as much as I want to see Americans wake up and become class conscious, like that just seems like, I don't know, we're just too far gone. I don't know. I think that the only hope that I have is like the thought, like this naive thought, this dream rather, that one day we'll all collectively like rise up and do a general strike and shut down the economy. It never happened, because like the second there's momentum for that, all they do is have the propagandists come out and Americans would, you know, be against it. I mean, just a side note, but like, if you look at public opinion polls in the lead up to the Venezuelan invasion, Americans opposed it. Then you poll them right after it, and now it's closer to, it's not a majority, but it's a plurality that now support it. It's like, you know what? We deserve it. Like, fucking, we deserve it. Like, not the innocents who aren't partaking in this, who didn't build the system, but like a lot of Americans deserve to feel what people in other countries feel because of all the pain and suffering that we've enabled and just not given a fuck about. It's, I don't know, it just feels so gross to see everything that's happening.
It is incredible to note, like, a lot of Americans are aware of how, I would say most Americans are aware of the impact of media and how it, you know, can change your opinion on something, and how it's manipulated in a way to move you. Yet they fall for it every single time. Like you're aware that that you're lied to constantly, but you believe all the lies and you don't believe the stuff you should be believing. Like you believe the bullshit. Like it's now again, I don't think it's a, you know, you said a plurality. I don't think it's a majority of people. I think a lot of people maybe don't know enough. Understandably, people have busy lives. They don't really understand Venezuela. They don't understand imperialism. So they, you know, that's why it's a plurality, not a majority. But I guess enough propaganda could be a majority supporting it. But it is just like incredible that Americans are aware that media does this, and yet they still fall for it.
Yeah, and even like I agree with you. I think that like foreign policy matters, as frustrating as it is to see so much ignorant bliss, you know, on what we do and how destructive our military is. You would at least think that somebody would understand, like at the concrete level, why Trump is bad. Like I have a family member who was worried about losing Medicaid after the big bullshit bill passed, who needs that, who would die without it. But it's like, you just got to trust the president. You got to trust our president. It's like, that's a level of stupid that you can't fix. You have to remove that person from society and put them in a re-education camp. I'm saying this about my own family members, so maybe I'm the psycho. But like, how do you get through to that thick fucking skull? It's like impenetrable. Like, you can't reason with this person. They voted for somebody who is fucking them over and whose policies could literally kill them if they lose their healthcare. And they're like, I trust the president. Okay, well then die. Like, I don't know what the fuck to say. Like, you are laying the fucking groundwork for your own demise because maybe you don't like trans people or you want immigrants out of the country. And if that's your priority, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can't force you to be empathetic, but it just feels like there's so many people like that in this country who would cut off their nose to spite their faces, who would willingly fuck themselves over just to see people who they deem as inferior suffer more. And I don't know how to live in a country with that big of a population that thinks that way. Like, it's not everybody, like you were saying, but it's at least a third, like a third of Americans that are like that.
That's what white Americans did to the black community. Instead of having swimming pools for their kids, they were willing to let the swimming pools get closed down in totality so that their white children wouldn't be in the pools with the black kids. And like, everyone loses and your kids lose, but like, hey, at least someone else might suffer more seems to be like the guiding compass in a lot of this. All right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, we're all getting fucked over, but you're getting fucked over worse. So,
and it's worth it. Those values that we grew up with, like, you know, sharing and stuff like that, that's all, you know, I guess that's out the window.
Individual.
Yeah, no,
take mine. Take mine.
Come on.
So there was also a big story that we didn't talk about because we were on break, was the Nick Shirley story, and how, and I did not watch his video, but from my understanding, he tried to make it seem as if there was widespread fraud in Minnesota by Somalis. And the reason why he did this was because there were multiple people that were already indicted, most of which were Somalis. And he's trying to add to this narrative that all Somalis are bad. So like, he went to daycare centers after hours to be like, oh, look, there's no kids here. There's no kids here. And he was making it seem as if, you know, if you don't show this random dude the kids that you have, like if you don't bring the kids to him, as if like I would not show the kids some random, like, oh yeah, let me show you the kids, they're here. Then there's something suspicious. And this has led to Tim Walz basically, I mean, he's not resigning. He's going to serve out the rest of his term, but he's canceling his re-election campaign because of this, because the story blew up, because it was propped up by right-wingers and politicians. And now you see Somalis in Minnesota facing even more backlash, harassment, threats of violence at daycares. And it's kind of spiraling. out of control.
What do you mean by Tim Walz is resign? Like, was that his first solution? Was, hey, I'm going to resign because this turn devolved? Like, what are we?
He's not running again. I think this is more like, this is just the final straw for him. Like, his family has been harassed, right? His son's been harassed like ever since he was ran for VP. Like,
So
I just think
like,
he's
just calling quits.
I think he's just tired of it. Like, you know, if I was his age, I'd be done. Like, I'm not fucking doing this shit anymore. I got a family to take care of. Like, fuck this.
I mean, with or without the shit, I think a lot of these people need to be done with their terms and be gone because they're basically skeletal remains sitting in their places. But
Wells isn't even that old though. He's like what, 60s? I'm not even sure.
Past 65, past the retirement age, you got to go.
61. He's a good governor. Like,
he's young for political standards.
Yeah, out of considering the amount of people, considering the amount of people over 70 who are still in government.
Oh, he's
61 is nothing.
Oh, he's a baby.
What? Oh no, you got me fucked up. Calling Tim Walz a baby is crazy.
By comparison,
I do want to say though, the reason why Trump released 2,000 more feds into Minnesota was because of this unsubstantiated claim that Somalis are taking welfare money. So actually,
such a great point.
The reason why Renee Good was murdered was actually as a result of the hoax that you're talking about, because Trump was like, oh, the Somalis are taking up all of our money. Okay, send all the agents that we have. And then that turned into an American. Listen, this is all I got to say. Not to bring up identity in this, because sometimes identity politics really irks my soul. But if a white woman who's a U.S. citizen is getting shot in broad daylight, there is no hope for any of us. First of all, second of all, how do you feel like they treat black and brown people behind closed doors if they're shooting a white woman who's a U.S. citizen in the face? Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think a lot of people are really thoroughly indulging in what this actually means for the future of our nation. Because if they're brazenly shooting white women who are U.S. citizens in the middle of the street in front of a bunch of people watching, we are all fucked. Like, we are all genuinely fucked. And I don't know how this is going to manifest in the next 3 years. I do think Trump desperately wants everyone to go into a civil war and to like bash each other's head into it. And honestly, at this rate, I think it's going to happen. Like, I think we're getting there because it's just ridiculous. Like, these people are out of control.
It feels like we're in a cold civil war. Like, does it not?
When what was it? The National Guard was being deployed. I was like, that is civil war.
I think Tim Walz said that he's going to bring them in to defend.
I was like, if he on a state level deploys the National Guard, like that is the opening salvo of a civil war right there. That's going to be like a very, very dangerous conflict.
It's just escalating so quickly.
It is. Like, what are you expecting people to do? Like, if you were going into their communities and like literally shooting them in the face, right? Like, it's. We're all talking about this instead of talking about the fact that he's all over the Epstein files. I mean, no matter what you want to say, it's like, you know, everyone said he's going to invade Venezuela to distract everyone, and boom, he goes and does that. And then it's like, hey, by the way, he's going to launch a war on his own citizens. Boom, he goes and does that. And, you know, now does it even matter? Does it matter that he's the guiltiest fucking, you know, person in relation to Epstein anymore?
Well, remember, he tweeted in like 2012 or something that Obama would launch a war with Iran or bomb Iran to distract from his like bad poll numbers. Like, I'm paraphrasing people. It's, you know, it's a famous tweet that he posted. So like, that's the mentality that he has, right? So if more of the Epstein files comes out, then who's going to get bombed? Who's going to have to pay for his pedophilia, alleged pedophilia? Like, who's going to have to pay? It's almost scary to think about it. Like, the more you hold him accountable, the more unhinged he gets. And to Ariana's point about the ICE agents in Minnesota, which I'm so glad you brought up, I was listening to Majority Report, and Emma brought up this point that was mind-blowing. So there were 2,000 ICE agents sent to Minneapolis. Their police force is like 530 or so. So the amount of ICE agents proportionally compared to police is insane. The amount of ICE agents compared to like the 10,000 that were circling Venezuela. Like, it's like he's actually waging a war against these cities. And like people say that, oh, he's going to war against his own cities, but that's not a hyperbole. Like he is turning the military into this like occupying force that's occupying us. It's like it's imperial boomerang, right? Like all the imperialism that we used to send throughout the world has come back, and it's now being turned in. All the repression that we fostered in these foreign countries, the civil wars that were the result of our invasions, of different countries like Iraq. It's now it's coming back here. Like it's like a political version of karma, except the people who aren't responsible for it are also going to pay. It's namely going to be like innocent people who are immigrants, asylum seekers, and just like the performative cruelty of it. It just makes it like so much more bleak, because when you see how Latin American immigrants are getting sent to Africa, a country which they have no connection to whatsoever, like they want people to suffer. They genuinely relish in it. I did want to play a clip from Mehdi Hassan, who kind of like spoke to this claim of Somali fraud.
Oh, a 60-second one?
It's very, very good. You saw it? Yeah, so
that's great.
On Fox News today with Jesse Waters, JD Vance said we have a Somali problem, which is a very Nazi thing to say. Like if you substitute Somali for Jewish, like we have a Jewish problem, like you just sound like Adolf Hitler at this point. So like the racism that they are trying to instigate and incite against Somali people is so horrifying, because it's already leading to harassment and repercussions. I mean, we saw the way that the Haitian immigrants in Springfield were attacked during the election cycle when they were accusing them of eating cats and dogs. And it's so easy to like spark some bullshit story. There's this picture of this guy who had like a dead duck or something in his hand. It's like, oh my God, he's eating. He was taking roadkill off the fucking street. Like he was being a good civilian. Like there's literally nothing that they could do to convince these people, because like they will try to frame you as like a demon who's like this huge threat, not only to you but your children and your pets. And it just feels like what are these people supposed to do in this situation when their entire community is under attack? And then when you call one of them a slur, you get like $80,000 on Give Send Go, like that Cinnabon lady did. It just it's so demoralizing to see this. But I'll give you guys a little bit of happiness to see Mehdi Hassan rip them to shreds.
The right has been screaming for the past few weeks that the left in America won't talk about fraud, about Somali fraud. They're super mad about Somali fraud. Well, let's prove them wrong, shall we? Let's talk about Somali fraud. Give me just 60 seconds. Start the clock. Let's talk about convicted fraudster Trevor Milton, who defrauded his investors, cost them tens of millions of dollars and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Oh, wait, he's not Somali, and Donald Trump pardoned him last year. Let's talk about convicted fraudster Paul Walsack, who stole over $7 million from his employees' paychecks and was sentenced to 18 months in prison. Oh, wait, he's not Somali, and Donald Trump pardoned him last year. Let's talk about convicted fraudster Michelle Fury, who took $70,000 meant for a memorial to fallen police officers and spent it on herself, including cosmetic surgery. Oh, wait, she's not Somali, and Donald Trump pardoned her last year. Let's talk about Lawrence Duran, who led at the time the largest therapy-related Medicare fraud scheme in history, was sentenced to 50 years in prison in order to pay back $87 million. Oh, wait, he's not Somali, and Donald Trump commuted his sentence last year. Let's talk about Philip S. Forms, who orchestrated the biggest criminal healthcare fraud, Medicare fraud in American history, over $1 billion in fraudulent claims, and who was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Oh, wait, he's not Somali, and Donald Trump commuted his sentence back in 2020. Let's talk about David Gentile, who defrauded over 10,000 investors of over $1.6 billion in what was basically a Ponzi scheme, and sentenced to 7 years in prison. Oh, wait, he's not Somali, and Donald Trump pardoned him just last month. So remember, they're so bothered by Somali fraud, not because they're bothered by fraud, their hero keeps pardoning the fraudsters, but because they're bothered by Somalis. And yes, that makes them racists.
That was beautiful. So satisfying.
Yep. It just shows how foolish these fucking people are. Jesus Christ.
First of all, I don't know how Mehdi did that.
Yeah, he's a gasp.
Like, what the fuck?
He's an incredible broadcast. Like, he is really
that was
one of the best
crazy.
ones, if not the best.
Skill that took. Honestly, if you guys don't understand how skillful that was, I need you to set up your camera and try to talk to your camera normally. It is so fucking hard. I can guarantee you it took every single person on this panel at least 6 months to feel remotely comfortable talking into a camera. It's so awkward.
I've never
and
felt
weird.
comfortable. I still don't.
Yeah, like it's so awkward and weird. And I'm not talking about like a panel. I'm talking about you setting up your camera and just talking to yourself in the camera. It is.
No, I know.
shit.
Okay, so Ariana, you made me so paranoid about millennial pauses. Like, when you first joined the show, you're talking about TikToking. So, like, when I make TikToks, I'm so paranoid about the millennial pause. And then sometimes I think it curses me because I don't even know if I'm catching it. I was like, wait, does that count as millennial pause? And I'm like going back.
I notice it now. Like, I make sure to cut. Like, if I play a clip in my video, I cut really quick from the clip to me talking. So there's no millennial pause in between.
Not proving Ariana right, as millennials know how to
Not
do
that I
this.
should care what Gen Z's saying, but it makes it a little more succinct, cuts it down a bit.
No, but Gen Z are right about it. Like, I've seen the TikTok videos with it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. You go ahead.
Wait,
you know way more about us.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember, but it was Chank's. It was not Chank. It was Jank's video on TikTok when he was talking about his campaign run, and basically he would hold the camera up. He would press record, and then there would be like a 3-second pause. So, okay, let's say I'm Jake. Okay, just imagine I'm Jake. Okay, press record. Hello, everyone. I'm good. So then we paused it, and I was like, "Oh my god, no, the millennial pause!" And then all of you were like, "What the fuck is a millennial pause?" I was like, "Millennials do this thing where you start the camera and then you just pause for a couple seconds before you talk, and it's really annoying." And now everyone here is.
Are those recorded videos though, or was he going live? Because like when I go live on YouTube, it's hard to know when you're actually live.
Well,
those are recorded.
David,
Okay, that's,
David, you know what it is on TikTok? When you push the button, it instantly records you. And we grew up with devices that spent 1 second starting, so we got used to like hit record, and then it's like ding, and then you're like, "Hi, everyone," and then you would actually get caught. And now TikTok is like the second you push it, and we're sitting there smiling like fucking fools while the Gen Zers are all laughing at us, and rightfully so. I've seen the videos. It's not pretty.
I approve of Gen Z making fun of us because I feel like that's what you're supposed to do. We make fun of Gen X. They probably made fun of boomers. So I feel like it's a rite of passage. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Some of us have better arguments than others, though. I think there's real good reasons to make fun of Gen X for sure. Like, no offense to some of the audience. But like that's where like a lot of the COVID skeptic thing, like it's mostly Gen Xers. Like they're the ones that did it, like the majority of that.
Dude, I honestly at this point, I'm really not looking forward to the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Like this shit.
Well, you're thinking 2 years ahead. I'm just thinking this year.
Earth is ghetto as fuck. Like this planet is just not it. Like
Ariana, your post on Instagram hit me so hard when.
Which one? I've been posting a lot.
You posted about how at the start of 2025, you're like, "This is gonna be my year," and then you showed like all the terrible things that happened to you. And I was like, "Oh my god, you poor thing!" Like I feel this so much. It hits so hard.
No, I fear last year was genuinely one of the worst years of my life. I'm not even joking. Not because of Trump, but because of outlying factors as well. But this is gonna be my year. But it did start really cool. I was at the Zoran inauguration.
That looks really good.
That would be amazing.
We were
historic.
all, guys, it was below freezing temperatures. The wind went up to 30 miles per hour.
Wow.
In 11-degree weather. When I tell you we were all sitting there, that was the first time in my life I was like, Bernie, please wrap it the fuck up. And I've never I was
like, I've heard this speech before. I know it's the billionaires. God damn it.
No, literally, I was like, all right, AOC, come on, let's go. And love my brown people. I love them down. There were so many brown people there. The whole inauguration was very brown and culturally curated, but we're always late to everything. So it was supposed to start at 1. That should start an hour later. We were literally sitting there freezing our fucking asses off. Like it was so fucking cold. But I wouldn't change it for the world. So happy I was there. Guys, talking about hopium.
That's true.
He's been doing some crazy shit. Like he's been doing some phenomenal things. I don't know if you guys saw. I wrote a whole Substack about what he did on his first day because it was just phenomenal. First of all, he went after Pinnacle Realty, which is basically this massive slumlord company in New York City. They have over 14,000 I believe it was 5,000 violations and 14,000 complaints. And they, in addition to owing the city of New York City thousands and thousands of dollars. Hi, Kowalski. I see you sent me a super chat. How you doing? Anyways, so, we haven't forgot about you. So, basically, he wrote an executive order, right? He signed it. But this is the baller ass move about this. So the executive order states that they're going to take Pinnacle Realty to court and basically sue the shit out of them for all the violations and the money that they owe and everything. But you want to know what the baller ass move he did about this? He signed it at a Pinnacle building. He walked in and he signed that executive order in a Pinnacle building. I was like,
that's amazing.
Yeah. Nice. That shit was so baller. I was so here for it.
And I was able to enjoy his speech a little bit more since I was not in the freezing cold, but I was so pumped up from that speech. I watched David Dole's coverage of it. Amazing coverage as always. And his line about how I was elected as a democratic socialist and I'm going to run the city as a democratic socialist. I'm butchering it, but that was the spirit of it. That was so nice to see because we have been conditioned to just expect politicians to immediately capitulate. And there were some red flags, to be sure, after he got elected. That did worry me a little bit. But to see him give us that reassurance, to see him just like double down and like, no, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. It really made me feel, I don't want to say hope because my heart is so like black that it can't get to that point. But like, it made me feel like a little twitch inside.
It also means that when he's successful, and they're already saw today they're doing childcare or what is it, universal?
With
Kathy Hope.
Yep, they just announced that today.
Wow. It means that like when he's successful, because he says what he is, a democratic socialist, those wins will be in the corner of democratic socialism. So it's like a lot of these like left-wing or progressive politicians, they're so afraid of labeling themselves, but the thing is, like, when you are successful in what you push for and you have that label, it makes it easier for other politicians, other candidates to run with that label because they could say, oh, you're running like Zoran Mamdani, who did this, and this. Like, it's a good thing to embrace that label and then be successful with that label. It's great for the future of what it means for the movement. So.
It's also a great contrast. You got Zoran Mamdani. First thing he does, attacks slumlords. Trump, he attacks poor people in other countries, right? Like the contrast couldn't be any, like, this is pretty striking. Who are they going to go after when they're in power? Predatory landlords who are fucking people over who want to have a place to live, right? Like, you know, it can be more clear.
You love to see it.
So I'm in the creator group chat. I just want to read about the childcare that he signed right today. So Zoran and the governor today announced together the investment of no-cost childcare for all 2-year-olds. So this is exactly what the haters were saying he wasn't going to be able to do. He did that shit with the governor first weekend. Is it the first week? Yeah, it's still.
Is it 2-year-old 2 and up or
for
up to 2?
All 2-year-olds. That's all
just
I know.
2-year-olds, but not 3-year-olds.
Look at it. I don't know about 3 and 4. I fear you're fucked if you're 3 and 4. I'm just kidding. I actually don't know.
At that point, you're ready to go out to pasture.
Yeah, at that point,
they can watch themselves.
Look up to themselves.
Another thing that he did that I do want to talk about as well. So he did 2 other things that were really fucking huge. One of them is that he is going to set up renter hearings across every single bureau. So what does this mean? This means that he's going to have hearings in every single bureau, multiple hearings, and they're not just regular like, oh, you go and you vent to one person and you leave. There's going to be multiple city officials across different areas and categories, and they're all going to listen to everyone's complaints about their living conditions, like mold and their landlords not fixing their whatever, or cockroaches or whatever issues they have. And then within 190 days, they're going to write a whole entire report, and they're going to actually go after fundamental changes that they can make to better living conditions for New Yorkers. So that's one thing that he's also setting up, which is basically going to create a feedback loop of just you know, where the people are giving their opinion and then the government goes, and it's a functional feedback group, which, by the way, every politician should be doing this. It's a part of their job, but they choose not to because they know that if, for example, Eric Adams set up a hearing, he knew he was going to get fucking cooked, so he didn't do that. There's a lot of Congress people who would do these hearings, but then after October 7th, they stopped because they were APAC funded and people were going in complaining and they didn't want to deal with it. So this is something, what Zoran is doing is not, just to be clear, it's pivotal because our politicians don't do shit, but it's supposed to be the norm. This feedback loop of hearings and listening to people should be the norm. But the third thing that he did, he also revoked all of the every single executive order Eric Adams signed that basically made it illegal for any government official to talk about Palestine because he deemed it as anti-Semitic. So he basically made it impossible for any government worker to say anything about Palestine. He rewrote the definition of anti-Semitism to be anti-Zionism, and then he also did a bunch of like blocking for BDS, like basically if you're a business, I don't quote me exactly, but it was a lot of like making BDS hard and like sanction, basically like doing all of those boycotts harder if you're a business or whatever in certain sectors, and he revoked all of that on his first day.
That's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
So it's been pretty
It's really
cool.
nice to see that. Yeah, no, it's really nice to have something to look forward to watch this project, you know, bloom into this this beautiful thing that hopefully will be a blueprint for other politicians. And like David was saying, like it just needs to be successful here. And this is, you know, this is the path forward. I mean, by him calling himself a democratic socialist, if he actually does maintain this popularity and pull it off, like actually meaningfully improve people's lives, like he could potentially undo decades of McCarthyist like fear mongering over socialism. I think Bernie made some great strides to do that, but like this could be next level.
So yeah, just to be clear about the programs. So the funding would help the governor work toward a goal of expanding childcare to all 4-year-olds statewide by the fall of 2028. It would also enable Mamdani to make New York City preschool program for 3-year-olds known as 3K truly universal and create a new free childcare system for the city's 2-year-olds, starting with 2,000 toddlers this fall and expanding each subsequent year.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a starting point. And
Nice.
then it expands.
It is going to expand to all the toddlers across New York City.
That's amazing.
So I think, you know, we do see democratic socialism in countries like Sweden. And I honestly, like, I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of democratic socialism when it's done properly. But obviously we live in a fucked system that doesn't. But I think the fact that he pulled this whole 2-year-old thing with Kathy Hochul is fucking huge. I didn't think Kathy Hochul was going to work with him like that. I thought Kathy was going to build a bunch of barricades for him, to be honest. I thought he was going to have to hit a bunch of bureaucratic mess because like Hakeem Jeffries was refusing to endorse him. Kathy Hochul was refusing to endorse him for a long minute. She didn't even want to acknowledge that he was running. And it's the fact that he met with Trump. Trump loved him. Now Kathy Hochul is like signing this fucking childcare thing first week, which is insane, which is something she publicly said she didn't support previously. Like, or she said that we can't afford blah, blah, blah. So it's just like, it's fucking insane. And I do want to credit socialism and you know, being a Democrat socialist, but not to be one of those people. Okay, do not mix this up for me simping, because I'm not simping for him. Okay, I just follow what he does very closely as a politician. Don't do that to me, guys. I already know how the comments are gonna go when I say this, but
Mentioning Gavin Newsom, is that what you're doing?
no, ew.
Yeah.
But
that was a lot of pre.
But I truly do think a part of this is also just who Mamdani is, just as a person. I do think
Very charismatic.
I think he not just charismatic, but he has this like certain it factor where he knows how to draw bridges with literally everyone. I'm just like, how did like anyone?
I think
You put it's like the Obama factor, like the fact that Obama would walk in a room and even people who didn't like him would start fucking with him, right? I'm not saying I like Obama, but I'm just saying like he has.
But he was moved to the right by people around him. Obama was like.
Yeah.
The difference with Mamdani is I think he actually has strong principles and he knows what's right. And we assume a lot of these politicians, these Democratic politicians, are strict in their ways and how they think about politics. I think for a lot of them, it's really about what's popular, and they're so isolated and siloed that they believe that their idea of centrism is what's popular. And then Kathy Hochul sees how popular Mamdani actually is and thinks, oh, maybe I should get a piece of that popularity. And they just like, they're not ideological. A lot of these Democrats, they just are now realizing what is popular, and maybe they are willing to be popular as well if they move in that direction.
It's cynical, but I don't even care that it's cynical.
Yeah, as long as it gets the job done, I don't care what they're what's moving them. I mean, obviously, I would prefer them to actually have principles and belief. But if they're going to be moved by this, then whatever, as long as the job is the outcome.
It was so interesting, and I agree with you. Back when Zoran was running, he had a tour thing with Bernie. Anyways, he did a whole thing with Bernie, and Kathy Hochul came out to speak, right? And it was so fucking awkward because every 3 seconds the crowd would go like, tax the rich, tax the rich. It got to a point where Kathy could not get a singular word in. Like the minute she would open her mouth, it would be like, and the crowd was so overpowering that like she would just kind of pause and like let it die down, and then she would try to speak again, and then like it would be the same thing. So then this was way before Zoran was supposed to speak. She was like one of the first speakers. Zoran comes out, hugs her, like pats her back and shakes her hand and all that, and then like grabs her back and then like goes to the crowd like, hey guys, hey, like kind of like chill out vibes, and then like walks her to the back. So he didn't even like abandon her in that moment. It was very much like, all right, I already know the crowd is sick of you, they don't want to hear you, but let me come out and show my solidarity with you and not make you feel like you have to leave that stage alone, right? And I think it was, again, I just think he's a good fucking politician. Like he just knows how to in my opinion, a good politician knows how to work everyone. And I think that's Mamdani. Like he just knows how to work everyone around him. And maybe it's the charisma, but I do, to Mike's point as well, sorry, I've been yapping tonight. I do agree
feel free.
Thank you. I do agree that when so there was this man during the inauguration who was speaking. I don't know if you guys watched the whole inauguration, but he was like, I want to speak to the little black boy. And he was basically speaking to his child self, right? And he was basically talking to himself where like, I know you think you're never going to make it because you're black, and like, and you can't chase your dreams because no one is going to support you. And it was a very moving speech where he was like basically talking to a little black boy, but he was talking to himself, right? And so Rua, who's Zoran's wife, was literally sobbing. Like she was crying. And the crowd there were some people who were crying. I quite frankly was really fucking cold and I could not focus on getting emotional.
Your tears would freeze up.
Your tears were frozen.
I'm a California girl. It was very moving, but I was so cold. I just could not. Like I was just so focused on staying alive. And you could just see Zoran's face, just like, I just think both of them as a couple, like they just seem like they mean what they say.
They have real convictions.
They have real convictions.
Which we never see.
Exactly.
Especially in a talented politician. Like Mamdani has what Bernie needed to win the election.
Yes. Yeah,
like exactly. Bernie doesn't have, and I relate to Bernie in that way. Like I don't call you on your birthday either and say happy birthday. Like that's a quote from him in the New York Times interview. Like he's like, I won't call you on your birthday. But it's like, because I'm not a social person, and Bernie seems someone who's very like he cares about people, but he's not able to play the game the way that Mamdani can play it. And when you are able to combine those fantastic, like great politics, that empathy with an ability to actually connect on like with other politicians in a way that gets them to do what you want them to do, like that is the perfect, like I think I've said before on one of my videos, Mamdani is like the perfect politician in that he has the politics and he has the ability to, and he has the performance ability as well, but the ability behind closed doors to get things done and actually communicate in a way that gets him to where he wants them to go. And very few politicians have that combination.
Yeah.
And just like being personable and making these connections with other politicians, that really is a large portion of politics. And to your point, Bernie didn't really play that game. Like there's a lot of people who emphasized how important it was for Bernie, like pre-2020, to form a relationship with Jim Clyburn, who was, ideologically opposed to everything, but he was somebody who could have been persuaded potentially to support him if he really made the effort to make himself present, in his district and just to get to know him. And I don't know if that would have done anything, but I think that putting in that groundwork to really get to know people, as horrible as it sounds to me, it's so important.
No, it is. And Bernie, it's kind of like an open secret that Bernie's kind of a grump. I've
for sure.
spoken to multiple people who have worked on his campaigns, and it's just everyone just knows he just. There was I went to another.
Old man.
He's a curmudgeon.
Right.
He's just, he's been this for 40 years, going at the same thing, getting nothing accomplished. I'd be exhausted at this point.
But I will say though, there was a video of Bernie when AOC and Mamdani were speaking, and that's the first time I've ever seen him look genuinely proud. That man always looks like he's miserable. He was just he had the biggest smile on his face, and I it was one of those moments where it was you're finally seeing the fruits of your
Exactly.
at 80 years of age.
It took a while, but here is
you got one.
He knows he's leaving a legacy. This is the impact he's had on people. This is great.
And truly, okay. So I know we talked a lot about doomer shit. I want to talk about hope real quick, right?
No, please give us
Please,
hope.
yes.
Please, Ariana.
So the era of the progressive congressional people who came in, so when we're talking about the squad, right, AOC, the OG progressives, right, they came during the their influx came in during the midterms during Trump's first election. That was our first wave of our socialist Democrats, or quote socialist progressive Democrats in Congress, right? And I think with Mamdani and his cabinet, which is full, I mean, if you guys look at his cabinet, it's just insane, just full of leftists, full of abolitionists, full of people that just are truly leftist to their core, right, and have done a lot of work for the community. Now we're hitting another midterm. Trump has gone 10 times harder than his last time. There have already been over 10,000 people across the country when he won his primary alone who applied to run for office for local and federal government. And I'm assuming that when he won, and progressively throughout the months that we go on, there's going to be more and more and more people who are going to get activated and actually run for office. And I really think the pendulum is going to swing super left, not just for these midterms, but I do think that they're going to swing really left for the next elections too, because first of all, the pendulum always swings. But I think to someone's point here, you made a very good point about how I think it was you, David, how Mamdani is, or maybe it was you, Lance, that he's creating this pathway towards socialism within the Democratic establishment to work. He's showing us that hey, if I could do it, you could do it too. And I think this is going to be hugely pivotal just for the future of America. I feel like the America that we're going to see in the next 2 decades is going to be completely different, but we had to go through this extremism in order to get there, right? Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but back after the Depression, a lot of our socialist programs like food stamps, rental assistance, a lot of that came out of the Great Depression. And that's because after it pours, rainbows come out. It's just the cycle of history has always been.
We just got to avoid the World War II thing.
Gotta avoid that and hope, and not to be extra doomer as well, but hope the elections are actually elections that. Well, I will say on a state and local level, I have a hard time imagining Trump can mess with those. No. I'm more worried about what he can do, at the presidential
He's not going
level.
to make it 3 years. Let's be honest. It's going to be.
I feel like he's going to croak.
I know he does look very close.
We always think that with these horrible old people, but they're the ones that last forever.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I think that's copium. I think this dude is gonna live at least 10 more years.
That McDonald's had in his body at this point have ossified. They've kept him alive. He's the McDonald's has become him. He's just it's just this is what's keeping the engine going.
I don't know, guys.
1,000%.
I have enough faith in America to where he won't be able to become a dictatorship, but
I think that ship has sailed. I think that functionally this is a soft dictatorship. And I think that one thing to look out for is I don't know when, this year, we should see the new report from Freedom House. This is like what all political scientists, social scientists use, and they gauge how free countries are. America was like already 10 points behind Canada. This year, I would not be surprised if they shift us from free to partly free, which would be like huge, at least for like nerds who don't have lives like me, but like to see that shift officially, because like political scientists and social scientists are very, very conservative. And it's all, you know, comparative and whatnot. But I would be very interested in seeing that new report. And this will be a report for 2025 that they release sometime in 2026. So, yeah.
I don't know if he's. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If he. Yo, I'm sorry. Like, are we still gonna peacefully protest if he like doesn't give up his seat? Because I just.
No, we're going to do what we always do, which is complain on social media and feel depressed.
And the Democrats will do some email campaigns.
I feel like that's
surprising. Win next time, send me $5, and we're going to really fight for your rights.
I think that's a bridge that'll be crossed if it happens. Like, people don't know how the country will react. Like, that's Americans to decide at that point what they're going to do.
I mean, he tried to overthrow the government in 2020 and he got reelected. So
I know
it's kind of an indication of what we're going to do.
Like your new video at the very end, you had a great point. General strike. You know, you're like, people keep saying what needs to be done. Honestly, general strike. Your other point about how, you know, after time with AI, a lot of jobs are going to be replaced. So if all of a sudden 500,000, 2 million, 10 million jobs are replaced by AI, you don't have the same pressure that you have right now. If the labor force just paused for one day, right, you bring it all to a halt. But
yeah, use your labor as leverage while you still have it, because that might be going away very, very soon. Especially like when you look at the what is it called? The economy where you kind of just like do the gig economy, right? The Uberification of everything, where people are doing DoorDash and Uber. Like, what labor is there to, you know, withhold in that situation? I mean, sure, you can disrupt the economy because you're not Ubering people to and from work and whatnot, but like, we're really losing a lot of leverage just in general as workers, not just because like unionization is so low, but because the jobs are just being taken by robots. So it's a scary thought, but I hope that it doesn't come to that. One thing I will say though, to maybe try to be more optimistic, and to Ariana's point, I don't know if you all heard this theory about us being in the fourth turning, and if you've heard about this. So basically, there's this idea that like history kind of repeats, and generally speaking, every 80 to 100 years, things just kind of like reset, right? So if you picture it on 20-year cycles, you know, there's 4 cycles, right? So there is there's the boom where everything is good, and I'm butchering the names of this, but I'm just explaining generally what I know. There's the boom where everything's going great. Then there is another cycle before the unraveling, and then there's the whole unraveling cycle, and then there's the collapse, and then after the collapse there's the build. So like, long story short, we're basically in the collapse right now, and you know, if history holds, then there will be a boom after this, where there's this like rebound of civil liberties and civil rights and worker rights and the social safety net and, you know, economic security and whatnot. So if you follow that line of thinking, that history repeats itself, generally speaking, things are so bad that, you know, the only way forward is up. Like, it's all downhill from here, basically. So if you buy into that idea, which there's no guarantee, right? But like, if you subscribe to this, or you want to subscribe to this idea that like history is cyclical, then sure, things are so bad that they could get better next. And I do think that there is some cause for hope, because like Ariana was saying, like, the pendulum is going to shift back to the opposite direction. The problem is that, like, I don't think it can ever shift back enough, given how far we've fallen. Like, I think that,
and we shouldn't is another point. We like, no, honestly, like, this idea now, it's like things are so bad. I was like, we should start dreaming of a better world. I think a lot of people now are waking up like, wow, so international law doesn't matter. Laws don't matter to the rich. The powerful can get away with rape, pedophilia, bombing, imperialism. And it was like, we should be working on a better project than this. The system working as is pretty fucking shit, right? And we can imagine more. Like, people should look at this, even though it is a horrifying time, as a hopeful time, because, like, you know, it's like Michael Brooks used to say, a better world is possible. We have to build it. That idea, like, why not start imagining big? You know, other countries did. Like, we wouldn't be talking about places like China in the same way we do now. 10 years ago they were the most evil empire on the planet. They were the evil country that was going to dominate the entire world, and now they're like, we make batteries and solar power.
Like their electric cars are so good that they're banned here. Like, they're
I know.
100% tariffs because they would destroy every other car manufacturer.
Yeah.
They're living in the future right now. We're living in 1930s Germany right now.
I do think that cycle is correct generally. I would say, though, not to put a wet blanket on this, climate change is kind of like that puts an end to whatever the fuck comes. Like, at some point, I'm sure we can get another good 100 years out of this earth. At that point, like, it's going to be. There's going to be like I don't get too negative here, but
that's
why we need.
There's going to be a population decrease. Let's just say, people will live on, but there's going to be mass migration because parts of this earth will be unlivable completely.
Yes, that's something
too water or too hot.
Definitely keep in mind. And I did a video on this over the holidays. I released it. It's about how it's a very, very encouraging video about how turbocharged fascism is inevitable due to climate change.
Great, thank you.
If we don't fix climate change. So check that out if you want to get in a good mood. But one thing I will say about like the pendulum is that like things have swung so far in like the bad direction that the pendulum has to swing so far in the opposite direction that like every conservative is in agony from the level of progress that we're seeing. Like, I will not be satisfied unless the 2028 Democratic Party nominee is a fucking communist from outer space, who's an immigrant, who's trans, who is like fucking the most wokest motherfucker, so woke they can rip a hole in the space-time continuum. Like, I want them to go so far in the opposite direction to yank the Overton window to the left that there's no coming back. No, it has to be. Listen, I'm talking about like all of us. Get septum rings, dye your hair blue. I don't give a fuck. Like, we got to go so far back in that opposite
Everybody has to be
direction.
at least bi.
Yes.
Yeah, at least minimum.
Legally, you have to be bi or you go to jail. Like, we
watch
actually
Heated
need
Rivalry. If you need some help, it'll help you out. Go watch Heated Rivalry.
I gotta
Wait, did it help you out, Lance?
Well, I mean, I was already.
I don't think Lance needed help.
Yeah. But it is actually an entertaining show in terms of like that culture, especially hockey culture and sports culture, is usually very heterosexual.
Dude, I've been begging my friends to go to a hockey game. Like, I want a bag of
Hockey is
so
in my opinion, obviously I'm biased here. I got a Leafs hat back there. But it is the best sport to watch live. Like, it is endlessly.
It's so high paced, eh?
My partner, who does not watch sports at all, is not into sports, doesn't watch hockey on TV, like, loves watching hockey live. Like, we've gone twice for my birthday. She loves it.
Too, or is it like
what?
It's very fast. It's
very fast. Yeah, that's why it's entertaining. It's very quick.
Watching a bunch of professional athletes on skates going as fast and hard as they can at each other while also trying to dance around each other. It's like ballet and fighting on ice, moving as quickly as it can. Yeah.
Yes.
I agree.
Lots
As somebody
of
who's not very sports oriented, hockey is like the one thing that I find entertaining, the one sport that I find entertaining. I used to play hockey video games and stuff as a kid and watch the Mighty Ducks and stuff.
NHL
And I
94?
I even wanted to be a hockey player, but as an American, that was not an option in third grade. So,
Wow.
the rollerblades that I bought and the hockey stick that my brother
Really?
used for me.
I don't know if you're that into it.
Yeah, my brother bought me a hockey stick and shit, so I play like street hockey by myself. And eventually that just turned into me like fagging out doing ballet and my roller skates, but figure skating and stuff. But I was really into hockey for a little bit.
Damn, Space Cakes just said Ariana contributes nothing. I'm done. See you next week. Bro, I
Space
thought
Cakes.
I actually cooked today. I actually thought I'm over here sitting thinking I was cooking today with all
I denounced that viewer.
information.
Yeah, Space Cakes, I need you to listen very carefully to me. Like, lean in close, put your ear up to the speaker. Suck my dick from the back. Okay.
Oh my god, I'm dead. Choke on it. I'm saying.
Well, you could also just leave, right? Why do people have to do that and be like, I was displeased with house number 4, did not enjoy the commentary.
I feel like at every point there's a comment like that about one of us where it's like, I saw one when I wasn't on the show. I was watching the show and I just like scanned the comments when I was on vacation, and it was like a comment about Matt that really made me mad. Like it was like Matt's laugh makes the show insufferable. Like what the fuck? His laugh is like my favorite part. Like it's so contagious. Like fuck you. Like why would you say that?
It's genius.
Yeah, like there's always some comment about like one of us that's just so aggravating. It's like you don't have to watch. We all have individual shows. So if like I'm so insufferable or something, like you could watch the other panelists on here. Like fuck you.
I feel like I'm so I'm so immune to like negative comments like that now. The only comments that honestly bug me are ones where it's like, why don't you talk about this? And it's like, I did in the video. Did you fucking watch it? That's the only comment that bugs me.
No, somebody actually came in and was like, a woman just died, and you guys are talking about hockey. Like we literally talked about that woman.
Oh my god!
Let's come in here and cry for 3 hours? Like Jesus Christ! Like it's ridiculous. Like
we talked about Renee Good for an hour, babe. Can we listen? Here's the thing, like you guys truly believe that leftists deserve to go live in a fucking mud hut that they create out of their own hands on the side of the freeway with like basically probably stolen Wi-Fi, and you guys literally want us to make no fucking money. You want us to just sit there, and you want us to actually make our own phone and dig the soil to find the minerals to put in the phone. Like
that's what communism is.
You guys
wait, you don't do that, Ariana?
No, I don't.
Are you not a real leftist?
Yeah, definitely not a communist. Fake anarchist alert. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not praxis to be miserable 100% of the time. I think that we try to do our best to balance off like the serious shit with some more lighthearted commentary and just like banter back and forth, because
we're people, we're humans. We have different emotions at different times and different conversations. Like Jesus Christ.
You guys just want us like bro, we're so cooked. They're gonna create AIs that just talk about news in a live form 24/7, and
they're gonna be so agreeable too. It's gonna be like
meanwhile we're making fun of some billionaire that's trying to live until like fucking 140, and the AIs are talking about real news.
AI streamers
goes to watch the AIs. Yeah, we're so
as soon as they make a straight human to support AI, I'm out of business. That shit will surpass 1 million views in like a month. I'll be done.
Hello,
I'll
fellow
be done.
heterosexuals. I'd satisfy
Kyle Kalinske.
Yeah. They'll just make like fucking Aryan versions, straight versions, like Wasp versions of all the progressive commentators, and then like tweak it, make them more centrist, and then that'll be the dominant. We'll all be put out of business.
Oh,
back
dude.
on a doomer no.
There was this page on Instagram that was so sus. It was this girl who was like, me before I found Jesus, right? And it was basically her with a septum ring and like dyed blue hair and like all these breakouts and everything, right, all over her skin. And then the new picture was like basically a Wasp version of her, right? Like skin, hair, makeup done, all down, like no more blue hair, no more septum. And I clicked on it and I was like, holy shit, this is a fucking AI page. It was literally an AI page of a girl that was convincing people that she thought she was a lesbian and she looked like a insane leftist, quote, right? And then she found the light and she found Jesus, and now she's a hot white girl. And I'm like,
that's definitely a fetish.
That's crazy.
Mind you, there's like, I had to really look to figure out this was AI, right? If it's like your average, okay, let me put it this way. Okay, so when my dad passed away, we had to go through his phone. Listen, when your loved one passes away, you're gonna have to look through their phone. Just get yourself ready, because you're gonna see some diabolical shit on it. But anyways, my father and his friends were all sending each other AI videos, and none of them knew that it was AI. None of them.
Facebook has like ruined boomers' brains. Like the amount of AI on Facebook is insane. And like I did the video in Venezuela. There was that AI video. Oh, look at Venezuelans celebrating. Elon Musk retweeted it. It's so obviously fake. It's so obviously AI, but retweeted like, 20, 30,000 times. Like people like Facebook going crazy over this stuff. Like it's just it's hard to know how to communicate to people who don't see it, because to me it's so obvious that I don't know how to tell someone who can't tell that's AI. Now obviously it's getting better and better, but like there's like a sheen to it, like a lot of AI. It's just like there's like a weird perfection to like the face and the wrinkles and the expression, and sometimes it's obvious. Like,
Dude. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
no, it's just obvious that you can, like, the Venezuela video was like these zoom ins, this old lady crying like, oh, and like zooming into her, like it was just so like perfect, and like these are not phone videos, like this is not like, what is this, like a Hollywood production? Like it was just so obviously fake, but people fall for it, and I don't know how to fix it.
They were like the dead giveaway with like the 2 frames, like hands going up and down as well. There are
like,
things that,
like in video games where like the crowd and they're just
Street Fighter 2 on Super Nintendo. Yeah, they're just like, 2 animations. It's so obvious. Yeah, I don't know. Not like it's getting, as you all said, like it's getting much better, and that really does like horrify me. But I think that we're still in a period where you can spot AI, and the fact that so many people are falling for it at this level kind of like guarantees that we're cooked as a society. Like there's just like objective reality is not going to be discernible to regular people anymore, which is something that we're going to have to deal with. I don't know how we deal with that.
Dude, I really wish
that meme where have all of you seen the meme where someone puts up a picture and it's like every single video that your boomer parents send you think is AI, and every single video that's real now you also think is AI. It's like no, it ruined everything.
No, but
yeah,
I really miss when AI videos would have like 20 fingers on their hands and like fucking, they would have these like eating things, but then it would accidentally eat its own hand, and
like the Will Smith
that was
spaghetti
the
one.
age of AI,
Right. There's a lot of just benign AI videos that I think kind of slip through the radar, less political ones. I don't know if it was on Facebook or what. There was a video, it was like a fake news page, and it was a video of a Komodo dragon breaking through the glass and and like the guy like tried to tackle him and was like holding him down.
Oh, I've seen
and like
some
the
of those
people
videos.
from behind are just like standing there, and it looked real at first, but I watched it and I'm like, this seems really off to me. Like how did it break through the fucking glass, for one? And how is this guy containing a Komodo dragon? And why are the people in the background just nonchalant? Like I'd be fucking running for the hills, screaming like a little girl if I saw that shit. It's a Komodo dragon. And turns out it was AI. There's also like a bunch of like cutesy videos. Like my niece showed me one of like little bunnies jumping on a trampoline, and it was dark. So like, because it was dark and like the low light, it actually made it look very convincing. I also saw one which is so it was a lot more fake, but there's a dog that was like chained up to a fence, and a giant ass lion jumps over and tries to slap him, and the dog's just like barking at him. And I'm like, okay, do they have lions in like North Dakota? Is this gonna really I mean, I'm sure it will fool people, but like it's very, I don't know. Those are the ones, like the ones that are seemingly like benign are going to be the ones that really proliferate at first. But I mean, the government, they're going to be the ones that put out some fucking like Hollywood quality AI shit to like manufacture consent. Not that they even care about manufacturing consent anymore, but if they wanted to, goddamn, this could be really, really used for nefarious purposes.
Though. Doesn't Trump get fooled by like, they show him like regular like AI videos, and then he's like, oh, that's a real thing that happened, and then he governs accordingly.
I mean,
like
they lie about videos we know are real. Like
right.
Again, the video in Minneapolis, like we saw that this guy was not hit, and he's like, he was hit, he's in the hospital. Like they didn't have to even use AI for that. He just lies. Like,
did you see, he tweeted out on Truth Social, he retweeted a video that was AI generated of his own policy that everybody is going to get free med beds. That's his healthcare policy. There's going to be a med bed hospital. You can go in there, lie in a med bed. It's going to cure all your illnesses. And Trump is introducing this revolutionary technology. This is his response to health. He retweeted that. It's like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, like his supporters that saw that, are they wondering where their med beds are? Like,
yeah, it's crazy.
Do they just forget the next day what they saw?
But like in his mentality as well, like it's be like me retweeting an AI video of me fucking shitting my pants or something. Like, I don't remember doing that. I'm like, what the fuck?
But it's real.
I think at this point, if there is any brain left in him, he knows his supporters are so fucking stupid that it doesn't matter. That's why he can lie about a video we're all seeing. That's why he can retweet shit that is not real. Because he does. Where's the repercussions for him? He's faced none.
They both don't
think
care.
of everything in his life that he has done. like before he was president to now. Like is there anyone else on earth who has gotten away with as much as he has?
No, never.
So why would he feel any hesitation to say anything, do anything? Like he doesn't know what repercussions are. At some point, like I gotta believe in karma. Like at some point, they're jail, like something. It just doesn't make any sense that someone go through life like this. No one else is this is Teflon Don. Like it's crazy.
I wish that I believed in God, because and this is how you know for sure that God is not real. Because if God was real, he would strike that motherfucker down with lightning immediately for all of the lies that he's telling while claiming to like be a believer in God. I just like I wish that there was divine intervention or like some sort of like
hell,
eternal
at least
purgatory that these motherfuckers would just
I've
live in for
I've
eternity.
thought about this like every day this week, where I'm like, I wish hell was real, just so there could be something for me to look forward to for these people.
That's true.
Same. Like I want to believe so bad, and I understand why people are religious, because like it really does give you that like
comfort,
that hope, that comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah, that like someday he's gonna be fucking getting poked by the devil's spear, and I don't know, fucking I don't know, just his hell, whatever his personal hell would be. Like he's just gonna suffer for all of the crimes that he's committed, but it's just he goes to sleep forever. That's the sad reality, which makes things so much more worse, because I want to imagine that right now Dick Cheney is being burned by fire and it's just agonizing, and all of the images of like his victims are going across the screen as he's getting burned, and like this is the pain they felt. This is the pain that they felt. Now you're gonna feel it. Like, God, that would be amazing. And I sound like a psychopath saying this, but like,
but it's like this is what they believe.
Like every priest throughout history.
yeah. I sound as deranged as them. As I'm like, I want them to be tortured and suffer. I'm not a big
no, but it's just like like having them at some point. We want these people to understand the fucking destruction they have caused people, like
exactly.
the death they have caused. Like they don't care, and how do we? I think it's natural for us to be like, how do we make these people care and like understand what they have done? And you can't, like, they're psychopaths. Like it's
yeah, there's no mechanism that can get them to feel shame or human empathy or to ever think about the way they might be perceived to other people. It's just me. What do I want? What do I need? And that's literally the only thing that they ever consider. Like there's just not enough synapses in their brain to make those connections that regular humans make.
Yeah. And this is how Dexter was created.
Exactly.
What if there was someone who showed these horrible people what they did?
That's true. But even he, as like a psychopath, as an admitted psychopath who didn't have the capacity to feel emotions, like he had his code, right, where he would only go after.
And then it kind of went off the rails at some point.
He fucked up.
It was good for 4 seasons though. And then actually, I got to say, the show that like the new season that came back, where he like apparently, not to spoil the end of the other season that came back, because there was like when he was like in New York in the snow, and then he came back, and then that ended a certain way. I don't want to spoil, but then he comes back again. The recent season is actually pretty good.
Oh, okay.
I was kind of hoping it was going to be like a one and done, but it sounds like they're actually going to bring it back for a few seasons. It's like, all right, fine.
And it has
fine,
Michael
I'll
C.
jump on this
Hall in
ride.
it, the new ones?
But it was a good season.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, worth watching, I would say.
I liked the Dexter New Blood from a couple of years ago when his son was
that's
like
the
an adult.
only one I actually haven't watched. Like that.
Oh, it's great.
That's what with like the young actor, right? That like plays Dexter.
No, that's with actual Michael C. Hall.
Oh
and
no,
his
sorry.
son.
So yeah, that one I watched. There was one
okay.
after that where they did like a prequel where it was like a different actor playing
that's
him
the
as
one
like
I
a younger
haven't seen.
version of him. That one I didn't see. But then there's one after that that came out last year. That is actually pretty good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a great show. It did really go off the rails.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like how in like season 7, he kind of abandoned the code, and his kid was so annoying. Like I remember this weird ass scene where I don't even know. His son was on a treadmill or something. It's like toddler, and like he just fell and like exploded. Like I can't even,
I don't remember that at all.
he didn't explode literally, but like
no
he,
spoilers.
Like, he like fell out. I gotta find the video. Like I remember there's something in there that was so bizarre that it stood out to me. I'm like, bro, this kid like fell off a treadmill and like fucking got yeeted. Like what am I watching? I don't. Let me see if I can.
Sounds way better.
The one that I remember where I'm like, what the fuck is the show? Is the season where his stepsister thought that she may be falling in love with him, and this is after like
so
7
weird.
seasons.
That was so weird.
Yeah, wasn't that like why? Like why did the writers do
I was
this?
like, where the fuck is this going?
They really ran out of ideas.
Oh my god! Okay, I found the clip, so I have to show it for you. I could play it like without the audio because that's gonna get detected by the copyright.
But he
like,
does explode. He better explode.
I have not seen this before, but I just remember this kid getting fucked up by a treadmill. Let me
What? You said explode.
Like I was being hyperbolic, but like just watch. So she's like, Harrison, something, you know, he's on the treadmill. He's like, fuck you, I'm gonna turn up the speed, bitch. And then shit goes off the rails fast.
I must have completely.
And he like fucking gets yeeted from this fucking treadmill.
This is like a WB show. Like what is it?
Look at all the blood. Like what the fuck? Like I remember like thinking, what the fuck did I just watch?
Oh, that is so stupid.
Like how does he go from running and then he falls and then his neck is bloody? Like, bro, did you get Charlie Kirk? What happened to you?
That is why would they do that? That yeah, they were just
That
running
was
out
the
of
writing and like later
that show should have ended like season 5 with a proper season. Like season 5 was not good, I don't think. But season 4 was amazing. They could have had like a good wrap up season 5, ended the show, but they weren't like it was AMC, right? Not HBO tends to have like tends to, not all the time, but tends to have more of a inclination to end a show properly. Like I think The Wire ended great. I think 6 Feet Under, in my opinion, is the best ending of any series ever. Like they have some good series that ended, but AMC was just like, no, more seasons. And they
just pump them out.
And then they get to the treadmill and you know Deb falling in love with him. Like it's just weird shit.
Oh god, I forgot about that storyline. For those
That was
who
the
haven't
worst
watched
one.
the
That was
show,
the worst
Deb
one
is
by
his
far.
stepsister.
Yeah,
that was the storyline.
that was the worst one by far.
I was like, why do we need to do the incest storyline? I get that they're step siblings. Still, that doesn't make it any less weird.
Plus, like, it's one thing to be like, hey, this is like the first season. This is like a part of the show. Like, this is a weird thing in the show. But this is like season 7. We know these established characters. This was never a thing ever. Like, why introduce this now? It's so weird.
Right. And it irritated me. I'm sorry. This is like we're going on a Dexter tangent. But David brought it up, and now I have to talk about this. I've never been able to vent. No, it's like every season Dexter had to have a new friend who he would like come out to and be like, yeah, I'm a serial killer. It's like, bro, can't you just do this shit in the shadows like you've been doing in seasons 1 and 2? Why do you have to tell somebody about it? Like, fuck, this is how you're gonna get caught. This is how you're gonna get caught. You have to stop telling.
What's
people.
his name that was so good? Well, actually,
two.
Jimmy Smith was really good in season 3, I thought.
John Lithgow was good in season 4.
Yeah, and then obviously
the black
John
guy
Lithgow.
who's a detective who's known that Dexter is
Surprise, motherfucker!
Yeah, I love him. He's
No, but have
awesome.
you guys seen the meme where it's like a specific song and it's like "Da-na," and it's like basically his face, and the whole meme is like when you know, but you can't prove it.
Yeah. All the looks.
I fear. Wait, we need to watch this now. We need to watch this.
Wait, so his name was Stokes. I just called him Tooks.
Dokes.
Isn't that? What is it?
Dokes.
I said Stokes at first because I mispronounced it. Then I said it's
Dokes.
I called him Tooks, which is the Canadian beanie. What the fuck?
Tooks?
It's the Canadian beanie. It's true.
That's
crazy. Or Tooks or something. I don't know what I said.
Yeah,
but
Dokes memes are awesome.
I was way off. Damn. God, it's been a while since I've seen it. It's been a while.
Did you find it?
I'm cracking up because
I gotta see this video. You're on mute now.
You must have seen the
on
compilations. Like, it became its own meme now. It's just basically you see it all over.
Oh
the
yeah,
place.
he's everywhere.
He is everywhere.
Well, I'm ready
Alright,
to
it's
do.
in the chat.
After this, I'm doing super
in the
chats because I'm
chat.
tired.
Yeah.
All right, I'll pull it in. Okay. Oh wait, let me refresh it so it starts over.
Yeah, see, this is great. And you could use that for pretty much anything.
Everyone's been redoing it for their sector. Like, oh, when you know something, it's just like
Yeah, you could apply that to like anything.
Huh?
You can apply that to like anything, like you suspect someone doing something.
Oh yeah, general usability.
That Dokes look
high.
is just classic.
He's amazing.
Thought it was
All right. I am doing some super chat.
It's
Let's
his
do
bedtime
super.
chat. It's David's
Where are the
bedtime.
super? Oh wait, I got the wrong thing open.
He's clocking out.
What's happening?
I said
You're clocking out?
bedtime. You're clocking out.
Oh my god, yes, definitely my bedtime. That's my bedtime. I only got like 10. Do y'all mind if I just like run through them?
Go for it.
Canadian Goose, thank you for your $10 generous super chat. Hi, Leftist Mafia gang. So disgusting to see Mega defend the shooting yesterday. Here's hoping more people see it for what it is. And F Ice. Megan McQueen, thank you for your $10 super chat. Said, sorry to share more bad news, but I thought you might want to know. Breaking news: apparently, Border Patrol agents just shot 2 people in Portland. Yes, did discuss that. Daria Creates says, here, please take my croissant money for tomorrow. Oh, thank you. I hope you still get a croissant though. Otaku Dragon, thank you for your super chat. Says, my family has gotten so extreme, I'm pretty sure they'd still support ICE even if I got unalived by them. I want out of the state country. That's one thing I'm just lucky not to have, at least in my immediate family, are people who are just like far right wing. Like I don't know how I'd be able to deal with that at like, you know, family gatherings. Like I feel for people that are in those situations because I don't have that experience, and it sounds horrible. Shit, not you again. That's the name. Thank you for your super chat. It says, hey, Double D, appreciate your recent video and being open about the hopeless, sick feeling you have in this nightmare. You're not alone, brother. Thank you. Kowalski, thank you for your super chat. It says, on January 12th at 9 p.m. Central Time, I'll be on the Letterhack to talk about agriculture and my YouTube channel. Self-promo aside, David, Happy New Year. 2026 is going to be a historic year. Hope you're rested. Yeah, I will try to be. But thank you. Chris Thibodeau, I believe. Thank you for your chat. Member for 18 months. Says, what Mike is talking about is actually detailed in the work of Peter Turchin. Highly recommend The Age of Discord and End Times. Check it out. Last Disciple, thank you for your super chat. Says, wanted to send love to those at Ubisoft Halifax. I did see the story, who lost their jobs after only just unionizing. Great Leftist Mafia tonight. Y'all rock. There has to be a way to combat, like a lot of combat companies just like firing a bunch of people who unionize, because I would argue that's probably the biggest barrier to unions forming.
Mm-hmm.
MK, thank you for your super chat. Says, for making the point about Dexter Resurrection. There we go. Thank you. So that's what it's called, Dexter Resurrection. Good season. And user.
been mayor for 4 years. There are many successes we walked away with, and there are many things we could have done better. We learned a lot in the process. And what I am seeing across the country in general, but specifically here in New York, is the increase in anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. And our goal is how do we use up-to-date technology to address this issue. You heard me for years talk about cryptocurrency and what it means. I took my first 3 paychecks using cryptocurrency. I was not merely talking about this as a flash and it's going to disappear. No, this is going to be how we are going to address many of the issues you're seeing facing not only the city, but cities in America. And one focus we have on this New York City coin is to use the revenue generated to address anti-Americanism, anti-Semitism, to teach our children how to embrace the blockchain technology of how to run cities correctly, as Walmart is using blockchains to.
What up? What up? Welcome to Absurdity Space. I'm Forrest Miller, and I'm here with Christina Oakes on episode 6 on the blockchain. We are on the blockchain right now, fighting anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism every day.
And we're scamming people and taking all the money.
I wish I had done the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme or whatever for literally 30 minutes after the coin launched. They had the classic rug pull, and it's just 3 million. I think it went down by 80%. People pulled out 80% of the coin, and assumably Eric Adams pulled out 80% of the coin. Although now today he's claiming that wasn't him. But Eric Adams is now drained. This is 30 minutes after they launched. $3,400,000 from the liquidity pool of his meme coin, now a rug pull. Funny enough, his net worth when he started this was only $2 million. So if true, if completely true, he gained 1.4. He gained $3.4 million unless he put a lot of it into his meme coin. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if he could give some of that money for me because I got another eviction notice. So hey, Eric Adams, help your girl out. I got 10 days before I'm out of here.
You gotta do a meme coin.
Yeah.
You could probably find a good one. You could probably find you could have Trump doing the YMCA dance on the blockchain, and you buy it.
Yeah, or his middle finger,
But we talked last night about the Golden Globes, but we should probably do that again today and go through them because we were waiting for all the Sean takes last night, pretty much.
Yeah.
You got any thoughts about award season? Anything you haven't put out there
yet? I don't know, but I feel like betting on the Golden Globes is a stupid idea because there's no trends. It has to be the Oscars to bet on because at least you'll get a feeling of chances depending on the other previous awards that have been given. You still got SAG with actor, the BAFTA,
Yeah, but they hooked it up with Polymarket, didn't they? And Kalshi.
I know because the stupid UFC championship, that walk on was weird. I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah, film categories, we got them. Of course, best motion picture, Hamnet. Still haven't seen it. Heard it's not great. No,
I have. I'm like, I was like, it's fine, but they really don't want to give the Sinners. They don't want to give Sinners anything.
Yeah. Best motion picture, musical or comedy. Of course, one battle after another, and it launched a 4-day extravaganza of commentary on people saying the dumbest shit imaginable about it.
Yeah. Well, people still it's so funny. When it comes to it's the same thing with Sinners. Everyone's it's just From Dusk Till Dawn, or it's I don't understand. It's good until the vampires show up. I'm like, you have no vampires, you have no movie.
I saw someone. I can't. It was someone we know that tweeted that, right? I feel like.
Yeah.
Someone was like, "Oh, I liked the first half hour before the vampire showed up," but it's like, then all right, see, we'll just make a movie about what's that? The movie like Devil's Crossing or whatever. Where the guy standing at the. You could just watch that.
Yeah. The fucking I think didn't Ralph Macchio did it. Was that the same? No, it was a Crossroads.
Yeah,
Who did that one.
Yeah, Crossroads. Yeah, it's that one. But yeah, that movie I'm talking about. Best motion picture
Then people
animated.
will say it's just like that.
Have you seen any of these? Arco, Demon Slayer, Elio, K-pop Demon Hunters.
I've seen the K-pop and Elio and the Zootopia 2, and I was like, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's still playing. I checked the other day. It's still playing at the.
I am very much not a K-pop gal. I was on the anti-K-pop train. I'm like, listen, we have boy bands, right? Why do we need 20 members of a boy band who sing and dance, who are Korean, but get plastic surgery to look more appealing to a white European American audience? That's my thing.
Another one on this list, Little Amelie. Is that like? It's not related to Amelie, right?
I don't know.
And then Sinners got the cinematic and box office achievement where you make a lot of money, and then they're like, well, we don't want to give a good award to like a
prestigious award,
Yeah, we got to
because if Superman was nominated, which it probably should, that probably would have won. They probably like, nah, we're gonna just give this one to Sinners.
I'm kind of surprised. Well, I guess. Did a lot of people see it? Avatar, salt and vinegar chips.
Yeah, they nominated that before it even got released, but they're like, it's an Avatar movie, it's a James Cameron movie, it's gonna make a lot of money, and I'm like, okay, but still, it's wait until the box office is cheap. It happens.
Did it manage to like achieve anything at the box office? I saw a lot of people. That
I
are, like,
think
big
it
fans
almost
of...
has $1 billion, and it's
Damn. It's weird to like have a franchise that like I just like I don't know, like I think I saw like a bunch of the first Avatar, and I just wasn't like, I was just kind of bored, and it's funny to have like an entire franchise that some people are like really really into, and then you're just like, there's nothing, like, it doesn't feel interesting to me. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll get hate
Ollie
from that.
London, that guy, yeah, he wanted to become a trans Korean woman, and then he realized he done fucked up and made his penis very small, and realized he could make it about being transgender and not transracial. And people fell for it. They ate it up, and I'm like, you fucking idiots. And
then he went back, and then he tried to get like a bunch of the surgeries reversed. The pictures of him before the surgeries are like crazy. He's just like a guy.
I know, he looks like a dork.
Yeah. And then he started taking money from Netanyahu.
Yeah.
And became
as one does,
Best performance by a female actor. That's right, female actor in a motion picture drama. Jessie Buckley from Hamnet. I'm gonna see it, but it's not like, it's definitely not on top of my list.
Yeah. It's just like I saw again, like Coda was right. It's mostly her just screaming a lot. Like, it's not like I feel like they're just giving Chloe Zhao like something in general, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, she got a bunch of stuff for Nomadland when that came out, right? Like,
yeah.
So it's not like they've never given her anything, and they're like,
Yeah.
I think one of the next movies I watch is going to be the best performance by a male actor in a motion picture drama, The Secret Agent. Although, how long is it? Conan said it's very, very long.
Yeah.
Like, for him, that might be like just a couple hours, or it might be watch
days.
Watch this. 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's not. I mean, that's like a pretty.
That's like Wicked Part 1 long,
Yeah. But it might be hard. It might be a longer one when it's like, you're reading the subtitles the entire time.
No, sometimes subtitles for me goes by fast.
Yeah, it really depends on the movie, but I mean, like it's only 20 minutes longer than No Other Choice.
Yeah.
And that movie went by pretty fast.
Any movie is anything more than 90 minutes. Conan's like, fuck, you know.
Well, I mean, I agree with him. It's
Yeah.
sitting somewhere for like 3 hours. I remember one battle after another. I didn't know how long it was gonna be, and then like the movie was going on. And I like looked at my phone like right before the movie started, and I was like, oh shit, I'm about to be here for like 2 hours and like 35 minutes.
Well, that's the thing. Like what I saw when I was watching. Oh Jesus, hey, girl. While I was watching, Wicked for Good, I'm like, man, this movie could have been like 20, 30 minutes longer, in my opinion. This went by too fast.
When they're singing, I feel like the movie. Well, not always, but I feel like a lot of movies with like singing goes by pretty fast.
Yeah.
They're doing like elaborate, like so many of those like old Rodgers and Hammerstein like movies are like 3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Best performance by a female actor in a motion picture, Rose Byrne for "If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You." That speech where she like really did not think she was gonna win.
So I know I love when people are like, I don't know if I didn't know I was gonna win, and I'm over here like, bitch, what are you talking about? You gotta be prepared.
I mean, she wasn't though, at all.
Yeah. It's like when Beyonce won Best Country Album at the Grammys. She's like, wait, what? And all the white folks are like, wait, what? And I'm like, she did win it's a country album. She's from Texas, for God's sakes, people. Why are you shocked she would do a country album? It's fine when Post Malone does it.
I've been drinking watermelon.
This ain't Texas.
I've been drinking.
Chalamet.
Yep. Best performance by a male actor, the only kind in a motion picture, musical, or comedy. Timothy Chalamet, Martin Supremus.
Friend of a friend.
That was funny when it was funny when every time you were like, oh, I know this person or this person. We had Sean being like, well, I've actually known this person.
Yeah, but he can flex because he's been in the first 2 Twilight movies. Okay,
that was crazy. That was funny.
This is the skin of a killer, Bella. Sorry.
Yep, best performance. So this is what set everything off with the one battle after another. Discourse was Tiana Taylor winning. Best performance by a female actor, a femoid actor in a supporting role.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people think they should have split the category with musical, comedy, and drama as well. Because then Ariana Grande probably could have won for Wicked for Good, but like at the same time, it's like, I mean, you could get rid of the podcast category and add that, maybe. Again, I don't know what. Moon Extravaganza was not nominated.
Yeah, I guess we're too political. That's the only reason why, and no other reason. Yeah, best performance by a male actor in a supporting role, any motion picture, Stellan Skarsgård. That one was definitely deserved, I'd say.
He's like, I'm an ugly motherfucker with hot kids, and I'm Swedish, and I got a hot wife. Bye-bye. You're welcome,
that was his speech.
America.
That was his speech. I thought it was a little bit a little bold for him to make that speech, but I'm not a famous actor, so I can't say anything.
I know. With 8 kids, you can't relate. Forced.
That'd be funny if his speech really was. He's like in his accent. He's like, I have a hot wife and 8 kids, and they're all hot kids. Goodbye. And he gets off the stage. Best director, motion picture winner, Paul Thomas Anderson for One Battle After Another. There was a point where it got it felt a little bit too much. I feel like they should have split up the screenplay because he also won the screenplay. And I even got confused that because pretty much everybody had written pretty much almost everybody had written their movie and directed their movie that got nominated. It's Chloe Zhao for Hamnet, Joachim Trier, those are all so it's pretty much everybody that had directed something this year also wrote it.
Yeah. Big deal.
I'm not saying that this didn't happen a lot. It obviously happened a lot in the old days, but I feel like we've had a resurgence of people that both write and direct. You have to do both almost.
Yeah.
Because for a while there, and it feels like in the 70s and 80s and 60s, it felt like a lot of times screenwriter and director, they tried to keep it separated enough that it's
separate but equal. Yeah, I get it.
But now it's everybody.
Yeah, you got to be screenwriter and director. You got to create your own whatever,
Some people really are not good at writing though.
Yeah.
And it's like, you really want that person to write their screenplay?
Yeah.
Best original score motion picture, Sinners.
Which we didn't see because
they kept it off the screen.
we had to make room for best podcast.
Best podcast goes to Joseph Rogan.
Joseph Rogan.
Goes to Sinners.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry.
Best original song in a motion picture, Golden by Golda by K-pop Demon Hunters. I don't know why they made it. I don't know why they did a musical number about Golda in the middle of it. Is iPop Demon Hunters the Israeli version?
Mm-hmm. They're at Eurovision.
I really thought it should be I Lied to You. I felt like that was such a good.
Yes.
They nominated both new songs from Wicked.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the whole point.
Including
the songs are growing. The songs are growing on me. The more. Well, also too, it kind of with No Place Like Home, they cut out a deleted scene where Alphabet goes back to her like the mansion that she grew up with as the governor's daughter. People, just so you know, that the Wicked Witch of the West is technically a Munchkin by race. Yeah, I keep forgetting that. Because her mother's a Munchkin. Her bio dad, you'll figure out who it is. Watch the movie.
I'm surprised I'm surprised they didn't do separate but equal for the Munchkins.
I know. Well, what's interesting too is that there's in the deleted scene she goes back. I'm like, again, so many deleted scenes. They could have just added another like 10 minutes to the movie, and it says like we want to like we down with the witch, we support the wizard or whatever. I'm like, damn, Nessa treating your sister like that.
What's the Oscar equivalent of the podcast? There's the Audies. There's the Audies, which are like the audiobook awards. That's pretty much. I wonder what it's like to go there. Like everybody has like a really good voice or something. You're sitting there and they're like, I read the books like this.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always think it's funny because I always call Audrey the dog, Audie. So I always remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Best motion picture, non-English language, The Secret Agent. Agent Man.
They really should have just called it Secret Agent Man, and then we could just whatever.
I'm going to see it, but it does seem like it's long.
Yeah.
This one was crazy because, and I said it a bunch of times already.
They love giving stuff to Brazil.
They had the voice of Hein Rahab, like the movie about the girl from Gaza that got killed after the movie came out, and they did not let them show any of the movie on the CBS monitor. They pulled away and they just showed the room.
Yeah, see, this is the problem with Ellison wanting to buy, both Paramount and Warner Brothers is that they're gonna have like control over like actors and like who could be featured now, but like Netflix is like, we don't care. We just want that smaller window of movies being in theaters. You can do what you want with CNN. We don't want it. Whatever. It's just also too like
I have an article on the latest with that.
I talked about yesterday on my show. What's funny too is a lot of people were making like sports analogies. They're like, you don't buy a team when they just had like one good season. You gotta wait if the formula sticks, and I'm like, sure, yeah, that's it. Whatever, yeah, okay.
I mean, I just feel like they've already shown their willingness to like have film blacklists. Like they put Javier Bardem on a blacklist for supporting Palestine, apparently. Like,
yeah, and they're also banning like one like an Avatar, like one of those like last Avatar movies, and yet Paramount's like, oh, we will support releasing films, and they are not releasing a film that would be very well.
You think there'd be more outrage about that kind of blacklist right now?
Yeah.
Like you think there'd be more outrage about someone who has a blacklist buying more and more of this, like trying to buy more and more, film studios. Yeah. So then from there, it's TV. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about TV. I'm not a TV night extravaganza guy.
It depends. I'm excited for Euphoria season 3 though. Fucking Cassie's a OnlyFans model. Marry Nate. Rue's gotta owe that bitch a lot of money. Coleman Domingo's back. I'm excited.
This show sounds. I don't know. Like
I mean,
everything
it's based
hear
off a
about.
show from Israel, so that's all you need to know. And I'm like,
Euphoria. We come in here and we must do drugs and we all have OnlyFans.
that is really not like. It's so funny. Like that was not my experience in high school at all. Like it's not like if you were like the popular preppy kids, yeah, sure, you were doing drugs, having sex, and doing all this shit when you're like 11, 12 years old. I wasn't like that. But also, too, a lot of these kids are now like parents. It's like they're like, yeah, we got all of our partying in when we were like preteens, and then once we hit our early 20s, we settled down, and became adults. I'm like, yeah, but don't you want like another 20 years of having fun? That's boring. That's why being childless is great. We would know.
I mean, there's a lot of people that are just boring. Like, there's a lot of people that are boring.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like we had skins, like both the British one and the American one. So like whenever I see
The
Euphoria,
American one did not do well at all. Like if skins,
Yeah.
if the American skins came out today, it would be fine because of Euphoria. But they had it on MTV, which I'm like, that was the problem right there because they couldn't go as hard as skins in the UK did.
Yeah, I only watched the UK one, but I watched I remember I watched every episode of it. That's where Nicholas Hoult came from too. Like
A lot of them. Jack O'Connell too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he dated what's her face who played Effie.
But I just like I don't know. I just like I liked that show, but when I see the Euphoria, I'm just like, this is just like I don't need like the fentanyl generations version of skins.
Yeah,
Skins are
exactly.
Warner Brothers unimpressed by Paramount's meritless lawsuit over Netflix. deal.
I mean, David Zaslav has been hard brushing off, like avoiding Ellison this whole time, and I'm like, dude, you're the one who's allowing this to happen. Unless is it just the shareholders that are allowing this to happen, like Warner Bros. To get bought off? Like, I just don't understand, like why?
Yeah, nerdy Florida gubernatorial candidate James
Yes.
Fishback wants 50% syntax on all OnlyFans models. That's the guy that's like he's literally a fucking groiper that's running for
Yeah.
And he
He's
keeps,
like, I will destroy all abortion clinics in Florida. I'm like, what abortion clinics? There's like, I'm like, y'all think there are abortion clinics in red states still? I hate to tell you this, but nah, not really.
Yeah, I don't think Ron DeSantis was.
Yeah.
No abortions, man. Do you remember when someone tried to give him like he was on the campaign trail and someone tried to give him like I'm trying to remember what it was. It was either like a cake or something like that. He was like, "That's sugar, man."
Yeah. Oh, okay. You know what? Tiana Taylor just dug her heels in because she basically talked about how she's still friends with Kanye West despite what he is now, and I'm like, oh, I get the discourse now.
I mean, look, if you're in 2026, this is what I was thinking about with that. If you're in 2026 and you manage to stay friends with Kanye that entire time, right?
Yeah.
Like, and you still have a career, your career is going fine. I would say,
don't say you're friends with Kanye West.
Well, I would, yeah, I wouldn't come out and say it, but I'm saying like, I feel like it's you've made it this long, right? Like the hardest parts of being friends with Kanye West when he's like, I love Hitler. Like you stood by him with that whole part. You stood by him when he was like, he put like a bag over his head and was like talking to Alex Jones. You stood by him when he said slavery sounds like a choice. So
and
it's like
Hitler.
I just feel like if you stood with Kanye for that long, you still have a career and you're like not canceled. I'd just say like, I don't know why. Like I wouldn't stop now. I just feel like it would be weirder to stop being friends with them in 2026. You know what I mean? I'm saying only if you've been friends with them this entire time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just couldn't be friends with someone who seemed reasonable. Obviously, they're mentally ill and they need help, but then they're like, I love Hitler, and it's like, yeah, I can't do this, dog. Nah.
But I'm saying like
out.
it's 2026 though, and she stood with him that entire time, right? Like I'm not saying anyone should.
And she didn't have to say anything. I didn't know she was friends with Kanye West until she made.
I didn't either.
What the fuck?
She should have said. She should have said, I want to dedicate this award to my good friend Kanye West.
Yeah, and we'd be like, what?
That's what I would have said. Just kidding. But yeah, Warner Brothers Discovery, the belle of the Hollywood ball, fired back against a meritless lawsuit for Paramount, which is staging a proxy fight to acquire the studio after Warner Brothers Discovery rejected Paramount's latest offer to purchase the studio without adjusting the $30 per share price or addressing the numerous and obvious deficiencies of its offer. I didn't know you could I knew about hostile takeovers, right? Where you try to get your guys in there and try to buy up as much of the stock as you could. I didn't know you could file a lawsuit. Well,
I mean, I guess if you look, it's always in Delaware. What happened in Delaware? Elon Musk wanted to, he wanted to buy Twitter. He realized how much it was going to cost him, and he backed down. That Delaware court's like, no, you gotta buy this.
Yeah,
and it's probably that same fucking Delaware court that's probably going to force the fucking Paramount, force Warner Bros. To go with Paramount's deal, and I'm not going to be happy about that.
Per deadline, Paramount suit would ask the court simply direct Warner Bros. Discovery to provide disclosure about how it's valued the global network's stub equity, how it valued overall Netflix transaction, how the purchase price reduction for the networks in the Netflix transaction, or even what the basis is for its risk adjustment of our $30 per share all cash offer. It just sounds sketchy if you're like, we're $30 a share all cash.
Yeah,
we will buy you cash on the barrel today if you let us stage our proxy fight for your company. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like this whole process is getting dragged out. I don't think anyone should be able to buy,
Yeah, you can't be owning two media conglomerates, Larry Ellison.
It's I remember in college in 2017 or 2016 or 2017, there was 6 media conglomerates. And that number is shrank even by now.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of first of all start with Reagan, the Fairness Doctrine, getting gutted, and then of course fucking Bill Clinton's Telecommunications Act of 1996.
The Ellisons also own Annapurna.
Yeah,
the company that makes CIA inspired movies and Sausage Party.
Oh god, that would be trauma. I saw that with my ex, and I was like, "Oh, this is funny comedy." And then the fucking 30-minute orgy scene with all the food. I was like, all of us in the audience were like, "What the fuck is happening?" I can't eat hot dogs the same way again because I just want to slide into the bun,
Yeah, that movie was fucked up. No, but Annapurna was started by Megan Ellison, so the less public facing, I feel like at this point sibling, because their brother is now everywhere, the other brother's everywhere. I feel like she's somehow under the radar, but they've put out The Master, Killing Them Softly, Zero Dark 30, Spring Breakers, Her, American Hustle, Sausage Party, Wiener Dog. I don't know why they had to make 2 separate sausage related movies.
Oh, wait,
and
so
everybody
they
wants
David O. Russell then.
They also received the rights to our good friend Adam McKay's Vice.
Oh, Adam, what? Hi. It's gonna be fun having him back on the podcast.
Yeah, but it's just I don't know why they bought up Vice, but
they're maybe we could edit stuff and then do a re-release, and it's oh Jesus Christ, what do you think you are, George Lucas in the Star Wars original trilogy?
They rewrite it so that Kristen Bale not only he gets skinny over time, right? He diets because they play the movie backwards, and he's
yeah.
But he also and that means he also his heart attacks. He goes, instead of going he's zoop, he stands up.
Yeah.
And he's more powerful after each of those, more powerful after each heart attack. And then they cut it to make him look like a cool guy they cut it with footage of American Psycho. He's a cool guy doing cool guy things. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, is there so the Warner Bros. Discovery one, obviously $82.7 billion so far is the offer. Once you make an offer, they accepted the offer. I don't really get how the hostile takeover.
And that's what's confusing me is well, they're not being I think Ellison's reason is like, and this Netflix is trying to grow as a streaming platform by owning Warner Brothers. I'm like, what the fuck do you think you're doing by owning Paramount now?
Yeah,
like
Paramount Plus.
What the? I don't. Streaming for me, but I just also. It's just so funny to me that it's like you don't hear yourself when you're making your argument as to why it would be bad for Netflix to own this company that you want to own as well, when you want to do the exact same thing but worse because you want. I mean, the whole point is just to own CNN.
Yeah, well, I don't.
We already have one main. We got two mainstream pro-Trump net, Fox News and CBS. CNN being a pro-Trump network. Oh, shoot me.
Did you see the Tony DeCouple, the guy that's now doing the CBS Evening News? They have they built
Trump's
a bar.
like, you're welcome. You're the reason why you got this job.
But they now have a bar, and it's like he does Whiskey Fridays with Tony DeCouple, and it's like, who is this for? Like who do you think wants to watch Tony DeCouple get drunk and talk about his adult circumcision?
And also all the Barry Weiss, she's not charismatic. She's not good on camera, but they insist on having these, we got to have these conversations. Listen. We live in a time where having a simple conversation does not solve a goddamn thing anymore. Okay? We are
you see
too polarized.
the latest one, they put
about Iran, right? They're doing one about Iran,
yeah,
right?
they have the Shah coming on. The Shah is going on to
one of my friends who's very centrist, who brags about loving Barry Weiss and listening to her podcast and being pro Ezra Klein, and he's
the one guy.
Yes, that one guy, and all of us are like, what? And he's like 20. He's like Nick Shirley's age. I'm like, you're too young to be this moderate. It makes no sense. But he's like, the president has the opportunity to do something good for a change. I'm like, first of all, you're delusional thinking Trump wants to do anything good. Why do you think he would have a change of heart? I don't understand why moderates think like this.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like a moderate. You think that any kind of moderate position at a time when everything is polarized to the extreme, it would just kind of be out of fashion, completely. I mean, I guess it is, but it just feels I don't know, and it's the world feels like it's moving past centrism as a defining axis to
and they're really trying so hard, also the whole neither left nor right, and I'm like, nope, you're always right.
So I saw this on Facebook the other day, and I have screenshots of the actual report, but this is from 2014, and it's a report. The Nation was writing about it. It said U.S. border agents. It was the CPB. U.S. border agents intentionally stepped in front of moving vehicles to justify shooting at them. An internal review of the U.S. border policy raises serious questions about agency's use of force policy. So this was between.
They also have internal bleeding.
All of them, but it would be funny if you're the one guy who steps in front of a moving vehicle and actually just gets hit, as a nice agent or a Customs and Border Patrol agent. You're just you're watch this, but it's it's the exact same tactic.
Yeah,
and they went over.
They got 47 days of training. The average barista gets more than that.
They went over. I think they went over something there was a post I saw about it, and it's in 15 cases pretty much of looking into this, right? They actually had ICE agents that or not ICE agents, but CBP, pretty much they work together. It's Customs and Border Patrol, and they stepped in front of the vehicles and then shot their gun into them a bunch, just like the one the guy did in Minneapolis that we were talking about last week. And the thing is, it's obviously not in this report, they're this is not how use of force is supposed to be justified. You're not supposed to purposely step in front of the vehicle. It's supposed to be, if a vehicle drives into you. But it's crazy that even in nobody talked about it. And even in 2010 and 2012, this was already kind of informal policy, obviously not formal policy, but it's I don't know. It's it kind of blew my mind a little bit.
Yeah. Well, also too, there's a video going on of a priest who got, and they basically said, "Oh, you're white. We're not gonna have fun with you." And it's well, there you have it. I mean, I don't know. If
based on a review of the submitted cases, it appears that CBB practice allows the shooting of the driver. This is on a separate thing that I have like from the report that I grabbed a page of it. Subject drivers to flee from the agents who intentionally put themselves into the exit path of the vehicle. What does that sound like? Thereby exposing themselves to additional risk and creating justification for the use of deadly force. In most of these cases, the agents have stated they were shooting at the driver of a vehicle that was coming at them, posing an imminent threat to their life. What does that sound like? Again, in some cases, passengers were struck by the agents' gunfire. Little focus has been placed on the defensive tactics that could be used by shooting agents as such as getting out of the way. Yeah, that classic defensive tactic, stepping out of the way. You should realize that a half-ounce bullet is unlikely to stop a 4,000-pound moving vehicle, and if the driver of the approaching vehicle is disabled by the bullet, was that, this is the exact same story. The vehicle will become totally an unguided threat. Obviously, shooting at a moving vehicle could pose a risk to bystanders, including other agents. And out of, if I remember correctly, there's like 15 times where, ICE agents throughout this 2-year period had done that.
Yeah, it's so funny because, again, there's been so many like AI images and videos. And it's like, no one has ICE on their vest. Okay. Like, it's like, I don't understand why people are, but people love to create slop now, but also too, like the photoshopped images of like her arrest records and all the rumors that are being spread. And it's like, guys, you cannot die at the age of 37 and then a few years before be 44 years old and be arrested for crimes. I mean, it's not even AI. It's like old school Photoshop that they use because everyone's like, yeah, we find these like arrest records through AI detectors. No AI. It's just classic Photoshop.
Yeah. Well, in 1972, NYPD stopped shooting at moving cars because it's dangerous. It doesn't work. But it's the thing, right? It's a justification for the use of deadly force is what it is. Like, yes. And they had measured like a lot of these out and they talked to people involved and talked to like the agents that had done this. And a lot of them were saying like, oh, I was frustrated. And it's like, that is what happened in the case of Minneapolis.
Yeah, he called her
like
fucking bitch. Like,
yeah.
They and they're like, and people are like, well, she should have obeyed. I'm sorry, but ICE doesn't have jurisdiction in situations like that. Like, she was stuck in snow, trying to get out of the way. Her last words were like, I'm not mad at you. And then he's like, like, I don't understand how anyone could justify, especially considering we're always being told by the right wing, oh, government jackboot thugs are here to take over, blah, blah, blah. And then typical conservatives, they do not care as long as it crushes their enemies.
Yeah.
And Democrats are missing.
Well, they also think
here.
They also I think of ICE as like their paramilitary force, right? Like they think of ICE as their law enforcement. I mean, who knows what, like, I feel like what we see on like social media or like Twitter and stuff, I mean, a lot of that is like bot farmed activity, right? Like as soon as people put stuff up about the ICE shooting, like all of these people rush into their mentions, and it's like it happened over and over and over again. So like, who knows what the average, person really thinks about anything like this? I mean, I'm sure at some point they'll do polling or something like that, but like, that's the only way to at least know some of that. It's the most, I mean, I don't want to say even the most extreme, but it's like the most tuned in, I guess, people on Twitter that get the most. I mean, it's like 10% of people on Twitter or something get, have like a huge amount of the overall content on that website and always have. And it's like, I don't know, it feels like, it's hard to gauge stuff these days.
We're also, a lot of people are like, this is why Anne Frank went into hiding, people, and then we've gotten so dumb in society. A lot of people are like, Anne Frank, the one who was blind and deaf, and I'm like, you cannot tell the difference between Helen Keller and Anne Frank. But also, too, we're dealing with a lot of people who think Anne Frank wasn't a real person, and it's like,
Cat was like, I mean, yeah, there's a certain like kind of capitalist, especially, like. Multinational corporation style capitalists, especially, that like definitely lie about that.
They
always talk about crony capitalism, but like a lot of them love crony capitalism. They just don't like when other people get crony capitalism.
Yeah, capitalism for me, but not for thee. Definitely, it's just it's just kind of weird that all the
thee doesn't deserve it.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy. He literally looks like a Gestapo. Like, who the fuck dresses like that?
Well, that's very clearly a purposeful Gestapo or like a Wehrmacht coat. Yeah, But he also like the way that guy walks, Greg Bovino, which like his name is literally like bovine. Like he's got the name of a cow. But yeah, Greg Bovino or whatever. He walks exactly like Sean Penn as Lockjaw in One Battle After Another. He has the same exact gait, like where he swings his arm out there and has like that weird like tight ass walk that Sean Penn does throughout One Battle After Another. But yeah, so Ken Klippenstein put this out, and I don't want to join your email right now. Ken Clippy. He said, in the wake of a nice officer's killing of Renee Good, the Department of Homeland Security is rolling out Operation Metro Surge. Back in my day, Metro Surge was when a bunch of well-dressed, nice-smelling straight guys pretending to be gay guys, flooded into the cities. But I don't think this was happening this time. Flooding Minneapolis with hundreds of additional federal agents, only to realize it doesn't actually have the confidence to match the bravado. While Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, friend of dogs everywhere, and others in the administration preen about justifying last week's shooting and trumpet their war on domestic terrorism, DHS is privately divided and hesitant about the latest deployments. According to documents leaked to me, Ken Klippenstein, I'm Ken Klippenstein right now. Not only is the department seeking volunteers for the apparently unpopular mission, it is urging its agents to maintain a low profile and comply with the use of force policies. Additional OPSEC or additional operational security. Be mindful of OPSEC and officer safety. Do not wear a uniform or any piece of your uniform when entering or exiting your hotel. Do not display any border patrol or law enforcement insignia on your belongings. Do not divulge meeting staging or operation location. Do not divulge anything related to operations. Be mindful of what you post on social media. Turn off your location settings and set page to private. Always employ situational awareness. Yeah, I think ICE is very good at situational awareness. That's where they really shine. BPATs to TNAs. I don't know what that is. Sectors need to detail personnel to Nat Ops. Select at-large appropriate city. For this operation, I guess that's how to just get into their, that's just how to get into their program online. On Friday, DHS sought volunteers to deploy to Minneapolis, in part due to the opposition within their ranks. According to Border Patrol agents and other Homeland Security workers who have reached out to me, again, Ken Klippenstein. Please begin canvassing your personnel files for volunteers. A memo sent by Border Patrol's Acting Assistant Chief Joshua Andrew Post on Friday. Really, that's the guy's name. The memo outlines the request for 300 additional personnel. Yeah, so they're trying to flood the zone right now, but we do have some personnel, but some just don't want to go. The agent told me. Again, Kenny Clips. As the volunteer for DHS and Customs and Border Protection did not respond to my request for comment.
I never do.
I don't know. I mean, I wish we could know what ICE agents and like DHS personnel were reaching out to Ken Klippenstein's signal. I mean,
yeah. I mean, there are some former ICE agents who are like, here's what goes down, and you're not gonna like it, and you know what I'm gonna say. And I'm like, awesome, cool. But and this is the problem with Democrats. A lot of Democrats like, we will not defund or abolish ICE. We will try to make it I'm like, but ICE was never good. Like ICE was like this was like ICE was only a creation out of like what 9/11.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, pretty much. It was pretty much DHS itself, right? The entire department of DHS was part of a reorganization in 2003 in the wake of 9/11, but also in the wake of the Iraq War and the Bush administration's just general kind of Patriot Act. The Bush administration's kind of general reorganization of the government at all kinds of levels. Yeah. At least the security part of the government. So yeah, I mean, but so you could like remember in living memory when there wasn't an ICE. I mean, I'm sure that they it used to be INS, which is Immigration Naturalization Service, rather than and they were I can't remember if they were operated out of Customs as their main. It's like hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so from 1940 to 2003, the INS, superseding agency, USCIS, US ICE, pretty much. So that's like the now they're under ICE, I guess, the INS. But yeah, it was so it was out of the DOJ before Homeland Security, which Homeland Security has always struck me as such a just pretty much like a fascist kind of like sounding name for your for your department.
Yeah. Well, it's like South Carolina is trying to put forth another abortion ban, like complete, because they think exceptions for rape and incest, life of the mother, are too much apparently, and there's two Republican male lawmakers behind it. But it's like it's like the Southern Equality Project. And it's like, oh, this sounds like a good name, and then you turn out it's like a right wing like organization. It's like, yeah, no. No.
Yeah. Well, I just say the INS wasn't great. It wasn't good either, really. I mean, like,
yeah,
it still was deporting people. Like,
yeah,
that's what they mainly did. But it was there's like, if you go back and listen to Reagan or like Bush Senior, right, talking about like illegal immigration,
amnesty.
It's
very
such a
different.
totally different sound. Like they sound like kind of Democrats do now. Back then, because there's a long
and
standing
even
thing,
kind of
especially
critical of Israel too, which is very weird.
I mean, yeah. Well, it took a long time for us to have our intertwined relationship that we have with Israel. Not supporting Israel. I mean, as like a force. Like we always did that, but like the level of intertwinedness that you really see is like yeah. But there's yeah, so there's like the INS wasn't great. I mean, but you can listen to like even I was thinking about it, old Cheech and Chong like records, right? Where Cheech Marin had a lot of stuff about like the INS coming after him, and it was like he took the song "Born in the USA," but he said, "I was born in East LA." It's a song about where Tommy Chong is an INS like an INS agent chasing down Cheech Marin.
Yeah. But I have some news, some pop culture news.
Yeah, well, let's hear it.
So, Ariana Grande and Jonathan Bailey are going to be on the West End in Sunday in the Park with George, which is based off of the painting. It's based on George Seurat's famous painting, A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Chata. So that's gonna be fun because I love that musical, and it's a good musical for Ariana Grande to dip her toes in, and Jonathan Bailey's gonna be great as George. Mandy Patinkin was Bernadette Peters originally the roles on Broadway. I'm very excited. Hopefully it does come to Broadway. So far it's only gonna be the West End, and it's gonna be. I mean, it's a very difficult. I mean, most Sondheim musicals are difficult to sing, but you gotta like have diction, enunciation. It's like she's singing really fast and has to stay still, and it's a whole thing. And it's I like it. It's a good. I think Ariana Grande is done with her pop career and is going to acting and theater again. I mean, after what happened in Manchester, I don't blame her.
Yeah, I think that's still the most. Or no, not in Manchester. I guess there was one. There was, it might have been Taylor Swift, I guess, that had the concert. Or it was like the most people killed in one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an attempt. They didn't. They stopped it.
No, there was the one that the guy in who was performing at that one then? There was the one where it was the guy out of like a casino. It's like the most that have ever been killed.
Oh, what person. You mean? Oh, what the Jason Aldean concert in Las Vegas? That's in the U.S.
Oh, was that a Jason? That a Jason Aldean concert? Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pro-Trump guy too.
Damn.
Imagine, Ariana Grande is like the worst in London and like in the UK. But like it was funny because she was being interviewed and like a siren like spooked her. She was like, "Oh my god!" And everyone was like, "What the fuck happened to her?" I'm like, she got traumatized at a concert where they suicide bombed it. I don't understand why people are like, "Oh, she's back, she's free, Glinda, she's gone." You know, I'm like, Glinda ruined her, and I'm like, no, it didn't. I'm like, she's been working her ass off for this role since she was like 10. I'm like, you people are just weird. She put on some fake tanner on. She's got her ponytail back. Chill out, okay?
By the way, it made me hype. It made me hyped up that Dick Van Dyke made it to 100 really recently.
I know. We didn't get Betty White, but we got Dick Van Dyke, and hopefully Mel Brooks.
He was like downplaying the possibility that he was going to be 100. And he's like, "Don't worry, if I don't make it to 100, I won't be too bummed out." And it's like,
dude,
yeah, but
I mean, even Julie Andrews is still alive. I mean, come on now.
I like when he walked out and introduced Bernie.
Yeah.
That's like my one exception to my I really hope celebrities stop commenting on politics so much.
Well, it's funny too because a lot of people like Dick Van Dyke has gone through his whole career without saying or doing anything problematic, which means like, oh, people back then were different. No, some people, you could be a good person throughout some of the worst times and more problematic, times and different eras. I mean, it's really not that hard. That's what happens when you're a socialist, I guess.
But I also think like, the problematic kind of stuff, like we don't know what people before social media, right? Like it was a lot less.
But shit got leaked out to the press.
Well, even if you did get shit would get leaked out to the press, but it's like, number one, the press was pretty protective over a certain amount of people. And number two, unless you're like John Wayne and you're like, the only good Indian is a dead Indian in the middle of you're getting interviewed by Playboy. You're that famous, I believe in benign neglect until black people their culture catches up to ours or something. And he was like being interviewed in Playboy when he said that. I was like, yeah, you're just gonna. Then he was surprised that everyone got mad at him.
Yeah.
John Wayne kind of sucked. Did you know that? Did you know John Wayne kind of sucked? that clip of when the Native American woman who turned out I think Sasha Littlefeather, that turned out not to be there was a thing that her family said that she wasn't that, but that she accepted it on behalf of Marlon Brando, and then they had to hold John Wayne back because he was gonna punch a woman in the face at the Oscars. It's crazy.
Yes. Yeah. And look what's kind of going on now with people who are pro-Palestine. I mean, hell, Michael Moore got booed for denouncing the Iraq war and shit like that. And now look, I'm like, hindsight, he was right.
He came to my college, Michael Moore, when I was a sophomore, and he gave a speech, and I had gotten hungover and I missed a class, and they're like, oh well, all right, you could go listen to Michael Moore talk for if you listen to Michael Moore talk for a couple hours at this thing, and we'll give you we'll give everyone that's missed certain classes, we'll give them a couple days back, and we'll let that count as a grade. Which I would have gone probably and seen Michael Moore speak anyway, but I don't know,
so breaking news. Senate Republicans defeat Venezuela war powers resolution, bowing to President Trump's pressure as Vance cast the tie-in break-in vote. Because Trump pressured two GOP senators.
Which one's the pressure?
Nothing surprises me anymore. I'm just like, well.
They never. When have they passed the War Powers Act in recent memory?
Yeah.
Trying to see the Justice Department memo said Trump could send some troops into Venezuela. They don't want.
We're also bombing Iran.
I don't think the whole thing is that I don't think Trump wants to send troops into Venezuela. He wants to do drones. He wants to do bombing. Yeah, but I mean, besides the Delta Force guys, did you see that Seth Harp is getting was subpoenaed by Anna Paulina Luna and the House Republicans to testify about how he found out who the Delta Force commander was?
Yeah,
and that's crazy. It's crazy. Congress can just subpoena you. You can also just ignore Congress's subpoenas though, and not
Yeah, well, everyone's mad that the Clintons are, but the Epstein stuff, I'm like, listen. You cannot be mad at the Clintons for doing that when Trump's all over there too. I don't understand. Also, Bill Clinton, you say you're gonna take everyone down. Do it. Take everyone down with you. You said so.
I'm gonna take everyone down. I did not inhale, but I am gonna take everyone down. I don't know. I feel like I get very disgusted by the partisan gamesmanship of the Epstein stuff, because it feels like we're just turning pedophilia into a thing to throw back and forth.
People are getting bold about being okay with it from the right, and I'm like, I mean, I knew that was probably gonna happen, but it's like,
that was always gonna happen. Well, I mean, that always happened anyway, but that was always
Twitter's in deep shit because of all the grok, dudes undressing, underage, kids and shit like that. I'm like, what do you think was gonna happen? super Hitler mecha, whatever the fuck, you know?
I have a new thing, by the way. I feel like there should be like if we're not gonna regulate AI, get rid of it at all, right?
Yeah.
I feel like people who lose arguments to AI enough times, right? There should be a number of times. If you lose arguments to AI, like I don't know, like 5, 6, 7 times on social media, we should put you on an ice float. Anyone that loses like a certain amount of arguments, we just put them on an iceberg and push the iceberg out to sea.
Yeah.
I don't know. You've brought shame to your family. You lost an argument to Grok.
Yeah. Exactly.
Grok is having a pedo problem.
And a Hitler problem too. Should we since want to wrap up and tell everyone what we got going on with Moon Night Extravaganza?
Yeah, well, we're off
Tuesday?
on Tuesday, but on Friday, we are having Adam McKay come back on. He's going to hang out with us, and it'll be right. Well, I don't know if it'll be right here on the space, but it'll be eventually on the space because Friday, I don't
Yeah.
got those
Yeah, the 23rd, the 23rd, right?
Mm-hmm. And then on
1 p.m.
Tuesday, we're
Eastern,
having-
because he's in Ireland.
Oh yeah, we're doing. It said at 1 p.m. Yeah. And I keep forgetting about that, but I won't forget about that when it actually comes time. That's so early for me to stream, but and then on I think it's at a different time as well. I think it's at 7 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday.
Yeah.
That Tuesday after that, like 4 days later, we're having Josh Olson come on,
Yeah,
and that should be a good time.
yeah, I'm excited.
By the way, I agree. Lee Marvin better than John Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, we can wrap it up there if you want.
Yeah.
I'm Forrest Miller. This is Christina Oakes. This is Absurdity Space. Low energy Absurdity Space tonight.
Yeah.
We streamed for like 5 hours yesterday. So I feel like a lot of today I was like, oh, I feel like I got my talking out last night when we streamed for like literally 5 hours doing movie night stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, so we'll see you next week right here at the same exact spot. This space, that space, all the space, really all the spaces, Absurdity Space. All right.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp with Deter McBizness. I am your host, the West Coast's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, gone left coastal, joined as always by my main man, Devil's Advocate Productions. You know him by Alex Four Eyes.
What's going on, Deter? How you doing? I am a little sick, so forgive if I'm a little low energy today.
Oh, no problem, dude. I got plenty to talk about today. Not the least of which is, what the right is up to over on Fox News. Still trying to rationalize everything. It's been fun I tune into them every now and then. But how have you been back? How are things back east? It's cold. Are people
cold.
angry? Are people fighting in the subways yet?
It's cold as shit. No one's fighting in the subways. Sharia law has not set in. Although, a little bit of Mamdani today, I saw they replaced phone booths because, of course, nobody uses phone booths anymore. But they replaced phone booths with like charging stations. I guess you could plug in your phone and charge. but they have screens on the side, and they often have like ads or whatever. But I saw a bunch of screens with Mamdani giving this speech here that I have pulled up about his universal child care program, basically informing any New Yorkers who might not know that now you can get free childcare 3 through K, and just it gave me a little bit of like, oh yeah, hell yeah, we're in fucking Mamdani stand right now.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it works. I hope it's successful. There's a lot of cynicism in the Northeast, in New York and Boston in particular. So, we come on here and talk to each other, and we're all roses about Mamdani, but the truth is that it's going to be a tough slog for him and every single progressive out there. It's just not going to be easy, especially because like the latest thing that I've been trying to make moderates and centrists aware of is this implicit cultural assumption in America where preserving the possibility of becoming rich is more important than providing the basic needs for everyone to be comfortable.
Yeah,
or
because
just functional.
If they did, then they'd have to acknowledge that they might not make a couple $1 million in their lifetime, and they don't want to admit that. They want to keep.
That's narcissistic.
Yeah, they're narcissists.
That's narcissistic for sure. Because it's like, why is your value? I mean, was Albert Einstein a fucking millionaire? Like, probably, but who cares? Who cares? Don't you want it? Who doesn't want Albert Einstein's legacy? Like, if they being known for an intellectual contribution, as opposed to just being some rich guy that was really good at buying things.
Well, now they can make it up like they do with Charlie Kirk. I'm watching this video by Brianna Claire, does great work breaking down like Erica Kirk's history and when she met Charlie and all that. But Charlie is being heralded as like this great American thinker, debating people and bringing people together. And, it's obviously bullshit. Like, we know he's one of the most divisive people I was going to say alive, but he's not. And they can just make it up and they believe that people will swallow it. Just like they're doing now with this ICE agent saying he had internal bleeding. He's a hero. They assume they can just lie and lie enough and people will start to believe it. And, they're not entirely
They're not wrong. They're
not entirely wrong.
Not when it comes to 1/3 of the voting public, at least. It's probably closer to, looking at the approval polls for Trump, closer to 39% is what I've been seeing as the average. So, yeah, I mean,
but even like I was watching
my God.
I was watching Hassan the other day, and he had a chatter in the stream talk about like, she was trying to ram the car and blah blah blah, and then he looked at the past chats and was like, oh, you were in Asmongold stream, and in Asmongold stream you were saying, I don't know, man, this video looks fucked up. I don't think he had the right to do it. It looks like he just murdered her, but stayed in the chat long enough to get talking points, to understand, okay, this is what we're going to say, this is how we're going to fight against this, and they get their instructions, and then they go and regurgitate them somewhere else because they have no original thoughts. They want strong men because they are weak little fucking babies, and they want a leader to follow. And the best they got is Donald Trump, and, again, we're from the East Coast. We know Donald Trump's history of being a con man, lying, not being very good at the thing he professes to be good at, and anything. And it's disheartening, really. It has been for me the last decade, seeing how many idiots there are living near you, but also a little bit. Again, I think about 2016, Jimmy Dore calling into Majority Report saying, like, it'll be more likely for the moon to fall into Lake Michigan than for Trump to get 3 Supreme Court justices. And if we if we don't vote for Hillary and we let Trump win, then maybe people will suffer so much that they will then realize we need to actually get rid of like establishment Democrats and need to elect progressives. Maybe this coming around. I mean, you're seeing people you never thought would say abolish ICE, abolish DHS, like fucking Bill Kristol and like Molly Jong Fast and some of these like, you know, centristy, I go on MSNBC, I go on CNN accounts. But, you know, exactly, Etch, what a gamble. It's better to do harm reduction than what Luthen does in Andor and goes, maybe if Gorman dies, it'll burn bright. It'll burn very bright, and it'll maybe rally people to the rebellion or whatever. And it's like, yeah, well, that works in Star Wars. Don't do that in real life, because then people are just going to die and suffer. And again, maybe it does work. Maybe eventually, like, we do see.
No, I don't think so. It would have worked by now.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the second go round with this asshole.
Yeah.
And it's like an alcoholic or a drug addict. And I've said this a million times. It's our drug of choice is greed. You know, everyone wants to be rich. Everyone wants to be famous, unless, of course, you're part of this community. That's what I try to tell people with money is not everybody cares about owning a yacht. Not everybody cares about traveling first class all over the world, as nice as those things would be. A lot of people, most people, especially people with kids, they want to be around the kids and their kids, their grandkids.
Yeah.
And that's actually the most important thing to them, even the conservatives out there. On top of that, then you've got your old friends that you grew up with or went to school with or, you know, knew from around town from your kids playing sports together. You know, it's that community that I say in my very first essay is in absentia on the right.
Yeah.
They don't know what community is. They don't know what vulnerability is. They don't know, like, they're so scared to admit that they're wrong, that they're willing to do things like look at a video and interpret it a completely convenient way.
Yeah.
There was no need for that guy to shoot that woman. There was absolutely no need for him to shoot that woman. He just felt like doing it.
He just felt like fucking doing
He
it
just
because
felt like
she
doing
looked
it.
at him wrong.
Well, think about it too. Like, this is what I'm saying is, and I say this, and maybe you can help me because you're a minority, but like, society understandably pays.
Did your mic go out? Did my headphones go out? I can't hear you anymore. Oh. Okay. Nick's trying to get him back. All right. First of all, let me just say welcome on in, my Left Eye Raiders. Thank you very much for rating. Thank you for rating so often over the last year or so that we've been doing this. A little less than a year. Really appreciate it. And yeah, man, check out my Left Eye Raiders. I think we got
back. Are we good now?
Yes. Yes.
All right, sweet. Sorry about that.
No worries.
So, society understandably pays first and foremost attention, if not all attention, to the oppressed within the context of an oppressor versus oppressed social dynamic or societal dynamic, one being micro, the other being macro. The art of crafting an argument for progressive change starts, it doesn't necessarily end, but it starts with explaining the sociopathy of the oppressor, with understanding the oppressor first. That's what, or next, I should say, not necessarily first, but next, because a lot of people think, okay, I have empathy for marginalized groups in America. That's enough. No, that's not enough. Now you have to do the empathetic arithmetic for the MAGA trash conservatives and understand the depth of sociopathy that defines their psychology. Because it is a cult. It is a fascist cult. Fascism is conservatism, right? and there's nothing wrong with hating fascism, so there's nothing wrong with hating conservatism. It's funny. How do you have MAGA people in your life, and have to be like friends and family, or like coworkers?
No, thankfully I don't.
That's nice.
Pretty much like, I didn't care for the longest time, and then now that I do, I'm admonishing my parents for watching MSNBC and being like, they're lying over there, or CBS. Hey, by the way, there's someone in charge there who's only working for Trump, and just kind of making them aware. But the most I get is basically some of my friends just being like, I don't watch the news that much. I don't really, I'm doing other things and living life. And like, that's all well and good, but you need to be aware of, especially some of my friends who are also minorities, be aware that ICE can just snatch you up. Like, again, I've been nervous, and I've never been nervous about walking around in my city. Even the threat of the NYPD, who I know are very dangerous, it might be a little bit of like cockiness and recklessness on my part, not being worried. But I've never been more, again, not too much, but I'm now aware. I'm aware to look out for ICE, to make sure I don't make any jerky movements if I see them. If I don't, yell at the, I don't know, man. I'm
So do you want
nervous.
a piece of unsolicited advice about your appearance that would make you less likely to be pulled over?
Shave my head?
No, you can't do anything about. No, definitely don't shave the head. I was actually going to say tighten up the beard, so that the beard is, so you have a strong growth in everywhere but the stash. So I would tighten it up so that it's the same length as the stash.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I mean, it's been a little
have-
while since I had a haircut, so
Yeah.
I gotta go back.
Yeah, well, that's the fun part about having the curly hair is the culture of the barbershop. Like, you're there every 4 to 6 weeks.
I mean, first of all, my barbershop is run by Russians.
That's funny.
Yeah, I have not really been in like a what you'd think of a classic black barbershop. I've been thinking about going because I really don't know what to do with my hair. I've never liked my hair.
Dude, that's a designer's dream, is to just say, hey, just make it better.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm figuring like I'll make someone's day one day. Just go like, yeah, do whatever you want. Like, what
dude,
can we
you gotta
do?
do it. You got to do it, man.
I'll
You
come
gotta
back
do
here
it.
one day and have cornrows. Who knows?
Yeah. Cornrows. Oh my God. That's like the high maintenance version.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so I've got some MAGA people in my life that I can't really get rid of, and I don't necessarily want to. They're good. They're good people. They mean something to someone that I care about, so I can't really get out of it. But I'm biting my tongue, man. I'm doing a little bit of the Kalinsky method, where it's like when I'm online, when I'm on the mic, when I'm on my computer, a lot of the time when I'm on my phone, I'm working and I'm doing the politics thing. And then when I'm being social, it's like I don't want to talk politics. Unless it's like a teacher-student dynamic. And no one wants to have that teacher-student dynamic. You know what I mean?
Because they think they know better. I've been really, again, I'm sick today, but the last week I've really been fucking bummed out because despite, the good things that Zoran is doing here, it does not outweigh the horror that we're seeing in Minneapolis, around the country. Very disappointed in Tim Walz. I was a big Tim Walz should have been the main candidate last year, or the year before rather. But he's kind of just like throwing his hands up, like, if we tell the police to arrest them, they have more guys and bigger guns. And I'm like, well, then whatever. That's the fucking job of the police. You tell them to fucking go fight them. If whatever, it's let them fight at that point. But like the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, who was the establishment favorite over Omar Feta, also kind of just throwing his hands up, being like, I'm just saying, get out. That's it. We openly admit on TV that we cannot forcibly remove them. And I say, try, because maybe you get help from some other states sending their National Guards. I mean, look, they I think you know this. I think the right wants a civil war because they never stopped fighting the Civil War. They want that chance to be like, well, now we have control of the military, so we'll win this time. And we've been waiting 200 years for this. And I don't think generally like Democrats often go, well, we can't do this because then Republicans will do it and it'll hurt people. We can't override the parliamentarian to get minimum wage passed. Otherwise,
well, I tell you what, in
Republicans
terms
do
of like,
whatever they want anyway. So just fucking fight. Do anything.
In terms of campaign rhetoric, whoever's calling for prosecuting members of the Trump administration and also prosecuting identifiable ICE agents, like whoever is for that is going to have the support of most lefties.
Yeah.
Like,
and I think most
I would
normies,
say 80% of the campaign rhetoric on the left is going to be just anti-MAGA. Is just turning MAGA into the American swastika, which I think it should be.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely. I mean, these people should not be
respected
in polite
ever
society.
again.
But
Well,
respected
that's one
ever
thing
again. There should be a registry of people who join ICE and you cannot serve in public life anymore. I saw that floated. I think.
Well, there's the idea that we've talked about, which is, social punishment for people that served in the Trump administration, and don't wear your MAGA hats in metro areas. I was thinking if you wanted to be techie about it, you could come up with an app where the business letting you into their business takes a picture of you and it says whether or not you're MAGA, like a MAGA registry.
Yeah. I
And
mean, they're
then
already
it's like
doing
you're-
that with Palantir, but they're doing it to, deport people and arrest people and say, are you part of
but I'm saying
Antifa? Were you ever at a BLM
use
protest?
use their own tech against them.
Use the tools to quote Luthen again, use the tools of the enemy to fight against oppression. I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think nationally, a lot of these candidates are going to run anti-MAGA, anti-ICE, hopefully anti-Israel, AIPAC, and whatnot. But I think also coupled with that, because it's also, like Aaron says, New York. There were all eyes on Mamdani last year. And they are quickly trying to quiet down about it because they don't want people seeing the good shit that he's doing in 14 days that he's been mayor. And I think this is another piece of it, is that hopefully, cross fingers, knock wood, we do get these policies implemented. We see a material change within a couple months, and people running for office can point to New York and say, do you want some of that? Do you want some free buses? Do you want some free fucking childcare? Do you want landlords, bad landlords, to be, I mean, he's going to hold tenant hearings, where tenants are going to come in and talk about their bad landlords. And, maybe these bad landlords get prosecuted or their license gets revoked. That's good shit. And hopefully, again, this happens in the next couple of months and people can point to New York and say, we want more of this. Do you want this? Or do you want an establishment Democrat who's in the bus with Chuck Schumer and say, we can't do anything, ask for little and expect even less? To quote Mamdani a little bit. But man, I'm very, it was so depressing, the speed at which the video comes out. They already say she's a domestic terrorist. They don't even wait. They don't wait because we got to get the narrative out first. We got to at least muddy the waters. And then later, a week later, they go, oh, actually, he had internal bleeding, even though you see the dude walk away from the scene totally fine. Nothing, not his foot, not his leg, not anything got hit by this car. And it was just blatant murder. Now they're also going after the child and doxing where the school is, that where she dropped off her kid, and coming after her wife because she's gay. And that's also another reason where they're going, well, it's okay that this white mother was murdered because she's gay. So she's not the right stock for the white supremacists.
She's lesser than.
She's lesser than. She left her husband with 2 kids and then went and married a woman. And they go, oh, this is the ideology, the LGBTQ.
It's just so irrelevant.
It's
because
evil.
None of that matters. None
It's
of that
evil.
matters. And
again, I think
it
most
reminds me
people-
of when George Floyd came out, what happened, and a lot of conservatives. There's one in particular that was in my social sphere at the time. Was like, look at this guy. He's like a drug addict. He's a deadbeat dad. Like yada yada. I'm like, so he deserved to die, even if that's all true. Whatever. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like,
So it's
there's
like
video-
half
there's
the
video-
administration are deadbeat dads.
Letterhack comes up with a good idea. Do you know any tenant unions in the NYC?
I do not, but that's a good idea.
Have you thought about going to? You don't need to join, but have you thought about going to a DSA meeting?
I have. I thought you had to pay to get in.
I don't know. Different chapters
I
are
don't know.
different, so.
But yeah, I mean, again, after watching this rise of Zoran and going to the rally with him and AOC and Bernie, like me and my wife's energy got like, yeah, well, let's look for a trade union. Let's look for jobs where we can maybe work for the administration and help out.
Right,
Like,
right.
We want to do something good and also make money to sustain ourselves in the city, this ever increasingly expensive city. But my wife's looking to see if she can join the Black Panthers because she's seeing videos of the Black Panthers in like Philadelphia run ice out of there, and always helping the community and whatnot.
Dude, I would love to join the Black Panthers.
Right?
I would love to join the Black Panthers. I'll be the fucking token white guy. I don't give a shit.
Absolutely, they're gonna need them.
Yeah,
They're gonna need them.
You know,
that'd be great. But yeah, I got a couple clips here that we could talk about. Just some points. Ooh, shit, whatever. Some points that I think
Rogan
are important. Yeah, but first, I just wanted to make people aware of this. I saw this on Majority Report. If you want to email your state legislators, talk about no more ICE police. Literally, go. I'll put it in the chat. You go to this link, and they've already got a pre-written. Oh, you got it already. Oh, that was me.
No, that's just the way
it just doubles the messages. You just fill out your information, and then they have a pre-written letter right here. So you just got to like change out like, hey, I'm in this state. This is my name, blah, 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 and then take action, and that's it. So I think that's something easy. I did it. Takes 3 minutes. That's it. But I wanted to get your take on this. This is Benny, who left TYT after Anna Kasparian's turf arc. And she says, gender is a big way colonialism wove itself into people's identities. Under colonialism, a white man is someone who builds a house on someone else's land, keeps his wife and kids there as property, and uses violence to protect them from the people whose land he stole. Every man is a king in his own home. White women are inherently innocent and must be protected with violence, but mustn't be allowed agency enforced by violence. This is ultimately the origin story of the suburban white picket fence and the foundation on which Western gender norms were built in the beginning of the colonial era. Anyway, if people are allowed to be gay, or if women get to make their own homes, or if men can't earn enough to keep a wife and can't coerce a woman into marriage, then those men no longer fit their own definition of man. And so they just lean on the whole violence thing really hard. I think it explains a lot of what's happening right now. So yeah, this is not only racism, but built into a lot of people's understanding of their own gender, but also it's why trans people drive them insane, both because they see trans women who are easy to subjugate, but also because they symbolically represent the revocability of masculinity. Together, this makes all the gender war politics stuff super predictable. Gay rights, trans rights, women surpassing men in home ownership, men not getting dates, all cascade to this giant identity threat where men who hold these views see violence as the only way to be a man. Now, I've heard Emma Vigeland also bring up the point of like, they often talk only about female, male to female transitions, not that much female to male, and that's
Right.
because they believe, why would you reject your masculinity? Being a man is the best thing you can be, and you are choosing actively to be the weaker sex. And I wanted to get your take on like what do you think about all that, because she's got like
So-
degrees and like history and all that.
Couple things. One is I think they're also preoccupied with the male to female transition as opposed to the inverse because of sports and the underlying source of superiority that men feel over women because we are physically stronger pound for pound. I think that a lot of men like resort to that kind of, and it's actually in the writing that we just read, violence, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
Rape is kind of a one-way street unless you're talking about gay rape.
Yeah. Or
So-
Ghislaine Maxwell, but
So, when the hippie women start talking about rape culture, like it's a real thing. I mean, do you know that like there's an argument out there that a majority of rapes go unreported?
Yeah.
Want military?
Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's like the threat of violence is the last resort, and that guy does a really good job of kind of breaking it down. I think the hypocrisy is profound, right?
Yeah.
Like being a man is like, I mean, it's all, it's easy to get lost in wonky conversations about this stuff. At the end of the day, if you want to get past the isms and the ists and the labels and all that stuff is good and useful, come down when it comes to men in particular, think about the word control. Like that men are obsessed, and I'm guilty. I know this because I am a man, because I have it in me to want to be in control, particularly of the way that they are perceived by others. And, there's that saying, men are afraid of women laughing at them, while women are afraid of men killing them.
Right.
To give you an idea of some gender studies dynamics there that a lot of MAGA men could benefit from. But what was also running through my brain as you were reading all that was the MMA culture, which like I find violence entertaining. Like I'm a huge NFL
Sure,
fan.
me too.
I mean, obviously I'm a huge NFL fan, right?
Patriots.
but
I'm a
like,
Jets fan, so I've been disappointed on my entire life.
That's with pads. It's a team effort. There's a lot of intelligence behind the movement in the game. There's a lot of thought put into it. Not that there isn't with fighting, but it's an individual thing, and it's straight up trying to like hurt the other person. A lot of the times in football, you're just blocking someone to get them out of the way. You're not trying to hurt them. You're trying to knock them out of the way if you're running back or whatever. But in MMA, like you're legitimately trying to knock someone's head off and bludgeon them or make them submit, put them in such a physically painful position that they have to beg you for release.
Yeah, like what just happened to Jake Paul and Andrew Tate.
Right. Well, and that was actually like somewhat disappointing for me. I mean, it was good. Like Jake Paul's look on his face, like, holy shit. Never being hit that hard in his life. He's like, yeah, that's what you asked for. That man's a professional and you're not. And this is like one thing I love about our community that I haven't picked up on is, and something with that the establishment is so guilty of that we've talked about, is like the left's narcissism and obsession with equality, and anybody can do anything if they just put their mind to it. It's like, no, what are people good at? What are they passionate about? And then where do they belong? That's the one thing. You could get a lot of campaign points if you start talking about now organizing our education system to take advantage of best practices within developmental psychology. Meaning you can take a test when you're a sophomore in high school just based on your personality and interests and like intellectual strengths. You can take psychological tests that will give you like 5 different career paths that will play to your strengths and passions and interests. And also, like, more than that, like, that's what we should be using AI for. And that's not even AI, that's just personality diagnosing, like the ENTJ stuff. But that's one thing that I do like about and I've been surprised by on the progressive left. Like when I went to the DSA convention in Chicago, back in August, and definitely the most diverse group of people I've ever been surrounded by. More transgender people in one place than I've ever seen. But I will say that I do think I need to be the resident image consultant for some people on the progressive left. Like, I don't know if I love the guy. He's, I'd love to do an interview with him. I like him a lot, but I don't know how Crystal is allowing Kyle to have that blonde hair still. Like,
bro, I don't.
And the facial hair, like, come on, man, you're young. Like, hang on to your youth. Like, what are you doing? But don't do it don't do it with the color of the hair. Do it with the structure of the hair. But anyway, Crystal obviously respects his need to express himself.
Feel like he's Slim Shady in 1999.
I don't know what he's doing. He's got the ink on the tattoos. He obviously went through some phases, which is great. He's all the more better for it. I went through a ton of phases, dude.
Sure.
But yeah, I do think, like, walking around the DSA convention, I was like, I don't claim to be the most stylish guy in the room, but I do know the fundamentals. And the left has, like, it seems like there's a lot of people that take pride in looking like slobs. Is kind of where I'm going.
Fair.
And they're not on this channel. They're not doing stuff in front of cameras, so I can't really fault them for it. But it's like, come on, man. Like, I don't want to see you wearing.
I mean, I think it was a strategic move for Zoran to mostly be wearing a suit the entire campaign, and then sometimes he would wear the traditional Indian shirt or some garb to be like, I'm not gonna mute myself for the pleasure of the establishment, but also I am going to do that. I'm not going to appear to be doing that. He's very tactical with it. And I think you're right to an extent that honestly, the trope of like the blue hair or like the covered in tattoos thing, it really can just make people immediately tune out if you start talking to them. But again, I think
I want people to be themselves.
Tactics, and certain people who are going to speak to
leaders.
The leaders. Yeah, you should be dressed professionally. You should be groomed professionally. But the people, do whatever you want. And the people who knock doors, whatever. Again, don't dress like a slob. Don't be Asmongold out here. Don't be fucking Aiden Ross out here. But you should.
Don't be Joe Rogan.
Don't be Joe Rogan.
And don't be the slob in that way too.
Speaking of Joe Rogan, do you want to see his take?
Yeah, dude. Let me see about the last time I did something with Rogan. It was what's more virgin than a computer or something.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
the most pure vessel is a computer because it's
more virgin than a computer.
But yeah, this is a response to the ice shooting.
Or I mean, I think after that woman was shot, I think unfortunately, well, everything's unfortunate about it, right? But one of the real problems is now ICE are villains, and now people are looking at them like murderous military people that are on the streets of our city, and they're masked up, which is also a problem, right? Because if you get arrested by a cop, you're allowed to ask the cop, what is your name and badge number? And you could film that cop. If you get arrested by an ICE agent, you have no such right. They're wearing a mask. They don't have to tell you shit. That's a problem. That's a problem on our city streets, right? Because you could also pretend to be an ICE agent.
Right.
So I saw this terrible story about this family that was killed where these guys pretended to be a UPS driver. And they showed up and they made their way into the house and killed people because they were dressed up as a UPS driver. If you could pretend to be a UPS driver, for sure, you could pretend to be an ICE agent, especially since they're completely anonymous. So think about how many people can get arrested or robbed or by criminals. right? Because you could just have people pretending they're like, it's not like it's impossible to fake their logo, right? It's pretty easy. Just says ICE. You know, how hard is that? You could easily imagine armed gangs pretending to be ICE agents robbing people.
You don't even have to imagine. Those are real things that happen. There are people dressing up as ICE because I've been following Will Stencil, who's I believe a reporter, and he's on the ground there in Minnesota, and he's trying to emphasize there is no arrest. There is no you're under arrest. We pulled you over and we're talking to you while you sit in the car. They'll just snatch you. I mean, we saw the video of the other woman.
Where's your ID?
Not even just, hey, we're grabbing you because we don't like how you look. There was a report of them going to a neighborhood and just knocking on a door and saying, hey, do you know where the Asian people live?
Really?
Because they just want to snatch up some minorities because that is the goal. They are the Proud Boys. They are the Oath Keepers. The stand back and stand by that Trump said in 2020, this is what they were standing by for.
Yes.
These are Jan 6ers. These are fucking Nazis.
No, it's fascism is here. This is what it looks like. I mean, one of my stand-up comedy friends said it best. Hitler was just more successful than Trump. The ideology, the politics, the scapegoat politics, the use of minorities and marginalized groups
and there was no Twitter.
There was
no Twitter to see Kristallnacht. There was no Twitter to see what was really happening on the streets of Germany, and maybe make people question like, hey, do we really support this? Are we really about this life? I'm sure some of them would and go, yes, exactly.
I know that most of the Germans didn't know about the concentration camps, for example.
But this is part 2. There's only 14 seconds.
You don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
Yes.
And yes, the answer is yes, and you fucking helped them.
Yes.
You helped them. And I tweeted this out. I said,
you should be
if Joe Rogan really wants to make amends, which I don't think he does, I think he just feels uncomfortable. But if he really did, he would disavow his endorsement of Trump. He would disavow every fucking right winger he's had on his show. He would say, I apologize. But again, like you're talking about, the narcissism and the insecurity won't let him be vulnerable like that and say, you know what, I was wrong. I messed up. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm going to try and point people in a better direction going forward. There's none of that. It's just this insecurity of I don't like what it looks like and what I endorsed. And so I'm saying this to hopefully assuage some fans who are like, well, I didn't like that video and I want to keep watching you. And I don't think I think it'll work enough.
I think just getting specific, Joe Rogan needs to join and give a serious amount of money to the DSA. And then he will be on the road to repentance.
Yes.
I mean, that's one of the things that I've said in one of my essays. I'll say it now is we're going to shun you, conservatives and people who defend Trump. We're going to shame you. We're going to demean, denigrate, and disrespect you until the day you die, or or your choice, the day you repent, to invoke some Christian language.
Yeah.
Like, repentance is a beautiful thing, right?
I mean,
it's the resurrection of your reputation. So what do you want to go down is, because when you die, your MAGA trash, white trash, fascist reputation is going to become your legacy. You know, I'm dealing with it now with family members who are about to die. Yeah. It's like, you guys don't you want to repent for what you've done wrong? Don't you want to be redeemed for what you've done wrong? And they don't think they've done anything wrong.
No, they don't. They think they are like Rush Limbaugh taught them 40 years ago. It's not you who's wrong. It's your whole family. It's your whole neighborhood. It's the whole society that's wrong. You don't have to change. They have to change.
Right.
And it made people feel comfortable being bigots and idiots. And idiots, really. What was I going to say? Oh, the cartoonist who drew and created Dilbert died of cancer.
Oh, sad.
And everybody's been making fun of him because he became a big Trump supporter. got diagnosed with cancer and was like, as Trump is cutting cancer funding, and said, like, I am reaching out to Donald Trump to help me save myself. And then he didn't, and he died because Trump doesn't give a shit about anybody. And yeah, it was kind of Scott Adams, Chuck, not Eric Adams. Eric Adams we'll talk about too. But yeah, newspapers, People Magazine, New York Times, some of these other places who are not, generally very good or like extreme left outlets were saying like, cartoonist who created Dilbert and later got fired from writing Dilbert for racist remarks dies. And all the right wing, of course, is freaking out. Oh my God, how could you talk about him like this? And it's like, well, do you disagree? Do you disagree that he was right? I mean, the people who got fired for just sharing clips of Charlie Kirk talking and his own words, and they go, you're slandering him. It's like, this is his own words. This is 15 minutes uninterrupted of him talking. If he's slandering himself, that's his fault. It's not on me to like forget that he said those things and be like, oh, he was this hero. He was this intellectual giant. He did politics the right way, as Ezra Klein fucking said. He's a racist piece of shit who didn't go to college because he got paid to go to colleges and debate people by big right-wing money people. He's an idiot. He's an idiot, and now he's fucking dead, and the world is better off for it. I think they want to force their own version of the culture on us, and it just won't work. It just can't work. Kids are not gonna like be like, oh yeah, no. Let me like love Charlie Kirk. Let me miss. They don't give a fuck. Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they're busy playing video games, busy making fucking AI porn with Twitter. Twitter's.
I think it's a good litmus test.
thing.
Like anybody who finds the way the right handled Charlie Kirk's assassination as anything less than gaudy and disgusting,
At the very least,
to promote, I mean, they had it looking like Triple H was coming into the room.
Yeah. Again,
when
we're
Erica
watching this
Kirk
video
would
about
show up.
Erica Kirk and like the sociopathy. You wouldn't be able. I mean, dude, Ozzy Osbourne died last year. Sharon Osbourne, he died in like June, July. Sharon Osbourne didn't make a public statement till November because she loved that man. As fucked up as
Right.
Sharon Osbourne is, she loved that man and was fucking devastated, as would probably any normal person be devastated that your partner died, and especially in the way Charlie Kirk died on video in a very violent way, to the point where like you left this, on the day we're like, that's like you feel as a human being seeing another human being like just go limp like that was terrifying.
Right.
But they don't have that same kind of empathy. They think everyone was clowning on Charlie Kirk the day it happened and like celebrating in the streets.
The victimhood mentality.
But they have
the
that
best way.
victim- yeah.
The best way for a bully to justify his bullying is to claim he's the victim. That's what Trump does all the time. So they're gonna do it too. It's an age-old trick, and it's childish. It's what children do to avoid taking responsibility. Oh, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do that. Oh, I couldn't help myself. Yada yada yada. And that's what Deter decree number 2. Just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. And the people that you're talking about, they're loaded with hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is the part that is just the cherry on top, though. I mean, they're so wrong before you even get to the hypocrisy. But I think it's good that people like you and others on this space are calling out their hypocrisy, because it makes them even worse. But they're bad enough just based on what they believe about what America should be, a white Christian nation.
Yeah.
They can fuck off and die with that shit. You can get the fuck out of here. Get out of my country. And I was here first because my American blood is older than the fucking country's.
Yeah, I mean, as Latino
Not that it
Mufune
matters.
said, a large component of this is much of Christianity presumes patriarchy and binary
Yes.
gender as a theological construct and part of God's design and creation. And then part 2, people existing outside these theological contrivances is evidence against their religious beliefs, so they wish to use institutional coercion to protect their beliefs from being challenged and pretend that trans people don't exist. They go, people are just, you're just mentally ill, you did some surgeries to yourself,
it's the same
and
thing as
mutilated
gay rights.
yourself.
It's the same thing as
the
gay
same
rights.
thing.
There's just fewer of them. So, you've got, in terms of just the politics now, comparing people with these dispositions. But I'm just saying the politics are that, about 10% of the country is gay. I think it's more than that now, actually. And then you got about, I think it's less than 1%.
And they don't understand that the numbers going up is the same. I mean, the greatest argument for this is left-handedness. As soon as people stopped getting beat for being left-handed and to only use their right hand, then more people felt comfortable just using their left hand. Just like with gay rights, when people stopped getting lynched for the most part for just being gay, more people felt comfortable to come out and to live authentically. And that's what's happening now with trans people. But they're idiots, and also the evil people know that their audience are idiots. So they just go, well, it must be indoctrination. They can't come to it on their own. This isn't just an environment that lets people be who they are. This is some kind of coordinated effort. It's probably the Jews, and they're making everyone trans so that they lower birth rates and they can replace white people with people of color and all this fucking crazy Elon Musk bullshit. And yeah, here Chuck says live streaming near a loved one's casket is just so odd to me. Dude, the thing that gets me, like, again, I'm watching this video, I forgot they had a recreation of the debate tent that Charlie was sitting in at that TPUSA funeral thing that they had for people to take pictures at. This is like having the John F. Kennedy car on in Dallas to take pictures. Hey, look at me and my wife are Jackie and what's his fucking name? JFK. What? I know, but what was JFK's first name? John and Jackie. We're John and Jackie here in the car. That was my lovely off-screen wife helping me out there. I forgot his fucking name. But yeah, I mean, this is talk about victim mentality. This is Trump at an auto plant.
That's flipping a guy off.
It's a great video. I love it. Again, a little good news here to kind of end us off. Someone calls him a pedophile protector. It's a little tiny middle finger up there. Now, this worker got suspended, and this is a union plant, so he's definitely getting his job back, and he can sue, and I'm sure the union would love to sue and get that money and be like, yeah, you do not fire people for yelling at the president. Fuck off. Thin skin baby. Exactly, Earth. This is just.
I saw a post related to this. How self-professed Christians act on the political stage has a large part to play in why Christianity is in decline. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I will say, I saw an Instagram post that was getting some attention, and I hope it's true. It's the people who need to step up and put the Christian extremists in their place are the real Christians.
Yeah.
Like they need to step up and get their own house in order and go after guys like Joel Webbin, who is someone that everyone should check out because he's a piece of work and all about the patriarchy.
A lot of Joels.
Yeah.
But yeah, some more good news. Again, that guy, that worker, fuck, hell yeah. A bunch of Congress people were asked by, I think, Midas Touch reporters outside of Congress, what do you think about the guy who said that? And they said, he's a hero. Sorry,
they said, it looks like he's raised $897,000 on GoFundMe already. I hope that's true.
Look, if some lady saying the N-word at a playground can get a GoFundMe to get a couple $100,000, if the right wing understands that if they go viral for getting fired or writing an essay that is incorrect and wrong and bad, they can do the Riley Gaines, they can do the Kyle Rittenhouse and go, I'm a victim, I'm aggrieved.
Right.
put me on podcasts, put me on speaking tours, and I will get that money back in spades and become a celebrity. I was just talking with Hank Thompson yesterday. I was making the documentary about TYT, about the idea of like celebrity and how a lot of political activists are mostly there because they just want to be celebrities.
Right.
You know, I don't profess to have degrees, to know about, you know, every single thing in history or geography or much at all other than movies, TV, music, and video games. And yeah, I would like to get bigger on my platform on YouTube. I would like to be able to do this for a job, but I don't need to go to World War debate like Anna Kasparian and be on stage debating pearly things about masculinity.
Desperate. You're not desperate.
I'm not that desperate. I'm not that desperate.
No, I mean, I could have gone the establishment route and just done anti-MAGA content and just been, that's what I do. But first of all, I don't know if it would have worked. Secondly, it's just not what I can wake up every day and be excited about doing.
Yeah, it's not enough.
And it's just not enough.
It's not enough.
So I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to have influence, but fame is very dangerous. You know, but to want to have influence, I don't think there's anything wrong with that as long as your intentions are benign. I mean, plenty of right-wingers want influence and get it and get power. You know, we got to counteract that, because when they have power, you know, I said it in 2016 and got called out on Facebook when Trump was first running. I said, when white trash wins, we all lose. And you know, this friend of mine got on my wall and was like, you know, I'm from there, like, you're hurting people's feelings and yada, yada, yada. I'm like, okay, I hear what you're saying, that they've, you know, voted for Trump out of desperation, but just watch what happens and remember that I was the first to tell you that fascism is now here in America.
And it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you. I mean, look, I'm wearing the hat. I got my Empire symbol here. But, you know, I watched Andor, and they made it very clear that the Empire does not help people loyal to the Empire either. You will get spat out. You are disposable. It is not about you. It is about the one person who is the emperor. Right now, it's Donald Trump. When he's gone, it's going to be a fight. And it's already happening. And I love that aspect of watching this stuff play out. But, like, I don't think that J.D. Vance is going to be the guy. Like, he's going to try, and they're going to try and coalesce, but there's going to be others who
Sam Cedar
also
said
learn.
something on the Vanguard recently. I just watched a handful of the interview, but and that's something I had already thought of. Maybe Sam had mentioned, and that's why I thought of it. But I was thinking about it about, you know, a few months ago, and Trump's tired. Trump hates being president. He likes running for president.
Yeah.
So once he gets hit in the midterms, if he gets hit, we have free and fair elections in the midterms, and he loses power and he becomes a lame duck for the second half of his term, I could easily see him resigning so that JD would be the president and be the incumbent and have a better chance of winning in 2028 no matter who he runs against.
That would be a smart move. That would be a tactical, crafty, slick move. But it's Donald Trump. And Donald Trump does not step aside. He does not let someone else take a spotlight. He takes the spotlight. And I don't think he's going to do that. Before we end here,
maybe you're right.
I got a little bit more good news. Far-right Zionist group Betar US will disband following an investigation by New York State Attorney General Letitia James into the group's violence against and harassment of Muslim, Arab, Palestinian, and Jewish activists, and failure to register as a charity in New York despite soliciting donations. So this was a big group that would, you know, post college professors or college students when the protests against Israel's genocide were happening here in New York, and kind of dox people and whatnot, and encourage, you know, violent counter protests or whatever. And now they have been ordered to disband. Now I'm sure they're going to keep their Twitter handle and operate, you know, not within New York. But again, this is good shit. This is examples of how Democrats can do things.
Right.
Again, Zoran's example, leading by example. 14 days in, we have a universal child care program that you can sign up for now if you are in New York. And our former mayor.
One of the better things about Zoran's win is that it puts to bed the argument of how the left acquires power. This third party bullshit is dead now. Zoran,
fuck
if
that
he
shit.
did anything, he killed that no matter how.
Make them start a third party. Make the establishment go start a third party. We're the captain now. We're the captain now. And our former mayor, Eric Adams, yesterday or 2 days ago, launched a token, a crypto token called New York Coin, to fight anti-Semitism, and then immediately withdrew about $3 million from it. But he put out a statement from Todd Shapiro, spokesman for former mayor Eric Adams. He says, recent reports alleging that Eric Adams moved money out of the NYC token are false and unsupported by any evidence. To be absolutely clear, Eric Adams did not move investor funds. Eric Adams did not profit from the launch of NYC token. No funds were removed from the NYC token. But there was already, there's also a clip of him disembarking a plane, and a woman says, like, go fuck yourself, you're a piece of shit. And he's, yelling back at her. But already described. I love it. I love this life for him. Let him go live in Turkey or Israel. Let him go do speaking tours and tell everybody that, Tel Aviv is the New York of Israel. Istanbul is the New York of Turkey. Just this. It's fun. It's fun to watch him flail. It's fun to watch them fall. And I'm very happy about that. I'm very, again, whatever idiots paid into this fucking token to fight how is it a crypto token gonna fight anti-Semitism? What is it doing?
Talking about him being the token.
Perfect. And speaking of tokens, I think this is maybe a good clip to end on. What else we got? Well, we got the Zoran clip, but this guy, CBS, is in shambles. People, again, I'm very surprised how quickly CBS has been mocked. They were mocked at the Golden Globes the other day on CBS by host Nikki Glaser, saying this is the perfect place to see BS news. And this guy has now been uplifted into the spot of like main anchor. He had an interview with Donald Trump. Never forget this motherfucker gave himself a second circumcision, which I don't even know how you do that when he converted to Judaism. The converts are always the most zealous, to the point where he'll cut his own dick. And this is just a really funny interaction that he had with Trump here.
The economy, while we have you here, the inflation numbers came out. Overall, not bad, but grocery prices.
No, overall, very good. Good for us. Good for our country. Joe Biden had the highest inflation numbers in history, correct?
The direction.
I have them down to a level that they haven't seen in about 9 years.
And Mr. President, help me understand, when I travel the country and I go all over the place and I talk to everyday Americans, they tell me they don't feel it because grocery
they
prices
might not,
are up.
but they're going to now. I've only been here for 11 months, okay? And, the first few months were really rough. If you look at it, because I inherited a mess. I inherited a mess of crime. I inherited a mess of inflation. I inherited a mess of places closing up and going to other countries. And now we have the hottest country in the world. Tony, we have now the hottest country in the world. And a year and a half ago, our country was dead. We had a dead country. You wouldn't have a job right now. If she got in, you probably wouldn't have a job.
That's my favorite. That's the part. If Kamala got in, you probably wouldn't have a job right now. And yes, broken clock is right twice a day. He is correct. If Kamala Harris came in, CBS would not have been bought by the Ellisons.
Right.
Barry Weiss would not be in charge and would not have put this motherfucker in the job he's in right now to interview Donald Trump. So Donald Trump is correct. I'll give credit where it's due. He's right. This guy, Tony Dapolipili,
or we got to run.
Dakupuli would not have a job if Kamala Harris won, and that is an endorsement for Kamala Harris, retroactively, I guess.
Thank you guys for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe to Alex if you haven't already. And I'm going to remind my audience that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Come back again, 7 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday evenings here on this space. Thank you.
It's Jeff. Jeff
Hey,
made
it
it.
is.
The last possible moment. Oh my
Hey, man.
God. It's what a surprise. So this is the first time. Ugh, it's warm in here. Got the heat on. The first time I've been live in a couple weeks because I've been recovering from, travels, seeing the right wing MAGA folk that I call my parents. But things went okay. Like, it's fine. They didn't go crazy like I thought they would, so that's always good. I think they kind of left me alone. But I have plenty to talk about, and it's all bad. Like, I don't even know where to start, Jeff. Like, I don't know.
I mean, start at the most interesting. First off, how you doing? I guess
Not great.
not
Not
great.
great. No, not great. Like, I feel like I don't know. Well, okay, we're trying to entertain people here. So let's get to some entertainment. Let's start where we're at.
I'm in Atlanta.
You're in Atlanta. How's Verizon treating you?
Oh man. As of right now, I haven't had service since 12:30 in the afternoon. It's what, as of on the Eastern time, as of recording, it is 8:04. So basically, my workday got cut short entirely because of Verizon BS. So that was sort of like what it was. I was lucky. I was with my coworker who does not have Verizon, because it would have taken me a very long time to find my hotel if I didn't have to.
I mean, Ma Bell never let us down like this. They might have had a CIA backdoor into every single phone line, but AT&T would never. And if you're old like me and you know Ma Bell and all your little bells,
All the bells. My dad worked for the Bells. My dad worked for South Central Bell.
Nice.
He
I
was
don't
a
know.
phone guy.
The only bell I ever messed with was GTE in St. Petersburg and Cincinnati Bell. But yeah, that was a fun time where we cared about monopolies and corporate, influence and control. It's like, look, we're gonna break you up, but y'all still get to have your CIA back room, in every single office. So that's the price you got to pay. It was such a quaint time in America.
Also, it doesn't really matter to them if it works or not, like at this point, because they have everything locked down just so perfectly that like they could just have their critical infrastructure, which I would say that that cellular communications at this point, the way it's used in our society is critical infrastructure, can just be shut down for a day.
Mm-hmm.
And they can just sort of like walk away from it, no big deal. And this is, by the way, the second time this has happened to me with Verizon. Last summer, I remember, because it was hot and I had a meeting where I'm trying to turn out workers and I need to call them all and text them all or whatever, and Verizon goes down. It's just like, well, guess we're screwed. Guess I'll die.
I mean, it's not I wouldn't even say it's a Verizon problem. It's a problem of the there's a word for it. And since this will eventually go on WHIV 102.3 FM New Orleans into all wars, the word I can't say because it starts with a naughty FCC word. But I mean, the FCC's woke anyway. We can really just do whatever we wanted. I mean, to be honest, like,
the only person who could stop us at this point is Mark Allen Derry. We could draw the line here and just do the new Howard Stern show, and I don't think the FCC's coming, dude. I don't think they're the only thing. Like if it wasn't, maybe if we had a strong enough following and it was anti-Trump and political, they'd come for us. But if we were just on here just doing farts, like 1990s. Yeah, like and we had like Hank the Angry Dwarf or whatever. Like no one, the FCC wouldn't care. They wouldn't care at all, and we'd probably be rich. But whatever, it is what it is. Everything's falling apart. The empire's collapsing at an accelerated rate.
Well, not only is it collapsing, it's like lashing out at every conceivable target. Like right now, I mean Venezuela. Like since we talked about Venezuela. In our last call, it's lashing inward when we have cops shooting, a woman twice, and then you have, Meal Team 6 out there slipping on the ice because we all know that fascists do not do good in cold conditions. History bears that out.
That's so funny. Good job. If you're a history nerd, who only reads books about like pop books about war history. Yeah, that's a good one. Don't let them tell. Don't let them say you're not funny. You don't know. Don't ever let them tell you you're not funny, Jeff, and that you don't know your audience. Because that was directly that hit me right in the funny ha-has.
But then also like at the same time, like you essentially have us, pushing for regime change in Iran, and like this is not me stepping up and saying that the Khamenei and other the supreme rulers over there are good, but like the way that the West just decides that they want to meddle and sort of like use that any opportunity to replace what they view as a unfriendly government and replace, they'll just call it repressive. They'll call Iran repressive. But then they allow Saudi Arabia to exist, like that's not a repressive government.
I mean, I honestly, I didn't have on my bingo card of dystopia. I thought we would. I mean, it's still open.
We bombed Iran last year, so I guess it's not that crazy, right?
No, it's not. My point is that the book's not written, so we could go into Mad Max. We could do that. We could do pre-Starfleet Third World War. I think we're leaning towards pre-Starfleet World War 3. Is the dystopia, I think. But if we're in one right now, it's a mix between 1984 and also it's cyberpunk 1984, which maybe if Orwell had the vision, he would have made. I mean, kind of 1984 is a cyberpunk world anyway. Big technology's always watching you. Yeah, I'm gonna call it
before cyberpunk.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it. It's cyberpunk. It's cyberpunk before Snow Crash. If you've read that
cyberpunk, you don't really quite have all the like crazy body augmentations in the same way,
If you've read and this is your friendly reminder, if you've read Snow Crash or played Shadowrun, you need to have a date with grass and you need to go touch it. Just to let you know, because that's where I'm at. I'm super into that stuff. But my point is,
so you're talking to yourself. You're saying you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you are. You're deep into the foolishness. When you're talking about Iran, and you touched on it really succinctly, is that the absurdity. It's Salvador Dali levels of absurdity that our own Gestapo is doing crystal knot all over the country. We just they just shot a woman in the face 3 times for nothing. They are trying to investigate somehow her widow for some alleged crime.
I'm sure they'll slip a transvestigation in there somewhere too, probably.
And now, but I'm supposed to believe that the United States is worried about the civil rights and human rights of Mossad-backed protesters in Iran. What world is this, dude?
It is so crazy to see like Donald Trump one day saying like we can shoot anybody that we want on the streets, and then the next day coming out and saying Iran, throw off your oppressors. It's just like
That's so
wow.
wild,
It is
brother.
so like it's just like whiplash. You know, I get whiplash in my neck, my head just starts spinning around, and my eyeballs just start doing that slot machine thing you see in the cartoons. It's like this is just so unbelievably like and it's designed to be that way. Like it's designed to be so like so sort of like disharmonious in terms of like just general logic that you
Mhm.
just cannot make any kind of sense of it. And it, I mean, it makes sense only if you look at it from the actual goal, which is to destabilize not just, you know, other countries in the world, but also here. The order of this country is being uprooted and put into a worse version of it.
I just really think that, you know, and you didn't do anything wrong. Like we critique each other all the time whenever we record
Sure.
together. It's like you didn't do anything wrong with like your throat clearing of like, you know, the IRGC is not great. You know, Iran's government and the way they do business over there is not good. But I think we're at a time where it's like when you're talking to me and we're talking to the audience who's listening to this, I completely understand why you do it, because you want to be objective, you want to be fair, you don't want anybody, you know.
It's important to be accurate.
Yeah. But like to the normal person on the street, to the guy in your office, like there's no reason to even throat clear with that, because I was trying to describe. I had a funny conversation the other day, and how it's kind of. There's two types of people. I think of like the people at my work are who that's kind of the temperature check on like America, because there's all kinds of it's gender diversity, racial diversity, political diversity. You've got, you know, lefties like me who work there. You've got liberals, you've got hard right people, you got people who claim they're apolitical but they're actually right wing. It's the whole gamut. And I was talking to somebody, because, you know, it's getting bad when like the apolitical guys joking around like, man, I should think about leaving America. And I'm like, it's already too late, dog. And he's like, well, you know, where can I go that doesn't have extradition if they try to come for me? I'm like, Iran's a place. He's like, I ain't living in no Iran. And I'm like, bro, let me show you some pictures of Iran, like the north of Iran in the mountains. You would think it was Colorado. I've never been to Iran. The only things I know are through books and documentaries and things I've read. Like, if you want to know more about Iran, I know it's old, but like Rick Steves has a really good Rick Steves Europe. He has a really good like 2-hour thing about Iran. It's really eye-opening if you don't know anything.
Rick Steves and Anthony Bourdain are like the two probably like most incredible like culture critics of our lifetimes, I will say.
Honestly,
like,
yeah, I've had this thought in my head to where I think like Rick Steves should do it as a this is a side thing, and the people who are listening on the radio, people online listening to this will get this. People on the radio will have to be filled in. But I think that Rick Steves should do his last little thing he should do for like travel or whatever. He should do a travel show with iShowSpeed. And then at the end, he kind of just like ceremoniously like hands over. He's like, this is yours now. Like this is your thing to do. Because they've both done the same, like it's different
the difference
flavors.
is that like you don't see iShowSpeed like Rick Steves did some epic stuff, but he's not doing like the athletically epic stuff that iShowSpeed does. iShowSpeed is an amazing athlete.
Yeah, but that's not his lane. My point is that they're both doing the same thing.
They fit in similar cultural lanes, though. 100%.
They're going to places where, like, through jingoism, Western propaganda, we've been told that you'll immediately have your head cut off, and just showing that that's not the truth. That's not it. And like, yeah, Iran's not perfect, but the way I would describe it. And again, I've never been there. I've never lived there. I'd love to talk to, I'd love to talk to an Iranian who's like not hopped up on the Shah. I like somebody with like kind of an objective, but in my idea is that Iran is a lot like America. Yeah, there's plenty of places Robert Johnson does not want to run out of gas in America. I do not want to be. And I suspect it's the same in Iran. Iran has the deep south, fundamentalism where you do not want to stop for gas, and they have places where it's not like that at all. And it's just that's the diversity of the country. Yeah. And we don't even have to argue about like, are they good? Are they bad? The things that we know, all we have to do is look at the things that we know for sure. The same rules apply with Maduro. You and Station
WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3 is Good Morning Comrade. Right. And the other thing too, and this is like the key piece, and this is why it really kind of doesn't matter if these protesters in Iran are backed by Mossad or not. Like it really doesn't matter because
they are. I mean, Israel is bragging about it.
Sure.
So it's not like a conspiracy. We're not doing the JQ. We're not doing.
But like, that's not my point.
Israel runs the world. It's just the truth.
No, that's not my point though. Because the real the outcome of what is going to happen when the United States and Israel gets involved is they're going to make the situation worse, no matter what the reality is. We our entire adult lives, the United States has just done regime change after regime change after regime change, and it has never gone in a way that has been like, wow, thanks America for really you don't have a whole lot of Afghans that are just like, good job guys, you displaced the Taliban and now they're back in charge and all we had to do was have 1 million of us killed over the past 25 years, or like that's just like the other thing too. Like the reality of like what we just discussed is not, sure, Israel's claiming credit, but like regardless, we're gonna mess some stuff up and we're gonna kill a lot of people and we're gonna leave that place worse than we found it, and that's what's important.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. Like you read my mind. I was literally gonna say the exact same thing. Is that it doesn't matter. All those questions don't matter about the things that we can just take the things that we know for sure. The 100% through just the laws of average, there are legitimate what's the word I'm looking for? Legitimate good faith protesters on the ground who are being brutalized by this regime. Also, there's Mossad agents on the ground who are firing live rounds at government officials. Sure. And the government officials are firing back. Those are things we know for sure. And the third thing that we know for sure is that doing a kinetic strike, a bombing against Iran is not gonna bring any kind of social democracy to one Iranian. Not one.
We've already done this.
How is that going to do?
We've already done this in Iran in the 1950s.
Exactly. Well, honestly,
we overthrow Mossadegh. We replace him with the Shah, and essentially just kill so many people. And then less than 2 decades later, you have a revolution in Iran where the Shah gets overthrown, and now we have the regime, and a regime that's been in place for the past 50 years. And love them or lump them, they are an absolutely direct, they're a direct response to American foreign policy, and that's just it. That's what it is.
I mean, to be honest, there's got to be. I would love to be a fly on the wall or talk to an actual good faith government, IRGC dissident in Iran right now, because from my perspective, sitting here in America, if we had the Good Morning Comrade show in America, in Iran, and we're talking about Iranian issues, and we're talking about how the IRGC needs to go with this latest uprising, I would be like, I would tell my listeners, do not hit the streets, sit this one out, leave it alone. And the reason why is because what this is looking like to me as somebody who's, hey, I remember current events. This looks like Israel and the United States setting the Iranian people up just like they set the Kurds up in Iraq, where we said the CIA went right into Iraq and said, hey, Kurds, rise up.
We got you, don't worry.
Yeah, we got you. As soon as you rise up, we're gonna take out Saddam and everything's gonna be. You got the backing of the American military and the CIA. And as soon as the Kurds rose up, we were nowhere to be found. We were nowhere to be found, and all those Kurds got captured and executed by Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist Party. So it's like these are things that happen in reality. How can you trust the United States? It's to the point.
You left one part out, which is then we can be like, oh wow, look at this atrocity that they did to the Kurds. Now we can be even more bellicose going forward.
100%. The Iranian people are being sent to the slaughter. If we're to the point, honestly, it's that if the United States, and this is, it gets joked about, people who are on the max left like us, we always get accused of being like, oh, everything America does is bad. That's all you guys think. America bad, America bad. But if you're in the ground in Iran and you're a dissident and America is backing your uprising, I would want nothing to do with it.
Right.
I would be like, oh, that's a wrap, boys. If America says it's good, then it's obviously bad. It's obviously bad for us. And that's all that needs to be said. Like, this is just history just keeps repeating itself over and over again with just more extreme intensity every time we do this cycle. This boom and this, I shouldn't say boom and bust, this bust and bust and bust and bust cycle over and over.
After bloodbath after bloodbath after bloodbath. It's just like, I mean, again, there's actually, I mean, Howard Zinn, the author of like the People's History of the United States. He actually did a graphic novel a number of years ago of I think it was called The People's History of the American Empire. I had it somewhere. I know I had it before I moved, but it just basically had illustrations of every American imperial atrocity since the Spanish-American War. It's just like, it's
so gross.
I believe it starts there, and then it just sort of like jumps up to Iran, Vietnam, all the way through like Iraq and Afghanistan.
I mean, can you give me one American military action that was not cynical, self-serving, and ultimately destructive on whatever peoples that we targeted to? And don't say World War II. You cannot say that. That's the Soviets. That the Soviets can't.
Well, they were definitely ones that brought that baby home. I mean, like the whole reason there was a race to Berlin was because they didn't want the Soviets to beat them there.
Right. So you can't say that. Like, we have never been right. Like
just to kind of like stay on the Eastern Front for just a minute, because like Americans don't know a damn thing about the Eastern Front of the Second World War. Like thousands of miles where there were thousands of battles and just so many people were just absolutely slaughtered on either side. The idea, the mere the notion that you could invade Russia and make your way all the way through the frozen tundras of Russia to get to Moscow is just ridiculous, especially in the winter when it gets cold and you got Nazis out there walking around in linen. They ain't ready for that. They can't do it. They can't do it. They're too bitch made.
It's not even that they were bitch made. It's that
they were bitch made.
They were bitch made, but it's just like, you are not going to get involved in a land. What did it say? Fazini and Princess Bride, don't get involved in a land war in Asia,
and never go in against the Sicilian when death is on the line.
Oh God, Wallace, that guy's so awesome. Wallace Shawn or whatever, he's so cool. I was just watching one of my. I'm in my fugue state. Yeah, I'm in my fugue state of how I'm not crashing out right now, and I'm just been rewatching Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the revolutionary Star Trek, and I've just been I've probably watched it in the last month 3 times from first season to last, because I just have it on when I'm doing stuff, and yeah, like that's a really good show if you want to watch about like revolution and taking on fascism and so forth. But that's how I've been. He's so good in that show.
Well,
But
I've never watched Deep Space Nine, so I guess.
oh, he's the de facto president of Ferenginar, which is like he's the Grand Nagus, which is the Ferengi like president, and
the big dog.
We want to talk about some anti-Semitism. The whole Ferengi race are just like the worst stereotypes of Jews, super anti-Semitic, and Deep Space Nine like saves them because the writing's so good. Like they steer away from that. Yeah, because they're like hyper capitalists. They're always trying to like swindle you. It's that kind of deal, you know, like, oh, if you're not Ferengi, then we're gonna take every dime. We're gonna leave you with shoestrings hanging up your, you know, because Ferengis are we've got the lobes, and it's like they've got big like Semitic features, and it's like this is so bad. But then they saved the whole thing to where like Wallace Shawn like stops being the president and like retires and hands it over to the leftist guy who's just like he's a Ferengi, but he's a bad Ferengi because he organized the union at where he works, and he literally quotes Marx, and he does radical stuff like he allows women to wear clothes outside because the whole idea is like they don't want women in the workforce, so that's why women like by law have to be naked everywhere. And so he's like, that's stupid. He's like, women are workers too. He literally says in the show, I'll have to send you the clip when they're organizing the bar. He says, workers of the world, it's like you have nothing to lose but your chains.
That's awesome.
It's so good, dude. Yeah, he's like such a hero. But yeah, that's what I've been doing to try to keep sane. But yeah, it's like there's no US intervention that's gonna, if you feel some type of way about the Iranian people, if you feel some type of way about Maduro in Venezuela, there's no American at its best. If we had the absolute best intentions, let's say we were like the world's good cop on the beat, right? And we had the absolute best intentions. There's no US intervention that's going to bring a solution which is going to satisfy the material needs of the people of both those nations. And to say that again, while we're going through Crystal Knock I took my little walk around New Orleans today, which I do at lunch. There's just National Guard everywhere for no reason on every street, just looking stupid.
What is it, Operation Tattahoola or whatever?
Something, but apparently
Tattahoola Crunch or whatever.
Like ICE is pulled. No, they're not even ICE anymore because ICE didn't get the slave catchers didn't succeed here. We're too sparse. They didn't get the body count they wanted. They didn't get their nice little highlight reel. They didn't get a chance to like shoot somebody in the mag dump in a poor woman's face. So they actually pulled out and they got sent to Minnesota. So all we're left with now, I saw a state trooper walking around with an AR for some ungodly reason next to Jackson Square, and just 19-year-old National Guard kids just standing there stupid with tactical gear on with their hands in their pockets doing God knows what. Like the amount of unsafe I feel with all this on the street is just I feel.
You don't like Proud Boys walking the streets heavily armed?
My God, dude. My God. The way I feel for them because they're just kids. But at the end of the day, I'm like, everybody's got choices. You could choose not to report, dog. I'm sorry. Like you could. I know I would at this point. I know. I mean, I could say this because I've always been a rabble rouser and a troll. I'm like, this is just not the way. When I was in the Marine Corps, like I would never do something like this. I would have done my time. I would have got dishonorably discharged and got out. I would have just went to prison because it's like I'm not reporting for this. This is not what I signed up for. And no part of the recruitment video was this a thing. And so I feel for them, but at the end of the day, they're just cogs in the fascist machine, and they have to make a choice.
And not to excuse them because I'm not doing that, but like, maybe the people might get in turn like perceive it that way. I'm not making any kind of moral like statement here, but like there will always be people in the society that are poor enough that you can bribe into doing these positions, and
I was one of them
into doing these positions. So like if you're just not going to make an assessment of these like individuals at all, like society will always have people who can essentially be either willingly jump into this spot, which is obviously, worse, but then also people who could be like, well, I want to go to college. I want to have health care. I'd like to have a stable job for a certain amount of time. Well, I guess I could join the military,
That's
whatever
me.
they make me do. Mm-hmm.
That's me. Well, it wasn't that. Like, for
I'm
me,
by the way, WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3.
For me, the reason why I went to the deferred entry program at 17 years old and joined the Marine Corps was that here was my mindset. My mindset was like, okay, we haven't been in any kind of conflict since the Gulf War. And since we haven't been in any kind of conflict from the Gulf War, like, yeah, America's done a lot of bad stuff. I was I was at least a liberal as a child, right? And I was still interested in history the same way I am now. I didn't really just wake up one morning.
I want to put it like this: you did not have developed politics that you were committed to when you were a child.
No. Here's my thinking: is that we hadn't been in any kind of armed conflict since the Gulf War, and the Gulf War was sold as like, oh, we're protecting Kuwait. Which, okay, I mean, they did invade Kuwait, blah, blah, blah. Like, so that was the thing that happened. And that, look, the reason we haven't been in any armed conflict since the Gulf War is because we're not doing any more Vietnams. We're not lying. We're done with that. Yeah, our empire's locked in, but we're not trying to increase it.
They literally called it Vietnam syndrome.
Remember?
Yeah, they called it the sort of like, we're not doing that again, the Vietnam syndrome, and now we do it every couple of months.
We do it all the time.
Anyway, continue. I'm sorry.
No, and so my thought was like, if we do get into another conflict, it'll be something righteous because we haven't gotten in any conflicts in 20 years, and I get to travel the world. That was my mindset, and I get to like get out of here, because my parents aren't paying for college. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I already see what's ahead of me. It's just like guys, working some, dicking around at some pizza delivery job, going to St. Petersburg Junior College for 30 years. And I'm like, it can't be me, dog. Like, I gotta go, And so that's what I did. And luckily, like I was never called on to do anything crazy. I got out pretty much right after 9/11. But I was always like, but the more I was in, the more I started learning, because I would take things like the thing that the Marine Corps has over any other service is because they're so like up their own ass about history, about like we're the Marines and we are different. And it's like, we are like, it's the most like elite, it's the most elite unit fighting force in America that you can walk in the door and get in, right? Yeah, without being tapped, something like Delta or Force Recon in the Marine Corps or pararescue or something like that. Like, you're a Marine, like you're doing stuff that like other services do not train for. And so
in terms of like the broad branches, like Army, Navy, Air Force.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, you're
Force.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, it's like, I don't know, it's nothing to be proud of, but it's just something that does set you apart. It's just like, okay, Marine Corps marksmanship. You're hitting, they train you how to put a rifle round, a 5.56 NATO ball through a man's chest from 5 football fields away. And you cannot be a Marine until you get that down with iron sights, no optics, right? So it's like the rest of the military is not, the other branches aren't doing that. My point is that, so they talk about Marine Corps history, from the halls of Montezuma to the swords of Tripoli, you'll fight our country's battles, land, air, sea.
Yeah.
And they talk about, I can name Marine Corps generals from, almost 100 years ago because they pump that stuff in your brain. And instead of just like letting that kind of stuff go, be like, okay, that was a weird, that's a tidbit that they made me memorize. I'm like, oh, let's learn about, Chesty Puller. Let's learn about, I don't know, blah, blah, just other Marine Corps generals. Let's learn about General Smedley D. Butler.
Oh, I knew you were going to go there.
Oh, we don't talk about him? Why is that?
Oops.
Oh, he wrote a book? Oh, what's this book? It's called War's a Racket. Oh, okay. Because like that's the knowledge you get of General Butler is like, yeah, he was a guy who was in the Marine Corps, and you learned nothing else. Why?
He was a guy.
I'm showing my age because you're always training for the last war. I'm sure at Parris Island and I'm sure at Marine Corps Depot, San Diego, all the training is now based on Afghanistan. But when I was in boot camp in 99, all the training's based on Vietnam. So it's like we'd go to like, okay, we're out here in the South Carolina woods, but we're camping out at, Way City tonight. And in the morning, we're going to go to the rifle range. And they're all named like these different battles that Marines were in Vietnam. And I'm like, oh, let me take a look at the Vietnam War. Oh, we were the bad guys. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. I didn't. And so it's like, it was weird that what radicalized me was just an actual interest in like, I kind of unbrainwashed myself.
Yeah.
And
I'm not, effect, doesn't it?
What's that?
Information, knowledge has that effect of sort of like clarifying analysis.
And I'm not alone.
Why they don't teach about this kind of stuff in school.
Yeah.
They don't teach about like actual contextual history. They sort of like remove everything from it. That's why they don't talk about unions in school.
Right.
Because they don't want anybody to know about these parts of our history that are like outside of what they want,
And I'm not alone. There's hundreds of thousands of guys just like me who were the same way, that they just, it's how they came in. They couldn't kill the liberal inside of me. They have a saying that like Marine Corps boot camp is 3 months. And there's a saying that 3 months can't fix 18 years. And I mean, I guess it's true. Because 100%. if you're a dirtbag going in, you're going to be a dirtbag, with an Eagle Globe and Anchor on. If you're a decent person going in, you're going to be a decent person. And they didn't kill the liberal inside of me. All they did was like create a leftist. But yeah, I mean, you see how it happens. So I feel for these kids, but I'm walking down the street, taking my little lunchtime walk with my, don't F with me face on Canal Street. And these kids, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, are walking towards me in like a line of 4. And I'm just like staring this one kid right. And I'm like, I'm trying to communicate with my eyes. I am not moving. We're about to clash, because I'll be damned if I take one step to the side to let American military pass on my American street. I'm sorry, that's that old vet. The stuff that I did take from the vet. It's like, I am that crunchy old vet who's just like, what is this? I'm like, this is the kind of stuff that I supposedly gave up my liberty, my constitutional rights for a contracted amount of time that is never supposed to happen. You've got unarmed jump out boys, again, murdering innocent women. What are we talking? You got the kid who is just talking his God-given American right of just talking disrespectfully, talking ish to these goons. They grab him from his workplace at Target for no reason except that their penises are small and their feelings are hurt. They beat him, torture him, beat him to a pulp, and then dump him in a Walmart parking lot because they figured, oh, he's actually an American citizen, so it'd be too inconvenient to take him in. Oh, is this the West Bank, dog? I guess it is. And on that point, I'm checking in with you, my enlightened friend, because to that point, I'm like, if this is the West Bank, then I guess I'm joining the Lion's Den. I'm not a young lion, but I guess I'm joining the Lion's Den. My wife, my lovely pacifist wife saw a sign for Pontchartrain gun show this weekend. She goes, we're going. She said, we're going to that. She goes, it's time. I got to get over this. That's where we're at. And I'm like, I all I can say to her is like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Because it's not like, oh, we can't get violent or they're going to turn up the intensity. They're killing you anyway.
Yeah.
So from my history, the only thing that I've ever seen is that I've seen a woman get her face shot off for no reason. I've seen people black bag and abducted. I see these dudes trying to get in fights with people with inflatable frog costumes.
It's pepper spraying
right?
up the
pepper spraying people in inflatable frog costumes. On one end, all were peaceful, all were exercising their constitutional rights, all were nonviolent. I've seen them be abused. I've seen them be killed, murdered in the most horrific fashion. On the other hand, I look at videos and I see the new Black Panther Party who have their safety sticks on them. And then all of a sudden, these goons start rethinking their life choices. All of a sudden, their riot line starts backing up. When in Louisiana or wherever it is, and you've got open carry, all of a sudden you've got 100 people armed with their safety weapons. All of a sudden, the cops are like, oh, I guess we should do some police work. I guess we should follow the law. And I don't even want to call them cops. They're not even cops. That's the thing. These aren't even federal agents. They're barely federal.
Military.
They're federal agents in the worst. It's Crystal Knot. They're Gestapo. They're brown shirts. But all of a sudden, when they see that you're armed and they're armed, all of a sudden they get their minds right. All of a sudden they don't want to play no more. That's what I'm saying. And you can come at me, and I don't mean you personally. Any liberal can be like, I would say the same thing if we swapped you out right now with Noam Chomsky, Noam Chomsky would sit up here with his Epstein Island ass talking about, well, I always knew he was a Fed anyway, talking that foolishness about, oh, well, the state has a monopoly on violence, and if you escalate, that's all the reason they need. And I'm like, we're not living in the same reality. I can show you my theory of change. I can show you in 4K video where my logic is coming from. You are living in a cartoon world, and you're probably a Fed.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously the Epstein stuff as well. Even if he's right about some of the other stuff, which I'm not saying he is, Epstein stuff got him. The shame it took him until he was like 98 years old to get busted on that, but whatever. Yeah, and you're seeing people get popped in the streets. You're seeing them like going after kids at school, like that. What people don't realize, or a lot of people don't realize, that video of Jesse Ventura like walking up in Minnesota and talking about how everything is crazy is because. And they ended up closing schools in Minnesota and Minneapolis because of this, because ICE agents are going after kids at like when they let school out, and they have confrontations with them. And I believe that they like tear gas the school in Minneapolis. And it's just like, and they have kids doing walkouts. Kids get it, and they're doing it the right way too. It's just that, like, what are we doing here? When you can't even have a kid go to school without having to have his head on a swivel,
right?
Then how are you supposed to do anything? You're treating kids like they're criminals and going all the way up. And it's all based off of this stupid idea that because you were born somewhere else does mean you don't belong here. Which, by the way, and I'm not Mr. like America, but like that's historically like a very anti-American position. And I think this is an important thing too, because like we talk about like we hate America or whatever, or we are critical of America and all this other stuff. These people literally hate the history of America and the people that live here. That's the difference, I think. They hate the people who live here. They want it to be changed because, I mean, obviously I'm not trying to make any argument that America does not have a history of like white supremacy and domination and all this other stuff. But like every single part of American history that's good comes from the diversity of the people that live here or move here or immigrate here or build the buildings or dig the ditches. They're all, for the most part, some of them are, but for the most part, they're all coming here from other places. And that's a part of that history that we're trying to erase.
I just had a discussion with a guy who's, I mean, I want to call him a light leftist. I don't want to call him out, by name, but like his job is leftist by name. Let's put it, he's an organizer, put it this way. And like, organizer. Yeah, he organized. And he was like, well, what I don't like is, people, come to this country and then they want to talk bad about it. And I'm like, well, brother, like, show me on the map these people you're talking about from which country, and I'll show you how America hollowed out their country. Yeah. And he's like, well, but still. And I'm like, bro, if we're living across the street and you come burn my house down, don't get mad when I come live at yours and then spit in your eye. Like that's, I mean, I don't understand. Like, and obviously, like talking ish about the country is literally written into the laws. And even if it wasn't, I could care less. Like it's the correct thing to do when we're doing evil. So what are we talking about? And we never stop doing evil. So you will have a lifetime of content to farm with the evil that we do. And it's just like, I went to a resistance meeting the other night. I don't want to call them out either because I don't want to, you know, and these people are not liberals, but they also want to play nice, you know, with people. And I'm like, the time is ended for that, to where it was about Venezuela. And it was one of those, like, I swear these guys might have been feds. There's like a 0 chance. And they wanted to start talking about, well, if you're anti-war, then like we're Venezuelan. And if you're anti-war, then you should be for Maduro. And I'm like, bro, you sound like a fed. This is record behavior. I didn't know people like you actually existed. It was like a memes.tv skit with a Venezuela. Like, you know, when me and my parents, we fled from Venezuela, you know, from our family's slave plantation. And I'm like, people like you actually exist? And I'm like, either you're a fed or I want you to go back to Venezuela so they can do what needs to be done to you. How about that? You know, and I'm just like, and these poor people, you know, on the left, they're leftists, they're social, they're dyed in the wood red socialists, and they're just trying to be chill. And I'm said, you know, and they're just getting like more and more, and they're like, well, let's go outside. And I just said, look, bro, I go, I'm tired. I said, I'm not with these people, so I can speak for myself. I'm tired. I didn't come here to sit I don't want to be sitting here in a meeting on a Tuesday night. Everybody here is working people. I'm tired. These people are trying to de-escalate. I'm not trying to de-escalate. I'm trying to escalate. So we can go outside and bang it out because that's going to get my energies out. And they shut up. And then they finally kicked them out or whatever. But I'm just like, even in leftist spaces, like, it seems like people aren't meeting the mark. And I'm not saying people need to, like, tonight go and do something crazy. Like, everybody has a role to play. What I'm trying to say is, like, okay, I had another conversation. I know I'm talking in circles, but I had another conversation with a woman who's like, man, I'm sorry, I can't do more, blah, 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 a woman I know. And I'm like, you have 2 daughters. Your job is to raise these kids. That is your role. And if something happens to me or anybody else you know, tell your daughters our story. That's what you need to do. I go, my role is different. Whatever that is. But it's like, don't feel bad, but it's like, the way people are not understanding the moment. Like, the way people are still just being like, well, you know, if we do this, then Trump will do that. I wonder what they don't need excuses. They're shooting white women in the face. I know that sounds crazy.
No, it's not.
When you
It's literally
sit
what
down
happened.
with it and unpack it, you need to understand where we are at.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not voting our way out of this. And please push back. But the Democrat, you know, I went to a protest the other day, and these little old ladies, God bless them, because they're doing more. They're libs, but they're doing more than 99% of the people. But I'm just looking at their little signs, being like, the midterms are coming up, and I'm just like, I have to rationalize in my head. Is like, the reason why I'm out here is to protect people like this, because people like this are the people like, you know, Miss Good, the people who are getting preyed on. So if I'm out here and putting my body in between these liberals who think that voting is going to save us, then, you know, that's my role. But I'm like, I feel so bad for y'all. And it's like, it's a combination of just like, you know, I'm a little old lady. What am I going to do? And I don't expect much from them, but people our age, and the people in my quote unquote leftist circles who are still just yapping on Facebook, being like, well, Donald Trump is a poopy McPoopy head. And I'm just like, delete your whole account. Like, just delete your whole account, because this is a waste of everybody's time. You need to be getting organized, whatever that means to you. You need to be stop talking like a fed. I'm talking like a fed now because it's too late for me. I was in the Marine Corps. I was a cop. My DNA is literally in the system. You know, I'm leaving for Costa Rica supposedly in like a month from now. I'm pretty sure at a minimum I'm not going to get the return flight back in from if we're not coming in New Orleans, which we're not doing a direct in New Orleans. Wherever it is, I'm gonna be there all day with Homeland. I'm almost positive of it. If not, then wow, I'll be shocked. But I've already thought about, I'm gonna do like dead drop mess. When I say dead drop, I'm telling people, I'm gonna tell my boss, I'm telling my parents, I'm telling anybody who I feel is responsible. If I do not check in with you by midnight on this day, you need to start banging the gong, figuring out where I'm at. Because that's where we're at. We're here. We're not heading towards fascism. I saw, God bless them too. I watched Sam Cedar, Unc, and Ken Klippenstein of all people talking about, what if, if the Democrats and they can get a bill passed that, that makes it so ICE can't wear their masks. And I'm just like, what are y'all talking about? Y'all are living again in a cartoon world. They don't care about that. You got the city of Minnesota talking about how they're going to sue. They're going to sue border enforcement or whatever, border patrol and ICE. They don't care about your lawsuits, dog. They don't care about none of that. The lawless does not care about laws. You're seeing this. They blasted that woman in the face. They're snatching people off the streets. They're snatching American citizens off the streets. The lawless don't care about laws. So you should not have no mercy for the merciless. Whatever that means to you is whatever it means.
Yeah, I'm trying to just sort of like think of like what can actually get this off, because I'm not gonna try and make the Chomsky argument of like state monopoly on violence or anything like that. But like, what does a victory in this situation even look like? Like in Minnesota,
Honestly,
right now,
I think it's general strike, dude. I think it's general strike.
How do we get to that point?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's the question. And that's the question I want to ask these organizer kids the next time I meet them. I'm like, okay, let's say you get your dream. I didn't mean to cut you off, but like, I'll get this out and you got the rest of the time. Let's say you get your dream and you get millions of people in the streets mobilized against anti-war. No war in Iran, no war in Venezuela, ICE out everywhere, abolish ICE, right? Let's say you get that. That's your wet dream. I'm old enough to remember we did that for the Iraq war, and it was meaningless. They didn't care about it because we didn't shut anything down. Go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
So I guess that's sort of like the question, because as of right now, the working class in this country, while workers do have power, workers are not organized to the capacity that it would take to do a general strike. But I guess that's not to say that no victory is possible. I'm just sort of thinking about like, okay, if ICE pulls out of Minnesota, that would be at least a victory in the short term, right? How do you get that to happen? And I'm just sort of like thinking in terms of like benchmarks of at least on the ground in front of us, looking at the things that we can do, putting one foot in front of the other to actually move this ball forward. Because that's the big question for me is, if the goal or if the demand is like, in the short term, get ICE out of all these American cities, how do you do that? What's the way you do that to make that happen? And I do think, to at least a certain extent, and it really does suck that it took, that lady getting popped twice in the face, 3 times in the face, and dying for the community to mobilize around it. But now they want them out. You see other white ladies, probably because they sort of see at least themselves, they could have been at the other end of that, the end of that gun, that are going out there and wilding out. And that is something. And I'm definitely not trying to be gloom and doom about this. I'm trying to think about this as soberly as possible and as a way to sort of develop a strategy to at least make some progress, to at least.
So what I would say as an answer to that, with the time we have left, with an answer to that in Minnesota, and I don't mean to poo-poo any organizer that's on the ground in Minnesota. You're doing God's work. You're doing the best you possibly can. But what I would do if I could press a button, I had motion like that there, I would stop protesting ICE. I would pull out. I would no more ICE protests. Get that out of the street. what we do is we take all the people who are protesting ICE and we go to the governor's mansion and you go to Minneapolis City Hall. And you demand two things, because these liberals actually do care about protests.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go where it's actually effective. And you demand two things from the city council and from the mayor of Minneapolis. You want the police, the Minneapolis PD, on the street in between you and ICE, protecting their citizens against ICE, ready to arrest or use lethal force to protect their citizens. And from Tim Walz, the coward, I can't stand this guy. I understand why he got I understand not why he got back pocketed. I understand why he was even picked to be VP. It's because he was fronting the whole time. But what you do is you go to the governor's mansion and you protest there and you demand that Tim Walz mobilizes the National Guard against ICE. That's what you do. That's why I think you could actually move things.
Mm-hmm.
They would
and
actually.
there is, while that is, I mean, maybe it's on the table, maybe that's behind the scenes or whatever. There is actually a call for a shutdown of Minneapolis on the 23rd of January.
Okay.
I don't know if you had heard about that.
No, not at all. This is hope. This is hope core.
Yeah. So just reading from In These Times, following the ICE murder of Renee Gold and an assault on state by federal immigration forces, the Labor Community Coalition is calling for residents to refuse work, shop, or go to school on January 23rd. Quote, this is from a rideshare driver. We're facing a tsunami of hate from our own federal government, said Abdi Karim Kasim. Sorry, Abdi Karim, for butchering your name. Who's a rideshare driver. He told to a crowd, we're going to shut it down on the 23rd. We're going to overcome this. Janae Bates Amari, representative of the church, of a church in there, says, quote, a day when every single Minnesotan who loves this state, who loves the idea of truth and freedom, will refuse to work, shop, and go to school. We're asking every single person, every single family member, every teacher, every bus driver, every child care worker to come together, to be in community, and to stand with each other. So we got the Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 1005, SEIU, Local 26, Unite Here, Local 17, CWA, Local 7250, and the St. Paul Federation of Teachers, Local 28. People from all of those people from groups are, signing on to do a part of this. While it will be I want to sort of manage expectations on this, because if you expect that would be awesome if the entire city of Minneapolis was actually shut down. But what you will see is a significant downtick in economic activity. You'll see definitely a significant downtick in people going to school, and that is at least in this short term, because that's 9 days from now.
As a cynical SOB, it's not something. It's not just something. As a cynical SOB, I'm not kidding. That's hope core. That's the kind of actions that need to be taken. There's only two things that fascists care about. They care about you messing with their safety, and they care about you messing with their money. That's it. Everything else is nonsense and noise. So no, I'm fully behind this. If there was some kind of way to hopefully this will be effective, and it can be transferred to other cities. If we could set up nationwide some kind of a general fund that we all donate to, and then to help people out. So if they have to shut it down, they shut it down for a week, a month, 6 months, a year, that we can donate and help people who are not going to work to make ends meet. I'm completely behind this. I'm completely behind nonviolent action.
And again, regardless of the success of this, or at least the full success, at least it's good to see people thinking about this and moving towards action in that direction. You're never going to get to the point where you can actually shut everything down entirely without, one, having the unions on board, and there were a significant number of unions on there, and two, doing these kinds of things. First time you try something, it's never going to be perfect. But if you keep doing it, you're going to build that capacity, build that power, and move it forward. We got to get out of here.
We got to go, though. It was good times.
Thanks for listening to Good Morning Comrade. This is WHIV LP New Orleans, this space, and we love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome, everybody, to the Primetime Pepaganda. What's up, everyone? This is my first time doing the Primetime hour here. So welcome to, welcome me. I think that most of y'all were already hanging out here. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. So with Primetime Pepaganda, we're going to do something a little bit different than what I do on my Tuesday show. If you guys didn't know, I do a Tuesday show at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central. We cover 2 stories. Sometimes I'll even just do a single story, and it's just an hour where I get to devote all my attention to that story, which is kind of nice. I like the. Sorry about that. We good? Are my levels too high? I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I hope that this is going to be a little bit different. So, I am so loud. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me. Late night pep. That is what's happening here. Mic levels. I'm sorry if my levels are a bit high. I'm peaking. God, that's not good. Here, let's do this. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. No, it's better now. Okay, yeah, sorry guys. I had it set for my last stream. This should be better. Is it peaking anymore? Thank you. Well, all right. Good start. No, I'm happy to be here. So guys, like I said, we got some primetime pep. Yeah, we also are coming directly from my other stream, which I had to split into 2 because I don't know what happened, but my vertical stream stayed up while my horizontal stream was just dead, and my Twitch also died with that one. So I was just like, it must have been like an issue with the encoder or something like that. But yeah, had to split it into 2. And yes, I did have I had quite the interesting chat. Now, I'm going to just say this. If you guys are toying with going vertical on YouTube, just be prepared that it is definitely a different type of algorithm. It brings out the trolls for sure. I wasn't really prepared for it as much as I thought I would be initially. Now I got this. We're good. But yeah, man. So this is since this was the Letterhack, I did kind of wanted. Somebody was pointing out that I'm wearing my hat. I could do a Letterhack impression. So my best Letterhack impression is "Welcome to this space. I'm the Letterhack." See? Yeah, see? I moved the hat and that helped. Noted. Yes, Adrian. What up, Adrian? How's it going? Yes, definitely notate that one because it is a lot. But also, this is the bitch of it, and you're not gonna like it. You need to keep if you go on like mass banning sprees, unfortunately, what'll happen? They take all of that engagement off the channel. So I learned that the hard way where we tried to do like the mass ban thing and tried to kind of like give them a rope to hang themselves type of thing, and or we didn't give them enough rope is kind of where I was going with that. Sorry, I'm all over the place, but yes. Moral of the story is if you do mass banning, unfortunately, you will get deprioritized, and yeah, that sucks. As I said, I learned that the hard way. What up? All right, so let me say hello to everybody, and we'll clip that. Hey, go ahead. I'm sure he'll enjoy it. Also, I'm gonna add a little element that I have on my channel. I think that I've done this maybe once or twice here, but a little bit of the lo-fi because nothing brings me into my element more than just hearing a little bit of chill lo-fi. The funniest part is yeah, it's kind of like the same thing that I listen to while I'm working. So it's very a lo-fi existence, which ain't bad. You know what? It makes for some chill stuff. But on the positive note, it does look like we didn't really get a lot of the crossover from my last stream coming over here to check this space out, because I'll be real, when I was linking it, I was like, I hope this is a good idea. We'll see, because yeah, they come here just to troll. It's like, God, I don't want to bring that smoke to you guys. We need some trolls back here. Go vertical. Oh, hey, Steven, you I think were a first timer today, so I'm glad that you were able to make the follow over here. Please do me a solid though. If you have not already hit the like on this stream specifically, please do that. It makes you awesome, and you're supporting a much broader leftist cohort here, where yeah, we all benefit from this one. Every creator that you watched today, yeah, they all benefit. So, what's that? The rising tide raises all ships. Man, I can't talk. Great for me. Okay, so kind of winging it a little bit. Gotta be honest, because I had this this video pulled up before I was able to really get to it. Where'd it go? The Joe Rogan thing, which we already kind of covered. Hey, maybe I already covered enough of that, because we were talking about how make that like button a tuna sandwich and that uses too much weight, but use tuna in water, not tuna in olive oil. Wait, what's wrong with tuna in olive oil? That sounds a little bit better, isn't it? Better? I don't know. Anyway, don't get me distracted. They had a Piers Morgan thing that I also wanted to pull up here. Let's see. I'm not sure if I'm 100% going to do this, because realistically, it's not something I was like trying to rush into, was doing a Piers Morgan freaking story, even though I don't know why, but it's kind of like the Joe Rogan effect, where like he's one of those guys, Tim Dillon, all those guys. They are like the normie that a lot of these dudes, like these just normie dudes, fucking vibe with. So, a lot of them, like Kyle Kulinski, they started looking at Joe Rogan and just being like, please come back, please come back. That's why they were always hypercritical and always kind of focusing on him, because they didn't want to truly let go. And then he had a pretty good take today about how, yeah, this is just blatantly Gestapo tactics. It's just like, finally waking up to it. Same with Tim Dillon, same with Andrew Schultz, and pretty much every single one. And I got to say, man, it's kind of nice to see these guys do that, like make the pivot, even though, I'm not like, I just kind of went, I'm not really a fan of any of these guys anymore. So I stopped watching entirely. But I do think that it is valuable to have some of those guys like just say the obvious shit, because then it makes it a lot harder for the extremes on the right to kind of just be like, oh, what the fuck, man? We thought you were one of us. We thought that we were going to be able to sell this a lot. Piers Morgan cannot vote in the United States of America, and that's why he always plays both sides. He's a fucking moron. Luck Dragon. Also, I don't think you're blocked on my channel, dude. Are you? I'll have to check that. I don't think I'm pretty sure that I unbanned you. If I didn't, then that was actually an oversight, and I apologize. No hard feelings. We'll get that sorted, but you know what? Screw it. Let's do this one, because I wasn't able to watch this, and I'm not sure if you know who Hank Green is. He doesn't really do like a lot of political stuff. He's more of like a tech kind of guy, and does like just normie stuff. We're gonna focus on normies today, and kind of like how they're gonna bring people, down a peg, and kind of also remind people, oh yeah, you know what, we're like we're siding with we're siding with the people that are trying to make the victim into the perpetrator. Maybe we shouldn't do that. You like Hank Green? Hell yeah. Science educator. Yes. So here, let's get to this. He gave his take on what happened in Minnesota. I have not watched this yet, so let's do a live react together to it, shall we?
Look, I want to be working on videos about smallpox history and peat bogs and the ocean sunfish. And I would, of course, much rather
Let me know if the volume on the video is off a little.
this video
I'll try
be
and fix
any of
that.
those videos. I don't want to be talking about this. I want very badly to be an internet science guy, because that is a very good job with it's fairly low stress. It's very interesting. But one of the things about being a science guy is that truth just
Matters.
feels really important.
Yep.
Because that's what science is, right? It's like a
That's
bunch
up.
of tools that we use to get a sharper and sharper understanding of reality.
You see what I just did there? That means that's what you should do for us over on this space.
Say a lot on this channel. Everything we know
Last time.
is something we figured out. And if you're thinking, and I know some of you are, God, I wish Hank would stay out of politics. I do too.
Man.
I don't want to be here, but I can't stop thinking about Renee Good and truth. There
What's
are a lot
happening
of
with
things
CoffeeZilla?
that we don't know about Renee Good or the man who killed her. But there are things that we do know. We know that Renee Good turned her steering wheel so that her car would not be pointed toward the officer. Now, certainly the officer may not have noticed that, but we do know that if she had wanted to kill him, she would have acted very differently. And there's some other facts here, like that Donald Trump said that she viciously ran over an ICE officer, which is not true. And Kristi Noem said that what she did was an act of domestic terrorism. And that is also not true. I was raised in the era of I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I know that politicians lie,
too.
but there's something different going on here. They have no chance of getting away with their lies. We all know that she was not a terrorist who ran over an ICE agent. Everyone agrees
Well,
she would have taken very
That's if we weren't in post 1984 world now.
different actions if her intent were to kill.
We are so cooked.
Now, there's
Adrian.
probably some people composing a comment right now, either in their heads or down in the comments.
I
They're
unfortunately
gonna write,
agree.
She shouldn't have been doing what she was doing. She shouldn't have been fleeing. She should have been listening to what the officers are saying. This video isn't really about that. It's not about what she should have done. It's not even really about what the ICE agent should have done. I'm not going to show you the video, of course, but it is very clear in the video.
finally,
that the
somebody
first shot
not.
went through the windshield, and the second and third shots went through the open driver's side window. And I know that it's just not my bias saying that this is difficult to justify, because instead of attempting to defend it, JD Vance simply lied about it. In a reply to a tweet about this, he said, "Side window? You could see the photos of the car with bullet holes. The shots came from the front of the car because that's where the officer was standing when he was hit by the car."
And we're inadvertently going back to the Ryan Grimm JD Vance thing. If you didn't see that this happened,
Was
this was
allowed to
wild.
discharge his weapon in self-defense.
Ryan Grimm out
The
there
shots
becoming a
came
freaking
from the front of the
figurehead.
car. You could see photos of the car with bullet holes. These two sentences astound me, because they indicate that either the vice president has been basing all of his commentary about this situation on an incorrect belief that could be corrected by watching the video that much of America has already watched, or he is perfectly okay lying about well-known and easily discoverable facts. The officer fired 2 shots through an open side window point blank. And JD Vance says the shots came from the front and there are bullet holes to back him up. These statements are not true. I don't know anyone who thinks these statements are true. These lies are about very simple, visual, concrete things that millions of people can independently verify for themselves. And this is the thing I can't shake. In science, when someone shows you data that contradicts your claim, you have a few options. You can update your belief, you can argue about interpretation, you can point out limitations, you could even say, I was wrong. What you cannot do, at least for very long, is pretend that the data don't exist. Reality doesn't cooperate with that strategy. What we are watching right now is a set of leaders behaving as if reality is optional, as if the goal is not to understand what happened, but to establish dominance over the narrative as quickly and as forcefully as possible. And this is, of course, unscientific, but it also feels to me like fundamentally disrespectful to the intelligence and agency of the American people. I know that there are some folks who are like along for the ride with these guys. Like some people certainly are fine with the lies because they feel that the lies are in service of some greater mission and that makes them justifiable. But that's not most Americans. Most people see a lie for the disrespect that it is. And this is important. Like this is not a verifiable fact, but do you think that they would be lying about this if they didn't think the shooting deserved more justification than the facts gave us? They'd stick to the truth if they thought the truth was enough. And so I think that they are showing by their actions that they also don't believe the shooting was justified. Otherwise, they wouldn't be lying. I keep thinking about this for two reasons. First, it matters a lot for America whether or not we are a country where the truth still matters. But second, and this is, I'm sorry, but I keep thinking about Renee Good. She has been treated terribly, and not just by random trolls on the internet or jerk pundits whose job is to get attention, by the men who have been entrusted to lead this nation. And since we cannot know her mind, the best we could do is be honest about the things that we do know, like where the wheels were pointing when she was shot and where the shots came from when she was killed. And that is, for whatever reason, something that our president and vice president have been incapable of doing.
Yup. Ooh. Hey, I think they might have given me the next. All right, let's check out the beginning of the Philly.
Minnesota is now allegedly.
He's been on fire with this, and it's usually right about here's where it's a second story that he always it's like, all right, and I appreciate your commentary. Gone. Ooh, we also got we got live coverage. Shots fired. Hold on. Hold on. More important, shots fired amidst ice raids in Minneapolis. Sorry, guys. I'm used to doing this on my house.
So, once again, we go live, and almost immediately, munitions are fired into the crowd. There was a bearcat up here. There's still a person laying down on the ground here. If you want to focus on them for a second. I'm not quite sure what the situation is there. They were there when we arrived. They seem to be cuffed, but they haven't moved.
Yeah, they're not moving.
So, yeah. Just taking a moment to get a little more set up. We're.
What happened? We don't know. They just got there, and there's somebody on the ground with cuffs on.
We were
the ambulance. What the hell?
Wrapping up for the day, and then we got this message that something was happening on the scene. Looks like we have ICE agents returning back to the scene. Yep, moving back towards them.
Oh shit. Yep.
He has a gas canister in his hand.
Who the fuck are you?
Yep.
Get out of here!
Oh, shit's about to pop off, guys.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch!
Pepper spray was sprayed.
Don't be attacked, pussy! You pussy little man! You're a pussy little man! Pussy little boy! You pussy little man! Get the fuck out!
This is live right now, by the way, guys. Like, this is great reaction from the crowd. Yeah.
Federal officers.
Although I wonder what that guy was doing, like by putting his.
He's
hand
about to
up
pull
like
a pin
that,
on a.
Like was because like it looked like somebody threw something.
A gas canister looks like. Oh, it's coming our way.
Yep.
I'm sure it didn't actually go off.
It was a dud. Where's the ambulance? Was somebody hit or somebody's definitely unconscious?
Laying it out on the ground over
on the other side. When we join the stream
by another car,
you definitely see them. Or them, you can't even tell.
Yeah.
Officers carrying a long arm. Looks like they're getting back into their truck once again.
Okay, but where's the ambulance? That you're right. And also, are we gonna go pan back to the other person? I mean, I know that we're like, if they're not, that could be a problem. I mean,
Officer seems to be looking for somebody to pepper spray.
Reporting this. This is the
I'm not quite sure
here.
What's going on with their decisions here.
Answer this.
Where are the neighborhood cops? I think that was the neighborhood cop by the victim.
So what? Do you know what happened on the ground here?
I think that they shot a kid. They shot a kid that was trying to run away from them, and they shot at them. That's why we're here right now, because it's unacceptable that they start shooting kids now. They start shooting kids from the back now. We can't fucking let this happen.
Was this part of a raid, or was this just one of their?
It is because they stopping people. They just stopping people randomly on the streets, and they were heading home, and they start fucking shooting at them because they were trying to run away from them. That's why.
Jesus Christ, dude! They're shooting people in the back.
They shoot a kid on the leg. I think. I don't know what how the kid is, but it's bad.
We've heard that it was shots in the legs. Okay. You gotta tell me when you're doing this. I was calling you. I'm sorry.
Shot in the legs.
Okay, we're going.
Excuse me. What the hell was that?
With members of the media and community members surrounding
only rumors so far.
ICE officers.
Yeah, I mean we're getting
or federal officers at least.
Information
With
from the
a armed officer in a Carhartt sweatshirt with a backpack. No identification on him. Getting into the car.
No identification. Go figure.
Looks like once again they may be backing up to get out of this scene, which is.
Hey, put the microphone. You're making the right decision. Go home. You're making the right decision.
Go home.
We know y'all ain't been getting no sleep.
All right, let's see what happens as far as going back to. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to interview some people after this. Yeah, I think we might be doing this for the coverage today. Well, again, welcome to Primetime with Pep, or Primetime Pepaganda. Actually, I need to just make a new...
Fireworks were thrown behind us. Yep, just gonna... Getting back on the sidewalk, backing away as this...
How can you not?
Officer has been shaking this pepper spray can for quite a while, preparing to spray somebody.
That's why I've been watching as much of them as I have. Because they said that they wanted this covered by everybody. So if they even said, if you have a live stream, to cover this. Not a good idea to stand right in front of occupied running vehicle. Roof Dragon, what up, bro?
Good decision making. I like that. Good job.
You keep shaking that can.
No, you're all going to jail in about 5 years anyway.
Yeah, you're all going to jail in about 5 years anyway. Oh my God, dude!
Oh, you're faithful.
Oh, really? Fucking
another fireworks shot off.
What's up, Robin? Good to see you. For joining.
Powder from this. This is ice being thrown at ice.
He dropped the canister.
First ice canister was dropped by an officer.
Oh my god, I would have grabbed that shit.
Grab it.
Yeah, fuck that. I don't recommend doing that though, guys.
Get the fuck out of here!
I said in that moment,
didn't go off.
I would have been like, kick it away. America wins versus ice. Missed your other stream, shoveling snow. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I double stream. Ended up doing 2 today.
Tear gas has been deployed.
Yeah,
Sorry.
with you, man. Oh, thank God I'm not the only one tonight.
Which way is
Yeah, my mouth has been glitching hard today. In the middle of telling a story, just Is this Minneapolis proper? Yes. What about the kid? Yeah, what about that kid? Are we going back to go check on like what's going on? Someone may have already been shot. Well, no, I mean it seems that there were shots fired. Now, I just don't understand why they're this far out.
In the fucking house right now. Let's not let these punk ass motherfuckers deflect on what the fuck is really going on here.
Smart to go live.
Let's see, I think we'll. Yeah, sorry.
Come to Oakland. I mean, California is on the docket next. They were already there.
We're going to walk back to the scene and see
Ironic,
if we can talk to some people and see
there's too much pressure.
What
there.
more information we can get
California
from people who might have been here earlier than us.
That you actually have like a large contingent of, immigrant gangs. So that means they would have to do the work.
We're status
brought it
quo.
up in Chicago. They never came to.
I
They never
probably
went
know
to
as
the
much
block.
as you, but
They
there's a
never went to
woman
high
who's
crime
38
areas.
weeks pregnant in
Never.
the bottom
Not
of the
once.
duplex. The top half, there was a shooting that happened. We don't know if it was a police or MPD or if it was a separate shooting. I'm not sure. The last thing I know is they were trying to get a midwife into the bottom half because she is 30 weeks pregnant and they were worried that she was going to give birth in the bottom. They're
Watch out, John.
Yeah.
They hit some bougie areas of Chicago. They hit River North. And the only reason they did that is because Trump Tower is right there and they wanted to make it a photo op. Yeah, this is intense. Who's on the ground? I don't know. We're going to find out.
So, sorry, if you might, anything else that you've heard that you know?
They blocked off 4 blocks around the perimeter, so no one is allowed in. And I'm not sure if the woman has received medical care yet. I really hope she has. And I heard that the person upstairs on the second level is not coming out because they were scared of ice. And I heard that there were shots. I'm not sure if that means the person was shot and is waiting, but we'll see, I guess.
We've heard that a younger person was shot in the leg.
I haven't heard about the leg. I heard that there was a person shot, and so it's likely that they could be waiting there. We don't know because we've just been running around. So I was gonna go check it out to see if there was anybody else that had any update.
Thank you. Sharing your name?
I'm Majayla. I work with the community newspaper North News and support your local media.
Wow, she was one of the best interviews that they could have pulled. Damn. Sorry, guys, I had to fix something. All right, so I hope they go to somebody else to get a little bit more information because I'm looking at local news here. There's nothing. Let's see, Twitter.
Hey man, would you mind the status quo? Would you mind talking with us? What happened? You'll give me like 2 minutes.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I'll be right here. Yeah.
Cool.
You know Little Nate? You know Little Nate or no? Okay. I'm just making sure. I'm not.
It's okay, Pep. It's okay if you read my comments. They're only truthful. You don't have
I
to
know
ignore them.
Winston Smith too.
Bro, if you think that I'm the worst that I've gotten today,
I know
man.
Winston and all that.
Watch my last stream.
Yeah, I know Winston.
And they fucking.
I'm gonna make sure
they
that
talk
you
shit
are,
about him, and he wasn't nothing that they said.
banned.
Yes.
Okay, I stopped the highway and went to jail for that.
I think you are though.
Okay.
I don't think you're banned.
I'm the one that sued in the city and the state,
It was
right?
with status quo. Would you mind talking to us on camera about what your experience here has been, what you've seen, and
Well, what I've seen that the real criminals is ICE. They're the real murderers. I mean, we don't have nothing to fend with. We don't have guns. They have the law protecting them. What do we have? What are they scared of? Why are they killing people? Why are they shooting people?
R.I.P.
We have
Bob
nothing
Weir.
to fend with. And
what brought you out here tonight? Are you part of one of the community?
because it's another person shot.
I'm
But
looking,
they're
man. I'm
killing
trying.
people. They're killing people. They're killing my
I'm gonna have to
people
figure
just
this out
because
later.
of their skin color. Even if we're citizens, they don't care. They're fucking racist.
They've cleared the scene. They committed shots fired at the
They
people
shot
who are
someone.
understandably angry.
They went into a pregnant lady and her husband and her kids, and they shot the husband.
They shot the husband. They shot the husband.
Yes.
Was this part of the like? Was it a direct raid? Was it a like? They do the driving by and like see somebody, you know?
They went inside their home, so they're inside the house right now. They went inside their house. That's all I know too. Just people that I follow. We've created a group so everybody's in. Like whenever something happens, everybody knows. And I'm just here because I'm sick and tired of it. I'm just sick and tired of it.
What is it like to have this? This is not the first time this has happened. The everyday.
They killed Renee. Renee Good. What was she doing? Nothing. Just they said that they knew her, that she used to follow them. So they knew her, and I think it was premeditated what they did to her.
Do you have the feeling about like that basically these people are out here wanting to commit a violence, not just be law enforcement officials?
Exactly. They're just here being criminals. They're not respecting our rights. They're not respecting the freedom of speech.
She's right, you know.
They ran. There's people understandably angry. They brought in a Bearcat. They brought in a military truck in here to your community. What is this experience like?
It's scary. It's terrifying. Like we're living in terror every day. We don't know when we're gonna be next. This isn't a way to live. I mean, this is our hometown. We made a life here, and then these people come and call us criminals, call us murderers, call us rapists when the real pedophile is the president. So it's funny to me how they want to. They care about but the law, but they don't even follow the law themselves. So a bunch of hypocrites to me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks.
Luck Dragon, try commenting on one of my videos on YouTube. I don't think you're banned, man. 'Cause I just looked through all my names and you're not even there.
Let me see if I can.
And CNN, ABC, MSNBC, they should all be out here apologists. What up, Fishbone?
Just want to remind people as we take a moment to reset after arriving on the scene and immediately seeing a military level presence, to make sure that you can go to statuscoup.com/join and subscribe.
Status Coup is partnered with Midas
for only $5 a month, and we have an officer rushing through the crowd, armed,
Missing these moments are the death knell of old media.
Tune in. They're chasing them.
Oh shit.
It's like somebody managed to pull his helmet off of his head.
They're gonna try to come. They're gonna. What?
Helmet, and then he drops it.
Do you mind talking to the status quo on camera for a moment?
This guy.
You mind talking to us on camera for a minute?
Yeah.
Did you get some chemical on it?
A little bit when they had just shooting right here. But you know what? Hey! I want everybody to listen up right here. This happened right here in our own community on 24th and Lindale. This the north side. This the heart of the community, yo. Everybody screaming out, this ain't our fucking problem. This is our fucking problem. This is our fucking fight. They're coming in our neighborhoods, going door to door, and they're shooting, and they're killing us. What part don't anybody understand? It don't matter if you're black, white, Hispanic, Hmong, Somali, they're killing us. I should not be in our neighborhood. This should not be in our community. ICE need to be dismantled. Literally. Y'all still here?
Like they're firing gas. It's like they've been firing off some gas still in the area of the house where the shooting happened. We're running around the corner.
It's icy. Be careful.
Okay.
We're running along an alley along the back road, trying to get to the house.
Man,
it's extremely
looks
icy.
like our streets right now. There's so much ice. God, I'm mad about that. How are they gonna just take that? There is. We're all unsafe. I don't know what they're rushing to, though.
You can see you can hear helicopters above.
Yeah. All right. Let's find another way. Yeah.
If you wrap this way, you take this block.
Let's say, I kind of hope that they get an interview
We
to.
go up that way and then
No,
around. That's
this
block
is
two. That's block. So
we gotta
go back this way
over there.
and then up that way and around.
Yep, I can take you. Let's go down that way.
Let's
This way. John. We go
up, down, and around. Okay.
That's from where they just. Oh, there's nothing worse than running somewhere and then be like, oh,
We're following a local
all right,
on
let's go back.
how to get around the police perimeters.
Big perimeter. What'd you say? 4 city blocks? Dude, that ice is dangerous. That's the shit that you will slip on. I had that in my driveway earlier today. Sitting there just doing a little shuffle walk, just All right, I hope they get some answers on this. That ice is the worst, dude. Yeah, that thick compacted ice where you're just like shit. There's nothing worse than that feeling of just your heart goes right up to your like
as we're
your
running
throat.
around the
You're like,
block. I'm going to try to remind everybody again.
like and subscribe. It helps. Yeah. I mean, notice how
The only way we're down here
is
is through your support. Statuscoup.com/join, $5 a month. And thanks to the Midas Touch partnership and co-broadcast.
That's cool, man. Do you see the bloopers of Ice? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was hilarious. The police are obliged to defend Minneapolis from ICE. It's the thing is, the chief of
You hear
police
whistles coming out
is now
from the second floors,
using stronger language with
the local homes.
The commanders saying like, no, if you guys keep up with this heavy-handed shit, we're not going to be there to protect you. That is on us to constantly remind these guys. I'm not even kidding. You got to remind the cops. It's like, you protect us, man. To serve and protect is it. Right? At least we thought.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
We have federal officers coming out of the area where the shooting occurred, and they were firing off munitions near a house.
Fuck you, fucking traitors! Fuck you! Fuck you!
And what a moment in the fall of capitalism. Remember to like and subscribe to get more great coverage. A helicopter.
Throw the country out for the place like you broke ass bum! Fuck you! Fuck you!
And yeah, guys, this is going to be the prime time with Pep. This one kind of, breaking news here.
Tell me, what you gonna do? Shoot us now? I hear you're in the fucking business of shooting people.
Oh my God,
Is what I hear.
it's Jolly Good Ginger. This is Jolly Good Ginger right here.
I'm recording behind that mask.
Hell yeah, I knew they were going to run into him. I knew he was
Even
there
behind
too.
that
Like,
fucking mask.
yeah. Shout out to Jolly
Trials are
Good.
coming. Where's your family? Trials are coming, you cowards.
That's right, baby. It was
Trials are
close.
coming, cowards. Get the fuck out of here. Who did you shoot this time? Who did you shoot this time? You patriot fuck.
Gosh, Patriot.
I served in the army for 13 years to wear that uniform, and you're fucking fat ass.
Patriot.
Did 47 days of training to wear it because you're a fucking Meal Team 6 Gravy Seal motherfucker. You couldn't fucking walk a day in my shoes, you fucking slumbag. Neither could you. Fix that fucking helmet. You're like a fucking soup sandwich.
Yeah, here.
If I was your fucking sergeant, you'd be fucking pushing the fucking dirt now. You fucking scumbag motherfuckers. Shoot me, bitch. Shoot me, bitch.
I mean, we got our own angry ginger here, man. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
You love our angry ginger.
You're not getting them.
That is not. Wait. Oh.
We're going to try to go around one more block, see if we can get a better angle of everything, maybe a little bit closer than what the federal officers are currently allowing.
There we go. Follow
As I was
Jolly
saying
Good
before we got to
Ginger.
that scene, I want to remind everybody that the only way that we're on the ground right now is through your support, your help. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, and if you can, join. Bad ice went through. Federal officers on the scene are treating Minneapolis like a war zone. shooting off munitions regularly, trying to run Bearcats through crowds.
I'm not trying to tease the man, but it's bizarre times. I agree. I totally agree. It is like, well, you know, you shouldn't really have to ask for the like and subscribe and the share, but that is the game of this YouTube. And you know what? The YouTube is still of the people, so we got to still play that game. Boo-boo tube.
Or once again, it's some police tape and a much larger line of officers.
It was like a fucking
head to toe camo.
I hate using this phrase because it is overused, but it is like watching a fucking movie. This is crazy.
Many of them carrying long arms.
And then you have that realization. It's like, oh, this is now, like now.
We can see down the street now, closer to the scene where the shooting happened. And there's quite a few number of federal officers standing around with police lights.
So is it I mean, for real, if the guy's barricaded in his house, where are they, just waiting on the fucking judge to sign the warrant?
I think they may be wearing night vision, as it is a somewhat dark corner, especially where they are right now. As you can see the green light and the red light down.
Cowards! Fuck you!
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the end of the show with this, guys. I'll probably just wrap up. I'll take like 2 minutes to wrap up. But yeah, I want to stay with this coverage as long as possible. I really hope
it's two lines of officers.
Interview somebody to get more info. Yeah,
some in camo, some in
good ginger.
what looks like streetwear.
I'm gonna do that after stream here.
Is that? Yeah. Oh, we have an officer aiming a pepper pellet gun, I believe, at multiple people. Whoa, there's fireworks going off very close to the scene where all the police and federal officers are down the street where likely the shooting happened, and they're, I guess, still trying to get people out of a home.
This is not the south side. This is not the south side. This is the north side. No, fuck that. My daughter live here. Me too. My daughter over north. And y'all gonna back up, and we are not gonna provoke them. They gonna back up, and we gonna back the fuck up. And we gonna back up. Okay?
You heard that?
Everybody back the fuck up.
Not a pepper pellet. Sorry, I had to.
Federal officers, Border Patrol officers here seem to be unsure what to do here. Occasionally,
we're watching history in the making. We have no idea what it is.
Different weapons.
No, it's a great take. No, yeah.
At the protesters and assembled media.
Are you watching this too? This is happening live as we're going, like in the corner here.
Looks
Iran
like
closes its airspace.
Most of the aircraft. What I would assume are police lights.
Media blackout. They blocked up the airspace. That's what comes next. I don't like witnessing history, but that's tonight. Like, I have a feeling. Oh, God damn it. I might have to go live again.
Would you mind talking to us? Oh, you're talking on the cell phone right now. Sorry.
Oh, man. No matter what, guys, it's going to be a minute after this because I got to eat. Actually had a dinner planned and everything tonight. Not just a granola bar.
Man, would you mind talking to us? The status quo.
Yes,
talking to
please.
us, camera, for a minute. Were you hit with some gas or something? There's a bit in there. Pepper pellets looks like on the ground.
And rubber bullets.
I'm sorry.
And rubber bullets.
They shot rubber bullets at the crowd.
Many. They shot me. Oh, several times.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, one in the face, and most of them were down at my legs. But
What do you know anything that else other than what's that there was a shooting down here? What happened?
was that they shot? I thought it was 2 people, but I don't know any more than that.
They're backing up right now.
Ambulance. I saw the ambulance heading to the hospital when I was on my way here.
Oh, the ambulance did get through.
What is it? What has it been like here on the scene? You got shot. What was happening at that time?
For fuck's sake.
I don't know. I didn't. I left my home in Robbinsdale after I found out that the shooting had happened.
So what brought you out here that you're immediately responding to this event?
Someone else texted me that their son had just heard that they shot someone.
That's their son.
What made me leave my house to come down here.
Are you part of the community groups that respond to?
I'm not part of any particular group.
Well,
I'm
she's just a
really
citizen and
angry.
they shot her.
I have grandchildren
She's
and
literally
children
not
that
even a
live here.
protester. She was just
What
in
has
her
this
house.
been like seeing? I mean, we have federal troops on the ground. They're raiding people's homes. They're
That's
shooting
the shit. That's what I've been telling you guys. They are
people.
not going
What has it been like?
differentiate.
Your
Trust
just kind of
me.
gut response from seeing this.
Well, like I told
Man.
the ICE people up there, this is the first time I've ever really felt hate.
And unsafe in your own neighborhood. Like,
That's what it feels like.
Can you?
This is
what do you mean by hate?
Angry. I hate what they're doing. I hate them for doing it. I'm not a violent person, but if I were, I would be doing more than I'm doing.
Dude, it's this old lady's hitting the precipice. If you haven't seen social media, lady,
There's been an incredible community response to.
She's an American true patriot.
There's been an
Hell
incredible
yeah.
community response
Make it more
to these
patriotic than
acts of
that.
violence against your community. Has that given you kind of any hope for what's been
anybody that
happening,
is
or for
delusional enough to think
what
that
can happen in the future?
This is somehow going to push the governor's race.
What it has done
of
more than anything
Republican?
is
You're fucking delusional.
drive a wedge between me and some of my family members.
What do you mean by that?
I have a sister who voted for President Trump, and I have a brother who voted for President Trump. My brother has recognized the error of his ways.
Mm-hmm.
My sister has not.
It's unfortunate.
It's when it's not just kind of like politics,
someone in my
like
life
we used to,
that has been texting me that
during,
she's so
like the
sorry
Bush
that she
Clinton,
voted for that
like
man.
kind of the Clinton year. Oh, we got fireworks going on. Get out of the area. Get back there. Oh, I got hit in the head really bad.
These jackbooted motherfuckers.
Out of the blue, police are moving forward.
Dude.
Shooting, firing.
This is
I got hit in the head, man.
yeah, this is gonna lead to some really bad shit, man. For them.
Been shooting off munitions again. Not quite sure what I was
Yeah.
hit in the head by.
I don't
I was
understand
turned,
how they think they're gonna just keep
had
constantly
my
getting
back
away with this shit. But
stupidly to the federal
they think they
officers.
have qualified immunity.
So I believe it was something that they threw or fired.
Okay.
All right, stay here.
You wwonder why there's an influx of people saying that what they want to do, like that lady. If she
Sorry,
was
we're
a more
just
violent
checking in. I
person.
don't believe I'm bleeding. I think it's that bad. That absolutely horrible. But thankfully, at least was wearing a hat. Let's back up the way a little bit.
Flashbangs feel like a punch.
Our way. The gas is coming our way. And they're continually firing off things.
This is their neighborhood. That they're fucking flashbanging. Look at this. Look at this guy. Such a threat. I can. Just saying, guys.
Just breathing through my gas mask right now so I can catch my breath.
In Fantasyland, do I have like a very... you ever seen Walking Dead with Negan?
Once again, I don't know, John, if you caught anything, but I didn't see anything that perpetuated that
in Minecraft
violent move other than just to clear a crowd. I'm sorry?
Status quo.
Yes, status quo. Would you mind talking to us for a moment?
Sure. I follow you guys.
She's
I'm a
like,
member.
sure. I've heard of you. I love you guys.
What?
Did you?
Okay, we're gonna.
You literally
I
heard
think
it
it's
was
really
like,
dark right now. Oh, there we go.
Hi.
Let me move you a little bit closer.
Oh, she's still so pleasant. Minnesota.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay, got hit with a stick.
Oh my gosh,
We're, in the
you so
we're hiding in the
that's
bushes
crazy.
right now. But what?
I know it's crazy.
Very,
but hi.
What? Why are you out here tonight?
Okay, so I'm in a memberhood watch group, and there was a call put out. There is a pregnant woman who was in her house surrounded by ICE. She was afraid that she was going to go into labor, and so the community gathered to try and protect her. And by the time we got here, I mean, I was 8 minutes away, and the Minneapolis Police Department had, I don't know, the whole, I mean, it was completely taped off. We couldn't get through. Heard a shot, heard some flashbangs. People were trying to figure out what was going on. Some ambulances went in. I don't think she was injured, and I think she had a child with her, but I heard someone got shot in the leg. It's like, what is going on?
What? I mean, this is.
I mean, all they would have to do is go.
Yep, I got you.
They don't have to be here. And we would go home. I want to go home. It's kind of cold out.
What? I mean, this has been going on like it's a constant drumbeat. We've been chasing around these officers all day, and they would randomly stop, harass somebody, pull somebody out of the car, leave the car empty. What is this like in your community happening on a daily basis?
By the way, I want to be wrapping up show right after she's done here.
Neighbors who I haven't seen outside their house. I left them letters and say, hey, if you need something, please text me. I've joined some community members with packing up food for one of the local churches, and they do deliveries on Monday, Wednesday.
I appreciate her service, but I am going to stop it there. All right. Oh, that was great coverage. But yeah, guys, that was, I would say, fun, but not really. But that was good primetime coverage with Pep Talk. So I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. First show in the bag. Thank you guys again for hanging. Stick around for Left Past 10. I will catch you guys on my stream over on my channel tomorrow, 8 o'clock, and then 4 o'clock usually on Friday, and then Tuesdays on this space. I will see you very first thing. Peace.
Matt left me some instructions here. Please don't.
Really?
Yeah.
Really now?
Please don't talk during. Can't read his handwriting. Or the opening credits. Don't talk during the opening credits.
Okay.
Well, I won't then. Sorry.
Okay. Hey, buddy.
Hey, good evening. Hey, you activist mofo. I saw you. I was very, very impressed. And I hope we can talk about that tonight.
You know, a weird thing has happened now to the last handful of these that I've gone to. Everybody keeps saying they recognize me, but not from where.
Oh,
and I've
really?
never seen the clip they're talking about.
Wow. They recognize you, but not from where, huh? Where were you, actually? Were you in Minneapolis or in Detroit?
Detroit.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
Detroit.
At first, I thought it was Minneapolis, but you were in Detroit, which is, you know, I can see that might be one of the next cities. And I'm also wondering, where else are they going to dump these people? When is New York's turn?
You know, it's possible that there's a direct order given from the White House after Trump got insulted in Detroit. But other than that, honestly, the way Michigan is, I'm less concerned about this stuff generally. I mean, I'm not any less outraged, but like, you're not. First of all, Detroit is very spread out. Like there's not a lot of population density, and second, motherfuckers do not. I just don't. It's difficult to say, but like,
city.
I mean, kind of. It's less like they're gonna physically harm you and just like, off, don't bother me. Like a cop could pull up to somebody and be like, "Hey, come over here," and they just be like, "No."
Oh God. Well,
like, do you have a warrant? Okay, well then.
Yeah, I hear you. I
It's
just
like an
think
attitude.
the whole thing is pathetic. And
is.
you know, I saw on the Humanist, he did a piece today, Mike, and he showed all kinds of people talking about how they've had it up to there. And that this is like that. This is not funny. This is not fun. This is not funny. People are sick of it, and young people are going to have to are going to step up. And I don't want to see, you know, gun violence. I don't want to see violence. Those people have tactical shit. They have all of it. Unless people are going to spend a lot of money on all that kind of crap.
I keep hearing the people who have the least experience with any sort of violence talking about how, well, that's what's next. That's what we gotta do, actually. And I remember, I love the Humanist Report, but I do also remember right after the election, he was like, well, pack it up. America's done. Move to Canada. And then like a couple weeks later, he got his feelings got sorted out a little bit, and he changed his tune. I just would caution the whole internet. And, you know, HBX was asking how my hands are doing. This is a great example of what I'm talking about. A lot of times, well-meaning nutsacks are going to be as dangerous to us and what we're trying to accomplish as like an FBI plant. I harmed myself through folly.
Right.
That's the people I think that are saying, you know, it's time to escalate. We've had enough, and now we've got to blah blah blah. I think we're winning. I think we've never had more success in the messaging war. And at the end of the day, we don't have the physical ability to defeat the U.S. government.
Nope. Nobody has that kind of firepower. Nobody has the tactical gear. These people that are joining ICE were in the NRA. They are in militias. They're all the freaky right-wing weirdos that have been amassing collections and gear and all that shit for years. Trust me, because I've known some people like that. It's, you know,
and I'm not even like, maybe I don't know enough about room to room combat or any of that to make an assessment. I just know we're in the age of spy cameras and drones now. All they have to do is have a credible reason to call the best amongst us a terrorist organizer. And then they can hit their home from afar.
Yeah,
and
we're not. But you know, it's civil disobedience. It's not just protesting. It's civil disobedience, like Roger Hallam from Extinction Rebellion. I had interviewed him before he went to prison in the UK, and he talks about how to do this. And it's not just marching up and down streets. I mean, it's going to be blockading bridges, and there's going to have to be a lot more effort if these fuckers are going to be out there in the streets doing this shit.
What we just saw people doing was perfect. That I could not be more proud of America tonight.
Great. But
by the way, credit to Pep Talks. What amazing coverage that was.
He's been doing good coverage. Yes. He's good. I like that guy. I do. I like him.
Man for the moment.
There's somebody in my chat had said ICE is worried about retribution. And I also heard that, because you think about these guys and they're having problems. I think the government is having some problems getting a lot of these guys to volunteer, but I don't know. What is it? Just the most vicious, awful, ugly January 6th militia type, Nazis that are out there.
Washed out of academy. Couldn't make it as soldiers, washed out of boot camp.
Yeah.
Still desperate to harm other people, but afraid to be called a serial killer. So what do? Join ICE. Pathetic.
$50,000. And then I saw, and then on Democracy Now, there was a gal that is former military. She did for shits and giggles for writing, right? Chuck. For writing an article, and she applied. And they literally, you have to watch this Democracy Now edition. It was today. They literally accepted her. And they didn't even she did a P test, and she had cannabis in her system, and they didn't say a word about it. Wow. It's wild. And I watched this from an HR perspective, as I was a human resource professional. I'm like, who is doing their hiring? Who is recruiting? They're not doing. I would be fired. But that literally, guys have to get on and watch this interview on Democracy Now. Amy Goodman did it. It was great. And she also,
I would love to check that out.
Yeah, she wrote a Substack, and I forgot her name. Isn't it terrible? I forgot her name. I'm so sorry. But watch it.
I did want to attend an ICE hiring event myself, but I didn't have a robe or a hood. All right, fair enough.
I got you.
No,
I got you. Hey, I got all right. I mean, I do have a graphic. It probably won't get us in trouble.
Let's go for it.
All right.
Hey, the cats are away tonight.
No, I'm not gonna do anything that's gonna that's okay. This is just
what is the point of tooling around in dad and mom's car if hey, there we go. Now available at Tactical Plan. I mean, that's dead on.
All right. I mean,
so here's a real question.
Go ahead.
I have for you guys. What is the structure going to look like of us holding these people who are breaking the law as ICE accountable? How are we going to get that? Ensure that happens?
I don't know. Remember when you had been talking about Nuremberg trials, but that wouldn't work. We have to do things in the United States. This is way in the future. I mean, we're right here now with these people being dumped on the streets. So I don't know, but you had made a lot of sense, and I wasn't understanding that night. Remember, you got all frustrated at me.
I always get all frustrated.
Yeah, but it was me that night. Yes, it was. It was fair enough. Hey, I honestly can admit when I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not going to sit here. I was wrong. And you were trying to say something, and I kept blabbing and saying, no, Nuremberg, but you were right. So why don't you go into a little bit about that again? Can you give us some more on that?
I think
how you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we get power back, however we get power back, there is going to be a big knot to untangle. That right now, all these identities are being hidden for a reason. They know what they're doing can be punished later. So right now, what we have to do is collect evidence. And we've got to store that evidence in a way that it is easily searched later on. I don't know. That's a project that we're going to have to do.
It's we meaning millions of people in this country who are really disgustingly, really upset. Really upset.
Yeah. If it helps nerds out there, there's a fantasy series called Warhammer where the dwarves
yeah.
keep a book of grudges. Anybody that's ever wronged them, they write it
Warhammer.
down for eventual revenge. I think we have to keep a book of grudges. I think we've got to say, like, okay, on this night we just saw X many ICE officials. They fired at this woman who was acting peacefully, striking her in the legs with rubber bullets. And then, like, later on, when it comes time for the trials, it's going to have to be, okay, who was the officer in charge at the scene? If you did not keep that record, who is failed to keep the records, because they are now responsible for the full charges of even if you are just the captain that said, I'm not gonna keep a record of who was at what event. Well, then you, the captain, are taking on the full responsibility for everything your agents did, up to and including the murders they commit.
You think I'll be alive to see this happen? Is it going to take 24 years like it did in Romania?
It might not even take 4 years. At the rate we're going, and I know it never feels like change is coming until it's here, but at the rate we're going with Trump's decline, with America's power being just hemorrhaging away.
Yep.
There's a sincere chance that either a panicking Trump administration reverses course and tries to throw ICE officials under the bus, or more realistically, there is an impeachment and then, damage control after that.
You have what I don't, but I'm trying to feel like there's an end to this. I'm looking and I'm trying to think that, can we ever this country, it's 1 year. Look where we are. 1 year.
Oh, yeah.
mean, everything is so bad. The EPA announces today, we're not going to keep track of air pollution, how many people we save. I mean, it's every day gets worse and worse and worse. How does it stop? I mean, it's painful. It's just painful.
I just want to make everybody a little more bummed out. This person is saying that what I'm describing is hopium. What I'm describing is not a good thing. I just want to be clear.
A good person, though. Global is a good person.
I believe it.
Yeah.
But I understand why you might hear me saying that this could, we could be beginning trials for ICE officials, before Trump's term is even up, as a hopeful thing. Yeah. That's not what I'm imagining, just to be clear. What I'm imagining is that it actually gets worse than it currently is. And there is no choice but to, in a scenario, if it's like that, that means we will be conducting these trials in the wreckage of a country.
It's awful horrible. It really is. In the wreckage of a country, because we are really circling the drain. I mean, everybody from all over the world that I talk to, people from all over the world, and they're just looking at it and shaking their head. It's just that bad. Just that bad. And
we've already lost.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we've already lost our soft power, but go ahead.
But the people that are cheering on Trump are just the other fascists. Well, the regular, the usual crowd, Malay, Argentina, Netanyahu. The usual crowd. Yep.
100%. It is all people who want excuses. No, they want their own behavior to seem acceptable by comparison. Imagine every single one of them, one of the swamp, tried for treason. Totally plausible.
I made that, I would hope. But, hope is fleeting.
I mean, the details I will always be a snot about. I doubt the charges would actually be treason, but I mean, maybe. What the hell?
And on my good days when I'm feeling like, okay, so what if he's gone? But who's behind him? Who's whispering in his ear? The little white supremacist Stephen Miller. They're all around. J.D. Vance. The thing about him is he has no charisma, and he'll never have what obviously Trump did with MAGA. But the thing is, he's got the money behind them. He's got Palantir. He's got these corporations that have all our information, that have us by the proverbial balls, even though I don't have any. I have balls.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And by the way, Fixer at home, if they keep this up all the way through the November elections, I have to imagine. First of all, I'm pretty sure
have them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to start winding this stuff down as campaigns heat up because they expect Americans to be that dumb. But that winding it down doesn't mean it goes away. It just means they're going to wait for the campaign to be over. But if we can get 2/3 in Congress, we can do major changes. If we can even get a majority in the House and Senate, we can basically stop this guy's rampage.
How do we get people out there who now are looking at ICE terrorizing the cities? Will they have enough ICE agents to go all over and do this? And will law enforcement join them? I mean, people now are looking and saying, well, maybe voting won't even be worth it. I don't want to go out there and get beat up. How do we do this? I know it's not but how does that happen? I'll go. I'm not afraid, but I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. There's no, I've been through too much of my life to have that fear. Fear is detrimental, but there's millions of people who are looking at this that are saying, wow, is it worth it to get out there? It's not going to really do anything. It's too far gone. I'm only playing devil's advocate here.
No, I know.
I'm the doomer on the bus, so don't forget that.
Well, two things. First of all, literally just physically being there does do something. And it scares ICE. It slows them down. If nothing else, it slows them down. It takes what could have been a 15-minute arrest and makes it a 3-hour affair. It makes it much more complicated. It also shows people in your neighborhood that, you can expect backup if you go out against ICE. That's thing number one. But that dovetails nicely with this question. When, says TR75, who is rightly depressed in these days, when the election doesn't go our way, what's next? Depends what you mean by doesn't go our way.
What next? We're Russia. We get more and more censored. We're Russia. That's all. Learn what they live like.
It depends what you mean by doesn't go our way. If you mean House and Senate, if that doesn't go our way, I will reassess what's next based on the localities that we won or did not. You still have a local government, and that more and more is going to have to be what you rely upon. So your local police force.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what people are doing here. I'm already seeing people everything is get this asshole out of Congress that's local here. And people are disgusted with him. And I'm seeing that even people in his party locally are disgusted with him because he is such an ash licker.
That's local people talking about a congressional race, and that's good. Yeah. But I'm also trying to focus folks on your local race. So who your mayor is going to matter. Who your police chief is really going to matter. Because whether or not ICE is allowed to just tool around your streets, behaving in a shady manner, that's something that's going to depend on your local law enforcement. On a related note, call the police on ICE all the time. If you see an ICE car going around and around in your neighborhood, call the cops on them. Say there's a suspicious vehicle circling my neighborhood. Give them no more information than that. Call the cops on them. We should be trying to drive a wedge between these two organizations. We should be doing everything in our power to create friction between them and create opportunities for them to A, argue, B, behave like ICE does with everybody, but with people that have the power to arrest them.
All right. I want to ask you this too. Republicans red, Democrats blue. Neither one gives a fuck about you. Okay, so given that we feel like people don't give a fuck about us, who does give a fuck about us?
Progressives do. And I would not confuse progressives with Democrats. Pay attention to the primaries.
That's right. That's right.
Now,
That's right.
our moment is now if we're progressives, and our main focus should be the primaries because our goal is to take over the Democratic Party. We should be very free with throwing established Democrats under the bus. If you're talking to somebody and they're not listening to you, a great way to wake them up is to leap on a Democrat. I have found because they're not our friends. They're working against us.
No, my God, Chuck Schumer makes me sick. He's such he is so, I was with my mom this week, my gonna be 92-year-old mom, and she agrees with me that he is not the guy for the moment. Well, there's a few maybe that might be, but for the most part, he is just not. And I was shocked at how progressive she is. Holy shit. I had a great time with her, and she helped me write my latest Substack article called Denial. I wrote an article about this whole situation, but I called it Denial. I came from a bit of a different angle. It's on Substack, but she was like my editor. She was helping me out. It was great. I was so proud of her. Just everything.
Awesome.
Yeah, she's a progressive. Holy crap. It was great.
How did you approach it differently?
Impromptu with mom. Oh, my chat. I did a live at my mother. She wouldn't come on the camera. And she just goes, I'm in my robe. I'm like, Mom, come in the room. Because I stood up and did a live stream. Oh, you were there, Jake, weren't you?
Yeah.
Did you come? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she was great. Shit. I should have just dragged her into the camera.
How is the Substack article a different approach?
Well, I talked about denial as a defense mechanism, how all these people are in denial. Let me see if I can find it. And okay, hang on. It's kind of like, a lot of people write things. All right. I can't pull it up because I don't know how on this. I don't know how to pull up links on our on this. So I'm just going to actually okay. I'm just going to read a little bit. And okay, just the beginning, you guys can find it. Seems to me climate change denial, violence denial, authoritarianism denial in general seem to be an epidemic. So what does denial really mean? It's a defense mechanism. All over social media, denial rears its ugly head in so many different ways, but essentially it's a defense against reality. Accepting climate collapse, creeping authoritarianism, or state violence means accepting fear about the future. But in reality, the future is now and the past is now. All we have is now. Now is quite ugly, although historically humanity has always been in denial. And I went on like that. I took this and I talked about it. Basically, the United States is in denial. They're in so denial that they operate as a ruthless, hateful, fascist regime. And then anybody who wants to see it, go for it. It's under Environmental Coffee House. I've been writing I like Substack a lot. I like writing. I got books. I've got new books on writing. I've got interesting things to draw out passion inside me. But so that's how I say I approach things differently. I'm just not writing about what's happening. I'm writing about why and what denial is and how it's a big defense mechanism. But our government is in total denial. These people have deluded themselves. They, think about it. Maybe they've had authoritarian tendencies, but Marco Rubio, for example, he was a senator. What did he hide all this horribleness? He is just beyond horrible. And he's doing 4 jobs for the government? And he has turned into the biggest fash out. Horrible. And then you see Chuck Schumer going, hey, there's my friend Mark. What the fuck, Chuck? Well, why? Why would you even want to talk to that little fuck now? Why?
What's shocking to me is that
What
a
are
lot
they?
of the
What are they? Take
Oh,
over.
I mean, he's an old-fashioned Republican. His goal is just to fleece as much money out of the government as he can.
Rubio?
That's it. By the way, the
Cuba.
expose
Cuba.
on his drug dealing brother-in-law was amazing.
Okay.
But Rubio basically hung out with he got his start with Cuban gangsters,
Did
far
he?
right Cuban gangsters,
Jesus
and
Christ. So
yeah,
that's what his thing is. His thing
basically.
is he wants Cuba. What does he want it to be like Greenland? Cuba, Greenland,
I mean,
Venezuela?
sure, but he doesn't
Jesus.
actually care about Cuba or Greenland or Canada or any of it. All Rubio cares about is money, power, and yeah, maybe respect for but not the sort that you get from actually helping people. The sort that you're
Little Marco.
ordered to give people. Yeah, he's a little
Yeah.
man with
But it's just
with
to
a little
me,
cock.
I just can't get over that that people. I know it's not going to ever come to they're beating each other up in Congress, but it got a little crazy there with MTG and Bobert. But to even talk to these people, how can they talk to them when they're doing what they're doing to our country and shredding the Constitution?
Yeah, it's not going to be enough just to round up these people that were on the streets, the ICE people that were actually pulling the trigger. Rubio, who's the drunk in charge? Pete Hegseth,
Yeah.
Christy Nome, all of the officials are
The
going to have
canned ham.
answer in a court of law. Unbelievable.
Eventually. That's why I say, am I going to even be alive to see it? I always reference.
Here's the thing: if it's actually,
Ceausescu.
if it takes, if it takes 15, 20 years, then we will have failed. Then it's either going to be done in the next administration, or it won't be done. And
then we'll be at 2.0 C in the global temperature of the planet, and we will have a carbon dioxide of 400 to 500 ppm, and we'll all be dying anyway. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
there's my doom for the night.
The point being, if it's not going to take as long as you're imagining, if it happens at all. But that also means we can't have Gavin Newsom in the White House next. Even if he's out there promising that he's going to be the guy that
he's not the
puts
guy.
a DOJ. Yeah, he's not.
No, because he's the billionaire's friend.
Yeah.
He's not the guy. Let's see. What is Latino saying? Hi, Latino. This is interactive with you guys tonight. Most likely, Rubio wants to create the Batista-like dictatorship. Fulgencio Batista was a fascist public dictator the U.S. put in power before Castro. Good point. Yes, a right-wing fascist dictator.
Oh yeah.
Thank you,
I
Latino.
mean, but that
like
for
that.
any country. I just want to be clear. He'll talk about Cuba like he gives a shit. He'll talk about America like he gives a shit, but it's irrelevant to these people. They don't have any guiding principles. Not a one of them.
You think they
Rand
ever
Paul
did?
actually? Yeah, Rand Paul does a little bit.
And
he
Massey.
actually, yeah.
Mm.
I still don't think they're good human beings, but at least they have some principles.
They suck as human beings, but they have some principles.
Overall, yeah. Overall, failing grade, but they did answer some questions correctly.
Overall failing grade. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so I really like Latinos, the Cuban American, especially in Florida. Right, the Florida right sees the Batista era as the golden age they wish to return to. You know what? That explains a lot to me, because everybody wants to go back to some kind of perceived golden age when make America great again, when there was never a golden age not for African Americans, not for Black people, not for Hispanic. There's never been a golden age. For who? Always just the rich, the 1%.
Yeah.
The golden age.
And when I read that, like Latino Mafune, I don't disagree with your assessment at all. I that makes a lot of sense to me, what you're saying. I would just say I see these people as identical to the way Republicans behave. Like they claim to want to go back to the Reagan era or want to go back to this, that, or the other thing, but they don't have a policy reason why.
Yeah.
They don't actually have any sort of understanding of the mechanics of how any of this worked. They're just responding. They're just parroting propaganda, basically.
And racism.
Yeah.
They want to go back to
the
before,
people I hated got bullied back then.
Yeah, they want to go back to lynching. They want to go back to before. Who knows what they want? They're just all so sick. God.
Donald James X with an excellent question here.
All right.
So he was pointing out in an earlier comment that they're behaving in a way that you would think means they would understand that a prison cell awaits them as soon as they're out of power. So are they going to give back power? The question I ask is, how are they going to keep power if they won't give it back? Great question, because they don't have a choice about giving it back, theoretically, in America. They are going to try to interfere with the elections. And I don't just mean in the way they normally do, by tossing out votes, et cetera, certainly by replacing your county clerks with liars. But they are going to straight up try to say some elections were illegitimate and just not count the winners.
Obfuscate everything.
Do you remember when Trump and like Mike Lindell would not acknowledge states he lost? Trump right now is claiming to have won Minnesota 3 times, even though he never won it.
Isn't Lindell running for governor?
Maybe. So imagine that these people then, with their new attitude, said, you know what, the Michigan elections, there was something funny about them. We're not trusting that. So we're actually going to say the Republican won.
Ugh.
That's what they're going to try to do. And we have to be ready to respond, including physically. In this case, I do think it's important to never allow illegitimate politicians literally into their offices. Just sit in front of their offices and say, this is not for you. You did not win the election. Get the fuck out.
That's civil disobedience. That's
and you will get
completely
arrested,
civil.
but that's the point.
That's what it is. That's right. That's how we kept a nuclear waste dump out of this county. I wasn't
Hell
here.
yeah.
But how they did it in the 1980s here, and it was not a partisan thing. It was everyone together, and that's how I'm hoping we keep data centers out of here too. So that's one thing about the protesting locally. I'm not going to be out there because of the fact that I've got this other project that I'm working on, and I can't be seen as that right now, so that I can be credible in making sure that our county understands data centers are not for us. So
I don't think those have to be mutually exclusive. I certainly don't think they should be viewed as that or treated as that, but you do what you got to do.
Right now, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. But there's a lot of amazing people in this little red county. So that gives me a good feeling. And I like that. I do like that. Because then there's more and more people. But I don't
also
know.
Crucial for understanding that the amount people win by is going to matter a lot. Like the amount of support Trump has going into this thing is going to matter so much. If we can keep, and we've been doing a great job, but if we can keep whittling away like this insane blind support for MAGA, things are not going to go the way they hope they do.
Yeah.
Especially with the Epstein files shenanigans. Did you see how much that got under Trump's skin yesterday?
To the union, the Ford guy. Yeah. And this guy is now he's a working class hero now. He's a new working
and his
class
GoFundMe
hero.
Got $300,000.
Yeah, more than the fascist cop that shot Renee.
Good.
But people donated to that guy who all of a sudden now has internal injuries. What a load of shit. And it started on CBS. CBS, but you know what? ABC reported it too. They're all capitulating. They're all spreading the lies. Any fucking person that believes that shit after seeing what those videos look like, guy had nothing. He had nothing. Lying.
Oh, he went out and took beauty pictures. He went out and took pictures of himself dressed like an SS officer, basically, with his ice stuff on.
God, we are so fucked sometimes. I feel like that, but I don't give up. I don't give up. Not with you, Jake. I can't. How can I? You're the epitome of let's keep going. Never stop.
I mean, yeah.
You
We just don't even have the choice.
Nope. You've got a good head on your shoulders.
From time to time.
No, most of the time.
See, here's what makes me worried, because now I'm thinking again about where people are seeing me from these protests.
Oh,
I promise you, somewhere there's video of my fat behind waddling at the front of this thing, and there's nothing on the ground. I fell over nothing. There's no reason to fall. It was just my body was like, it's time.
You're so silly. Where'd they see?
I have a feeling when people are like, "Oh, I remember you," they're politely leaving off like, "You're that an idiot." Yeah. Hey, buddy.
No. I think you were good on talking to people too. You don't have a clip of that, do you? To show?
No.
Anything set up on your being out there with Pep Talk showing you live?
You'd think.
Too
But
bad.
no.
All right. That's too bad. All right. Well, what?
How is this possible? My old stage name is somehow trending. Boku, that must have just Posey, that must have just been you. It had to. There's no way.
I've never trended. Environmental Coffee House has never trended on anything. God. But we are trying to save the planet, but that's not we've got Alex in here who's also ever the optimist on, that we're going to make something happen, force it. But with this administration canceling all the wind projects, I mean, every bit of energy, any energy is negative. Any energy is planet eating. Everything is planet eating, but they are making it worse where it could have been better. And they were going to buy EVs from China. And there was something though that I saw Orange Turd say when a news person asked him, I think it was today, asked him about the EV market. And he didn't poo-poo it. He didn't shove it away. Oh, we're going to have all that because we are going to have robots. I think it was when Ford guy said, we can't fill 5,000 jobs. And Orange Turd said, oh, don't worry about it. Oh, we're going to have robots soon. How come they can't fill 5,000 jobs?
Yeah.
I don't know what that was all about. I haven't had time to look into.
Oh, I don't even need to look at it. I can tell you exactly.
Please do.
They were unwilling to offer a living wage for those jobs. And so they want on record the fact that, hey, we were trying, so that when they replace all those jobs with robots, they can say, well, we were just filling a need.
And the car industry used to be a good job. You live in Detroit. I mean, it used to be. Wow.
I mean, yeah, if you join any of these places through the union, which you can, then it remains a good job. But fudge, man, these people are looking for any excuse they can to just rob everyone. They're bad human beings. These oligarchs are not decent folks.
No, they are bad. And another thing that gets me is these people that follow Trump blindly are so stupid. They are so stupid. They get fleeced. He's fleecing the country. Is it stupid, or is it that they are so maybe I shouldn't use stupid, propagandized, lied to, they accept all this, and they believe that he's so wonderful, and he's fleecing them in every which way, writing fundraising letters that begs for, money when his whole family has enriched themselves. Oh my God, can't stand it.
I still don't fully understand, but I'm starting to get it. I think these people, it's not that they don't know that he's lying to them. They know that. It used to be that they thought that the lies he said to them were necessary because he had to lie to us in order to serve their purposes. But mostly what it is just that they think everybody lies. They think everything I'm hearing all the time is lies.
We've been conditioned.
Yeah. So if it's already lies, if everything I'm hearing is lies, then I'm going to go with the lies that hurt people I don't like.
That's the way their Trump phones are. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
And especially when it started with fake news. He started, this guy, as much as we want to hate him, was crafty, and he started all this. He knew what he was doing. He learned from Roy Cohn. He learned. Yeah. But, starting with fake news, having people doubt everything. It started 10 years ago. I never remember anything like this. 10 years of our lives ruined. And my older life, this is what I have at this age. Fuck. I feel worse for my mom.
Yeah. Honestly, me too.
Yeah.
I will never forgive Republicans generally, no matter how polite I force myself to be for the cause. I will never forgive them for my father's final days being marred by Trump's presence at all.
That's really it is. It pisses me off so much. And you know what? I know this really sounds icky, but I keep waiting for them to unleash the next pandemic.
Yeah. That's the crazy thing.
Conspiracy thinking on my part?
No. Well, them unleashing, yes, but it doesn't matter if it's intentional or unintentional. There will be another pandemic because that's just how the world works. There are pandemics from time to time. And when they're not always as bad as the coronavirus, but certainly there will be some major tragedy. And while we're having all these own goals, we are not preparing for the inevitable next obstacle that actually does come our way. We're going to get effing hammered by this.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're not going to do anything for anybody. Except, promote drinking whole milk. Why does any adult need whole milk?
They'll try to scam us more.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What were you asking?
Today was the whole milk thing too. And it's like, okay, but why does a 78 or an 80-year-old man need whole milk and full fat milk? Why are they doing that? I mean, it's the milk and dairy. It's the beef and the dairy industry. I know that's the new money behind the CDC,
bribes,
and the FDA.
They're
I know. I mean, I'm not saying that like the ketogenic. If you follow a ketogenic diet, you lose weight. You do, but they're not telling people that. They're just saying, drink milk, don't buy crap, but they're not telling people how to change their lives. They're not giving tools. They don't have somebody out there saying, okay, we're going to start this mass program and teaching people how to eat, nutrition, all this. They're not doing any of that. They're just saying, drink whole milk and put it in the schools. And that's it. No tools, no nothing. No, nothing. I know. Am I frustrating you?
No, I mean, you're just correct. All right, let me take that back. Yes, you are, because you are accurately describing what's happening. Yes, it is a frustrating reality that we are in.
Right?
But that's it exactly.
It's the Morana scene.
Yes.
We are in the Morana scene. But I don't want to call people stupid. I've never been a name caller in my life. And it's like, all of a sudden, what happened to me? I've become this, I have hate in my vocabulary. And I never, even the worst second Bush was so bad. He was such a bumbling fool. I would watch him on television and just cringe at what a moron he seemed like, but I didn't hate. Even Dick Cheney, and Dick Cheney was evil, but I never ran around going, I hate Dick Cheney. Oh, I didn't like Dick Cheney. I didn't like Halliburton. I didn't like, but boy, oh boy, I don't know sometimes if this is good or bad. What do we do with that hate?
I mean, they made my mama cry, so I hated them. But I'll tell you, I hear what you're saying.
Oops. Greetings from Minnesota.
Well, hello, Mikey.
Yeah.
And thank you for being patriots. Minnesotans are making us all proud. Well done, sir.
I'm a bit worried.
You're part of a fine state, and you are your whole state is one of the sole reasons America will ever be able to hold its head high again.
Yep.
So thank you.
I just am worried though. My partner, one of my partners on our channel, our meteorologist, he's going to Minneapolis like tomorrow. His mother lives there. And I'm just like, oh my God. I worry. I'm worried, but I can't, but I am worried.
Mm.
He has to go. His family's there.
Vizora brought up something interesting recently, which is that a lot of lefties cannot afford to travel. And this is a time where we really could use all the live streamers we can in the streets, keeping people safe by keeping eyes on this criminality. Damn it, I got to figure out a way. I wish we could have one day where we could get as many eyes on like a fund for traveling live streamers as what the Ford guy got. If we could get that kind of money and say, okay, yeah, if you are traveling for the purposes of streaming, use this account. Oh, I don't know how we can fundraise in that same way.
Okay, there's already, organizations out there. So it's pitching that idea to the ones that are already like 50501 or pitching the idea and doing it through a mechanism that already exists and is already being looked at as domestic terrorists, which God, everybody knows they are not at all.
I don't know what a Cal grant is, but Bozy is suggesting there should be Cal grants for ice watching or state grants. Oh, I forget that we're not all in California.
California, yeah. Okay, that's but it makes sense, Jake. That's a very good idea.
The problem I have with that is that I want it to be biased. I don't want to give it equally to the left and the right. In this case, I want to counteract the right's the rights money with somehow our own. But
I like the idea of live streaming it all. Well, I used to do that in my beginning days. I used to go to everything and live stream it. Everything, every town hall with Tom Reed, Congressman Tom Reed, everything I did, but I don't anymore. So actually there's the up and coming live streamers that are out there. Just take your phones and record it and play it on Facebook until they shut us off.
Bozy, I will probably have questions for you, but I don't have the brain space to understand the answers.
Here's a comment. This is John, and he is an activist he walked across the freaking country. They will be in everybody's community at some point. Know your rights and spread the word. Yeah, that's really important. Knowing your rights and spreading the word.
And also know
ahead
of time, know what you are going to do. Like physically in the moment. So blow a whistle to alert the whole neighborhood that they're here. So have a whistle on hand at all times until this is done. And then also live stream. If it's live, it's a hell of a lot harder for them to hide the evidence because it's already out there. Yeah, not a police force. They are an immigration agency. They are not general law enforcement. They can only stop a vehicle if they have reasonable suspicion of an immigration violation or an official warrant. They cannot randomly stop you. So bear that in mind, gang. They can only detain if they have reasonable suspicion of you being undocumented or there is a valid immigration warrant for you. So again, they cannot. They have to call the real cops to deal with crimes. Use of firearms can only draw a gun if there is immediate threat of serious harm. Bear in mind, these are untrained, evil. See you next Tuesdays. I'll go. This is the time for cursing. They're evil cunts. So they will try to shoot you.
Too much. Okay.
ICE has no authority over U.S. citizens, people filming or passing by. Never allow them to do what they are doing without you stopping and filming it. If you see it and you let it pass, that is a black mark on your soul.
Yeah.
You should absolutely always involve yourself in ICE evil.
And then
Don't let it happen.
Stephen Miller's out there today on the right-wing, fascist right-wing propaganda government media saying that they have total immunity. So it's like giving them like all that you just read, and Stephen Miller's saying you have total immunity to beat up.
They don't.
Do whatever you want. I know. Stephen Miller.
I just want to be
He's
so
gotta
clear
go.
that just because Stephen Miller, that evil little gremlin, says it doesn't make it so. Congress passes
Evil little
laws that
gremlin.
decide how these things operate. Congress
Yeah.
has passed no such law that any government agent has total immunity, because that would be insane.
Insane in the membrane. Yep, it would be.
Insane in the brain.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think John liked that poster, so yeah, it was good info. That's why I put it up. I didn't make it, so I just thought it was good. Anybody that wants it, I don't know where I put it on my Substack. I didn't make it, but like I said, it was good, and I thought the information was accurate. That's why I put it up.
Yeah.
But Mikey says they're not following any of these rules. They're grabbing protesters, detaining them
Correct.
for 10 hours, kidnapping. You know what they did here? Okay. We have a professor at University of Buffalo. He's in the medical department. He's working on a medical, he's a neuroscientist. And in Buffalo, we have the Peace Bridge. When you're on the 190 and you go, the entrance is so confusing. If you just go the wrong way instead of going on Niagara Street and you go one way, there is no way for you not to go to Canada. You have to go up to border and turn around and come back. Well, you know what happened to him? He's been on a J1 visa, which is a visitor visa. He has his status is not up until I think it's 2029 because he has been here before. J1 visa, if you go back to your home country for 2 years, you can come back again and do your research. They've got him in detention. They arrested him, or they're holding him. He has a valid visa. He is a University of Buffalo researcher. I mean, this is pathetic. He made a mistake. And there's no way. And I'm like on this. I'm on the article with the commenters. What a bunch of idiots. They're all of a sudden, they're all immigration attorneys. Well, let me tell you, I do know it. I brought over these people from other countries. I did it. I got the visas. I did this work. And all these people are all of a sudden, they're immigration attorneys. And it just pissed me off so much because the guy is fine. Why is ICE detaining him? Because he's from Azerbaijan and he has a little bit darker skin. This is wrong. I don't know what's happening with University of Buffalo, what the hell is going on with their attorneys, but this is so bad. 10 days already in the Batavia ICE holding center. Yeah.
So
PhD neuroscientist.
Document this and put it down. I don't know where, but put it someplace where we can collect it with other infractions, because there are going to be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of such cases that we must force them to answer for. That was 10 days of that person's life stolen so far over nothing.
Yeah.
And they knew what they were doing.
And he's legal. He's not out of status. But all these idiots on the investigative post were arguing that, oh, well, he must have done something. Send him back. Like, do you even know what you're talking about? Oh, I can't do this because today I got so aggravated over this because this is my hometown and I did this for a living. I know, I did this. So I did the immigration shit. I brought students in. I brought J1 visas, researchers. Oh my God. And it just really pisses me off because they don't know. And they want, you know what? These people are vicious. They just don't care. They're saying, well, they're doing a job. Send them back without knowing anything, Jake. This is why I wrote that article, Denial, on. So it's about social media too. It's about how vicious social media is and dangerous. It's vicious and awful. And here we are on social media. But it's just.
It can be. Yeah, there's no rules. So it absolutely can be horrible. It's up to us to create what it will be. I think we're doing better these days than we were. At some point, someone's going to chew me out really thoroughly for how I and you and all of us allowed the 2024 election to happen. And I don't know what they're going to be saying that tears us to shreds, but they'll be right. Because there's no effing way in the world this guy should have won.
Yeah, but remember what happened during Biden's tenure, giving all of that money to Israel to create.
True.
Yeah, and that pissed a lot of people off. But they
really,
didn't they know that Trump was going to do this? I mean, Trump is that on steroids, and they're going to develop they're going to develop. Trust me, they're going to develop the Gaza Strip. They're going to make it a beach strip. They're going to do that. And no one is helping those poor people. And they had rains and tents and oh my God, what a fucking.
So I think you might have just nailed it. I think Republicans right now, honestly, I think they're desperate to be over with Trump. Even MAGA folks, I think they're desperate to move on. Simply because the conversations that they're having, they're less and less fun, basically. But regardless, we're going to keep having this until we demonstrate that the Democratic Party is different. And that's only going to happen if a bunch of people who are centrist are howling and yowling and saying, oh, the party's gone crazy. Oh, the party's, I can't believe what's happening. There's
the party of mom dummy. Rich is what we need.
Exactly. So we will know we have a chance if centrist Democrats are freaking out and trying to backstab us. If it seems like centrist Democrats are being our pals, then we're in some pretty serious trouble. Because it all comes down to nobody will ever again buy what centrist Democrats were selling. And I don't think anybody will ever again buy what centrist Republicans are selling. Because the center is not actually a centrist position. It's just an oligarchical position. That's it. They're servants of the oligarchy. And they don't care enough about the rhetoric that they're saying to go very far one way or another with it. Hey, we did an hour.
I know we did. My God, we're cooking. We're cooking.
That's the. I'm saying, do you want to just do an hour-long show? Since we don't have our.
What's everybody saying out there? Are y'all energized?
Are you energized?
Yeah, they are. Our chats are energized, but I mean, we're talking about some serious shit. I mean, I could show you some sandhill cranes from Florida. I could tell you about let me see if I got that video. I also have a sick cat, but I don't want to, I mean, how much do I want to talk about him? I caught him peeing it was so wild. I turned on my camera. I had a house sitter and I turned on the camera when I knew the house sitter wasn't there and I catch the cat peeing in the kitchen sink. So I know he has a UTI, but I got everybody and everything done so that he could get his medicine. So that was
actually pretty civilized of him. If
Yeah.
you're gonna pee anywhere
Yeah,
unconventional,
but he's sick. All right, I'm gonna open this. All right, we'll watch the sandhill cranes. That's them. Aren't they cute?
beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, Florida, it gets a bad rap, but Florida I call the crane state because that's all you see. And there's so much development. There's not going to be anything left. They are just that these construction people and they are ruining Florida. It will not have, there'll be nothing left. Nothing. I got some beautiful recordings. I went to Central Florida also, but it is just like everywhere else. It's an overshoot. We've overshot the boundaries of what the planet can take, and we just keep that. You won't see those sandhill cranes. They're taking away all the habitat. Not to depress everybody with that, but this is exactly what's happening. I mean, it's exactly what I saw. It's sad. Drives me crazy.
Oh,
You been to
perfectly
Florida,
put.
Jake? You been down there?
Not in many years.
Okay, well, I will show you. This is Florida. I mean, it's like that is the crane and not the bird. Not the bird.
Yeah, the new cranes in Florida.
Yeah, not the bird. Oh, Jesus. All right, so anybody have a topic they would like us to try to oh, really? The Mexican restaurants are all closed. Yeah.
Any good premeditated? I don't know about that. I think it was done in an act of passion.
Anger.
Still
Yeah.
murder.
Anger.
Still murder.
Oh,
Yeah.
that guy hates women, and he hates American women. He married a Filipino. He married somebody that is that he can, control. He probably couldn't get laid by any American women because he's a piece of shit. And I'm not
Anybody that
saying
can
anything
fully
bad
understand-
about Filipino women. Don't take that wrong.
No.
My
Anybody
point
that
was-
could fully understand the words he was saying wouldn't have him. And that poor Filipino woman, I assume, didn't speak English before she married him, and then only found out all too late that her husband was a horrible cunt.
Well, if she found out, who knows? We don't know the situation. I just know, oh, okay. People were saying,
she
well,
certainly
he's
knows some
got a
bad sex.
Filipino wife, so he must like immigrants. Bullshit. He just couldn't get laid by an American because he's such a piece of shit. That's what happens. And these guys go and they bring subservient women from other countries that don't have what we might have and are looking for a way out.
Yeah, he needed to rely on a category that he couldn't help to help him get laid. He needed to rely on the fact that he was born an American in order to get laid, and that wouldn't impress an American gal, but apparently it impressed one Filipino gal who, to this day, I'm positive regrets her decision to ever give him the time of day.
We'll see. And I'm certainly not putting down anybody or any kind of anything here. I'm just saying I am a woman. And if that's it. He shot to death an American girl, and I have to say this. I am so sorry about Sandee losing her cat. She tried so hard.
Oh no.
And I have a sick cat, but he's on medicine. I got to bring him back to the vet. I can't afford to bring him back to the vet until next week. And, but he's on his medicine and I feel terrible. We all went through that with her. Everybody that watches Left of the Box, our Canadian Sandee Lovas, who's also on This Space TV. Don't forget to watch her. She's good and she will fill you in on all the Canadian news and all the Canadian things that we Americans may not know, just like the True North Eager Beaver, who I've had Douglas on my show. I love them too. We can't forget our Canadian.
I'm
friends.
so glad you're having him on.
No, I had him on. I did remember.
I'm so
last
glad
year?
you had him on.
Oh, last year, great interview. He's wonderful. They're great.
He is.
I just don't lately. I haven't been able to get up early enough to watch them, and it's terrible because I was watching them every single day, getting up early enough. But once the weather changes and the light comes, gets a little, I'll get up. I just though. Although I get home, and I sleeping at my mother's. There's no cats, so I actually, I kind of slept. I get home, same shit. Cats fighting on the bed. I had my hair up, and I got the cat, pulling at my hair. And I'm like, somebody asked me, "Are you sleeping well now that you got home?" I'm like, "What, are you fucking kidding?" They're all fighting with it. No, it's only one that fights, but it's just funny. It's funny. Oh, and I hurt my hand too. Oh my God. I don't know what I did today. I was lifting. I don't know what I did, but it's killing me right in the palm. Ow. It hurts. And I was out and back too. I went and moved my trail cam because I wasn't happy with what I was seeing. I wasn't seeing enough. I moved
The
it.
open wounds don't hurt all that much, but if you can see the pixels on the screen,
Yeah.
under the camera there, they look all effed. That is because when I fell, something in my pocket between my phone and my thigh existed.
Oh, you poor
and my
thing.
thigh feels like awful, but I would take 10 of those to not have the pixels on my screen effed up, because I cannot fix that until the channel's profitable.
Right. Well, right. If we hold our breath,
never.
we won't be doing anything for profitable channels. Well, one thing about progressives, there's 5 maybe progressives that do really great out there. And as far as climate and environment, forget it. Nobody's even talking about it.
That.
The EPA.
That's crazy.
I talk.
It's the main problem.
I will talk tomorrow. I am talking about I'm talking about Argentina, and I'm talking about the Patagonia fires. I'm going to talk about why they happened, but I'm also going to talk about all the conspiracy bullshit that's floating around the internet behind that also, and Malay. So that's 5:00 this space TV tomorrow, 5:00 Eastern, and it'll be on my channel. But I do want to look into the fires because nobody's talking about that. And Patagonia is beautiful. Argentina has beautiful, beautiful country. And it's too bad they have such an asshole as a president who's waving around now the Israeli flag. I'm like, it's just so cringe. It's also cringe. And I'm not putting Israelis themselves down, because not every Israeli, just like America, just not every American, not every Israeli is a creep at all. People don't like the systems. It's all the leaders all over the world. We have some of the worst leaders. I don't know, but haven't we always? I mean, really think about it, Jake. Name me some really shitty ones in history.
Oh, I can name you shitty ones in just American history.
Okay, do it.
Let me go backwards. Trump, Biden, Trump again, Obama, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George H.W. Bush, Reagan,
You're
Ford.
doing great. I'm sorry, but you're doing great. I was thinking more like I'm going way back. I'm going way back. Stalin and Lenin, and I'm looking at some of the really bad ones. Easier to name the ones that weren't shitty. Who?
Half of Johnson. Lyndon
Jimmy
Johnson half
Jimmy
the
Carter.
time.
And Jimmy Carter, he was a good man. He was a good one. That was the thing. That's why he didn't. And Gene McCarthy never won, but he was a good man. But that's a long time ago. I mean, historically, we had these kings and queens and such. I think power, as we know, power corrupts. And then the worst people seem to get in power historically.
I do also think that it's the main problem for us in America in particular is that we view the top position wrong. We view it as though you have to ask very nicely to get put in, and then once you're there, we are all at your mercy. And that is not how this thing is supposed to run. Or at least, even if it was how it's supposed to run, it's not how we should run it. The way we should run it is you get put into power and you can be taken out at the whim of the people at any moment.
All right, FDR was good. You're right, but I just Sorry,
FDR
I blurted that out. He had some good stuff.
Yeah,
But
I
you're
would do
right.
another
You're
Lyndon
right.
Johnson. Half of FDR. Good.
Okay, you're right. All right, I got to put something else up since we gave a shout out to Sandee
Oh, so
on my channel. Oops, that's wrong. Wait a minute, I got to get that out. Oh, so okay. Send some good vibes to our great friend and mod Bella Lugrisi, Kenny, who's going through some tough troubles right now, and he's on.
Much love,
Everybody knows Bella Lugrisi because he's on every channel, and he loves and follows you guys, everybody. So give him some love. And then we lost Bob Weir. That was sad.
Oh yeah,
Bob
Grateful
Weir.
Dead. Yeah.
Mhm. I have a story on that.
Well, tell me. Now's the time.
I seen RFK Jr. on Twitter. He makes a post that shows a picture of himself with Bob Weir about 40 years ago, maybe even more, right?
Before
And
he
I'm like,
knew that I
yeah.
was against everything he
Yeah,
loved.
exactly. I'm like, I made a post and I said that was RFK before the brainworm killed him. Bob Weir, Bobby would never have been seen with RFK Jr. of today. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I've met Bob Weir I met the dead, and I used to
What was he
a long
like?
time ago. Oh, they were all very nice. They were all really respectful and lovely. But that's because I was with a music promoter from New York at the time. We were in Eugene, Oregon. I was just a kid. I mean, this is 150 years ago. But it was at the Eugene Holiday Inn. It was one of the years that I was doing the whole tour with my girlfriend Donna up and down California. And I won't age myself, but it was a long time ago, and there was a lot of LSD those days. But it was sad because I think Bill Kreutzmann is the only one left, and Mickey Hart. If any deadheads out there. Anyway, so what else, Jake? Your turn. You ready to go? You ready to call it a night? You tired?
I'm pretty close. I am just earnestly. I think a lot of times we forget the continuity of one news story to the next. So, for example, this is all happening with ICE in our streets, yada, yada, yada. There's still Trump effing pooching the invasion of Venezuela, saying that we are going to control the country.
Yeah.
They've yet to set up how that's going to work exactly.
Nope.
And we're getting pretty close to the time where we might just have to tuck our tails and walk away. Again, that's not going to be good for anybody because of the manner in which we're going to do it. We're basically guaranteeing conflict between our troops and others. Then there is simultaneously Trump making threats about Greenland. Never mind that if you look on a map where our NATO bases are, if we lose those by invading Greenland, we lose half of our power worldwide overnight. Then simultaneously, there is the fact that the Epstein files are supposed to be out and they're still not released yet. We need to keep the pressure up on that one in particular because the right seems to, for some reason, give a shit about that, if nothing else. And then on top of all that, Trump's still dying, man. He's barely coherent. Did you see him in the plane the other day? It was bizarre.
It is. He looks absolutely horrible. He really does. He does.
So there's a lot of plates spinning all at once. And I'm just wondering, when the first one crashes, how is it going to affect the others? Is Trump going to die first? Or?
You're doing the World News Roundup. We need that.
This is just Trump scandals roundup. Yeah. The problem is it affects the whole world because he's so crazy.
Oh my God. You're right. I'm looking for a meme, actually, that's absolutely perfect for this, but it's way back in my photos. But you're right. Keep going. You're on a roll.
My point about continuity is that because we care differently from night to night about one issue to another, that doesn't change the ticking clock on all of them. And what I said initially about Trump is I honestly think he might be out of office by the end of February. I'm not changing that. He's still that effing, like, his brain is soup. I don't know how he's still functioning at all. Look at those prices.
I'm like, okay. Not that I want gas. I would like fossil fuels to go away, but I mean, you know how they lie. I was looking for something else.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, though. It's constant every day. We are we are being barraged every minute, all the time, on purpose, right? Isn't it?
I
What
think
do you
so.
think? It's on purpose, right?
I think the most insidious thing that we have fallen for that has worked, that is destroying America, is to get us to argue with other Americans.
Yeah.
I know it sounds hokey, but it is true. It's
No.
effective. That's what Russia's war strategy is for America, is to just get us angry with each other. And it works so well.
Yeah. I'm just having fun with memes tonight.
Let's do it. They'll blow up the planet before showing you my list of friends. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
perfectly put, whoever made that.
I didn't make it. I've made a few, but I didn't make that one either. Yep. God.
And you see how much it got under Trump's skin. If he wasn't guilty as sin of being a diddler, he would have just been like, okay, whatever, buddy. Thanks for coming out anyway. And then taken another question or waved to somebody else. But no, he freaked out and he scurried off. He scurried off when he got called a diddler. So he's a diddler and he knows we know now, which is delightful.
And they just want to distract. And it is important, people, if anybody thinks that that's not important, I'm sorry, but that is just proof positive that the oligarchs are depraved pieces of shit. But as I talked about in my show, Ass, Gas, or Grass, nobody rides for free. Men in power, I'm sorry, but even in motorcycle clubs, powerful hierarchy are also into the same shit that the wealthy oligarchs are in. It's a sickness. It's a sickness.
Yeah.
Sickness. If you didn't see that show, I did it on this space. It was on a Thursday afternoon. Ass, Gas, or Grass, baby. Nobody rides for free, but it's not really funny. See, I'm aging myself all the time, but I am the elder with experience.
I mean,
it's
I
okay.
think all of us feel about 1,000 years old.
Yeah, I swear. Right?
Can you imagine what it's going to be like talking to somebody who's like 14 or 15 now in like 10 years? Or if this ever, we recover America, we get rid of all the fascists, and then you try to have a conversation with somebody who grew up in these times about how things ought to operate. We're going to have to redefine everything, if only because a lot of the people who are voting now only know politics from the last decade, and it's just madness.
It's Gas, Grass, or Ass. Bella, he's with us. Hi. All right, Gas, Grass, or Ass. Okay. Sorry, I didn't have it in the right thing.
I tend to put those in order of my desire for them.
Oh, okay.
I just try to front load the ones I want.
It was the old hitchhiking thing. If you're going to get in my car, it's going to be one of those things. Oh, yes.
And so, like, if I'm pulling up, like, if I'm considering getting somebody in, I'll be like, grass, gas, or I suppose ass. But if I'm by the side of the road and I'm trying to save my precious gas money and grass, I'll be like, would you care for some ass, sir?
Oh, you're...
I suppose I could also offer.
Jake. They're killing me. They're making me laugh. That's just good. Making me laugh. I like to make people laugh and smile too. I do. We're just in that time.
You have the only attitude I can imagine somebody successfully getting people through your shows with for the subject matter you cover.
Yeah.
You are pleasant, and that kind of helps with the fact that you're talking about something that is both true, our doom, and nobody fucking is doing anything about in power.
Not
it's
really.
insane.
No,
we'll literally all die if we don't get progressives or people who believe the things progressives believe, whatever they call themselves, in power within 10 years.
Yeah, but they're not hiding it. They're not Norway, oh, we're so green. Oh, no, nobody's hiding it anymore. They're going for the oil. Nobody's hiding it anymore.
Yeah.
It's full steam ahead, and we are just going to extinct everything and take everything else with us. But that's, yeah. I don't want to depress everybody now. I don't want to, because we're nearing the end, and usually at the end of my shows, I always like to bring it up. Deliver the shit and then bring it up. So
Speaking
what
of
can-
bringing it up,
Yeah.
somebody blocked Lindsey Graham on Grindr.
They find him on Grindr.
Good for you.
Blocked Lindsey Graham. That's one thing those girls on iHip, I've had it. they drill. I think they get under the skin of all these assholes. They've come up with some funny shit. At first, Antonio was the one that turned me on to them. I didn't know who they were. I watched them and I'm like, okay, but they come up with some good shit that's catchy, and they are doing this on purpose to get under all these motherfuckers' skin. Good for them.
Who's the they?
The girls on iHip, Jen
yes.
and what's her name? Not Boots. That's my cat. Anyway.
Oh, Pumps.
Pumps. Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
Boots. My cat is Boots. Pumps. Yeah, they're pretty good. I can't watch all these things every day. I can't. I watch Paul Beckwith though. I watch pretty much everything he does, Paul Beckwith, because he is a climate system scientist that does good videos, and nobody watches him either. If he gets 8,000 views, oh boy, he should be around the world. He should be getting hundreds of thousands of views for the material he presents. And so should my Jim Massa. Science Talk with Jim Massa. But, but as somebody's getting hundreds of thousands of views. But climate is always something, climate, environmental issues, they're just in passing. It's a quick, and the EPA, they don't give a shit about our breath. But not my channel.
I have unsolicited advice for all people who talk about the environment. Number two-parter. Number one, way simpler / shorter, because it's so broad what people are missing that there's no point. You can talk about the temperature of this chunk of the ocean or whatever. Nobody's listening because they don't understand any of it. So broader and shorter, like, yeah, fossil fuels are choking you to death and they're costing you money. And then two, literally just talk about like what people can do. And I don't mean like you personally go out and change the environment. I just mean like if you voted for this, then this would happen. I don't know that that's going to work.
You probably would love Robert. I had a guest on, and he says he's from the UK. Eloquent, wonderful, beautiful show. He's an eloquent, amazing speaker. And he says, you can't talk like that. We just got to talk to people like we talk to them. We can't do all that science because most people now, their eyes just glaze over.
And they think you're lying.
Yeah.
Because it's such a common scam for people to say a bunch of science sounding things and then tell them the opposite of what you just said. So they'll be like, oh, this person just does science, but it's sad science instead of the smug science that I like.
Yeah.
Forgetting that what they're dealing with is not actually science.
Anyway, yes, and Robert's mother just passed away. He's such a lovely man from the UK. What a beautiful person. If you get a chance to ever just listen to any of my clips, I put out shorts with him. He, one of the most eloquent people I've ever had. And I met him through the Climate Crisis Club, which is Alex's thing, NBPTROCKS in the chat. That's the climate every Saturday. That's on. Unfortunately, right now on X, because we can't find that there's not another platform that has the functionality of spaces. But you know what I found out about X? It sucks, but if you stay in your lane and you stay with the people that are interested in what you're interested in, and I veer out sometimes, but if you stay in your lane, you can keep it pretty cohesive without a lot of trolls.
I mean,
we're supporting an asshole. I understand that.
Yeah, that's my concern. But at the same time,
everybody's an asshole that owns these platforms.
You also don't want them to go unchallenged. So I don't know what's right, really.
I know. It's tough. It's tough because I left X and went back. Well, I went back because somebody bought me a membership when I was trying to get my channel back. because that's the only way you can contact YouTube, the YouTube people.
That should be an embarrassment to YouTube that a different social media platform is required to get service out of them. How sad is that?
Yeah.
I also have to say, Bella, I am so glad to see you, my friend. I'm sorry you're having trouble sleeping, but
I'm on Blue Sky. We're still on Blue Sky. We're still on Blue Sky. I share everything Matt puts on Letterhack.
I mean, yeah, I did an account on there. The problem is I feel like I'm doing social media here on YouTube. I don't want to do other social media in addition.
Yeah. Well, I like Substack, but again, I found that Substack has a very ugly component. Stay in your own lane, it's okay, but Substack has some disgusting people that are writing on it, or they're trolling on it. Oh no, I like it.
How that works?
It's like Medium.
Browse?
It's like Medium with chats and posts, but you can write and you can put your own videos up there. You can live stream on there. It's a pretty all-encompassing platform. It's not bad.
Do you have to pay for every post that you see? That was the
I
impression.
don't pay anything. No, if you don't, you can subscribe for free to everybody. Some people require you, if you want to chat or you want to put up a post, they want you to join. I don't give a shit. I just am free for everything. You know, I have a couple of paid subscribers, which was cool. I only have like 150 people right now, but that's 150 people. You know, if I was standing in a room with 150 people, that's a lot of people.
Hell yeah.
So I'm glad that they're reading my stuff because I'm working hard on it. And if I ever shit can this whole live streaming thing, I'm just going to write.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing. The media format we choose is irrelevant, and I think you're viewing it exactly the correct way. Like, 150 people. If you were standing on a street corner with a sign, you would not have that much engagement. That's
Radio Eco Shock. Yeah, you're right. Radio Eco Shock. Great information. Absolutely, Mikey. Absolutely. Yep. We're giving a lot of. All right. Shout out some of yours, Jake.
Some of my favorite whats.
Oh, you know, anything. Platform like I just showed his was Radio Eco Shock, which is wonderful. One of my friends actually does confer with that platform on stuff.
Well, I think the folks at WHIV are doing a good job because we should be in every place we can be, including terrestrial radio. I think that's very, very important.
Tell everybody who they are that might not know on my channel.
Those are folks from this space who also Mark Allendary, etc. Who I'm saying etc. because I don't know everybody who has a show on there, but Mark Allendary is the main guy, and they just have a regular radio station in addition to social media channels. That's good. I'm glad somebody's willing to do that. I also think T-Bone, actually, from our chat, is doing something that we all should try to do. I'm not sure that we'll all be successful, but YouTube has the ability to just post like any other social media, like text and pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we shouldn't just pretend like let that slip. I think it's good to participate there. So I've been a follower of T-Bone's for some time.
Great.
He does good posts.
You ever see any of his videos? Oh my God. He used to do amazing videos and voice them for what he wrote. I've known he's been around a long time. I'm so happy that he's followed all of us, you know, after just.
Yeah,
he's good dude. All right. Well, this is good. It's 11:30. It's 11:30 on the East Coast.
Oh, Visora raid. The ruffians. I just set up my channel to raid Visora. You saying she's not on anymore? Shit.
Visora down under. Yeah, she's from
she is
right
not.
down. She is down under. All right.
Thank you, Visora.
That, an hour and a half is good. If there's anybody else that has, now they're coming in. The ruffians are here now.
Well, now we got to entertain Visora's folks.
yeah.
And I got to figure out somebody else to raid because she's apparently done with her. What was it? A Xanax stream? I didn't see much. Said she was popping pills and kicking ass. We see the Climate Crisis Club as an independent platform. Okay.
Even though we're on X, but they're on everywhere now. They're growing, so it's great. They're growing and have wonderful people. Wonderful people. Every Saturday I hear people from all over the world. And I clean my house and I do all my chores and I'm hearing all these wonderful people from everywhere talking about everything. It's just terrific. Terrific, wonderful. Where's T-Bone? He's in the United States.
I see.
T-Bone's in the States. I'm not going to tell you where. That's up to him. I know where, but he's in the States and good guy. He's an old biker. Old biker dude. That's where we hit it off.
You tell me so much about this guy that I was unaware of.
Oh.
I did not know he was a biker.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, baby.
Wait, I'm seeing the Sora stream. She still says I'm zooted on Valium.
Is she on live?
And probably, oh no, it says it's over. Never mind.
Okay. All right. Well, then I think we'll do an hour and a half. And I very much enjoyed this, Jake. I hope I didn't overtalk you. I was
You
very
did not.
excited because
this was lovely.
I haven't been on in a while and I got all excited tonight. It was just you and me. I'm like, ooh, that's pretty cool. I missed Matt and Andrea terribly. But this was different.
Yeah, I miss him too, but it's fun for us. I feel like, it's fun to see us pair off like this from time to time. I'm sorry I've never had the wherewithal to actually get a side project going. One of these days.
Yeah, one of these days. Hey, what do we have? We have time. No matter what I say, I say I'm old or this. I still have time. I ain't going anywhere. Made it through last year. Oh, this year is much better. I mean, physically, last year sucked. This year, yahoo! There's nowhere to go but up.
True.
There you go. I guess that's all I can end.
Well, on that note. I'll see you next time.